Night fell like flowing water. Inside Mai's the most exclusive private club in the capital, neon lights blazed, and wine flowed freely, decadence and indulgence woven into every corner. Suyu leaned against the corridor wall outside a VIP private room, casually toying with a delicately crafted miniature voice recorder in her hand. The dim corridor lights fell across her bare, unpainted face, which was still breathtakingly beautiful, outlining a hint of careless, frosty allure. Half an hour earlier, she had received an anonymous text message saying that her fiancé Gu Shuyuan and her dear younger sister Su One were currently in private room 808 of this club, having a so-called heart-to-heart talk. Suyu's lips curved into a mocking arc. A heart-to-heart talk, the kind that took place on a bed. She had only been brought back from the countryside by the Su family less than 3 months ago. In the eyes of the Su family, she was an uncultured, boorish country bumpkin, not even worthy of carrying Su Wan's shoes. Even her betrothed fiancé Gu Shiyuan despised her in every possible way, publicly declaring that he would only marry a well-bred socialite like Su, one who was versed in both books and etiquette. Suyu had originally wanted to fulfill the wishes of that scumbag couple by simply annulling the engagement. Yet the Su family, desperate to cling to the Gu family, stubbornly refused, insisting on using her status as the true daughter of the family to secure the marriage alliance. Since they chose to be heartless, they could not blame her for being ruthless. Just now she had stood outside the door of room 808 for 10 minutes. The sounds and syrupy words drifting out had nearly made her retch up last night's dinner. She had slipped a miniature camera through the gap beneath the door and recorded a segment of crystal-clear footage before leaving in satisfaction. With this generous gift in hand, tomorrow's engagement party was certain to be spectacular. Bang! Perhaps because she had just downed 2 glasses of strong cocktails, Suyu's steps were slightly unsteady. Her high heel twisted on the slick marble floor, and she lost control, crashing into and pushing open a nearby private room door that had been left ajar. Room 888. Unlike the deafening heavy metal music outside, this room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, a chill seeping through the air. Rubbing her aching wrist, Suyu stumbled onto a pure black leather sofa. In an instant, she was enveloped by a cold, imposing masculine aura tinged with faint tobacco. Instinctively, she lifted her head, and her gaze collided with a pair of eyes as deep and frigid as a winter pool. The man sat at the very center of the sofa, his legs elegantly crossed. He wore a perfectly tailored black shirt. The collar was neatly fastened, emphasizing his refined bearing and straight posture. His features seemed like the most flawless masterpiece of a creator, sharp and sculpted with high brow bones and a noble, commanding air in his narrow phoenix eyes, as though he habitually stood above all others. Even in the dim light of the private room, he was dazzling to the point that one could hardly look straight at him. With just one glance, Suyu felt her heart skip half a beat. Exquisite. Utterly, undeniably exquisite. Suyu whistled silently in her home. Mai's truly lived up to its reputation as the most luxurious den of pleasure in the capital. Even the male staff inside were this striking. His looks, his presence easily eclipsed that scumbag Gu Shuyuan 10 times over. Buoyed by a touch of alcohol and a heavy dose of vengefulness, Suyu almost without thinking reached out with her slender fingers, grasped the front of his shirt collar, and gave a slight tug, pulling him toward her. In that instant, the air pressure in the room, already at freezing point, seemed to solidify entirely. The bodyguard standing behind the man widened his eyes in shock, sharply drawing in a breath, his hand instinctively moving toward his waist, ready to protect. Where on earth had this crazy woman come from? Everyone in the capital knew that Fu Jingtian, the all-powerful crown prince of the Fu family, suffered from extreme misophobia and psychological issues. Any woman who tried to approach him would end up crippled, their fate miserable beyond words. The bodyguard was just about to step forward and throw this ignorant woman out when he saw Fu Jingtian raise a hand, ever so slightly signaling him to stop. The bodyguard was so stunned his jaw nearly hit the floor. Fu Jingtian's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as he fixed his gaze on the breathtaking face just inches away. The girl's eyes were bright, as though they held shattered galaxies tinged with drunkenness and girlish mischief. Her warm breath brushed lightly against his collarbone, carrying a faint, mysterious floral fragrance. Astonishingly, he felt none of the nausea and irritation that usually overwhelmed him. Instead, her touch seemed miraculously to soothe the violent hostility that had long raged within him. "What's your name?" Half leaning into the man's arms, Suyu tilted her head back, her clear, luminous peach blossom eyes locked directly onto him, her voice soft and sweet with a playful lilt. Fu Jingtian remained silent, his gaze so deep it felt as if it could pull a person in. Not talking, playing the aloof, cold type. Suyu chuckled softly, her fingers idly drawing small circles against his firm chest, tone light and teasing. "You've trained your figure well, and your looks are more than enough to topple cities and kingdoms. So how much does it cost to have you to myself for one night?" The moment the words left her mouth, the temperature in the room seemed to plunge to absolute zero. The bodyguards had already begun silently mourning for the girl in their hearts. She had mistaken the trillion-dollar head of the Fu Corporation for a club escort, and even asked how much it cost to book him for the night. In their minds, this woman surely would not live past tonight. A dangerous glint flickered in the depths of Fu Jingtian's eyes. He leaned down slightly, his thin lips brushing close to Suyu's ear as his low, husky voice carried a deadly allure. "Are you sure you want to book me? What, afraid I can't afford you?" Suyu's ears tingled at his deep, magnetic voice, and with alcohol bolstering her courage, she felt utterly fearless. With a domineering air, she pulled a pure black card inlaid with tiny diamonds from the inner compartment of her designer bag and placed it with a crisp smack on his thigh. "Take it, and swipe as you please. The password is 6 zeros. Tonight you're mine." Fu Jingtian glanced at the supreme black card, an exclusive Swiss bank card issued in extremely limited numbers, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There were fewer than 10 such cards in the entire world. No ordinary wealthy heiress could possess one. This woman was intriguing. Very well. Fu Jingtian suddenly let out a low laugh. The sound, deep and mellow like a cello playing in the dead of night, carried a chilling edge of danger. In an instant he reversed the initiative, his long, defined fingers circling her slender waist as he lifted her lightly and settled her onto his lap in a controlled, yet decisive motion, drawing her closer into his arms. The air between them crackled with a palpable intensity, more a stormy onslaught than gentle contact. Suyu's eyes flew wide open as his overwhelming presence swept over her like a tidal wave, domineering and irresistible, momentarily robbing her of breath and coherent thought. She had only wanted to hire a handsome man to vent her anger at a scumbag and experience a fleeting taste of gilded nightlife. So why did it feel as though she had provoked a dangerous lion? Under the influence of alcohol, Suyu's resistance soon melted into a weak, tentative clinging. The bodyguard, perceptive of the situation, quietly closed the private room door from the outside to give them privacy. The night was still long. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling over the slightly disordered bed. Suyu woke amid a wave of soreness that coursed through her entire body. She drew in a sharp breath, feeling as though she had been run over repeatedly by a heavy truck. Even moving a finger felt like a struggle. Memories of last night's frenzy flooded her mind like a rising tide. From the sofa in the private room to the bed in the presidential suite, the man's stamina had been astonishing, ignoring her repeated pleas for respite. Suyu turned her head sharply to the side. The man was still asleep. Asleep, he had shed the razor-sharp, terrifying pressure of the previous night. His eyelashes were long and thick, his nose high and straight, his lips lightly pressed together. A visage so flawless it seemed like an impeccable work of art. There was no denying it. The quality of this so-called male escort was absurdly high. In appearance, build, and even capability in certain respects, he had far exceeded her expectations. However, Suyu was not the type to cling to a fleeting encounter, especially when a spectacular show awaited her today. Enduring the ache coursing through her, she carefully lifted the quilt, gathered her clothes scattered on the floor, and dressed neatly. Before leaving, she glanced at the black card she had slapped onto the sofa last night, and for some reason felt a faint pang of guilt. Though the man's attitude had been unexpectedly accommodating, leaving him the black card to use at will seemed a bit too ostentatious. Suyu patted her flat wallet. Only 500 yuan in cash remained. After a moment's thought, she removed an ordinary-looking silver bracelet from her wrist and placed it together with the 500 yuan beneath the bedside lamp. That bracelet was a defensive weapon and microcomputer. She had personally designed something that could not be bought for 10 million US dollars, even on the black market. As payment for the man's night of service, it was more than generous. Skilled work. Pleasant cooperation. No change needed. So you pulled a sticky note closer and in bold flowing strokes wrote that line before slipping out of the room without looking back. It was only 10 minutes after she left that the man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Fu Jingtian looked around at the empty room, a deadly chill flashing through his narrow phoenix eyes. She had actually run. In his 25 years of life, this was the first time anyone had dared slip away while he slept. Not only that, but last night had been the first time in 25 years that he had slept soundly without any medication, free of nightmares. It was as though so long as that woman was by his side, his raging, restless soul could finally find peace. Fu Jingtian sat up, faint marks left by her last night, still visible across his strong chest, an ambiguous reminder of their entanglement. His gaze fell upon the bedside table. There lay a slightly crumpled 500 yuan note, a strangely designed silver bracelet, and a note that read, "No change needed." No change needed. Fu Jingtian let out a cold laugh, furious to the point of amusement. His laughter echoed through the empty room, laden with a murderous edge. This reckless woman had shared a night with the most powerful man in the capital and left behind only 500 yuan and a so-called broken bracelet as payment. He grabbed the bedside landline and dialed his special assistant Lu Chun. "President, what are your orders?" came Lu Chen's cautious voice over the line. "Seal off all airports, high-speed rail stations, and highway exits in the capital." Fu Jingtian's voice was so cold it could freeze stone as he enunciated each word. "Turn the city upside down and find the woman who entered the top floor of the Junlon Hotel last night. I want her alive." She thought she could provoke him and then run. Dream on. For the rest of her life, she could forget about escaping the palm of his hand. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the most luxurious hotel in the capital, the Park Hyatt, the entire venue had been reserved by the Gu family to celebrate the grand engagement banquet between their young master Gu Shiyuan and the Su family's beloved daughter Su Wan. Inside the banquet hall, perfume mingled with murmured conversation as crystal glasses clinked in constant succession. Nearly half of the most prominent figures in the capital were present, and everyone was busy extolling the alliance between the Gu and Su families. Su Zhenghua and his wife Shun Hui moved among the guests with radiant smiles, responding to every greeting. As they gazed at Gu Shiyuan and Su Wan standing not far away, a handsome man and a graceful woman side by side, pride swelled in their hearts. "Chairman Su, you are truly blessed. Your daughter is not only beautiful, but also well-educated and refined. I heard she even won the silver prize at an international piano competition last month. One cannot help but envy you, a business tycoon," said, raising his glass in praise. "You flatter us, President Li," Su Zhenghua replied, grinning so broadly that he could hardly close his mouth. "Wanwan has simply been sensible since she was a child." Then his tone shifted, carrying an undisguised hint of disgust. "Unlike the one we just brought back from the countryside." Before he could finish, the 5-meter carved agarwood doors of the banquet hall were suddenly pushed open from the outside. With a heavy bang, the impact echoed through the hall, and the previously noisy room fell abruptly silent. Every gaze was drawn as if by an invisible thread toward the entrance. Against the light at the doorway, a tall, slender figure stepped inside, walking at an unhurried, measured pace in red high heels. She wore a long black gown whose bold cut traced elegant lines as the hem swayed with each step, like a thorned rose blooming in the night, radiating a dangerously alluring presence. Her jet-black hair was casually pinned at the back of her head, a few loose strands falling beside her fair, graceful neck. On that bare, exquisitely beautiful face, untouched by makeup, there lingered 3 parts nonchalance and 7 parts imperious arrogance. A collective gasp swept through the hall. Who was this young lady whose mere presence seemed capable of toppling cities and kingdoms? Su Wan, who had just been basking in the admiring gazes around her, felt her smile freeze the instant she saw who it was. A flicker of uncontrollable jealousy and panic flashed through her eyes. How could it be Su Yu? That country girl who usually skulked around the Su household in faded bargain bin clothes, eyes lowered and meek. How could she possibly be wearing the latest haute couture gown from the global brand Jun, of which only 3 pieces existed in the world? Standing beside Su Wan, Gu Shiyuan was also stunned into silence. He had always thought of Su Yu as an uncouth village girl who could never appear on a proper stage, and every glimpse of her had made his stomach churn. Yet the Suyu before him now was like a queen exalted above all, so strikingly beautiful that he could not tear his gaze away. Suyu, what are you doing here? Who allowed you to appear dressed like this? It is utterly disgraceful. Shun Hui was the first to recover her senses. She rushed forward in a fury, pointing at Suyu as she scolded her. Today is Wanwan and Shu Yuan's joyous day. If you dare make trouble here, you can get out of the Su family this instant. Suyu cast Shun Hui a cold glance. Gone were the habits of meek submission, replaced only by boundless sarcasm and frost. That single look was enough to make Shun Hui, who had weathered countless storms as Madame Su, feel an inexplicable jolt of fear. She instinctively retreated half a step. Madame Su, I suggest you first make sense of the situation, Suyu said. Her red lips parted slightly, and her cool, clear voice carried across the now silent hall. And name this banquet today is meant to be my engagement ceremony with Gu Shiyuan. If the legitimate fiancé does not attend, how else could I possibly complete the little performance of your family's pretentious counterfeit daughter? Her words made the entire hall erupt in uproar. What? A true and a false daughter? Wasn't today supposed to be Gu Shiyuan and Su Wan's engagement banquet? How has it turned into the engagement of the real daughter? Whispers spread like wildfire. Guests began murmuring and exchanging glances, their eyes toward the Su family growing increasingly meaningful. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? Su Wan, sensing danger, quickly put on an expression of fragile grievance. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Suyu. I know you have always envied that I could grow up by father and mother's side, and that Shu Yuan has feelings for me. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. The one Shu Yuan loves is me. Sister, I beg you, please don't destroy my happiness. Her tearful, helpless demeanor quickly won her much sympathy from those nearby. Gu Shiyuan even stepped protectively in front of her, glaring at Suyu. Suyu, have you not made enough of a scene? Do you really think that merely wearing designer clothes can change your vulgar nature? Let me be clear, even if I were to die, I would never marry a wild girl raised in the countryside like you. The only person I love is Wanwan. Watching this devoted performance from the man who had betrayed her and the woman who had deceived everyone, Suyu could not help but let out a soft laugh. The sound was clear and pleasant, yet saturated with biting irony. Young Master Gu, aren't you feeling just a bit too pleased with yourself? Suyu said, lazily drawing a USB drive from her designer handbag and twirling it between her fingers. Do you truly think I came today to snatch your bride? Did you not? Gu Shiyuan snorted, eyes full of contempt. Give up this foolish idea, Suyu. You are overthinking it, she replied coolly. I simply feel unclean. Her tone was indifferent as she uttered those 4 words. Then she turned and walked toward the computer that controlled the giant screen at one side of the hall. What are you doing? Stop her. Su Jingwa, sensing disaster, barked an order to the security guards. But Suyu moved too quickly. She deftly inserted the USB drive into the computer, her long fingers tapping a few keys with practiced ease. The enormous LED screen that had been displaying romantic wedding photos of Gu Shiyuan and Su Wan suddenly went dark. A moment later, the image flashed back to life. A burst of heavy breathing and sickeningly saccharine murmurs of affection blared through the hotel's top-grade surround sound system, echoing across the entire hall. On the screen, an explicit video was playing, the figures blurred, yet still unmistakably recognizable. The setting was clearly a private room in some upscale club, and the 2 people in the video were none other than Gu Shiyuan and Su Wan, who were at that very moment standing on stage in their couture outfits, accepting everyone's blessings. On the sofa, the 2 were entangled in a way that made the footage utterly indecent. From the speakers came Su Wan's voice, Shiyuan, once we are engaged tomorrow, we can be together openly and without restraint. That Suyu is truly disgusting. Just seeing her shabby look makes me sick. Wanwan, don't worry. She's nothing but a tool our Gu family is using to stabilize our stock price. Once the Su family's funds are in place, I'll find an excuse to cast her aside. In my heart, there is only you, my precious. Every word in the video landed like a hammer blow on the faces of the Gu and Su families. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering revelation. Just moments ago, Su Wan had been playing the role of the pure devoted maiden, and now on the giant screen, she was starring in a scandalous video and plotting how to exploit the dowry of the Su family's true daughter. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. Su Zhenghua shouted, body trembling with rage, as he lunged toward the power source. But a single icy look from Suyu rooted him to the spot. Gu Shiyuan's face turned ashen. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that what had happened last night in the Club Mise's private room would be captured on camera. With a dull thud, Su Wan's knees gave way, and she collapsed to the floor, her face as pale as paper. It was over. Everything was over. The innocent image she had painstakingly cultivated for 19 years was utterly destroyed in a single instant. Impressive, isn't it, young Master Gu, Miss Su? Standing before the giant screen, Suyu looked down on the two with a cool, wicked smile. Is this what you meant when you said feelings cannot be forced? Is this your so-called true love? She walked to a nearby table, picked up a glass of red wine, and then strolled unhurriedly toward Gu Shiyuan. Suyu, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Facing the girl before him, whose presence seemed to fill the entire room, Gu Shiyuan felt an unfamiliar twinge of fear. With a sharp splash, the crimson wine cascaded mercilessly over Gu Shiyuan's meticulously groomed face, trickling down his hair and leaving him utterly disheveled. This glass of wine is my toast to the two of you, a despicable pair who richly deserve one another. She let the empty glass fall to the floor, where it shattered with a crisp crack. Turning to face all the guests, Suyu spoke in a clear, unwavering voice. Today, with everyone here as witness, I, Suyu, formally announce the dissolution of my engagement to Gu Shiyuan. From this moment on, each of us will marry as we please, and our lives will no longer intersect. Furthermore, Su family, since you are so fond of this counterfeit daughter, I shall grant your wish. She pulled a document from her bag and flung it towards Su Jinghua's face. This is the agreement to sever our relationship. I have already signed it. I do not want a single cent of the Su family's assets. From this moment forward, I, Suyu, cut all ties with the Su family. Having said her piece, Suyu ignored the Su family's frantic outrage and Gu Shiyuan's stunned silence. In her high heels, she strode out through the doors like a proud queen, never once looking back. Behind her remained a banquet in complete disarray, and the Gu and Su families reduced to a laughingstock across the capital. Stepping out of the hotel entrance, the dazzling sunlight made Suyu narrow her eyes slightly. Finally free of those bloodsuckers, even the air seemed fresher. She took out her phone, ready to call a rideshare to the airport and leave this place of trouble behind. Just then, a pure black extended Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop in front of her, like a silent steel behemoth blocking her path. The window descended slowly, revealing a profile as striking as that of a distant deity, yet as cold as ice. The man's long, narrow eyes shifted slightly, his gaze landing on Suyu with a chill. His low, husky voice carried a suffocating sense of pressure. You sleep with me, and then think you can simply run away. Who gave you such courage? The sunlight in May in the capital should be bright and warm, but at this moment, standing outside the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Suyu felt a chilling coldness piercing through her. Inside the car, the man's stunningly handsome face was like a mask covered in a layer of ancient, unmelting ice. His narrow phoenix eyes were fixed on her, emitting an aura of danger, as if he were an ancient beast zeroing in on its prey, ready to tear her apart at any moment. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. She recognized this man. Fu Jingting, the leader of the Fu Consortium in the capital, the so-called tyrant known for his overwhelming power, decisiveness in killing, and severe psychological cleanliness. Moreover, he was the premium male model she had picked up at the Mise Club last night, while under the influence of alcohol. Oh no. On the surface, Suyu appeared calm, but internally, she was already cursing madly. The capital is so big, how could she run into her creditor just after stepping out? And this creditor seemed to be an unapproachable living hell. Fu. President Fu, what a coincidence. Suyu forced a somewhat stiff professional smile, trying to play dumb. Are you talking to me? Fu Jingting looked at the woman in front of him, who was still attempting to argue, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. Playing dumb. He opened the car door and stepped out with his long legs. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, coupled with a well-tailored pure black suit, he instantly drained the air around them. Several black-clad bodyguards had silently blocked all of Suyu's escape routes without her noticing. Fu Jingting approached her step by step, cornering her against the Roman columns of the hotel, leaving her nowhere to retreat. He leaned slightly forward, resting one hand on the column, encircling Suyu entirely within his domain. An incredibly aggressive and icy aura instantly enveloped her. After sleeping with the young master of the capital, you left only a broken chain and 500 yuan as payment. Fu Jingting's long fingers toyed with a silver bracelet, the very one Suyu had left behind last night. Miss Su, how do you intend to settle this debt? He deliberately emphasized the words payment, his low and hoarse voice laced with barely concealed malice. So you looked at the bracelet in his hand and swallowed hard. That was a miniature computer she had designed herself. In the black market, it was worth a fortune. How could it be reduced to a broken chain in the mouth of this ignorant man? However, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. That was a misunderstanding. So you took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and looked up to meet his oppressive phoenix gaze. I drank too much last night and went to the wrong private room. As for the 500 yuan and the bracelet, that was to thank President Fu for your enthusiastic assistance. Since we are all adults, why not consider it a beautiful encounter and part ways amicably? Enthusiastic assistance. A beautiful encounter. Fu Jingting seemed to have heard the greatest joke, suddenly laughing lightly. That laughter not only failed to convey any warmth, but instead sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding bodyguards. In the next moment, he suddenly grasped Su Yu's delicate chin, the force so strong it nearly crushed her bones. Su Yu, do you think my bed is something you can simply come to and leave as you wish? He stared into her clear, bright, peach blossom eyes, his gaze dangerously fierce. Since you dared to provoke me, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Su Yu furrowed her brow in pain, her inherent stubbornness instantly ignited. She suddenly slapped Fu Jingting's hand away and sneered. So what do you want? Are you asking me to take responsibility? You, the president of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, can't possibly be so petty, can you? Just as the two were at a standstill, Fu Jingting's assistant Lu Qin suddenly received a phone call. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly approached Fu Jingting to whisper a few words. President, the old man suddenly collapsed in the hospital and is currently in the emergency room. The doctor says the situation is very dangerous and wants you to come over immediately. Fu Jingting's pupils constricted suddenly, and the hostility around him erupted. He shot a cold glance at Su Yu and ordered the bodyguards behind him, take her to the car. What are you doing? Let go of me. Kidnapping is illegal. Su Yu struggled violently, but the two trained bodyguards gave her no opportunity to resist and directly shoved her into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Fu Jingting followed closely and sat in the door, slamming shut with a bang as the car sped off like an arrow released from a bow. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Su Yu rubbed her reddened chin, watching vigilantly as the man beside her closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. Fu Jingting, where exactly are you taking me? What does your grandfather's illness have to do with me? Fu Jingting did not open his eyes, his voice weary, yet authoritative. Go to the hospital with me to see the old man for the last time. And then we will get married. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yu was taken aback and nearly choked on her own saliva, staring at him in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? We've only known each other for less than 24 hours. And I just called off my engagement. Just because you called off your engagement, you need a support system even more. Fu Jingting slowly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his deep phoenix gaze. The Su family and the Gu family already hate you to the core. Without my protection, do you think you can survive in the capital for 3 days? I don't care. Su Yu unhesitatingly refused. I can handle those pests myself without your interference. She was the renowned hacker, Z, and the mastermind behind Xingqiang Capital. Crushing the Su family and the Gu family was as easy as squashing 2 ants. Why would she need a support system? Oh really? Fu Jingting looked at her like a spooked wildcat, a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. Then what if I tell you that as long as you marry me, I can give you the land under Gu Ziyuan's name and shares of the Su Corporation as your betrothal gifts for you to play with? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. It was undeniable that this condition was very tempting. While she could achieve her goals on her own, it would inevitably expose her cards and invite unnecessary trouble. If she had Fu Jingting, the sharpest knife in the capital, protecting her, she could take her revenge comfortably while hiding her identity. Moreover, she glanced at the faint dark circles under Fu Jingting's eyes. As the renowned Dr. Qian Mian, she could see at a glance that this man suffered from severe insomnia and bipolar disorder, relying on medication to suppress it, and his body had reached the brink of collapse. Last night at the hotel, he had slept so soundly beside her. Was that why he insisted on marrying her? Did he see her as a human sleeping pill? 1 year. So you took a deep breath and extended one finger, a contractual marriage for 1 year. After a year, we will divorce amicably and not interfere with each other. During this period, you cannot interfere with my private life. Deal. Fu Jingting agreed without hesitation. 1 year. You think you can run after entering Fu Jingting's territory? That would be impossible for a lifetime. Half an hour later, in the senior VIP ward of the capital's first, when Fu Jingting walked into the ward holding Su Yu's hand, the old man, who had been wearing an oxygen mask and was on the brink of death, instantly widened his eyes, and even the lines on the ECG monitor reacted violently. The old man ripped off his oxygen mask, trembling as he pointed at Fu Jingting. You You little rascal, are you serious? You're not fooling this old man, are you? More real than pearls. Fu Jingting slammed the marriage application form onto the bedside table. Good, good, good. The old man was so excited that he repeated good 3 times, and a flush appeared on his previously pale face. Cough, cough. Hurry up. Immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you don't get the marriage certificate today, you better not come see me. To prevent Fu Jingting from backing out, the old man even called the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau directly to the VIP lounge of the hospital. 15 minutes later, Su Yu held 2 bright red little books, looking at the photo of herself and Fu Jingting standing side by side on the cover, feeling as if she were dreaming. From a grand engagement cancellation to a lightning-fast marriage, less than 3 hours had passed. Had she just become the wife of the trillion-dollar president that all the women in the capital dreamt of? Madam Fu, may we have a pleasant cooperation? Fu Jingting looked at the girl, who appeared dazed, and his previously turbulent mood miraculously calmed down. His long bony fingers gently ruffled her dark long hair, his deep voice carrying a hint of affection that even he himself was unaware of. Now it's time to add some fun to our newlywed life. Su family, Gu family, are you ready to welcome your destruction? Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yu clutched the gold-embossed red booklet in her hand, feeling somewhat unreal. Su Yu, a hidden top-tier mogul, had actually married herself off, and to the most terrifying and powerful man in the capital. Get in the car, Fu Jingtian said, observing the girl lost in thought, her gaze fixated on the marriage certificate, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He personally opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for her, his movements so practiced it seemed he had done it 1,000 times before. Su Yu snapped back to reality, stuffing the marriage certificate into her pocket, and bent down to sit inside. The car smoothly drove into the Yushui Bay Villa area, nestled halfway up the mountains in the capital. This was the true top-tier affluent district of the capital, where every inch was worth its weight in gold, and the sprawling Fu Mansion at the summit was Fu Jingshan's private domain. The large black iron gate with intricate carvings slowly opened, and the car drove into the estate. On either side were neatly trimmed French gardens, while a magnificent European-style castle loomed at the center, luxurious beyond belief. President, madam. As the car door opened, 2 rows of uniformed servants stood neatly outside the main entrance, bowing respectfully to greet them. At the forefront was a stern-looking butler in his 50s, Uncle Li. Uncle Li, this is Su Yu, my wife, whom I just married. Fu Jingtian wrapped his arm around Su Yu's waist, his tone calm, yet firm. From today onwards, she is the lady of the Fu Mansion. To see her is to see me. Upon hearing these words, not only the servants, but even Uncle Li's eyes flashed with extreme shock. The master actually got married. And without any warning. What was even more unbelievable was that the master had a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, not allowing even a female mosquito within 3 meters of him, yet now he was holding a woman's waist. Yes, sir. Uncle Li quickly masked his inner shock, bowing respectfully to Su Yu. Madam, I am the butler here, old Li. Please call on me anytime if you need anything. Su Yu slightly nodded, her expression cool and indifferent. Uncle Li, you're too polite. She displayed no signs of insecurity from her modest background, the grace and composure ingrained in her being left Uncle Li secretly astonished. This new lady seemed far more complex than she appeared. As they entered the hall, the luxurious decor once again reshaped Su Yu's perception. Every ornament was a priceless antique, and the oil paintings on the walls were crafted by world-class masters. Lu Chun, bring the lattice luggage inside. Fu Jingtian instructed. No need, Su Yu called out to Lu Chun, who was about to turn away, pointing to the black backpack she wore. I left with nothing but this. All my possessions are right here. Aside from a few personal items she had designed, and some special materials, she took nothing from the Su family, deeming them dirty. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingshan's brows furrowed subtly. He turned to Lu Chun, his gaze instantly turning cold. Find out how the Su family mistreated her. My wife, Fu Jingshan's wife, doesn't even have a decent piece of luggage from her family. Yes, President. Lu Chun immediately took his leave to attend to it. Silently lighting a row of candles for the Su family, in his heart, offending the president's wife would likely bring them disastrous consequences. No need. Su Yu sighed, somewhat helpless, thinking how this man held grudges even more than she did. I have no use for the Su family's things. I have money to buy my own. Keep your money for yourself. Fu Jingtian interrupted her, domineeringly turning to Uncle Li. Immediately notify all regional managers of top luxury brands in the capital, instructing them to bring the latest seasonal styles to the mansion, from clothing, shoes, bags, to jewelry, all tailored to the lattice measurements. Additionally, merge the guest room next to the master bedroom to create the lattice exclusive dressing room. Understood. Uncle Li immediately accepted the order. Su Yu stared in astonishment at this decisive man. Fu Jingtian, are you serious? We are just in a contractual marriage. Even if it's a contract, you are now the legitimate Mrs. Fu Jingtian said, his deep gaze fixed on her. My woman, Fu Jingshan's woman, should not suffer any grievances. What others have you must also have, what others don't I will provide you with the best. Suyu's heart raced uncontrollably. She had to admit that this man's romantic lines were quite impressive combined with his enchanting features. The allure was off the charts. If she weren't rational enough, she might have already succumbed. Come on, I'll show you our room. Before Suyu could react, Fu Jingtian had already taken her hand and walked straight to the second floor. The second floor was Fu Jingshan's private territory. Usually no one was allowed up here except the cleaning staff. Pushing open the master bedroom door, a minimalist black, white, and gray color scheme greeted her. The spacious room had only the necessary furniture with almost no extra decorations, exuding a sense of coldness and oppression that kept people at bay. Suyu glanced at the large double bed in the center. The wild scenes from last night at the hotel involuntarily flashed through her mind, making her ears slightly flush. Since this is a contractual marriage, shouldn't we sleep in separate rooms? No way. Fu Jingtian rejected her without hesitation. Why not? Suyu's eyes widened. Because I have severe insomnia. Fu Jingtian suddenly leaned close to her, pushing her back against the door, his hands bracing against her sides. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against her nose, his deep eyes filled with an irresistible allure and vulnerability. Suyu, I can only fall asleep when I'm by your side. This was the truth. For the past 25 years he had been tormented by anxiety and nightmares, but last night, when he held her, he found unprecedented peace. He even suspected that this woman might be the remedy sent from heaven to save him. Looking into his eyes where faint shadows and undisguised fatigue lingered, Suyu felt an inexplicable softening in her heart. As someone with the identity of a divine doctor known as Qian Mian, she understood well the toll that chronic insomnia could take on the body. With a heart of compassion, though she usually wouldn't admit it, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. All right, Suyu sighed, conceding, but I warn you, if we sleep it will just be sleeping, no touching. If you dare cross that line, I'll take you down. As she spoke, she made a fierce snap gesture. Fu Jingtian couldn't help but laugh softly at her fierce demeanor. The sound reverberated from his chest, carrying a dangerously seductive quality. He gently pinched her cheek with his long fingers, his tone indulgent. Even he didn't notice. Madam Fu, rest assured, I promise, unless you willingly, I will never touch you. Who would willingly? Suyu swatted his hand away, her face flushed as she turned away. I'm going to take a shower. Watching the girl escape like a startled deer, Fu Jingshan's smile gradually faded. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Have you found out what happened between the Gu family and the Su family at the engagement banquet today? On the other end, Lu Chen's voice immediately came through. President, we found out. At the banquet, a video of Gu Shiyuan and Su Wan in a compromising situation was suddenly played on the big screen. Ms. Su announced her withdrawal from the engagement on the spot and threw out a document severing ties with the Su family. After a pause, Lu Chen added, however, the source of that video couldn't be traced. The other party is a top-notch hacker. Their methods are very clean, leaving no traces. A hacker? Fu Jingtian narrowed his eyes. The image of Suyu's seemingly indifferent face and the silver bracelet she treasured came to mind. Interesting. Fu Jingshan's lips curled into a dangerous arc. His newly married little wife seemed not only beautiful, but also held many secrets. But that was fine. He had time to slowly peel away her mysterious layers until she completely belonged to him. Is the Gu group currently vying for that piece of land in the south of the city? Fu Jingtian asked coldly. Yes, President. That was the Gu family's key project for the second half of the year, and they had invested nearly all their liquidity, determined to obtain it. Very well. Fu Jingshan's eyes sharpened, his decisive aura fully unleashed. Notify the investment department, spare no cost to intercept the Gu family. I want the Gu group to be completely expelled from the elite circles of the capital starting tomorrow. Anyone who dared to bully Fu Jingshan's woman would pay a heavy price. Dare to look down on her as crude and unrefined. He would use the finest resources in the capital to elevate her to the highest heights, making everyone gaze up at her in admiration. As night fell, the Fu mansion was enveloped in a veil of tranquility. Suyu stepped out of the bathroom dressed in a silk camisole nightgown. Though it was a simple style, the exquisite silk clung to her graceful curves, accentuating her snow-white skin and making it even more alluring. While drying her damp hair, she walked to the bedside. Fu Jingting was leaning against the headboard reviewing documents. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed blue light-blocking glasses, he softened the fierce aura surrounding him, adding an air of restrained elegance. Hearing the movement, he lifted his gaze. His deep eyes fell upon Suyu, gliding from her long swan neck down to her slender waist, finally resting on her perfectly proportioned long legs. His gaze darkened momentarily. Suyu felt a bit uncomfortable under his intensely aggressive stare and instinctively tugged at the hem of her nightgown. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before. She shot him an annoyed glance, circled around to the other side of the bed, lifted the covers, and nestled in tightly like a silkworm. Fu Jingting chuckled lightly, removed his glasses, and casually tossed the documents onto the bedside table. With a snap, the main light in the room was extinguished, leaving only a dim wall lamp. Fu Jingting reached out, pulling both Su Yu and the blanket into his embrace. Hey, what are you doing? We agreed not to get Hansen. Su Yu squirmed violently in his arms like a startled cat. Don't move. Fu Jingting's voice was hoarse and terrifying, tinged with suppressed pain. He rested his chin on her head, his hands firmly holding her waist. I have a headache. Let me hold you for a while. Su Yu paused, ceasing her struggle. In the dim light, she sensed something was off with Fu Jingting. His body trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and his normally steady heartbeat was now rapid and erratic, as if he were struggling against some immense pain. Was this a precursor to a manic episode? As the renowned healer Qian Mian, Su Yu was all too familiar with such symptoms. Fu Jingting had long held a high position, bearing unimaginable pressure, and coupled with severe insomnia, his nerves had been stretched to the breaking point. Fu Jingting, let me go, I'll get you some medicine. Su Yu attempted to break free from his embrace. It's useless. Those medicines have long lost their effect. Fu Jingting held on to her tightly, as if a drowning man clinging to the last piece of driftwood. He greedily inhaled the faint scent of fur mixed with herbs from her, as if his tumultuous soul found a trace of solace. Su Yu, don't go. As long as you're here, I won't feel pain anymore. The usually aloof and powerful prince of the capital seemed like a child afraid of abandonment, his voice carrying a near-pleading fragility. Su Yu's heart jolted, an indescribable emotion spreading within her. She sighed, giving up her struggle and allowing him to hold her. I really owe you one. Su Yu cursed silently in her heart, and discreetly extended a hand from under the blanket, her fingertips precisely landing on several acupoints at the back of Fu Jingting's neck. She appeared to be gently caressing his neck, but in reality, she was using a special technique to relieve his congested meridians. This technique was an exclusive skill of her, the healer Qian Mian. As she kneaded, Fu Jingting's tense muscles gradually relaxed, and his rapid breathing slowly became steady. Half an hour later, the warmth of the man's breath evenly brushed against Su Yu's neck. He had actually fallen asleep. And he was sleeping deeply, his brow no longer furrowed as it usually was. Su Yu felt her fingers nearly cramping. She cautiously withdrew her hand, and in the faint light, gazed at the handsome and peaceful face of the man. For your good looks, I'll just consider it as paying rent. Su Yu yawned, feeling sleepiness wash over her. Perhaps it was because Fu Jingting's embrace was too warm. She quickly fell into a deep, sweet slumber. That night, both of them slept extraordinarily peacefully. The next morning, however, the Su family mansion was shrouded in gloom. Crash! Su Zhenghua angrily smashed a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain teacup onto the floor, shards flying everywhere. That bastard Gu Shuyuan. What the hell happened? The land in the south of the city was clearly agreed upon to be ours. How could it suddenly be snatched by the Fu Corporation? Su Zhengguo's eyes turned red with anger as he pointed at the weeping Su Wan, cursing, and you, what was that disgrace at the engagement banquet yesterday? Now the entire capital is laughing at our Su family and the Gu family. The stocks of the Su family hit the limit down as soon as the market opened today. Su Wan trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Dad, I'm sorry. I don't know what that video was about. It must have been Su Yu. That vile Su Yu framed me. She was jealous of me, so she deliberately released that kind of video at the engagement banquet to ruin my reputation. That ungrateful daughter. Shun Hui gritted her teeth. I told you long ago that we shouldn't have brought her back. She's a jinx. Not only did she ruin Wan's engagement banquet, but she also implicated the Su family's business. At this moment, Gu Shuyuan also arrived at the Su family, looking disheveled. Uncle Aunt. Gu Ziyuan's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night. Regarding the land in the south of the city, my dad has already inquired about it. The Fu Corporation suddenly intervened yesterday afternoon without any warning and offered an outrageous price, clearly intending to target us. The Fu Corporation. When did our Su and Gu families offend that big shot Fu Jingting? Su Zhenghua could not understand it at all. A person like Fu Jingting, who stands at the top of the pyramid, wouldn't even glance at them usually. How could he suddenly? No matter the reason, our top priority now is to restore the reputation of our two families and stabilize the stock prices. Gu Xian gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Uncle, my dad's suggestion is that the Gu family is hosting a charity dinner tomorrow night, inviting major media and dignitaries from the capital. At the dinner, we must shift all the blame from the video yesterday onto Su Yu. Su Zhenghua was stunned. Exactly. Su Wan, who had stopped crying, now had a glint of malice in her eyes. We will publicly announce that the video was fabricated by Su Yu to force brother Xu Yuan to marry her. She is the one who is shameless, trying to meddle in someone else's relationship. As long as we push her out as the scapegoat, brother Xu Yuan and I will be the victims, and public opinion will naturally turn in our favor. Good idea. As long as we completely ruin that dead girl, Wan's reputation can be preserved. Shen Hu's eyes lit up. But that dead girl severed ties with us yesterday. How could she obediently come to the dinner? That doesn't depend on her. Su Zhenghua snorted coldly, his eyes filled with calculation. The sapphire necklace left by her mother is still in my possession. Tell her that if she wants it back, she must come to the Gu family tomorrow night. On the other side at the Fu mansion, Su slept until the sun was high in the sky. She groggily opened her eyes, realizing that the spot beside her was already empty, with only the warmth and scent of fur lingering on the sheets. Madam, you are awake. Uncle Li's respectful voice came from outside the door. Sir has gone to the company and instructed us not to disturb you. Breakfast is ready. Or would you like to wash up now or rest a little longer? He'll get up now. Su stretched, feeling utterly refreshed. After washing up in the bathroom, she went downstairs and was greeted by 2 rows of men and women in matching uniforms standing in the living room, each pushing a long rack filled with various dazzling haute couture dresses. Next to them were several display cabinets filled with eye-catching limited edition bags and top-tier jewelry. What is this? Su was taken aback. Madam, these are the latest seasonal and limited edition items that the major luxury brands airlifted overnight. Uncle Li respectfully handed her a thick catalog. Sir instructed you to choose freely. If you don't like them, they can be replaced with another batch. Su looked at the overwhelming scene, unable to help but gasp in amazement. This man truly kept his word, moving swiftly and decisively. Just then Su's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Su immediately recognized it as the Su family's backup landline. She pressed the answer button, and immediately Shun Hu's sharp voice came through. Su, you jinx. Get back to the Su family right now. Madam Su, if I remember correctly, we severed ties yesterday. Su's tone was cold. Stop with the nonsense. The Gu family is hosting a charity dinner tomorrow night. You must attend. Shun Hui didn't even give her a chance to refuse, directly throwing out the trump card. The ocean star necklace left by your mother is still in my hands. If you don't come tomorrow night, I'll smash that necklace and feed it to the dogs. After saying that, Shun Hui hung up the phone directly. Listening to the busy tone on her phone, Su's gaze instantly turned cold. The ocean star, that is the only relic left by her mother, and also her biggest reason for returning to the Su family. Originally, she planned to wait until she settled down before going to retrieve it, but unexpectedly, they came knocking at her door. A charity dinner. Su's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. All right, since the Su family and the Gu family are so eager for death, shall help them along their way. She just didn't know how their expressions would change when they saw the abandoned daughter whom they viewed as a thorn in their side descending upon the banquet in a manner they could never hope to achieve. Uncle Li. So you turned to look at the room full of haute couture dresses, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Please help me choose the most stunning dress that will overshadow everyone else. Su slightly raised her chin, her queenly aura fully unleashed. Tomorrow night, I'm going to make a scene. That evening at 8 o'clock, the Gu family's 7-star cruise ship Siren was ablaze with lights resembling a palace floating on the sea. In an effort to clear the newly surfaced scandal, the Gu family spared no expense. They invited all the prominent political and business figures from the capital and brought in reporters from major media outlets, all under the guise of hosting a grand charity gala, when in reality, it was to publicly execute Su. In the banquet hall, Su Wan was dressed in a pure white haute couture gown, weaving through the guests, while holding onto Gu Xiuyuan's arm. The two intentionally created an appearance of extraordinary affection, claiming to be deeply in love, expressing grievances to anyone who would listen, insinuating that it was Su who out of jealousy maliciously slandered them. Miss Su is truly kind. Despite suffering such great injustice, she is still willing to give that wild girl a chance to redeem herself. Indeed, that Su has spent 19 years in the countryside. Her inherent flaws will never change. I heard that the Gu family made her apologize in public today, or I wonder if she has the courage to show up. The whispers of the surrounding wealthy ladies made the pride in Su Wan and Gu Xiuyuan's eyes grow stronger. Once tonight passed, Su would become a pariah utterly, without the possibility of turning her fortunes around. Click. At 8:30, the heavy golden door of the banquet hall slowly opened wide. The formerly noisy banquet hall instantly fell silent, all eyes turning toward the entrance. The media reporters were like sharks, smelling blood, eagerly raising their cameras. Under the focus of countless flashing lights, a stunningly beautiful shade of red suddenly broke into everyone's view. Su appeared in a winered haute couture evening gown, resembling a queen reborn from the flames. The gown was exquisitely fitted, perfectly outlining her graceful figure, while the hem featured an incredibly intricate gradient fishtail design that sparkled with every step she took. Her long hair was elegantly styled up, revealing her long, fair swan neck. With a delicately stunning makeup, her signature peach blossom eyes were slightly lifted, exuding a sense of casual laziness and a haughty disdain for the world. Most striking was the emerald necklace around her neck. The flawless green gem reflected a dazzling brilliance under the lights, a treasure worth a fortune. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence with only the sound of frantic camera shutters remaining. Everyone was captivated by the mesmerizing beauty of the woman before them. This is Su Yu. How is that possible? Su Wan's smile froze completely, her nails digging deep into Gu Xiaoyuan's arm, nearly driven mad with jealousy. Gu Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not reconcile the radiant woman before him with the rustic village girl he remembered. Su Yu ignored the amazed and envious gazes around her. Stepping gracefully in her high heels, she walked to the center of the hall, directly locking her gaze onto Su Zhenghua and Shen Hui not far away. Where is the necklace? Su Yu, uninterested in small talk, got straight to the point. You ungrateful girl. How dare you ask me for the necklace? Su Zhenghua suppressed his shock and put on a stern face exuding a father's authority. Look at the trouble you've caused. Apologize to Xiao Yuan and Wan right now and clarify to the media that the video was fabricated by you, or you will never get back your mother's heirloom. Shen Hui chimed in. Exactly. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Dressed like a vixen, you've brought shame to our Su family. Hurry up and apologize. With Su family's parents' accusations, the surrounding guests began to murmur. So this is the real daughter returning from the countryside. She does look quite seductive. No wonder she would do something so despicable. Tisk, such a thankless wretch. The Su family took her back, and she repays their kindness with malice. In the face of everyone's accusations and the Su family's threats, Su Yu showed no signs of panic. Instead, she let out a light laugh. That laughter was crisp and pleasant, yet laced with deep sarcasm. Apologize. Su Yu scanned the room, her gaze icy cold. In my life, I only kneel to heaven and my parents. And you, what are you worth? You. Su Zhenghua was left speechless. So you don't go too far? Gu Xiaoyuan stepped forward, attempting to show his magnanimity. As long as you admit your mistake and promise not to entangle with me further, I can overlook the past and not sue you for defamation. Su Yu chuckled as if she had heard the greatest joke. She pulled out a black remote control from her diamond-encrusted handbag and toyed with it in her hand. Young Master Gu, have you forgotten that the club has an extremely strict security system? Do you think I only have that? As soon as her voice fell, Su Yu pressed the remote. The large screen in the center of the banquet hall lit up, displaying not the embarrassing video from yesterday, but several very clear bank statements and transfer records. Everyone looked closely. This is evidence of Gu Xiaoyuan and Su Wan secretly transferring funds from the Su group over the past 6 months and hiring online trolls to slander me. Su Yu's voice echoed clearly through the microphone, reaching every corner of the banquet hall, including your Gu family's recent overseas project that lost 5 billion, which Su Wan was pulling strings behind the scenes. The crowd erupted in an uproar. If yesterday's video was merely moral corruption, then today's evidence constituted real economic crime. You're spouting nonsense. These are all fake. Security. Where are the security guards? Get this crazy woman out of here. Gu Xiaoyuan panicked, completely shouting hoarsely. Su Zhenghua's face also changed dramatically. He never expected that the beloved adopted daughter would collude with outsiders to undermine the Su family. Several tall security guards rushed up, attempting to forcibly take Su Yu away. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, ready to fight back, but suddenly the door of the banquet hall was violently kicked open with a loud bang. A powerful and destructive aura instantly swept through the entire banquet hall. Who dares to touch her? A deep, cold voice filled with an overwhelming killing intent sounded like a death knell from hell, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, and upon seeing the newcomer, a chorus of gasps filled the banquet hall. Fu Jingting, the most formidable overlord in the capital, rumored to be a cold-blooded, cleanliness-obsessed living devil, had actually appeared at a banquet of this caliber. He wore an extremely formal black haute couture suit, striding forward with steady and powerful steps, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, as if an emperor had descended into the hall. His deep, narrow phoenix eyes now brimmed with a chilling hostility. Fu, Mr. Fu. Gu Xiaoyuan's father Gu Hai had been socializing in a private room upstairs. When he heard the commotion and rushed down upon seeing Fu Jingting, his legs nearly gave way, nearly kneeling on the ground. Even if the Gu family borrowed 10 more lives, they would not dare to offend this great Buddha. Mr. Fu, it is an honor to have you here. I truly apologize for not welcoming you properly. Gu Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, attempting to curry favor. However, Fu Jingting didn't even spare him a glance. He strode past all the trembling guests and walked step by step to Su Yu. In the astonished gaze of everyone present, the legendary man who never allowed women within 3 meters actually reached out, wrapping his arm around Su Yu's slim waist, protectively holding her close. Why didn't you wait for me to join you? Fu Jingting slightly lowered his head, his tone devoid of the previous coldness, instead filled with a hint of frenzied affection that made others envious. Didn't I say that this sort of dirty work should be left to me? Boom. This statement detonated like an atomic bomb within the banquet hall. A profound silence fell as everyone stared dumbfounded at the tightly embraced pair. Mr. Fu actually embraced a woman. Moreover, judging by his tone, this woman belongs to him. Su-won was consumed with jealousy, her eyes bloodshot, her nails digging deep into her palm, bleeding, without her even realizing. Why? Why does Su-yu, this country bumpkin, deserve the favor of a godly figure like Fu Jingting? Why are you here? Su-yu looked at the suddenly appearing man with some surprise. Hadn't she said she could handle it? If I don't come, should I just watch my wife Fu Jingting being bullied by these ants? Fu Jingting sneered, lifting his head, his icy phoenix eyes sweeping over everyone present before settling on Gu Xiaoyuan and Su Zhenghua. Gu Xiaoyuan, Su Zhenghua. Just now, who did you want my lawful wife to kneel and apologize to? Within the banquet hall, a deathly silence reigned. Fu Jingting's declaration of lawful wife struck like a sledgehammer, slamming hard onto everyone's heart. Gu Xiaoyuan's eyes bulged as if he had heard some fantastical tale, his face a mask of disbelief. President Fu, you must be joking. How could Su-yu possibly be your wife? She just broke off our engagement yesterday. Are you implying that I, Fu Jingting, have poorer taste than you? Fu Jingting's deep phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, the chill emanating from him plunging the entire hall's temperature to freezing point. His special assistant Lu Chun immediately stepped forward, pulling two bright red marriage certificates from his briefcase. He opened them and held them up for everyone to see. The embossed seal, the photograph, the Civil Affairs Bureau's stamp, all crystal clear. A sharp hiss of indrawn breaths swept through the crowd once more. It was true. The most arrogant overlord of the capital's elite circle, the man who wouldn't even allow a female mosquito near him, had actually married this rustic country girl abandoned by the Su family and jilted by Gu Shiyuan. And on the very day of the broken engagement. No, this is impossible. It must be fake. Su-won, unable to accept this truth, let out a piercing scream, her carefully cultivated innocent image utterly shattered. Brother Shiyuan, look. That marriage certificate must be a forgery. How could Su-yu be worthy of President Fu? A sharp, crisp slap echoed through the empty hall. The one who struck was not Su-yu, but Gu Ziyuan's father. You unfilial brat. And you reckless woman. Get on your knees and apologize to Madame Fu right now. Gu Hai trembled with rage, pointing at Gu Shiyuan and Su-won as he roared. He was a shrewd businessman. The moment he saw the marriage certificate, he knew the Gu family was doomed. If he couldn't appease Fu Jingting's wrath, the Gu corporation would vanish from the capital by tomorrow. Stunned by the slap, Gu Shiyuan held his cheek, staring blankly at his father, then at Su-yu held high in Fu Jingting's arms. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. If he hadn't broken the engagement, it would be his family standing before Fu Jingting, now owed a favor by the Fu dynasty. But now everything was too late. President Fu, my son, was blind and offended Madame Fu. Please be magnanimous and spare our family this. Gu Hai's legs gave way and he knelt directly before Fu Jingting, tears streaming down his aged face. Fu Jingting looked down at him, his gaze icy and devoid of any warmth. Spare you. The man's thin lips curled into a cruel smirk. When they forced my wife to kneel just now, why didn't you come out and spare her? Gu Hai's face turned ashen and he was rendered speechless. Lu Chun, Fu Jingting said coldly. Yes, President. Issue a notice as of this moment all companies under the Fu Consortium are to completely withdraw all cooperation with the Gu family. Furthermore, notify every bank and investment institution in the capital anyone who lends a single cent to the Gu group is opposing me, Fu Jingting. Fu Jingting's voice was not loud, but it carried an unassailable authority. These words were a death sentence. No, President Fu, please show mercy. This is the lives work of our family for generations. Gu Hai collapsed in despair, kowtowing frantically. Gu Shiyuan finally grasped the severity of the situation. He scrambled to Su-yu, trying to grab the hem of her dress, but a bodyguard kicked him away. Yu, I was wrong. I was blind, I was deceived by that bitch Su-won. Please beg President Fu for me. We grew up together after all. Gu Shiyuan wept pitifully, his dignity completely shattered. Su-yu looked down at him, her eyes devoid of sympathy, filled only with icy scorn. Gu Shiyuan, belated affection is cheaper than grass. When you were tangled in bed with Su-won yesterday, did you think about how we grew up together? At her words, the surrounding elites looked at Gu Shiyuan with undisguised contempt. He had been unfaithful and now he had the nerve to beg for forgiveness. Utterly shameless. Sensing the danger, Su-won's eyes darted. She suddenly rolled her eyes back, let out a soft moan, and collapsed, feigning a faint to escape the catastrophe. Wan, what's wrong? Su Zhenghua and Shun Hui rushed to her side. Fu Jingting watched the farce coldly, tilting his head slightly to give Lu Chun a look. Lu Chun understood immediately. He turned and walked to a Champagne Tower's ice bucket, lifting an entire basin filled with ice water. With a splash, he poured the bone-chilling water mercilessly over Su-won's head. With a piercing shriek, Su-won, who had been unconscious, sprang up from the floor like a stuck pig. The icy water mixed with her carefully applied makeup, smearing it across her face. Her expensive white haute couture gown clung to her body, making her look utterly ridiculous and pathetic. Faking a faint, playing such petty tricks in front of me. You're still too green. So you let out a cold laugh. Fu Jingting looked down at the girl in his arms, a glint of fond amusement flickering in his deep eyes. Had enough fun, Madame Fu? He asked softly, his voice as gentle as a caress, a stark contrast to the ruthless tyrant of moments before. So you glanced at the devastated Gu and Su families, then yawned boredly. Enough. The air here is too foul. Oh, it's giving me a headache. All right, let's go home. Fu Jingting scooped Suyu up in his arms as if no one else were there. Put me down, I can walk. Suyu exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't move. The heels you're wearing today are too high. You'll get tired. Fu Jingting gave her no chance to refuse, striding out of the banquet hall with her in his arms. Behind them, they left only a group of petrified guests and the Gu and Su families who had plummeted into the abyss of despair. Inside the Rolls-Royce heading back to the Fu mansion, the atmosphere was heavy. Seated on the leather seat, Suyu stole a glance at the man beside her who had his eyes closed. Fu Jingting had not spoken a word since getting in the car. He had loosened his tie and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his sexy collarbone. Though his eyes were shut, the oppressive low-pressure aura emanating from him was impossible to ignore. Thanks for earlier at the banquet. Suyu broke the silence. Although she could have handled it herself, she had to admit Fu Jingting's entrance had been incredibly satisfying and saved her a lot of trouble. Fu Jingting slowly opened his eyes. His narrow phoenix eyes glowed like deep, ghostly flames in the dimly lit cabin. His gaze fell unapologetically on Suyu. The winered haute couture gown with its deep neckline hinted at her cleavage, while the open back design perfectly displayed her flawless shoulder blades. At the banquet just now, countless men's eyes had been glued to her, unable to look away. The thought of her alluring figure being seen by so many, and that she had once been the fiancée of that worthless Gu Shiyin, stirred an uncontrollable rage and wild jealousy within him. Thank me. Fu Jingting suddenly leaned, embracing his hands on either side of her, trapping her between the seat and his chest. His warm, aggressive breath fanned over the tip of her nose, his voice low and terrifyingly husky. Madame Fu, if you want to thank me, how about something more practical? The next day, the sky over the capital was gloomy, with fierce winds mingled with torrential rain, as if heralding the arrival of a commercial earthquake. In fact, the earthquake had already occurred. The front page of the morning financial news was dominated by a single explosive headline: the Gu family group in the capital faced a total industry blockade overnight. The Fu Consortium unilaterally announced the withdrawal of all cooperative projects with the Gu family. Subsequently, like a domino effect, major banks in the capital hastily froze the Gu family's loan accounts, and dozens of partners preferred to pay breach of contract penalties rather than continue their agreements with the Gu family. The Gu Group's stock plummeted upon opening, leading to a halt in trading. The vast commercial empire faced the brink of complete bankruptcy and liquidation within just 12 hours. The cause of this earthquake had long been circulating in the upper circles. The young master of the Gu family was blind to the truth. For the sake of a fake heiress, he not only offended the real heiress, but also angered her immensely powerful newlywed husband, Fu Jingtian. At the Fu mansion, on the second-floor balcony, Suyu wore a loose-fitting white silk loungewear, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, coldly observing the farce outside the Iron Gate. In the pouring rain, Gu Hai was dragging the drenched Gu Shuyuan, who was kneeling outside the cold iron gate of the Fu mansion. Madame Fu, Miss Su, please, we beg you to see us. Shuyuan knows his mistakes. The Gu family knows our wrongs. Gu Hai wept bitterly, banging his forehead against the iron gate mixed with rain and blood, looking utterly miserable. Beside him, the normally proud and arrogant Gu Shuyuan resembled a stray dog at this moment. His body was covered in mud, his face pale as a sheet, kneeling heavily in the puddles, letting the rain wash over him. You? I'm sorry, I truly realize my mistakes. Gu Xian raised his head, peering through the rain at the cold and noble woman standing on the balcony, his voice filled with regret and despair. I was blind. I was blinded by foolishness. As long as you can forgive me, as long as you can persuade Mr. Fu to spare the Gu family, I'll do anything. I will immediately sever ties with Su Wan. So you looked down at them, as if observing 2 ridiculous clowns, her beautiful peach blossom eyes devoid of any warmth. Madam. Uncle Li held a large black umbrella, respectfully approaching the balcony. The Gu father and son have been kneeling in the rain for 2 hours now. The rain is too heavy. Should we send someone to chase them away? It might offend your eyes. No need. Suyu gently sipped her coffee, a mocking curve rising at the corners of her mouth. Since they enjoy kneeling, let them stay. It's not uncommon to hear a few stray dogs barking in the capital. It doesn't bother me. Forgiveness. If it weren't for her ability to fight back, if it weren't for Fu Jingtian's intervention, Suyu would have been the one whose reputation was ruined last night at the banquet, trampled beneath everyone's feet, with no chance of redemption. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Did Gu Shuyuan and Su won't ever consider showing mercy when they plotted against her. Now that they know pain and regret, they come to play the victim. It's too late. Below, Gu Shiyuan gazed at the frosty figure on the balcony, his heart seemingly crushed by an invisible hand. He finally realized what kind of person he had lost. He once possessed the brightest pearl in the entire capital, but discarded her as if she were worthless, while cherishing Su Wan, that hypocritical piece of trash, as a treasure. At that moment, a sleek black Maybach drove through the pouring rain, stopping in front of the Fu Mansion's main gate. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Fu Jingshan's handsome, yet frostbitten face. Mr. Fu. Gu Hai seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, scrambling towards the car, only to be firmly blocked by the bodyguards. Fu Jingtian cast a cold glance at them, his eyes filled with disgust. Clear away these two pieces of trash in front of the gate. If they ever appear within 5 kilometers of the Fu Mansion again, the entire security department will be dismissed. Yes, CEO. Several tall bodyguards immediately stepped forward, dragging the Gu father and son away like dead dogs, unceremoniously tossing them several kilometers away at the mountain road. The Maybach entered the mansion, stopping in front of the main building. Fu Jingtian stepped out, took the umbrella from Lu Chun, and strode into the villa. As he lifted his head, he saw Su Yu standing at the second-floor corridor. The girl wore white silk loungewear, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Having just drunk hot coffee, her cheeks bore a faint blush, softening her usual cold demeanor, making her appear somewhat charming and cute. Fu Jingtian, who had been somewhat irritable due to handling company matters, felt an unexpected calm wash over him the moment he saw her. Have you watched the show enough? Fu Jingtian handed his coat to a servant striding up the stairs to her side. It was all right. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, but it seems your methods are even harsher than the rumors suggest. Toppling 100 billion group overnight, such a thunderous approach is unmatched in the entire capital. What are you feeling sorry for your ex-fiancé? Fu Jingtian halted, his tall frame looming over her, a dangerous glint flickering in his deep-set eyes. There was a hint of jealousy in his tone, one that he himself wasn't even aware of. Su Yu couldn't help but find humor in this man resembling a pot of vinegar. Feel sorry for him? Su Yu scoffed. I just feel like my eyes were sullied. I wish he would die sooner. Upon hearing this response, the gloom in Fu Jingshan's eyes dissipated instantly. He smiled satisfactorily, extending his long arm to pull Su Yu into his embrace. Now that's the awareness a Mrs. Fu should have. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Don't worry, the Gu family won't rise again. As for the Su family, a hint of bloodthirsty coldness flashed in Fu Jingshan's eyes. Not so fast. Su Yu interrupted, her peach blossom eyes glinting with cunning light. I want to handle the matters of the Su family myself. I want them to climb as high as they can, only to fall as hard as they can. Especially that fake heiress, Su Wan, who stole her things and dared to hope to step on her to rise. She could settle accounts with the miraculous Dr. Qianmian and the top hacker wife first, but the bill with the genius designer Z must be settled at the upcoming international jewelry design competition with interest. All right, as you wish. Fu Jingtian affectionately ruffled her hair. As long as she was happy, even if it meant tearing down the sky of the capital, Fu Jingtian was willing to stand behind her, handing her the knife and alleviating all her worries. But Fu Jingtian suddenly shifted his tone, his voice becoming deep and dangerous as he pinned Su Yu against the corridor wall. Now that the Gu family's matters are dealt with, it's time to settle the accounts between us, Mrs. Fu. Settle accounts. Su Yu was startled by Fu Jingting's sudden move. Her back pressed tightly against the icy wall, while before her rose the man's scorching, unyielding chest. The jarring contrast of cold and heat made her flinch instinctively. Mr. Fu, what accounts could possibly exist between us? She feigned composure, blinking her delicate peach-shaped eyes with feigned innocence. Not only have I caused you no trouble, I've even helped you dismantle a rival without shedding a drop of blood. Surely you ought to reward me instead. Reward? Fu Jingting laughed. A low, dangerous sound born of fury, his slender phoenix eyes blazing with smoldering menace. He leaned down slightly, his sharp aquiline nose nearly brushing hers. At last night's banquet, whose gaze were you courting dressed like that? His voice dropped to a husky, tightly coiled whisper, thick with suppressed jealousy. That wynard plunging neckline, that bare expanse of back. Did you fear no one would notice how exquisite your figure is? Or did you hope that worthless former fiancé would regret abandoning you too thoroughly? Su Yu froze. Then realization dawned. This man, was he actually jealous? Jealous of a discarded nobody? Over a single, slightly— Fu Jingting, would you please be reasonable? A faint, incredulous smile touched her lips. That dress was your instruction, mister. Li prepared it on your orders. And besides, if we're crashing a gala, shouldn't I outshine every other woman there? Was I supposed to arrive swaddled like a dumpling? I told them to prepare the finest, not something so revealing. Fu Jingting cut her off, possessive and absolute. The memory of every man's ravenous stare last night ignited a savage urge, to pluck out their eyes one by one. She was his wife. Every inch of her skin belonged solely to him. No other eye dared claim it. His large hand seized her chin, forcing her gaze upward into his. And that Gu Shiyuan, by what right does he call you you? Did you grow up together? Childhood sweethearts. With each word the malevolence radiating from him deepened, raw-consuming jealousy twisting his very aura. He seethed, envying that wretch's 19 years beside her, envying their broken betrothal, envying most of all his own cruel absence from her past. Gazing into the feverish obsession burning in his eyes, Suyu felt no fear, only an unbidden traitorous skip in her heartbeat. So this fierce, all-consuming devotion, this ruthless tender possession, was what it felt like to be held utterly and irrevocably at the very center of someone's world. Fu Jingting, you look adorable when you're jealous. A soft, luminous laugh escaped her. She didn't resist. Instead, she lifted her arms and looped them around his neck. Rising onto her toes, she parted her lips and brushed a fleeting butterfly-like kiss across his sensual mouth. That trash Gu Shiyuan. He doesn't even deserve your jealousy. We barely saw each other in the countryside. Hardly qualifies as childhood sweethearts. As for you, she drew the words out, her eyes shimmering with intoxicating allure. From now on, it's yours alone to say. Agreed. Boom. Her deliberate provocation coupled with that honeyed possessive decree shattered the last fragile thread of Fu Jingting's restraint. You brought this upon yourself. His gaze darkened completely, like a predator finally discarding its masked fangs, bared and lethal. He seized her mouth with brutal intensity, not the gentle placating kiss from the car last night, but one forged of punishment and conquest. Dominant and relentless, he claimed her lips, then forced open her mouth, invading every hidden recess, devouring her breath, her essence, as if determined to erase all traces of anyone else. Suyu gasped, her breath ragged, her mind dissolving into white noise. Since when had his kissing grown so commanding? She even felt her tongue tingle numb from his insistent suction. Instinctively, she tried to pull back, but his palm clamped fiercely against her nape, while his other arm locked around her slender waist, drawing her flush against him. They fused seamlessly. Through the thin fabric, Suyu keenly sensed the rapid, dangerous rise of his body heat, and the unmistakable, urgent shift beneath his trousers. Fu Jingting, calm down. She clawed back a sliver of reason, pushing weakly against his chest during a fleeting breath. I can't. His voice was gravel, and smoke, his eyes swimming with raw, molten desire. In one fluid motion, he swept her up and strode purposefully toward the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door crashed inward, then slammed shut behind them. Suyu landed softly on the vast plush bed. Before she could rise, his towering frame descended, caging her beneath him. Mrs. Fu, he murmured, gazing down with sovereign authority, his long fingers deftly undoing his shirt buttons to reveal taut, sculpted pectorals. I warned you, once you provoke me, you must bear the consequences. Today I shall claim my husband's right, and ensure you remember beyond doubt whose woman you truly are. She'd always believed herself detached, immune to passion, devoted only to vengeance and wealth. Yet now, facing this trillionaire who burned with jealous fury and elevated her beyond all measure, she realized. She felt no resistance at all. Only a quiet, secret thrill. Fu Jingting. She ceased resisting, closed her eyes gently, and let her hands glide upward, settling trustingly upon his shoulders. Her surrender was the ultimate aphrodisiac. For Fu Jingting, it was the final spark igniting wildfire. Outside, thunder roared and rain lashed the earth. Inside, the spacious bedroom, heat spiraled ever higher. Thick, golden, and deeply delicious. In the deep of night, in the main bedroom of the Fu mansion, a fierce storm battered against the large floor-to-ceiling windows, producing a series of alarming sounds. Suyu curled up on one side of the big bed, too exhausted to even move a finger. Though at the last moment Fu Jingtian refrained from taking the final step out of consideration for her feelings, the intense pull and frenzied kisses still drained her of all her strength. This man is simply a physical monster. Just as Suyu was about to drift into sleep, the man beside her suddenly emitted a suppressed and pained groan. Suyu jolted awake. Through the occasional flashes of lightning outside the window, she saw Fu Jingtian curled up in pain, his tall figure contorted. He pressed his hands tightly against his temples, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, and his forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat. Even in extreme agony, he gritted his teeth, fearing that a loud sound would wake the girl beside him. Fu Jingtian. Suyu's heart clenched violently, all traces of sleep vanishing in an instant. She immediately turned to sit up and reach for the man's pulse. The pulse was extremely chaotic and violent. This was a symptom of both bipolar disorder and a migraine. Moreover, judging by his condition, it was at least 10 times more severe than the previous night in the bathroom. If not intervened timely, he could very likely suffer from nervous exhaustion or even irreversible brain damage. It hurts. Fu Fu Jingtian murmured unconsciously, suddenly pulling Su Yu into his arms, holding her tightly, as if only her presence could alleviate the excruciating pain in his mind akin to being pierced by thousands of needles. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Yu took a deep breath, her expression shifting to one of intense focus and calmness. She didn't go for medication because she knew that ordinary tranquilizers would no longer suffice for his current condition. She wrapped her arms around Fu Jingtian's neck, her slender fingers like phantoms precisely pressing on several major acupoints on his head and the back of his neck. By the way, Fengqi Taiyang Onion. This set of ghostly hand 13 presses was a skill restored and improved from ancient texts by the divine physician Qian Mian. In the entire world besides her, no one else could perform it. It required not only a high degree of accuracy in locating acupoints, but also immense mental effort from the practitioner to guide the patient's chaotic qi and blood. As Su Yu's fingertips rhythmically pressed and kneaded Fu Jingtian's muscles, which had been as tense as stone, began to relax bit by bit. His rapid, heavy breathing gradually became calmer, and his furrowed brows slowly smoothed out. About 40 minutes later, fine beads of sweat also formed on Su Yu's forehead. When she pressed down on the last acupoint, the man finally fell into a deep sleep, even letting out soft, even snores. Huff! Su Yu let out a long sigh, feeling as if she had just run a marathon, utterly exhausted. Looking at the man's serene and handsome sleeping face, she couldn't help but pinch his nose, saying, "You, this great Buddha, are really not easy to serve. If it weren't for me, you would have gone crazy long ago." Though she complained, her movements were extremely gentle as she carefully covered him with a blanket and nestled into his warm embrace, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, after the rain, the sun shone brightly into the study. Fu Jingtian sat behind a large rosewood desk, holding a cup of black coffee. Today he unusually wore no suit, but a dark gray turtleneck sweater, his demeanor less aggressive and more lazily elegant. Last night was the most stable and longest sleep he had experienced in 25 years. No nightmares, no headaches, just the comforting scent of fur mixed with herbs emanating from the girl beside him. He could even feel that during his most painful moments last night, a pair of extremely gentle yet strong hands were driving away all his suffering. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was knocked on, and his assistant Lu Chun entered with a document in hand. "President, did you sleep well last night?" Lu Chun observed his boss visibly improved complexion, free of dark circles, and silently marveled. It seems that the lady is not only the president's Achilles heel, but also his miraculous remedy. "What's the matter?" Fu Jingtian set down his coffee cup, his tone flat. "It's about the economic crime evidence from the Gu family banquet the other night." Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he handed the document to Fu Jingtian. "Did you find anything?" Fu Jingtian opened the file. "Yes. The technical department tracked for 2 whole days and finally discovered some clues." Lu Chun took a deep breath, barely concealing his shock. "President, those extremely confidential transfer records and encrypted files could not have been obtained by an ordinary hacker. The technical department concluded based on the methods used to breach the firewall and the underlying code left behind." "Speak." "The other party is very likely the top-tier boss known as Z, who has long dominated the Dark Web Hacker League's bounty list." Fu Jingtian's hand paused slightly while flipping through the document. Z, the legendary cyber god who once single-handedly overturned a certain country's security defense system in North America. Why would he suddenly intervene in the petty grievances of a small noble family in the capital? Moreover, Lu Chun swallowed hard and continued, the technical department also discovered that when the large screen in the banquet hall was forcibly taken over, a very brief multi-encrypted Swiss bank black card network node appeared near the signal source. Lu Chun didn't finish his sentence, but Fu Jingtian's deep phoenix eyes had already narrowed dangerously. Swiss Bank Supreme Black Card. The image of the black card that Su Yu arrogantly slapped on his leg that first night at Mai's club instantly flashed in his mind. And that oddly shaped silver bracelet she regarded as a treasure. A wild girl who had been abandoned by the Su family in the countryside for 19 years, who hadn't even finished school, not only possessed a globally limited black card, but also managed to produce confidential documents from the Gu family, and now even had ties to the legendary top hacker Z. The extremely professional and wondrous techniques she used while massaging his head last night were definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. Fu Jingtian's long fingers gently tapped on the table, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Su Yu." He murmured his wife's name, his gaze deep enough to seem as if it could devour everything. How many earth-shattering secrets does this little wife still hide? But it doesn't matter. No matter whether she is a hacker boss or some other kind of monster, she will forever be Fu Jingtian's woman. "President, do we need to continue investigating the lattice background?" Lu Chen asked cautiously. Fu Jingtian closed the document and directly tossed it into the shredder. "Erase all traces discovered by the technical department. No one else can know about this besides us." Since she wants to play a Catan mouse game, then I'll accompany her slowly. At that moment, a servant's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the study. Sir, it's not good. The Su family is causing a scene at the front gate. In the study of the Fu mansion, the atmosphere was solemn. President, the ones causing trouble outside are from the Su family, Lu Chun reported as he pushed the door open. Su Zhenghua is making a scene outside the iron gate with Su Wan demanding to see Madam. The security has already restrained them. Should we drive them away? A flicker of impatience flashed in Fu Jingshan's eyes. The Gu family just fell yesterday, and the Su family couldn't wait to seek their doom today. Send them away? Wait a minute. A cold female voice interrupted Fu Jingshan's words. Su Yu walked out of the bedroom wearing an oversized white shirt, yawning. Her long fair legs peeked from beneath the hem of the shirt, causing Fu Jingshan's gaze to darken instantly. Let them make a fuss, it's best if the entire capital knows about it. Su Yu casually picked up half a cup of black coffee that Fu Jingtian had left on the table and took a sip without a care. What do you plan to do? Fu Jingtian looked at her reminiscent of a lazy cat, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. The Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and the Gu family is unreliable as well. A woman as vain as Su Wan will surely do everything to find her next benefactor to uphold her laughable socialite status. Su Yu's long fingers lightly tapped on the rim of the coffee cup, a glint of cunning and coldness in her eyes. I know her too well. The only thing she can present now is her so-called talented woman persona. If I provide her a stage at this moment, she will eagerly climb up, even resorting to unscrupulous means to gain the spotlight. Fu Jingtian immediately understood her meaning. You want her to climb higher and fall harder. Smart. Su Yu snapped her fingers. Meanwhile, outside the Fu mansion, Su Wan was being held by two tall security guards. Though in a disheveled state, she still shouted loudly at the entrance, Su Yu, you shameless girl, get out here. Do you think you can look down on everyone just because you're with President Fu? Don't forget you still have something in my hands. Su Jinghua, in a fit of rage beside her, exclaimed, the Su family's financial chain has completely broken. If Fu Jingtian doesn't come to our rescue, we won't last through this week. Enough, stop shouting. Master Fu won't even see us. Su Zhenghua pulled Su Wan over, his face full of despair. Let's go. If we keep making a scene and anger Master Fu, we won't even know how we died. Su Wan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. After returning to the Su family villa, she went mad, smashing everything in her room to pieces. Why? Why can Su Yu, that country bumpkin, marry Fu Jingtian? Why am I stuck with the useless Gu Shuyuan and facing misfortune? Su Wan screamed hysterically. Shen Hui, standing by, pained, grabbed her arm. Wan, don't be like this. You still have your mother. The Gu family has fallen, so what? With your looks and talent, there are plenty of wealthy young masters in the capital waiting to marry you. Talent. Su Wan froze at the mention of this word, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Right, she is not only a silver medalist in a piano competition, but also about to participate in the international jewelry design competition held every 3 years. If she could win the championship in this competition, perhaps she could catch the attention of a certain mysterious big shot. She could not only restore her reputation, but also access circles even more elite than Gu Shuyuan and Fu Jingtian. However, her design talent was mediocre, and she couldn't produce works that would shock international judges. Su Wan's gaze suddenly fell upon an old cardboard box in the corner of the room. That was a pile of junk Su Yu had brought back when she was first taken from the countryside. When Su Yu moved out, she left all these things behind. Su Wan rushed over as if possessed, opened the box, and found a worn-out black sketchbook inside. It was something she had seen by chance in Su Yu's room before. At that time, Su Yu had been doodling in it. Su Wan had curiously snatched it to take a look, and although she couldn't understand the extremely complex lines, her intuition told her these design sketches were anything but simple. Su Wan trembled as she opened the sketchbook. What greeted her were exquisite sketches of jewelry featuring design concepts that were extremely avant-garde. Every line was filled with spiritual energy, and even without color one could feel the luxuriousness and shock that could astound the world. So beautiful. This is simply a masterpiece. Su Wan trembled with excitement. She couldn't believe that such high-level design sketches were drawn by Su Yu, that country bumpkin. No, this isn't drawn by Su Yu. She must have stolen it from some down-and-out designer. Su Wan crazily brainwashed herself, her greedy gaze fixed on the sketchbook. Since she doesn't want it, then, with these design sketches, the championship of the international jewelry design competition shall belong to me. Over the next month, the capital seemed to return to calm. The Gu group was completely bankrupt and in liquidation, with the Gu family father and son missing. The Su group was also hanging by a thread, facing imminent closure. In stark contrast, however, was Su Wan's popularity online, which suddenly skyrocketed. Su Wan hired the largest marketing team in the capital for a hefty sum, starting a massive promotional campaign across the internet. Genius beauty designer Su Wan competes in the international jewelry competition with a mysterious masterpiece. This is the true socialite talent. A certain true heiress relying on a man should take notes in no time. Su Wan's Weibo followers surged by millions. Her previous scandal at the engagement banquet was also spun by hired commenters into a story of an unfortunate victim of bad luck successfully crafting an image of a strong, independent, and talented leading lady. Inside the Fu mansion, Lu Chun handed a report to Fu Jingtian, who was watching the news. President, we have found out that Su Wan has registered for the Starry Cup International Jewelry Design Competition Finals to be held in the capital the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the initial draft of her submitted work has already caused a tremendous stir among the international judging panel, and there are rumors that the champion has already been decided. Fu Jingtian looked at the highly publicized news on the tablet, which even included a dig at Su Yu, a hint of cold mockery flashing in his deep gaze. Seeking death. He took out his phone, ready to instruct the public relations department to snuff out the last vestiges of the Su family's capital. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached over and pressed down on his phone. Su Yu had just woken from her afternoon nap, dressed in pajamas, leaning against Fu Jingtian's shoulder like a boneless doll, looking at the news on the tablet, a playful curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Don't be in a hurry, President Fu. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. It's not interesting if she falls now after climbing so high. Let her stand on the highest award podium, enjoying the world's praise. Su Yu's voice suddenly turned cold, her gaze sharp as a knife. Then kick her back down to hell. That would be true despair. Looking at the bloodthirsty light in the girl's eyes, Fu Jingtian not only didn't find her malicious, but found her strategizing demeanor utterly charming. All right, I'll listen to Madame Fu. Fu Jingtian wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. But how does Madame Fu plan to play this scene out? Do I need to clear the field? No need to clear the field. Su Yu smiled mysteriously. Not only do I not need to clear the field, but I also want you to be my special guest, to personally be on site, sitting in the front row and watch how your wife dominates the entire audience. Since Su Wan loves stealing from others to show off, shall be there in person to teach her what true dimensionality reduction strike is. 2 days later, in the grand theater of the capital, the atmosphere was bustling with lights shining brilliantly. The grand finale of the Starry Cup International Jewelry Design Competition, held once every 3 years, was taking place here. This event was not only a top-tier feast in the fashion world, but also a battlefield where global jewelry brands sought to discover talented designers. Numerous platforms across the internet simultaneously launched high-definition live broadcasts, with the number of online viewers surpassing 50 million. On the judging panel sat 5 masters from the jewelry design industry around the world. However, the central seat, symbolizing absolute authority, was mysteriously empty. Dear audience, I am your host for today. Here we will witness the birth of the world's top jewelry designers. The host excitedly announced on stage. At the same time, we are also honored to inform you that the chief judge of this competition is the legendary, world-renowned, yet never seen in public, mysterious top designer, Z. As soon as this was said, the entire venue erupted, and the live chat room was flooded with comments. Oh my god, it's actually Z. The one who can casually sketch something worth tens of millions of dollars. The series of a lifetime. Z is actually willing to be a judge. The value of this competition has skyrocketed. But why is Z's seat still empty? Could it be that the big shot is making a grand entrance last? With the crowd's discussions buzzing, the competition officially began. Outstanding designers from around the world took turns showcasing their works. Although there were many impressive pieces, none seemed to possess that breathtaking, extraordinary quality. Until the last contestant took the stage. Next, please welcome our favorite to win, the young designer from Huahua, Miss Su Wan, along with her piece, Nirvana. As the host's words fell, Su Wan, dressed in an ethereal white haute couture gown, walked onto the stage with an exceptionally confident and elegant smile. The big screen simultaneously displayed her design sketches and the half-finished jewelry. Hiss! The venue fell into a dead silence, followed by thunderous gasps. So beautiful. It was an intricately luxurious ruby necklace designed to resemble a phoenix reborn from the flames. Every line was filled with extreme tension and spirit, and the technique of embedding the rubies broke conventions, giving a strong visual impact and soul-shaking resonance. This was something that no novice designer could create. It was an artwork worthy of being recorded in the annals of jewelry history. The 4 master judges on the panel stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with disbelief and fervent admiration. A genius. This is an exceptionally rare genius design. The lines are smooth and the concepts are profound, yet can be deemed flawless. The live chat room went completely wild. So beautiful. What kind of celestial girl is Su Wan? This is the true heritage of a wealthy heiress. 1,000 times better than that true heiress who can only rely on her body to cling to men. Hearing the applause from the crowd, Su Wan's smile could no longer be contained, her eyes sparkling with ecstasy and pride. She had won. She was finally standing at the pinnacle of the world. As long as she secured this championship, she could completely cleanse her past scandals and become the most dazzling socialite in the capital once again. That wretched Su Yu was destined to be trampled underfoot by her forever. Miss Su Wan, your piece Nirvana is simply the biggest surprise of today. The host excitedly handed over the microphone. May I ask, where did you draw your inspiration from? Su Wan took a deep breath, managing to squeeze out 2 crystalline tears, putting on a pitiful yet resilient appearance. Actually, the inspiration for this piece came from a recent dark experience of mine. Su Wan's voice trembled and was hauntingly beautiful, resonating throughout the venue. As you all know, I recently endured a tremendous upheaval in my life. Someone went to great lengths to frame me, smear my reputation, and even resorted to despicable means to force me to break off my engagement with my fiancée. Although she did not name names, everyone present knew exactly who the despicable person she referred to was. It was undoubtedly that true heiress who had just married Fu Jingtian Su Yu. During that time, I almost fell into despair. But I told myself I cannot be defeated. I want to be like this phoenix reborn from the flames. Su Wan grew more and more excited. I hope to convey to everyone with this piece that true talent and heritage can never be stolen or taken away. A round of thunderous applause erupted on sight, and many were even brought to tears by her strong statement. Well said. Talent cannot be taken away. We support you. Resist the malicious, true heiress. Su Wan is the true talented woman. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, with everyone convinced that the championship belonged to Su Wan, the door to the VIP box on the second floor suddenly swung open. Bang! The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground stood out in the slightly quieted venue. Miss Su speaks very well. A cold, lazy voice filled with endless sarcasm swept through the hall like a cold wind coming from the independent microphone in the box. Talent cannot indeed be taken away. However, what if the talent itself was stolen from others? The venue fell into instant silence. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward the VIP box on the second floor. In the dim light of the box, a tall, slender figure slowly walked out. The girl wore an impeccably tailored black suit jacket over a white silk camisole with fitted black trousers and 10-centimeter stiletto heels. On her face, she wore an exquisitely crafted half-silver mask covering most of her face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally cold peach blossom eyes and luscious red lips. Mysterious, noble, and captivating, she resembled a queen of the dark night. Beside her stood a tall, imposing man with an incredibly intimidating aura. Though the man stood in the shadows, his oppressive presence made it difficult for anyone to dare look directly at him. The 4 master judges on the panel stood up straight, as if they had been electrocuted upon seeing the girl wearing the silver mask, their eyes filled with unmistakable fervor and reverence. She was an existence they revered like a belief in this circle. Z. One elderly judge with gray hair trembled with excitement. The crowd was in an uproar. The live broadcast room crashed instantly. Was this the legendary designer Z, who never showed her face, valued at billions, and whose designs were in high demand worldwide? She was actually such a young, voluptuous woman. And what did she just say? That Su Wan's talent was stolen. The Su Wan who stood on the stage enjoying unparalleled glory turned pale as paper upon hearing that cold voice. Even though the other party wore a mask, those familiar, seemingly all-seeing peach blossom eyes and that ingrained lazy tone. Su Yu. How could it be Su Yu? How could Su Yu possibly be the legendary chief, Judge Z? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Wan screamed in despair, in her heart, her legs going weak, nearly falling on stage. Su Yu looked down from above at Su Wan, who was trembling like a leaf, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of her mouth beneath the mask. She turned her head, glancing at the man beside her, who gazed at her with pride and adoration. Fu Jingtian slightly nodded, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Go, my queen. Take back what belongs to you with interest." Su Yu chuckled lightly, stepping in her high heels as the entire audience looked on in shock, awe, and disbelief. Step by step, she walked down the exclusive staircase from the second-floor box, heading straight for the center of the stage. The moment of judgment has arrived. As the girl in the black attire wearing a silver half-mask stepped onto the stage, the entire National Grand Theater fell silent, as if even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The 4 esteemed judges stood respectfully in a line, welcoming the goddess of their hearts as if they were welcoming a queen. "See, God, it is truly you. I am your loyal fan. To see you in my lifetime, I have no regrets." One elderly French jewelry designer over 70 years old excitedly spoke in somewhat broken Chinese. Su Yu slightly nodded, her tone calm, yet imbued with the pressure of a superior. "Judges, you are being too polite. I am here today merely to clean up the trash in the jewelry design industry." Trash. The audience gasped, all eyes fixed on Su Wan, who stood rigid on stage like a statue. Could the trash Z God referred to be this stunning piece Nirvana? Or was it referring to Soo-won herself? Soo-won's expression was beyond difficult to describe. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her palms drenched in cold sweat. She stared at the masked woman before her, those peach blossom eyes, that figure, and the oppressive aura that instilled fear in her bones. No, impossible. How could Suyu, a village girl who never even attended university, possibly be Z-God? It must be a coincidence. Or Suyu must have hired someone to impersonate her. Z-God. Soo-won forced herself to calm down, struggling to muster a somewhat unnatural smile, even tinged with a questioning tone. You just said my talent was stolen. May I ask what evidence you have? Nirvana is a work I painstakingly created over several months. Although you are a senior, you cannot slander a newcomer's hard work without basis. At this point, Soo-won could only stubbornly refuse to admit it. As long as she denied it fiercely and with no surveillance footage, who could prove that sketchbook belonged to Suyu? Slander. Suyu chuckled softly, her laughter filled with mockery. She walked around the half-finished Nirvana displayed at the center of the stage, then stopped in front of Soo-won. Miss Soo, since you insist that this is your painstakingly created original work, can you tell me why you failed to notice a fatal common error in the design logic? At this statement, the four judges furrowed their brows. A fatal logical error. They had just examined it closely. The piece was deemed perfect. Where could the error be? The online viewers exploded in the live stream. Z-God is deliberately picking a fight, right? Clearly such a perfect piece. Exactly does she bully newcomers just because she's a big shot? Poor Soo-won. Soo-won's heart skipped a beat, but she still forced herself to argue. Impossible. My design is flawless. Z-God, did you misread it? Flawless. Suyu sneered, taking a laser pointer from the host and pointing at the large screen, specifically at the enormous ruby at the center of the design diagram, representing the core of the phoenix. The design concept of Nirvana is rebirth through fire, so you placed all visual focus on this ruby. The surrounding metallic lines employed an extremely intricate hollow winding technique to present the texture of flickering flames. However, when you stole the design, you likely only looked at the surface and did not understand the internal force structure of this diagram. These extremely fine hollow platinum lines cannot bear the weight of this 50-carat ruby. If real-world cutting and embedding were done according to your drawing's proportions, the moment it is worn around the neck, the surrounding metal lines would break due to uneven stress. This is not some reborn phoenix. It is a ticking time bomb that will shatter at any moment. With Suyu's words, the entire venue fell silent. The four esteemed judges immediately gathered in front of the large screen, pulling out magnifying glasses to carefully analyze the stress points. Within a minute, their expressions changed drastically. Z-God is right. The mechanical structure of this embedding method is completely erroneous. It cannot support the actual piece. Oh my, we were completely blinded by its glamorous exterior and made such a basic mistake. Hearing the judge's verdict, Soo-won's face turned ashen instantly. She knew nothing about jewelry mechanical structures. She merely copied from that sketchbook. But, since this is a design with fatal flaws, why was it even drawn? A judge raised a question. Very simple. Suyu mocked, looking at Soo-won. Because this was originally a discarded sketch. After I finished drawing, I realized the stress points were incorrect and casually threw it into the recycling bin. Unexpectedly, Miss Soo took it as a treasure and brought it onto the international competition stage unchanged. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Did she just use the word I? Z-God means that this drawing was created by her. Soo-won is really a thief. The comments in the live stream instantly reversed. Those who had supported Soo-won were left feeling as though they had been slapped and began to furiously insult her for being shameless. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove this is your drawing? Soo-won was already on the brink of collapse. She pointed at Suyu like a madwoman and shouted, "You are just jealous of me. You fraud, pretending to be Z-God. Stubborn to the end, even in dire straits." Suyu shook her head helplessly. Director, please zoom in 50 times on the lower right corner of the design diagram on the big screen. The director immediately complied. The lower right corner of the design diagram on the big screen was quickly magnified. What appeared to be a few randomly intersecting shadow representing fine lines, when magnified 50 times, clearly formed a very unique microsculpture art signature with an anti-counterfeiting code. This signature was hidden in the artwork using special brush techniques and optical principles invisible to the naked eye, only revealing itself under specific magnification and lighting. This signature is the exclusive mark of all my discarded drafts. Suyu coldly looked at the collapsed Soo-won. Miss Soo, don't you even know to wipe your fingerprints clean when you steal? The evidence is irrefutable. The entire venue gasped in shock. Everyone looked at Soo-won with the eyes of a thief and trash. It's over. It's all over. Soo-won collapsed to the ground, mumbling with blank eyes. She knew that her life was completely ruined. Now do you still think I'm a fraud? Suyu chuckled coldly, slowly raising her hand under the incredulous gazes of thousands in the venue and tens of millions of online viewers. Her slender fingers hooked the edge of the silver mask. With a soft thud, the mask slipped off. A breathtakingly beautiful, cold, yet flamboyant, peerless visage was completely exposed under the dazzling spotlight. Silence. A deathly silence. In the Grand National Theater, thousands of audience members, judges, and media reporters seemed collectively frozen in time the moment Suyu removed her mask. The lights illuminated her face, unadorned, yet strikingly beautiful, with her peach blossom eyes coldly glimmering. The tear mole at the corner of her eye served as a finishing touch, exuding an enchanting and noble aura that was impossible to look away from. She stood there quietly without any lavish jewelry, yet she herself was the most dazzling and invaluable artwork in the entire venue. Suyu. A voice from the crowd exclaimed in disbelief, like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, instantly igniting the atmosphere. My God! Z-God is actually Suyu, that so-called genuine heiress who returned from the countryside rough and unrefined. Is this for real, or are we filming a movie? Which countryside bumpkin could grow into such a beauty that could ruin a nation, and also be the world's top jewelry designer? I'm on my knees. I'm really on my knees. Who just said she relied on a man? Her talent alone makes her a top-tier heiress, alright. The offline venue was in total chaos while an even more terrifying storm began to brew online. The moment Suyu's stunning face appeared on the live broadcast, the servers of several streaming platforms issued alarms of being overwhelmed. The barrage of comments flooded the entire screen, making it impossible to see any faces. All my wife. Wife, kill me. Is this really Z-God? Obviously capable of unifying global aesthetics with her beauty, yet she insists on using her talent to crush everyone. Where are Suwon's fans? Come out and take a few steps. You stole the genuine God's discarded work and still dare to act cheeky in front of her. It's hilarious. In less than 5 minutes, hashtags like SuZGod, Suwon stole trash, and genuine heiress revealed soared to the top 10 of trending topics across major social media platforms. The official live broadcast room of the Xingyao Cup crashed as the number of viewers surged to over 100 million, resulting in a complete blackout on screen. Yet the madness at the scene continued. No, you're lying. You're not Z-God. You're just a wild child from the countryside. How could you possibly be the exalted Z-God? Suwon knelt on the stage, her hair disheveled, her exquisite makeup marred by tears and cold sweat, screaming like a deranged ghost. She couldn't accept it. Everything she had painstakingly schemed for, believing she could take a shortcut to the pinnacle of life by stepping on Suyu, turned out to be nothing but garbage discarded by Suyu. This was 1,000 times more painful than dying. Suwon, have you finished acting? Suyu couldn't even spare her a glance, her tone as cold as if she were looking at a corpse. If you think stealing my discarded work makes you a champion, you underestimate the jewelry design industry too much. Moreover, Suyu paused, her cold smile more pronounced. You've been flaunting my discarded work, soliciting investments and sponsorships, and the amount has already reached tens of millions, hasn't it? Suwon's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of unprecedented fear enveloping her. Just then the theater doors swung open once more. Several uniformed police officers strode in with serious expressions, heading straight for the stage. The leading officer produced his badge and said coldly, "We've received multiple reports and have gathered conclusive evidence. You are suspected of serious commercial fraud, infringement of others' intellectual property, and embezzlement, among other charges. The amount involved is substantial. Please cooperate with us for an investigation at the police station." What? Police? Suwon was so scared that she almost collapsed, desperately trying to retreat. No. I didn't commit fraud. That's my work. Let me go. Dad. Mom. Save me. Seated in the back corner of the audience, Su Zhenghua and Shun Hui, who had hoped to see Suwon shine, were now pale with fear, wishing they could vanish into the ground, too scared to show their faces. Involving tens of millions in commercial fraud, if convicted, Suwon would spend her life behind bars. Ignoring Suwon's struggles, the police directly placed cold handcuffs on her and forcibly dragged her off the award stage under the eyes of thousands. The half-finished piece, Nirvana, which had cost Suwon countless efforts and symbolized her vanity and greed, was also knocked to the ground in the chaos, breaking into several pieces, just like her shattered dreams of grandeur. With Suwon's arrest, this farce finally drew to a close. But the celebration belonging to Suyu was just beginning. Z-God. For esteemed judges excitedly surrounded her, their eyes gleaming as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Your discarded work is simply a genius concept. Though there are flaws in the stress points, with slight improvements, it could definitely be a world-shocking masterpiece. Z-God, do you have any thoughts of coming out of retirement soon? Our brand is willing to offer a salary of $50 million per year to hire you as the chief design director. $50 million? What's that? We'll offer $80 million, plus a share of the global sales profits. Watching these normally high and mighty old men arguing red-faced over Su Yu, the jewelers and designers present felt their eyes burning with envy. This is the status of Z God. Su Yu was slightly annoyed by their shouting just as she was about to refuse. A strong hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Immediately an aggressively cold aura enveloped her. The man who had been standing in the shadows at the edge of the stage had she realized moved to her side, possessively holding her. Masters, my apologies. Fu Jingtian looked down at the group of old men, his deep phoenix eyes exuding an undeniable possessiveness and authority. My wife has been very tired lately and needs to rest. She will not accept any offers from brands. The four judges were stunned at this declaration. Wife? Sir, who are you? Fu Jingtian did not answer them, but turned to look at the media reporters who had resumed taking pictures, their flashes going off like crazy. His long fingers gently grasped Su Yu's chin under the gaze of tens of thousands in the audience and millions of netizens who had just regained the broadcast. He leaned down and kissed her deeply. Click, click. Countless blinding flashes of white light illuminated the stage, almost as bright as day. Under the gaze of tens of millions around the globe, Fu Jingting, the most powerful and arrogant man in the capital, kissed the newly revealed Zishan, whose presence had stunned the world with the devotion of a worshipper, both passionately and possessively. Su Yu, caught off guard by his kiss, instinctively tried to struggle, but the man's iron-like arms locked her tightly in his embrace like a cage, leaving her no room to retreat. This man was utterly insane. This was a global live broadcast. It wasn't until Su Yu was almost out of breath that Fu Jingting reluctantly released her swollen, reddened lips. He turned, shielding Su Yu behind him, and swept his deep, cold phoenix eyes across the audience, radiating an absolute authority that commanded the world. Allow me to formally introduce everyone. This is my wife, Mrs. Fu. His low, husky voice, amplified by the microphones, reached every ear clearly. Boom. This time, not only the live audience, but also the streaming room, which had just restored its connection, teetered on the brink of collapse once more. What did I just hear? Fu Jingting, that ruthless Fu Yi of the capital circle, Zishan, is actually married to Fu Yi. What a divine pairing. A union of powerhouses. I'll kill me to celebrate this. A domineering CEO and his mysterious little wife. Even novels wouldn't dare write this. The media reporters on site were nearly driven wild with excitement. This was the most explosive news of the century, bar none. Yet faced with Fu Jingting's icy countenance, which seemed coated in frost, no reporter dared to step forward and ask questions. They could only frantically click their shutters. The four judges exchanged uneasy glances. Fu Jingting's name was renowned even overseas. Offending this man would mean not only failing to hire Zishan, but also risking their brand's continued operation in China. Mr. Fu, I've long admired your reputation. A judge wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trying to salvage the situation. Since Zishan is your wife, our offer to hire her was indeed presumptuous. However, it would be a tremendous loss to the jewelry world if Zishan's talent were not showcased globally. That's not your concern. Fu Jingting cast them an indifferent glance and dropped a bombshell. My wife's talent naturally doesn't require her to work for others. He pulled out his phone, dialed his special assistant Lu Chun, and even put it on speaker. Lu Chun. Yes, President. Lu Chun's crisp voice came through. Notify the legal and invest. Within 10 minutes, I want to see the complete draft contract for the acquisition of Starlight International Jewelry brand. A 30% premium, spare no expense, full acquisition. Yes, President. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone echoed in the deathly silent venue. Everyone was stunned. A full acquisition of the Starlight brand. That was one of the top 5 global luxury jewelry brands worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Fu Jingting was willing to spend hundreds of billions just to prevent his wife from working for someone else. What kind of insane, doting husband was this? Mr. Fu, are you joking? The president of Starlight's China division, seated in the audience, trembled with excitement. A 30% premium for a full acquisition. For their brand, this was a godsend. Not only would they latch onto the Fu Group's powerful backing, but they'd also turn the legendary Zishan into their own boss. Fu Jingting never make casual jokes. Fu Jingting turned to look at the still slightly dazed Su Yu, and the chill in his eyes instantly melted into endless tenderness and adoration. He took the girl's fair, slender hand and placed a reverent kiss on her knuckles. Mrs. Fu, congratulations on your championship. This jewelry company is my wedding gift to you. From now on, you are the sole owner of Starlight. If you love design, all of Starlight's resources are at your disposal. If not, it's just a toy to amuse you when you're bored. My woman doesn't need to bow to anyone. These words were more shocking and moving than any vow of it. The live stream comments turned into a uniform chorus. Help. Where can I get a man who gives away billions as toys to his wife? Fu Yi is mighty. A true wife-protecting maniac. Su Wan must be regretting everything in that police car right now. Huh. So you looked at the man before her, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She had always believed their union was merely a mutually beneficial contract. She provided the antidote for his insomnia, he provided the backing for her revenge. But Fu Jingting had given her far more than the contract stipulated. That kind of unconditional, limitless favor and indulgence was like an impenetrable net gradually enveloping and melting her originally cold, hard heart. Fu Jingting. Su Yu parted her red lips about to speak. Shoo. Fu Jingting pressed his long, slender index finger to her lips, interrupting her. Don't say anything. Just know that in this world, if you want something, even the stars in the sky, I will personally pluck them and place them before you. Come on, the show's over, and the gift's been given. Time to go home. Fu Jingting lifted Su Yu in his arms and strode off the stage amid the fervent, envious gazes of countless people. Behind them, the jewelry world erupted into frenzy and awe, marking the beginning of a romantic legend destined to be etched into the annals of the capital's elite families. The Maybach cruised steadily on the road back to the Fu mansion. Inside the cabin, Su Yu curled up in Fu Jingting's arms, idly playing with the crystal trophy, symbolizing the competition's highest honor. Wasn't today's move a bit too extravagant, President Fu? Su Yu looked up at him with a teasing smile. Spending hundreds of billions just like that? Aren't you afraid of losing money? As long as it makes you happy, even if the Fu Group goes bankrupt, it's worth it. Fu Jingting lowered his head and playfully bit her earlobe. Besides, my wife is Zixin. With you, it's only a matter of time before Starlight's market value doubles. Su Yu, tickled by his bite, shrank her neck. Stop flattering me. But why did you suddenly show up at the competition today? I thought you had an important cross-border video conference this morning. The meeting was postponed. Fu Jingting's expression suddenly turned grave. He tightened his arms around Su Yu, a flicker of worry, and you, something's happened to the old master. The smile on Su Yu's face instantly vanished as she sat up straight. What's wrong with Grandpa Fu? Sudden massive heart failure. Fu Jingting's voice was hoarse with terror, barely containing his inner agitation and panic. The hospital has issued 3 critical notices. The world's top cardiovascular specialists are at a loss. Fu Jingting tightly gripped Su Yu's hand, as if clutching the last straw of hope, his eyes filled with, you must have a way, right? 3 days later, at the entrance of the Supreme Court in the capital city, the sky was overcast, and a light rain fell, as if singing a dirge for a once glorious family. With the gavel strike, the Su Group, once a prominent name in the capital, officially declared bankruptcy and commenced liquidation. Su Wan was sentenced to 10 years in prison for her involvement in a commercial fraud case amounting to tens of millions, with irrefutable evidence presented. The once mighty Su family had utterly fallen into the abyss. Su Yu stood on the steps outside the courthouse holding a transparent umbrella. Dressed in a simple black trench coat, her cold gaze calmly watched as Su Zhenghua and Shun Hui supported each other, staggering out of the courthouse. In just a few days, Su Zhengguo's hair had turned half gray, making him appear a decade older. Shun Hui had lost her previous airs of arrogance, her eyes red and swollen from crying. When they caught sight of Su Yu standing not far away, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Su Zhengguo's eyes. You. Su Zhenghua stumbled down the steps, as if grabbing onto the last straw of hope, disregarding his image as he reached out for Su Yu's hand. You came to see your father, right? You still care about this family, don't you? Su Yu slightly turned aside, avoiding his outstretched hand, her gaze as cold as unmelting ice. Mr. Su, please mind your wording. I am surnamed Su, but I have no relation to your Su family. Su Yu's icy voice was particularly piercing in the rain. I did not come today to see how pitiful you are. I came to reclaim what belongs to my mother. You can't be so heartless. Shun Hui rushed over and knelt in the puddle with a thud, wailing loudly. Wanwan is already in prison, the Su family is bankrupt, and we only have you left. You are now Mrs. Fu, the owner of Xingyao Jewelry. If only you would let Mr. Fu invest in the Su family, just a few $100 billion, the Su family could be revived. You carry the blood of the Su family. Hearing this amount, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, though the amusement never reached her eyes. You truly have taken the meaning of shameless to an extreme. When you brought me back as a tool for an alliance, did you ever consider the blood running through my veins? Did you ever think about familial ties when Su Wan framed me and attacked me online? Su Yu looked down at the two kneeling before her, her peach blossom eyes swirling with a chilling malice. Moreover, what right do you have to talk to me about family ties? Su Yu pulled out a thick stack of documents from her trench coat pocket and tossed them directly into Su Zhengguo's face. Take a good look at what these are. Su Zhenghua trembled as he picked up the water-soaked documents. With just a glance, his face instantly turned ashen, his pupils dilating in terror, as if he had seen something. No, it can't be. Where did you get these? Su Zhenghua stepped back in fear, collapsing on. They were extremely detailed medical evaluation reports, records of private account transfers, and screenshots of a hospital surveillance video from over a decade ago that had been restored. My mother did not suffer from excessive bleeding due to childbirth. You and Shun Hui bribed the doctor to inject her with a drug that caused coagulation dysfunction when she was at her weakest during delivery in order to be together legitimately. Su Yu enunciated each word, each syllable felt like a poisoned knife stabbing deeply into Su Xinghua's heart. Not only did you kill her, but you also forged a will seize the shares and property she left behind, and then cast me away like trash to a remote temple. These pieces of evidence were obtained by hacking into the lower-level database of that private hospital using the hacker alias, while taking 2 whole months to recover the top-secret files. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. The only sound was the rain pattering against the ground. Shunhui collapsed in fear, forgetting even to cry. She could never have imagined that what had been perfectly concealed over a decade ago would be unearthed by Su Yu. What? What do you want to do? Su Zhenghua looked at Su Yu in despair. I have already submitted these pieces of evidence to the police in real time. Intentional homicide, forgery of a will, embezzlement of duties. Su Yu coldly declared their death sentence. For the rest of your lives you will repent in prison. She stepped in front of Su Zhenghua, extending her fair palm. Now hand over the Ocean Star necklace left by my mother and the transfer documents for 30% of the Su Group's original shares. Su Zhenghua trembled all over, knowing he was completely finished. Faced with Su Yu's gaze that seemed to penetrate everything, and Fu Jingting behind her, he had no chance to resist. He shakily retrieved an old velvet box and several pre-signed documents from his inner pocket, handing them. Su Yu took the box and opened it. Inside lay a sapphire necklace emitting a ghostly blue light. It was the only memento her mother had left her in this world. With a click, Su Yu closed the lid, putting away the box and the documents. Su Zhenghua Shenhui, our grievances are now settled. Holding the umbrella, Su Yu turned without a hint of nostalgia and walked down the steps. Behind her, the piercing siren of police cars grew louder as several officers jumped out of the vehicles, pinning the desperate Su Zhenghua and Shenhui to the ground, cuffing them with cold handcuffs. The Su family, a place that had once brought endless pain and humiliation to the original owner, had finally vanished without a trace. Su Yu walked to the roadside where a pure black Maybach had been waiting for a long time. The car door opened, and Fu Jingting sat in the back seat, his deep phoenix eyes quietly watching her. In his gaze there was none of the previous arrogance and coldness, only an imperceptible hint of heartache. Su Yu closed her umbrella and sat inside the car. The cold and domineering aura she had displayed at the courthouse dissipated in an instant as she leaned wearily against the leather seat, closing her eyes. Though her revenge had been taken, she felt no sense of satisfaction as she had imagined. Instead, a sense of emptiness settled in her heart. Suddenly a warm hand gently wrapped around her in a broad and solid embrace. Fu Jingting said nothing but held her tightly, using his warmth to dispel the chill enveloping her. It's all over. The man's deep resonant voice rang in her ear, carrying a reassuring strength. From now on you have me. The Fu mansion is your home. Su Yu's heart trembled slightly, and her nose inexplicably felt a bit sour. She buried her face in the man's chest, which exuded the fragrance of fur, softly responding with a hum. At that tranquil and warm moment, Fu Jingting's phone suddenly emitted an extremely jarring vibration. Fu Jingting answered the call, and his previously gentle expression instantly changed as a terrifying rage erupted from him. What did you say? I'm on my way. Hanging up the phone, Fu Jingting abruptly shouted at the driver in front, to the first hospital of the capital. Hurry, run the red light. Su Yu sat up straight, watching Fu Jingting, whose eyes were bloodshot and body trembling, feeling an ominous premonition rise in her heart. What happened? Fu Jingting gripped the armrest of the seat tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The old master suffered acute heart failure, and the hospital has issued a critical condition notice. The harsh screech of tires echoed in front of the emergency building of the First People's Hospital in the capital. Before the car had even come to a stop, Fu Jingtian had already flung open the door and dashed inside like an enraged leopard. Su Yu closely followed behind him. Watching the man's rigid and slightly staggering figure, her heart ached. As a divine doctor, she knew well that in this world the only thing that could make a man like Fu Jingtian, who remained unflinching in the face of great calamity, lose control in an instant was his dearest family. Fu Jingtian's parents had passed away in a plane crash when he was very young. It was old Master Fu who raised him and fought fiercely to protect him during the brutal family infighting, ensuring he ascended to the position of head of the Fu family. In this world, old Master Fu was his only family, the last thread of connection in his tumultuous soul. President. Outside the rescue room, Lu Chun and several bodyguards from the Fu family were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Fu Jingtian seized Lu Chun by the collar, his eyes bloodshot, as if they would bleed, his voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper. President. Lu Chun trembled in fear. Old Master suddenly suffered from massive heart failure, and there are also complications from multiple organ failure. The dean has already called in the best experts in the hospital, but before Lu Chun could finish, the tightly shut door of the rescue room suddenly swung open. The dean emerged accompanied by several old experts, all of whom were sweating profusely and pale-faced. Mr. Fu. The dean looked at Fu Jingtian, who radiated a terrifying aura. His legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. We did our best. Old Master's heart and lung functions have completely failed. Even if we start ECMO now, it would be futile. You have at most 10 minutes left. You should go in and see Old Master for the last time. Boom. This statement struck Fu Jingtian like a bolt from the blue. He abruptly released Lu Chen's collar, his tall and sturdy frame swaying uncontrollably as he staggered back 2 steps. What did you say? Fu Jingtian fixed an intense gaze on the dean, his deep and narrow phoenix eyes bursting with unprecedented despair and madness. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. A terrifying pressure imbued with a destructive aura surged toward everyone. Impossible. My grandfather cannot die. Fu Jingtian seemed to go mad, grabbing the dean's white coat and lifting him off the ground, screaming hysterically, "You bunch of quacks. If you can't save my grandfather, I will make all of you this hospital pay for it with your lives." The intense provocation and overwhelming grief caused Fu Jingtian's long-suppressed mania to erupt completely. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a killing deity risen from hell. A few bodyguards attempted to restrain him, but he mercilessly hurled them away like sandbags, crashing heavily against the wall. Fu Jingtian. Just as the dean was on the verge of being choked to death, Suyu rushed forward and hugged the man around the waist. "Let him go. You will choke him to death. Choking him won't bring your grandfather back." Suyu shouted loudly, trying to bring him back to his senses. However, Fu Jingtian, consumed by rage, could not hear anyone's words. The malice within him surged like a flood, eager to destroy everything in sight. He swung his arm violently, trying to throw Suyu off. Although Suyu was highly skilled, the inherent strength difference between men and women, coupled with her unwillingness to use excessive force against Fu Jingtian, caused her to stumble back, her back crashing heavily against the cold wall. Hiss! Suyu gasped in pain. This muffled groan, though extremely faint, struck like a heavy hammer, miraculously breaking through the thick barrier of rage in Fu Jingtian's mind. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Suyu, who was clutching her shoulder with a frown. "You." The redness in Fu Jingtian's eyes faded slightly, replaced by overwhelming panic and heart. He released the dean, who was rolling his eyes, and rushed to tightly embrace Suyu, his hands trembling. I'm sorry, Yu, I didn't mean to hurt you. I can't control myself. I should die. I truly should die." Fu Jingtian, like a child who had done something wrong, buried his head in Suyu's neck, his eyes red. He howled like a trapped beast. I only have my grandfather left. I can't lose him." Suyu's heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped by something painful enough to take her breath away. She had grown accustomed to seeing this man's decisiveness and ruthlessness in the business world, and had also grown used to his domineering obsession and mindless pampering in front of her. But she had never seen him so vulnerable and helpless. Even in the face of a critical illness, notice this imperious billionaire was merely an ordinary person afraid of losing a loved one. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suyu, suppressing the pain in her back, raised her hand and gently stroked the man's back, soothing his agitated soul again and again. She looked up, and in her cold peach blossom eyes a determined and sharp light flickered. "Go issue the highest level bounty on the Hacker Alliance." Suddenly, Suyu turned to Lu Chun, who was already dumbfounded beside her, and coldly ordered. "Huh? What bounty?" Lu Chun was taken aback. "Just say that the helmsman of the Fu Corporation in the capital, Fu Jingtian, is offering a bounty of 10 billion to seek the divine Dr. Qianmian to save someone." Suyu declared decisively. "Immediately. Right now?" The dean shook his head frantically beside her, a look of despair on his face. "It's useless, Mrs. Fu. Old Master's heart has completely failed. Don't say it's divine Dr. Qianmian. Even if Hua Tuo were alive or a celestial descendant, they could—" "Shut your crow's mouth." Suyu glared at the dean fiercely, her terrifying aura surpassing even Fu Jingtian's by a few degrees. "If you can't save him, it's because of your lack of skill. In this world, as long as divine Dr. Qianmian wants to save someone, even the king of hell cannot take them away." Listening to Suyu's almost arrogant words, not only the dean and the experts, but even Lu Chun found it hard to believe. Yet Fu Jingtian seemed to have grasped the last glimmer of hope. He suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of light passing through his bloodshot eyes. "Lu Chun, hurry up and post the bounty. Raise the amount to 100 billion. Fu Jingtian. "Yes, President." Lu Chun scrambled away to get it done. However, everyone knew in their hearts that while posting a bounty was easy, finding that elusive and eccentric divine Dr. Qianmian within 10 minutes was harder than reaching the sky. Time passed by second by second. In front of the rescue room, there was a deathly silence. 2 minutes later. "I need to go to the restroom. 100 billion in consultation fees, I accept." This cold yet slightly hoarse voice echoed in the corridor, as if a thunderbolt struck the ground, instantly stunning everyone. "Qianmian. Are you really the legendary divine Dr. Qianmian?" The dean was the first to react, staring intently at the iconic half-crying, half-smiling Eerie mask, his voice trembling with excitement. In the medical field, if the pinnacle of Western medicine is overseas, then the supreme myth of traditional Chinese medicine is this elusive, androgynous divine, Dr. Qian Mian. It is said that as long as this person is willing to make a move, even if there is only a breath left, they can forcibly snatch life back from the hands of the king of hell. Step aside. Under the mask, Su Yu ignored the dean's excitement. Time was of the essence. Changing into this pre-prepared outfit had already delayed her for nearly a minute, and the old man's heart and lung function could stop at any moment. Fu Jingting looked at the black-clothed figure wearing the ghost mask before him, a complex emotion flashing in his deep gaze. The figure's form. Why did it feel so familiar? Especially those eyes peeking out from under the mask, cold and proud, exuding a strange power that could calm one's heart, making him feel an odd sense of déjà vu. It was strikingly similar to Su Yu, who had just gone to the restroom. But how could that be possible? Su Yu was only 20. How could she be the renowned divine Dr. Qian Mian, known worldwide for years? Dr. Qian Mian. Fu Jingting suppressed his doubts and impatience, striding forward, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a barely perceptible plea. As long as you can save my grandfather, not only the 100 billion, but even my life and half of the Fu Corporation's shares, you can take them. In this world, this was the first person who could make the young master of the Beijing elite lower his voice. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly beneath the mask. This guy really is reckless. 100 billion in consultation fees, plus half of the shares. Does he not fear that she might abscond with the money? However, it also shows how much weight the old man held in his heart. No need. Just prepare the money. Su Yu coldly threw out this line and walked straight toward the door of the emergency room. Wait. Just as Su Yu was about to push the door open, an elderly Western cardiologist with a head full of silver hair suddenly stepped forward and blocked her. Dean, Mr. Fu, this is too absurd. The old expert's face was filled with disbelief and anger. The old man's heart has completely failed. Even the most advanced equipment in the world is powerless to help. Are you now putting your hopes on a masked quack who doesn't even have a medical license? Isn't this just speeding up the old man's death? Other Western medical experts echoed in agreement. Yes. How could acupuncture and cupping possibly treat organic heart failure? What if an accident occurs? Who will take responsibility? In their view, traditional Chinese medicine was pseudoscience. Moreover, this person didn't even dare to show their true face. Oh, wasn't this just a charlatan? Get out of the way. So you didn't even glance at the old expert, merely coldly uttering 2 words. What kind of attitude is that? Do you understand what medical rigor means? The old expert was furious, about to argue further. Bang! Before the old expert could finish speaking, Fu Jingting suddenly kicked a medical cart nearby. The heavy metal cart crashed loudly against the wall, splintering into pieces. The entire room fell into silence. I will say this one last time. Fu Jingting turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, as he glared at the group of terrified experts, resembling a ferocious ancient beast on the verge of going berserk. Whoever dares to stop her, I will make them die. Absolute power and a murderous aura instantly suppressed all doubts. The experts were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, watching helplessly as the figure in the ghost mask pushed open the emergency room door. Inside the emergency room, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. The heart rate curve on the monitor had already turned into an extremely weak wave line, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds, about to become a straight line, symbolizing death. Several nurses were conducting the final Hansenly CPR, but the old man's face had turned gray, showing no response. Everyone stepped back. Su Yu quickly walked to the bedside, her voice cold and authoritative. The nurses froze for a moment, unsure whether to listen to this mysterious person's words. Listen to her. Everyone cooperate with her. The dean shouted as he rushed in. Without hesitation, Su Yu tore open the old man's hospital gown. At the same time, she pulled out an ancient black wooden box from the large pocket of her black coat. The box opened, revealing 36 silver needles of varying lengths, shimmering with a chilling glow. If during her previous rescue of the old lady at the Junlan Hotel, she only used 30% of her strength, now facing the old man, whose heart had completely stopped, she had to go all out. Su Yu took a deep breath, her hands darting out like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 longest silver needles accurately pierced the old man's 3 vital acupoints, Shinfeng, Lingshu, and Zigong. Nonsense. Those are vital points. You're killing him. The elderly Western expert who had just entered was so frightened by this scene that he lost his mind and couldn't help but scream. Shut up. Su Yu scolded sharply, her hands never pausing in their movements. Her hands flitted over the silver needles like a butterfly dancing among flowers, each pluck accompanied by an extremely peculiar tremor. Faintly, it seemed as if an invisible weak airflow was slowly being injected into the old man's body along the silver needles. This was the peak of the long-lost acupuncture technique. 13 Ghost Needles of Lethal Connection. It is said that this needle technique can only be performed with extremely profound internal qi from traditional Chinese medicine, forcibly stimulating the extraordinary meridians at the moment when a person's life force is extinguished, pulling them back from the gates of hell. This is also why this needle technique was lost, as no one in modern times could cultivate the so-called internal qi. But Suyu could. She had learned this secret art from a mysterious old Taoist in the countryside for over a decade, and had long since integrated it. As the silver needles continued to pierce the atmosphere in the emergency room became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the heart monitor. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The monitor still displayed a glaring straight line, the alarm ringing like a death knell, tormenting everyone's nerves. I said traditional Chinese medicine is a scam. This is completely over. The old expert shook his head in despair. However, there was no panic on Suyu's masked face. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead, and her face had turned pale. Performing this miraculous needle technique consumed immense mental and physical energy. At the moment the last silver needle pierced the old man's biwi acupoint on top of his head, Suyu bit her tongue, using the sharp pain to stimulate and frantically inject the last trace of internal qi into the silver needle through her fingertips. Rise, Suyu shouted softly. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor, which had been emitting a long alarm, suddenly produced an extremely weak heartbeat sound. Immediately after, the straight line, symbolizing death, miraculously showed a small peak. Although weak, it was a miracle of life. The heartbeat has returned. A nurse screamed in excitement, tears streaming down her face. Soon after, the peaks on the monitor became denser, and all life signs began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. The old man, who had originally looked ashen, miraculously gasped for air, and his chest began to heave violently. He was brought back from the dead. All the Western medical experts in the emergency room, including the dean, looked at the figure in the ghost mask standing by the bedside, as if she were a monster. How is this possible? This is completely against the principles of modern medicine. The old expert, who had shouted the loudest before, now felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the ground, his worldview shattered. This was not curing a disease, it was almost snatching lives from the king of hell. So you looked at the gradually stabilizing electrocardiogram and let out a long sigh of relief. But at the same time, an intense feeling of dizziness overwhelmed her. The excessive depletion of her strength and internal qi had pushed her body to its limits. She felt her vision darken, her body uncontrollably tilting backward. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open. A tall and imposing figure rushed in with incredible speed, catching her securely in a broad and warm embrace. That familiar scent of fur made Suyu's body, which had initially wanted to struggle, relax instantly. Dr. Qianmian. Fu Jingting looked at the unconscious, mysterious figure in his arms, just about to express his gratitude, only to find that, due to Suyu's sudden collapse, the loosely affixed ghost mask on her face unexpectedly slipped off with a thud and fell to the ground. Beneath the mask, that face, pale as paper from extreme exhaustion, yet still breathtakingly beautiful, was fully exposed to Fu Jingting's gaze. In the emergency room, time seemed to be paused. Fu Jingtian held the unconscious girl in his arms, his deep pupils trembling violently, his mind blank for several seconds. Suyu, this thousand-faced divine doctor, revered by the entire medical community for saving his grandfather, is actually his newlywed wife Suyu. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind. No wonder she could expertly lull him to sleep during his manic episodes when his head throbbed with pain. No wonder she always faced the pressures from the Gu and Su families with an air of confidence, as if she had nothing to fear. Top hacker Z, internationally renowned jewelry designer, and now the legendary divine Dr. Thousand-Faced. Fu Jingtian felt his heart was undergoing an 8-point earthquake. After the shock, an indescribable mix of overwhelming joy and shock surged within him, alongside an intense heartache that felt like a knife cutting through him upon seeing her pale face. Thousand-Faced Doctor, what happened to you? The surrounding medical experts finally snapped out of their extreme shock at the old man's miraculous revival, looking at the black-clad person in Fu Jingtian's arms, eager to check on her condition. Get away! Fu Jingtian, as if awakened from a dream, reacted with utmost swiftness. He forcefully pressed Suyu's face against his chest, wrapping her tightly. With his oversized black coat, his movements domineering and forceful, not allowing anyone to see her true face. He understood the immense influence of the thousand-faced alias, internationally unaware of how many high-ranking officials and top tycoons were secretly offering bounties for her. Once Suyu's identity was exposed, she would face countless troubles and even dangers. She is his wife, his reverse scale. He would never allow anyone to put her in jeopardy. Mr. Fu, the thousand-faced doctor, must have overexerted herself while saving the old man. Let us check on her. The anxious hospital director said, their gazes toward the black-clad figure filled with reverence. I said get away, can't you understand? Fu Jingtian lifted his head, his cold phoenix eyes radiating an undeniable aura of menace. My people do not need your quacks to touch. This. The old experts exchanged glances, although insulted as quacks they didn't dare to utter a sound. After all, they had just watched someone bring the dead back to life, who compared to her they were indeed quacks. Thud. The Western medical expert who had just boasted that traditional Chinese medicine was a scam knelt directly before Fu Jingtian. Mr. Fu, please, once the thousand-faced doctor wakes up, help me introduce her. I am willing to give everything, begging her to take me as her disciple. Even if it means being a mere assistant, that acupuncture technique was truly a miracle in the history of medicine. The old expert's tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, Mr. Fu, please help us make an introduction. The other experts also bowed deeply. They had pursued the pinnacle of medicine all their lives, and today they finally witnessed what it meant to truly revive the dead. As long as they could learn even a fraction of that acupuncture technique, it would be enough to immortalize their names in the medical world. Taking disciples. Fu Jingtian let out a cold laugh, looking at the girl in his arms, whose brows were slightly furrowed from exhaustion, a hint of possessive dominance flashing in his eyes. Not a chance. His wife was so worn out, how could she find the time to teach these old men? The thousand-faced doctor has a solitary personality and never sees guests. If it weren't for the 100 billion bounty from the Fu family today, she wouldn't have shown up at all. Fu Jingtian shot them a cold glance, his tone filled with warning. Everything that happened in this emergency room today, if anyone dares to leak even a word, I, Fu Jingtian, guarantee that they will never hold a scalpel for the rest of their lives. The entire place fell silent, everyone nodding in agreement. Lu Chun. Fu Jingtian shouted towards the door. President. Lu Chun rushed in with his team. Take over the hospital's security, transfer the old man to the VIP intensive care unit, and assign the most elite bodyguards to guard him 24 hours a day. Without my orders, no one is allowed to visit. Fu Jingtian swiftly issued commands, then carefully picked up Suyu, cradling her as if she were prepare the car. Return to the Fu mansion. At the Fu mansion, in the master bedroom, the lights were dimmed to the lowest setting, and a faint calming fragrance filled the air. Fu Jingtian sat by the bed, holding a warm towel, gently wiping away the residual cold sweat from Suyu's forehead. The girl remained in a deep sleep. Having removed the oversized black coat and mask, she transformed back into the delicate little wife, who seemed impossibly soft in his embrace. Yet her pale complexion caused Fu Jingtian's heart to ache painfully. You little liar. Fu Jingtian's voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with a hint of helpless affection and deep emotion. His slender fingers gently caressed Suyu's exquisite cheek, his gaze filled with a morbid obsession. How many more surprises did she hold that he was unaware of? Every time he thought he understood her well enough to have her completely in his grasp, she would inevitably shatter his perceptions with a more dazzling and shocking display. She is Z and thousand-faced. She is like a mountain of endless treasures, drawing him deeper into her depths, unable to extricate himself. No matter who you are, no matter how many secrets you hold, since you have provoked me, you will never escape my grasp for the rest of your life. Fu Jingtian lowered his head, pressing a deep kiss onto the girl's pale lips, as if branding his own exclusive mark upon her. At that moment, the girl on the bed suddenly let out a faint whimper. Suyu slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. The emptiness from overexerting her internal energy made even moving a finger feel strenuous. Awake. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Fu Jingtian immediately grasped her hand tightly, his deep eyes filled with concern. Suyu was momentarily stunned, memories flooding back like a tide. She remembered performing the Ghost Gate 13 needles in the emergency room, saving the old man, and then everything went black, and she fainted. Wait. Suyu's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively reached for her face. It was empty. The mask was gone. She turned sharply to look at Fu Jingtian, only to meet his eyes, which sparkled with a mix of amusement, depth, and aggression. What's the matter, Mrs. Fu? Are you looking for this? Fu Jingtian picked up the strange thousand-faced mask from the bedside table, playing with it in his hands, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suyu's heart sank to the depths. It was over. Her disguise was thoroughly blown. She had calculated everything, but never expected to faint from exhaustion, and for this man to charge into the emergency room. Cough, cough. Suyu awkwardly coughed a couple of times, trying to mask her inner turmoil and feigned calmness as she diverted her gaze. Mr. Fu, since you already know, let's discuss that. That 100 billion consultation fee, shall we? 100 billion. Fu Jingtian scoffed, casually tossing the mask aside. He suddenly leaned in his hands, bracing on either side of her, his tall and imposing figure completely over. Mrs. Fu, you have deceived me so profoundly. The man's voice was hauntingly hoarse, the long-suppressed desire to possess and passion erupting like a volcano. He looked down at the girl in his arms who resembled a lamb ready for slaughter, his gaze so dangerous it made one's heart tremble. Since you saved my grandfather's life, 100 billion is too commonplace. How about I offer my entire being as payment instead? Fu Jingshan's words meet compensation echoed in Su Yu's ears like a heavy bomb. She gazed into the man's phoenix eyes which had turned crimson from suppressed desire and possessiveness, and her heart raced uncontrollably. This man must be crazy. He doesn't want 1,000 billion, but wants a person. Fu Jingtian, stop messing around. I just saved your grandfather, am currently a patient. Su Yu attempted to reason with him, pressing her hands against the man's hard, hot chest, trying to push him away. Fu Jingtian not only did not back down, but instead lowered his body further, his deep-set eyes burning with a dangerous dark fire. If you truly are a powerless patient, how could you have executed the ghostly 13 needles, a technique that even medical experts marvel at, in just a few minutes? The man's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an aggressive sense of oppression. Su Yu, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Fu Jingshan's long fingers gently traced her delicate collarbone, sending a shiver through her. Top hacker Z, chief judge of the Xingyao Cup, the miraculous Dr. Qian Mian. How many souls capable of driving the world mad are hidden within your petite body? Su Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly tell him that she had been trained by several eccentric masters in the countryside, could she? You have hidden things from me, Madame Fu. Fu Jingtian suddenly let out a low laugh, but there was little amusement in it, rather it carried a chilling obsession. Seeing me frantic like a madman over my grandfather's illness, do you find it amusing? Seeing me spend hundreds of billions to protect you, do you think I look foolish? I didn't. Su Yu immediately retorted, looking into the man's eyes where a sickly madness lurked. She suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. I never intended to deceive you, I just didn't know how to explain. Moreover, grandfather's illness struck too suddenly. If I had directly said I am Qian Mian, would you have believed me? Would those experts have allowed me into the emergency room? So you wore a mask and faced the ridicule and difficulties from those experts alone. You risked your life to perform that exhausting technique by yourself. Fu Jingshan's voice suddenly raised a few octaves, his eyes reddening with extreme anger and sorrow. Su Yu, have you never regarded me as your husband? Do you think you are invincible and can bear everything alone? Su Yu was taken aback. She looked into the man's eyes that seemed to want to devour her, seeing the unmasked pain and guilt within her heart. It turned out that he was not angry because she concealed her identity, but because she faced danger alone, angry that she did not rely on him. This tyrant, ruthless and decisive in the business world, felt wronged and angry at this moment because of her. Su Yu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Used to facing darkness and hatred alone, she had never thought there would come a day when someone would stand before her, domineeringly demanding that she shed all her disguises and strengths and entrust everything to him. Fu Jingtian. Su Yu suddenly reached out her hands and wrapped them around the man's neck. This action instantly extinguished most of Fu Jingshan's anger. I have never found you amusing, nor have I ever thought you were foolish. Su Yu looked into his eyes, her tone unprecedentedly serious and gentle. When you held me outside the courthouse, when you said the Fu Mansion is my home, when you rushed into the emergency room to catch me. Su Yu paused, a faint blush appearing on her exquisite cheeks. Fu Jingtian, I admit I was moved by you. Even. Just a little bit touched. Boom. This sentence struck Fu Jingshan's reason and defenses like a thunderbolt. Su Yu said this. Fu Jingshan's voice was hoarse, as if it could bleed. The last trace of restraint in his eyes shattered completely. Like a long-hungry beast, he suddenly lowered his head and fiercely sealed the girl's luscious red lips. Unlike any previous tentative or punitive kiss, this one was filled with extreme plunder and morbid. He forcefully pried open her lips, sweeping through every corner of her mouth, like a raging storm devouring all her breath and reason. Su Yu let out a muffled groan, wanting to struggle, but the man pinned her hands above her head. Fu Jingshan's kiss traveled down her chin, leaving one distinct, sovereignty-asserting mark after another on her long, fair swan neck. You are mine. Su Yu, you can only be mine. The man's whisper echoed like a spell in the room. He tore at her clothes, the movements rough, yet tempered with extreme restraint and tenderness. The moment he touched her skin, as if handling a fragile, priceless treasure. Su Yu felt like a leaf swaying on a lonely boat in a storm, completely losing control over her body. Under this man's extreme favoritism and crazed possessiveness, she could not resist. Deep inside, she even gave birth to a hidden sense of acquiescence. Outside, the rain continued to fall, thunder rumbling. Inside the master bedroom of the Fu Mansion, spring was boundless. All disguises and facades completely melted away that night. In this world, the top hacker, designer, and miraculous doctor ultimately could not escape the gentle trap of the coldest tyrant in the capital, named extreme favoritism. Volume 1 end. The first pale ray of dawn slipped through the vast floor-to-ceiling window, spilling across the disheveled obsidian bed in the master suite of the Fu Mansion. The moment she stirred, agony surged through her. Her body felt as though crushed repeatedly by a heavy freight truck, especially her waist, which ached so fiercely she lacked the strength even to lift her arms. HSS. Suyu instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Memories of last night, wild, unrestrained, tempestuous, flashed through her mind like a flickering lantern reel. This man who normally appeared ascetic and aloof, like a divine being untouched by mortal desire. Who could have imagined that once entangled he would transform into a ravenous beast starved for 800 years? Awake, Mrs. Fu. A low, husky voice, rich with unmistakable satiety, resonated from directly above her. Suyu lifted her gaze and met a pair of eyes deep as the ocean. Fu Jingting lay beside her, propped up on one elbow. His face, sculpted as if by the hand of God, bore none of its usual icy severity or ruthless fury. Instead, an effortless languor softened his features, overlaid with an unmasked profound satisfaction. His arm, muscled with sculpted power, lay possessively across her waist, locking her securely within his embrace, like a dragon guarding its most treasured hoard. "Remove your hand." Suyu glared at him, her voice still raspy. "It's unbearable." "No." The man who had once flown into violent rage at the mere brush of a sleeve, the coldest, most bloodless tyrant of the capital elite, now clung to her like a shameless, devoted shadow. Not only did he refuse to release her, he buried his face in the hollow of her neck and inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the delicate fragrance clinging to her skin. "I could hold you forever," Fu Jingting murmured, his thin lips grazing the slender ivory curve of her neck, sending shivers rippling across her skin. "Fu Jingting, are you part dog?" Suyu stared at the intimate crimson marks blooming across her collarbone, teeth clenched in exasperation. How was she possibly going to step outside today? "What sign I am born under, Mrs. Fu? You experienced quite thoroughly last night, didn't you?" Fu Jingting chuckled softly. The vibration of his chest pulsed gently against her through the thin fabric. He tilted his head slightly, his phoenix-shaped eyes gleaming with dangerous, smoldering fire. "If you feel the experience wasn't profound enough, I'd be honored to deepen it further." As he spoke, his large hand began to wander restlessly. "Stop." Suyu snatched his wrist in panic, eyes wide with alarm. "Fu Jingting, we need ground rules." "Oh." He arched a brow, intrigued. "Go on." "First, no more of last night's behavior. Absolutely no touching without my explicit consent." Suyu flushed crimson as she spat the words, jaw tight. "I'm still recovering. I exhausted myself yesterday, saving grandfather." At the phrase, exhausted herself, the warmth vanished from Fu Jingting's eyes, replaced by deep sorrow and quiet remorse. Last night, overwhelming elation and raw possessiveness had clouded his judgment, and her whispered confession, "I'm starting to feel something," had shattered his restraint entirely. Agreed. First rule accepted. He leaned in, brushing the softest kiss against her brow. "I lost control last night. I'm sorry, Yu. Unless you willingly invite me, I will never touch you again." Suyu blinked, stunned. She hadn't expected this domineering man to yield so readily. And the second rule? Fu Jingting couldn't resist pinching her cheek, captivated by her dazed expression. "Second, my identity as Shun Yi Qian Mian, the divine physician with 1,000 faces, must remain absolutely secret." Her tone turned grave. "The Qian Mian alias draws far too many eyes. International factions watch it closely, silently, relentlessly. Exposure wouldn't just endanger me. It would drag the Fu family into unnecessary peril. The innocent bear blame when they possess something coveted." That was why she'd kept her identity veiled all along. Granted. Fu Jingting's gaze hardened, icy razor sharp. "The senior physicians in the operating room last night. Lu Chun has already paid them a visit. No one under my protection falls prey to harm. Should those factions dare approach, they'll vanish before they ever reach our threshold. But since you prefer discretion, I'll honor your wishes completely." In his subconscious, Suyu remained the fragile woman he needed to shield beneath his wings. Though her medical mastery defied nature itself against absolute force and capital, even transcendent skill could not serve as a weapon. Watching the unyielding authority in his eyes, Suyu felt a quiet warmth bloom in her chest. "And the third?" Fu Jingting drew her closer, cradling her tighter. "Third." She rolled her eyes playfully. "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do." "Fine." He agreed instantly, then suddenly rolled over, bracing himself on both hands above her, gazing down with a devilishly charming smile curling at his lips. "Mrs. Fu has finished her 3 commandments. Now, shall we fulfill your wifely duties?" Suyu's instinct screamed warning. "You just swore to the first rule, no unsanctioned advances." "I never said I'd advance improperly," Fu Jingting replied, blinking innocently, his cunning, self-assured demeanor utterly at odds with the ruthless tyrant rumored across the capital. "I stood outside the emergency room all night, skipped dinner entirely. Doesn't Mrs. Fu owe me breakfast as her wifely duty?" "Suyu." Seeing the triumphant glint in his eyes, she seized the pillow beside her and hurled it at him. Fu Jingting, you're despicable. Half an hour later, Suyu wore a high-necked white cashmere turtleneck, just enough to conceal the tender, intimate marks along her throat, as she followed Fu Jingting downstairs to the dining room. The table was already laden with an opulent breakfast spread. Lu Qin stood nearby observing his CEO, radiant, energized, and the CEO's wife, tired yet glowing with rosy charm, and instantly understood everything. Good morning, President Fu, Madam Fu. Lu Qin beamed, voice booming. Morning, Suyu murmured, tugging self-consciously at her collar. Fu Jingting pulled out her chair, seated her gracefully, then settled beside her. Without hesitation, he picked up a crystal dumpling, dipped it lightly in vinegar, and held it to her lips. Open up. Suyu blushed, faintly staring at the dumpling hovering before her. I can manage myself. Your arms ache. I'll feed you. He spoke with such earnest conviction, and a hint of wounded pride. Have you truly discarded me now the moment you've used me? Unable to withstand his clingy affection any longer, Suyu surrendered, parting her lips to accept the dumpling. Lu Qin watched dumbfounded. Was this really the same CEO whose extreme germophobia led him to fire staff for merely brushing his cutlery? This was no tyrant. He was a devoted, tail-wagging hound. By the way, how is grandfather faring? Suyu asked between bites. At the mention of the elder, Fu Jingting's expression sobered slightly. All vital signs have stabilized. Your acupuncture technique, it borders on divine intervention. His profound gaze lingered on her, still awestruck. Yet he remains in intensive care, unconscious. That's perfectly normal. Organ hypoxia following cardiac arrest requires time for natural recovery. He'll awaken no later than tomorrow afternoon, Suyu declared with unwavering confidence. Yes, I trust you utterly. Fu Jingting clasped her hand. Just then Lu Qin's phone vibrated sharply. He glanced at the screen, his expression darkening. President, he murmured, stepping close to Fu Jingting's ear, second uncle and his entire family returned from abroad this morning. They claim they heard of grandfather's critical condition and are en route to the hospital for an immediate visit. They'll arrive at the main gate shortly. The tenderness vanished from Fu Jingting's face, replaced by glacial cold and lethal intent. Second uncle. Fu Jingting sneered. I informed no one. Yet his intelligence is remarkably. Fu family's second patriarch, Fu Jingting's paternal uncle, was the sole survivor of the clan's internal power struggle, having fled overseas years ago to rebuild his strength. His sudden return at this precise moment signaled far more than concern for a sick relative. Suyu set down her chopsticks, the cool, sharp light of her peach blossom eyes flashing with incisive clarity. It seemed the petty schemers of the Su family had barely been dealt with before the Fu family's hidden traitor eagerly delivered himself to his own execution. Fu Tingyao, the second master of the Fu family, was a ruthless figure whose name alone could make the older generation in Beijing's elite circles tremble. Back when the old patriarch of the Fu conglomerate, Grandmaster Fu himself, stepped down from the front lines preparing to hand over the reins to the young Fu Jingting, Fu Tingyao allied with several powerful executives to launch a brutal coup for control. That internal strife nearly brought the century-old Fu conglomerate to its knees. In the end, it was the 20-year-old Fu Jingting who with an iron fist and merciless resolve carved a bloody path to victory. He single-handedly turned the tide, sending every rebellious executive to prison. Only his uncle Fu Tingyao was spared at the old man's desperate plea, exiled to an overseas subsidiary and banned from ever setting foot in the capital again. And now he had returned. Prepare the car. To the hospital. Fu Jingting pulled a tissue and wiped his hands with exquisite elegance, yet the temperature around him seemed to plummet to freezing. Yes. Lu Qin immediately turned to make arrangements. Suyu stood up, grabbing the black trench coat draped over the chair. They'll go with you. No need. Fu Jingting turned, draping the coat gently over her shoulders, the chill in his eyes melting into tenderness as he looked at her. The hospital must be a mess right now. You were exhausted last night. Stay at the mansion and rest. That uncle of mine is nothing but a clown. I can crush him with a flick of my finger. No need to dirty your eyes. Fu Jingting. Suyu grabbed his wrist, her clear, cold eyes locking onto his. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday when we got our marriage certificate? Since I am Mrs. Fu, your troubles are my troubles. Besides, she had saved the old master. Though he was out of immediate danger, he was still extremely weak. If someone as venomous as Fu Tingyao provoked him, now the consequences would be dire. As the attending physician, she had to be there. Seeing the unyielding determination in the girl's eyes, Fu Jingting felt something slam violently against his heart. From childhood to adulthood, everyone had either feared him, fawned over him, schemed against him, or betrayed him. Never had anyone dared to stand so steadfastly by his side, vowing to face trouble together. Fu Jingting wrapped his hand around her soft one. Together then. The VIP intensive care unit of Beijing's First People's Hospital. The corridor was now packed, the atmosphere thick with tension. Besides the dozens of black-suited bodyguards Fu Jingting had stationed at the other end, stood a dozen flamboyantly dressed guards with arrogant expressions. At the center of that entourage stood a man in his 50s clad in an expensive bespoke suit and leaning on a gold-thread Nanmu cane. His features bore a faint resemblance to Fu Jingting's, but his eyes gleamed with a viper-like cunning and malice. This man was none other than Fu Tingyao, the second master of the Fu family. Beside him stood his son Fu Shaoheng and a white-haired foreign man with a medical kit. Second master, the CEO has ordered that no one is to visit the old master without his permission. Please don't make this difficult for us. Zhang Long, the head bodyguard, stood firm with his men blocking the door. How dare you? Fu Shaoheng jabbed a finger at Zhang Long, cursing. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to stop my father? The man in there is my own grandfather. What is Fu Jingting plotting? Why seal off the news and keep us out? For all we know, he's already killed grandfather. Shaoheng, mind your words, Fu Tingyao scolded hypocritically, but there was no reproach in his eyes. He had dared to force his way back to the country because he had inside intel the old man had suffered a sudden cardiac failure last night, and not even a celestial being could save him. Once the old man was dead, Fu Jingting, that madman with severe mental issues, would lose his only weakness and restraint. Then at the family council, he could not only seize the fortune, but also have Fu Jingting committed to a mental institution. Captain Zhang, is it? Fu Tingyao stepped forward, leaning on his cane, his face a mask of grief. My elder brother is critically ill, and his brother flew back overnight. Do I not even have the right to see him one last time? Jingting, no matter how much he guards against me, he shouldn't gamble with his grandfather's life. I've brought the world's top cardiovascular expert, Professor Smith. Fu Tingyao gestured to the foreign old man behind him. If Jingting truly cares, he should step aside and not delay the critical treatment. Zhang Long stood like an iron tower, unmoved. Sorry, second master. The CEO ordered that not even a fly is allowed in. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Break down the door. Fu Shaoheng commanded, and the dozen guards lunged forward like wolves. Who dares to move? Just as the two sides were about to clash, a voice as cold as a Siberian blizzard rang out at the end of the corridor. Everyone froze. Fu Tingyao whipped his head around. At the far end of the hall, Fu Jingting, clad in a pure black bespoke suit, strode forward like an Azura returning from hell, each step radiating an oppressive, crushing aura. The moment they saw Fu Jingting, Fu Tingyao and Fu Shaoheng's eyes flickered with uncontrollable fear. The terrifying image of this man's bloody rampage years ago was still a nightmare for the father and son. Yet when Fu Tingyou's gaze fell on the girl walking hand in hand beside Fu Jingting, he was momentarily. She was stunningly beautiful, yet dressed with understated elegance, her brows carrying a cool composure that belied her age. Jingting, you've finally come. Fu Tingyao quickly masked his shock with a hypocritical elder's smile. What is the meaning of this? Your grandfather is critically ill, and not only do you fail to notify the family, but you station guards to keep everyone out. Are you trying to murder your own grandfather? Fu Tingyao wasted no time in slapping a heavy accusation on him. Uncle, you can eat your words carelessly, but you can't speak them carelessly. Fu Jingting walked to the door, his deep phoenix eyes sweeping coldly over the father and son. Whether I've murdered grandfather or not, I owe you no explanation. But you, uncle, defied the old master's ban and sneaked back to the capital. Who gave you the nerve? You. Exposed in front of everyone, Fu Tingyou's face flushed with humiliation, but he quickly regained his composure. I heard you rejected the hospital's expert rescue plan and brought in a quack Chinese doctor without a license into the emergency room. Fu Tingyao let out a cold laugh. Jingting, I know you're gravely ill, and you usually act crazy, but on a matter of life and death, how could you be so foolish? For the sake of the Fu family's legacy and the old man's safety, I must take Professor Smith in to uncover the truth. If you dare stop me, I'll convene the board immediately and impeach you as an unstable CEO. Fu Tingyao pressed on his dagger finally drawn. Today he intended to expose the truth of the old man's death and seize power. Uncover the truth. Su Yu, who had been silent beside Fu Jingting, suddenly let out a soft laugh. It was crisp and pleasant, yet jarringly out of place in the tense corridor. What are you laughing at? Who gave you the right to interrupt when elders are speaking? Fu Shaoheng glared at Su Yu's exquisite face, momentarily dazzled, but still cursing viciously. He had already learned that Fu Jingting had casually married a discarded daughter of the Su family last night. This woman before him, no doubt. Su Yu ignored Fu Shaoheng's barking and fixed her gaze on the so-called international expert Smith. Professor Smith, if I remember correctly, the paper on myocardial remodeling you published in the Lancet last year contained falsified core data, didn't it? Because of that, you were expelled from the International Society of Cardiology. So why are you here in China peddling your fraud? Su Yu delivered these words in flawless Oxford accented English. At this, the previously arrogant Professor Smith's face drained of color as if had seen a ghost. How do you know about this? That information was sealed. Fu Tingyao and Fu Xiaoheng were also stunned. The expert they had hired for a fortune was a fraud with falsified credentials. Uncle. Suyu lifted her chin slightly, her cool gaze meeting Fu Tingyou's, her presence radiating an aura that rivaled Fu Jingting's. You can't even tell a fraud from a real expert, yet you dare to come to the ICU and bluster. Who exactly is gambling with grandfather's life? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Enraged, Fu Tingyao raised his cane, instinctively swinging it at Suyu. But before the cane could fall, a hand like an iron vice seized it. Bang! Fu Jingting ruthlessly kicked Fu Tingyao in the knee. With a shrill scream, the once arrogant second master of the Fu family crashed to his knees before Suyu. She is my rightful wife, the future matriarch of the Fu family. Fu Jingting looked down at his kneeling uncle, his killing intent palpable. Touch a single hair on her head, and he'll chop off your hands and feed them to the dogs. Fu Mansion, main banquet hall. Although Old Master Fu is still in the intensive care unit, upon returning to the country, Fu Tingyao eagerly summoned all branches and core shareholders of the Fu family under the guise of a family meeting called Visiting the Sick, which was actually a power struggle. Under the grand crystal chandelier, the hall was filled with elegantly dressed guests, the lights dancing in a mesmerizing display. However, a closer look would reveal that turbulent currents were surging throughout the banquet hall. Many shareholders who once remained loyal to Fu Jingtong were now secretly exchanging glances with Fu Tingyao and his son. After all, in their eyes, if Old Master Fu truly passed away, then Fu Jingtong, suffering from severe mental illness, would certainly not be a qualified successor. Fu Tingyou's strong return at this moment undoubtedly pointed them towards a new direction. Brother Xiaoheng, you finally returned to the country. You have no idea how dull the capital has been without you these past few years. Yes, Brother Xiaoheng, I heard that you returned to take over the European operations of the Fu Group. One socialite asked tentatively. Fu Xiaoheng proudly shook his wine glass, casting a disdainful glance at the closed study door on the second floor. What European operations? My dad is here to rectify everything. The Fu family should have belonged to us. Upon hearing this, the socialites gasped, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Xiaoheng, I heard that living Yama casually married a country girl last night. One who was kicked out of the Su family. A socialite chuckled behind her hand. Humph, just a country bumpkin. Fu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a hint of lewdness as he recalled the stunning beauty he caught a glimpse of in the hospital corridor, licking his lips, but she is indeed quite captivating. Before he could finish his sentence, the door at the end of the spiral staircase on the second floor suddenly opened. The once noisy banquet hall was instantly silenced, as if the mute button had been pressed, and everyone's gaze converged on the man appearing at the staircase. Fu Jingtong, clad in a perfectly tailored deep blue high-end custom suit, stood illuminated by the chandelier, resembling a deity exuding an aura of extreme danger. He looked down at the crowd in the hall with an expression as if he were surveying a group of corpses. However, what shocked everyone more was the girl he had on his arm. Suyu was wearing an extremely eye-catching Wynard velvet evening gown today, making her snow-white skin even more radiant. Her long seaweed-like curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her breathtakingly beautiful face showed no sign of timidity or awkwardness at this top-tier banquet, instead radiating a queenly aura that seemed to trample everyone beneath her feet. This is the country girl who was abandoned. Suyu. The socialites who had just mocked her now looked at Suyu's face, which could make all the women in the capital feel inferior green with envy. Fu Jingtong, accompanied by Suyu, descended the stairs, slowly surrounded by dozens of bodyguards like an emperor surveying his territory. Jingtong, you finally came down. Everyone has been waiting for you. Fu Tingyao leaned on his cane, forcing a smile as he approached. I heard Old Master is seriously ill, and everyone is very worried. As Old Master's younger brother, I should step up to take charge at this moment. Today I gathered everyone here to first inform you about Old Master's condition, and secondly, it is for the future of the Fu Consortium. Fellow shareholders, this child Jingtong has suffered from severe manic-depressive disorder and mania since childhood, and I believe everyone here has heard of it. In the past, Old Master kept it under control, but now that Old Master is on the brink of death, are you all at ease letting a madman, who could lose control at any moment, take over an empire worth hundreds of billions that affects the livelihoods of tens of thousands? At this, the crowd was in an uproar. Although Fu Jingtong's illness was a semi-open secret in the capital, no one had ever dared to confront it openly. Fu Tingyao was clearly tearing the facade apart today and directly forcing a coup. Many shareholders who had previously been undecided lowered their heads and began to whisper among themselves upon hearing this. Fu Iri makes a valid point. If the president really has an episode, the company's stock price will collapse. Yes, and I heard Old Master was already unwell last night, and now he's completely relying on machines to keep him alive. Hearing the whispers around him, the pride on Fu Tingyou's face grew stronger. Fu Xiaoheng seized the opportunity to step forward, directing his attack at Suyu and Yu. Suyu, What right do you, a village girl abandoned by your family, have to stand in the main banquet hall of the Fu family? Do you think that just by fooling Jingtong into getting a marriage certificate you can transform from a sparrow into a phoenix? A scheming woman who covets the Fu family's wealth is utterly unworthy to step through the Fu family's door. That's right. She's just a fox spirit from the countryside. Indeed, a wolf that doesn't even acknowledge her own biological parents has no face to stay here. The socialites took the cue and began to jeer, attempting to trample Su Yu with the most vicious words. Faced with accusations and insults from all sides, the malevolent aura surrounding Fu Jingtong intensified. The crimson in his eyes began to swirl. It was a precursor to the impending explosion of his mania. Just when he was about to order his bodyguards to beat everyone in the hall into a pulp and throw them out, a pair of soft little hands suddenly gently covered the back of his clenched fist. Fu Jingtong turned sharply to find himself gazing into a pair of exceedingly calm, star-like eyes. "Don't dirty your hands." So you looked at him, her lips curving into an extremely cold arc. "Leave dealing with these lowly clowns to me." With that, Su Yu released Fu Jingtong's arm and took a step forward alone. Her cold peach blossom eyes slowly swept across the entire room. That overwhelmingly powerful sense of oppression caused everyone present to instinctively close their mouths. So you looked at Fu Tingyao and his son as if regarding two clowns. "Second uncle, did you just say that grandpa is no longer here? Isn't that the case?" Fu Tingyao sneered. "If old master is fine, why hasn't he dared to show himself until now?" So you smiled slightly, but that smile made Fu Tingyao inexplicably feel a chill run down his spine. "Since second uncle is so eager to see grandpa, let me accommodate you." So you turned her head to look in the direction of the study on the second floor, her voice crisp and loud. "Grandpa, have you finished watching the show? If you don't come out soon, the Fu family is going to be torn apart by a pack of dogs." "Arrogant. Do you dare to curse the old man as a dog?" Fu Tingyao seemed to have seized some grand opportunity, immediately jumping up to scold Jing Ting. "Is this the good wife you married? Such disrespect for elders and rebellion against the natural order. If you don't expel her from the Fu family today, I will cleanse the family for the old man." "Cleanse the family? What are you even worth to touch my granddaughter-in-law?" A voice, though somewhat weak, suddenly resounded from the direction of the study on the second floor, dignified and ancient like a bell. The entire banquet hall fell into dead silence. The smugness and arrogance on Fu Tingyou's face completely froze in that moment, his pupils violently constricted in extreme fear. Amidst the disbelief of everyone in the first floor hall, the study door was pushed open once more. Old Master Fu, dressed in a dark red tang suit, though still somewhat pale, stood straight with the support of Lu Chun, his eyes scanning the entire room like lightning. "Old Master." The socialites who had just surrounded Fu Xiaoheng chattering were now terrified, their faces pale as they retreated repeatedly. Those shareholders who had just been exchanging glances with Fu Tingyao were now so frightened that their legs weakened, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. What happened to being critically ill? What happened to the great Luo Jingxian being unable to save him? This old man looks even more energetic than they do. What? Seeing that I, the old man, have not died, are you all disappointed? Old Master Fu, supported by Lu Chun, walked to the stairway, looking down at Fu Tingyao, whose face was ashen. "Tingyao back, then I spared your life out of brotherly affection. I didn't expect that you would, while I am gravely ill, return to the capital to seize power. Do you really think I am dead? Be brother. Too didn't. I was just worried about your health." Fu Tingyao trembled in fear. Where was the slightest trace of his earlier arrogance? He had planned meticulously, but never calculated that this old man not only hadn't died, but could still stand up to scold people. What information went wrong here? "Worried about my health. You brought so many people to disrupt my grandson's event, cursing my granddaughter-in-law as a vixen, and that's what you call worry?" The old man, furious, struck the ground fiercely with his cane. "Someone put these women who are speaking recklessly in the Fu family along with their families on the Fu family blacklist. The capital does not need such uncivilized nouveau riche." Thud. Those socialites who had just been so arrogant were now directly terrified and collapsed on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. However, the bodyguards of the Fu family gave them no chance, dragging them out of the banquet hall like dead dogs. The thunderous methods shocked the entire room. "As for you," the old man looked at Fu Tingyao and his son, a glint of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes back. "Then you colluded with outsiders to try to usurp the Fu family. Now you want to take advantage of the chaos. Fu Tingyao, my Fu family cannot accommodate you, this great Buddha." Brother, listen to my explanation." Fu Tingyao fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. "I truly listened to the slander of a quack, thinking you were done for. That's why I rushed back to take charge. That quack said Jing Ting found a fraud without a medical license to save you. That's murder." "Fraud?" The old man sneered, his gaze suddenly becoming extremely gentle, even carrying a hint of obvious respect and pride as he looked at Su Yu standing nearby. "Tingyao, the fraud you speak of is my lifesaver, the world-renowned miraculous Dr. Qian Mian." Boom. This statement detonated like a megaton nuclear bomb in the center of the banquet hall. "What? Hu Qinmian, the legendary miraculous doctor who brings the dead back to life. How is that possible? How old is she? Plus, wasn't she a village girl abandoned by the Su family? Everyone's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief as if they had heard the most incredible tale in the world. Fu Xiaoyang was even more like he had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at Su Yu's stunning face. This country girl whom he had just been fantasizing about and had insulted as a scheming woman turned out to be the miraculous doctor whom even presidents of multiple countries sought after. Grandpa, you flatter me. Su Yu smiled slightly, her cool voice particularly clear in the silent hall. I am just an ordinary doctor who happens to know a bit about the Ghost Gate 13 needles. As for that so-called Professor Smith. Su Yu paused, her gaze sweeping over the kneeling Fu Tingyao. Second uncle, if you truly care about Grandpa, you should know that Grandpa's heart failure cannot be cured by Western medicine. You brought a fraudulent academic to save him. Did you want to save him, or to kill him and silence him? Kill him and silence him. These 4 words directly pushed Fu Tingyao into a desperate situation. You're talking nonsense. You bitch, you're slandering. Fu Tingyao completely lost control, pointing at Su Yu like a mad dog, and cursing, she cannot be Qinmian. She is definitely a fraud. Brother, don't be fooled by this woman. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the hall. Fu Jingting had already come down the stairs at some point, delivering a hard slap to Fu Tingyao's face. The immense force directly spun Fu Tingyao in midair, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, spitting out a few bloodstained teeth. My wife is someone you can insult. Fu Jingting looked down at him like looking at a piece of trash. He took out a clean white handkerchief, disgustedly wiped his hands, and casually threw it on Fu Tingyao's face. Zhonglong. Fu Jingting said coldly. Here, take second master and young master out. Also notify the legal department to completely seal off all of second uncle's assets overseas, severing all their financial chains. Fu Jingting's tone had no warmth, since second uncle loves returning to the country so much, then let him stay here forever. In the suburban mental hospital to enjoy his old age. The suburban mental hospital. That is the most heavily guarded place in the entire capital, housing severely dangerous mental patients. Once you enter, you can never hope to come out alive. Fu Jingting. You dare. I am your biological uncle. Brother, save me, brother. Fu Tingyao was terrified, frantically begging the old man for help. But the old man merely closed his eyes, turning away as if he had seen nothing. Soon Fu Tingyao and his son were dragged out in despair like dead pigs by the bodyguards. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Fu Jingting's extremely ruthless methods, and those shareholders who had harbored ulterior motives earlier did not dare to breathe. Ladies and gentlemen. Old Master Fu turned around, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the entire room. Taking this opportunity, I will formally announce 2 matters. The old man waved his hand, and Lu Chen immediately brought over an exquisitely crafted rosewood box. The old man opened the box, taking out a vibrant green, immensely valuable imperial green jade bracelet. First, Su Yu is not only the lifesaver of my Fu family, but also Jingting's legally wed wife, the only matriarch of the Fu family. The old man walked in front of Su Yu solemnly, placing the bracelet, symbolizing the highest authority of the Fu family, onto her fair wrist. From now on in the Fu family, see the matriarch as you would see me. Second, the old man looked at Fu Jingting. From today onward, I will completely relinquish my position as the honorary chairman of the Fu group. All power of life and death in the Fu family will be entirely in Jingting's hands. This palace coup that was originally aimed at Fu Jingting ultimately concluded with Fu Tingyao and his son being utterly disgraced and confined to a mental hospital, and Su Yu firmly establishing her dual identities as the matriarch of the Fu family and miraculous Dr. Qianmian. That night, the high society of the entire capital experienced an unprecedented earthquake. Everyone discovered a terrifying fact: the live King Yan of the Fu family, who suffered from severe mental illness, not only didn't collapse, but instead completely took control of the Fu family. And his seemingly weak and easily bullied country wife turned out to be a miraculous doctor whom even the king of hell couldn't surpass. Who would still dare to provoke this crazy couple? The night was deep, and a storm that would be recorded in the annals of the capital's elite had just concluded. The grand banquet hall had been cleared, and those with ulterior motives among the collateral branches and shareholders fled in panic like startled birds. The cries of Fu Tingyao and his son as they were taken away seemed to linger in the air, sending chills down the spine of everyone who heard them. On the second floor in the study, old Master Fu sat in the Grand Master's chair. Despite the fatigue evident on his face after the earlier vigorous reprimand, he looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, standing before him with a sense of satisfaction. Jingting, regarding this matter with your second uncle, you did the right thing. Weeding out the weeds is necessary. Since he harbors malicious intent, you cannot be blamed for disregarding family ties. The old man sighed and took a sip of ginseng tea. However, that mental hospital in the northern suburbs, Rest assured, Grandpa, I will ensure they are well taken care of. Fu Jingting's voice still carried a hint of lingering coldness. He never showed mercy to those who attempted to harm Suyu. Had it not been for considering the old man's feelings, he would have made sure Fu Tingyao and his son completely disappeared from this world. The old man nodded, and then turned his loving gaze towards Suyu, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. Yu today was truly thanks to you. Not only did you save my life, but you also helped the Fu family clear out the undesirable elements. This title of Divine Doctor is truly well-deserved. Grandpa, you overstated. To treat you is my duty. Moreover, those with ulterior motives, even without me, Jingting, would definitely not let them off. Suyu slightly lowered her head, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. She did not become arrogant because she revealed her extraordinary abilities. This calmness and poise made the old man even more convinced that handing over the bracelet representing the power of the Fu family matriarch to her was an incredibly correct decision. Good child. The old man smiled with satisfaction. It's getting late and I am tired. You should all head back and rest soon. Remember, from now on the Fu family is your backing. If anyone dares to bully you, feel free to teach them a lesson, even if it means tearing the sky apart. The Fu family will cover for you. Thank you, Grandpa. After leaving the study, Fu Jingting held Suyu's hand and silently walked back to the master bedroom. As soon as he closed the door, Fu Jingting suddenly picked up Suyu without a word, striding towards the soft black. "Oh, Fu Jingting, what are you doing?" Suyu exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Fu Jingting gently laid her down on the bed, his tall frame following closely. He did not seize her urgently as usual. Instead, he buried his head deeply in the crook of her neck, like a trapped beast seeking safety. "What's wrong?" Suyu sensed his unusual emotions and gently stroked his slightly rough short hair. "You." The man's voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying a deep-seated fear. "Today in the banquet hall, when your second uncle raised his cane to strike you, do you know what I was thinking?" Suyu was slightly taken aback. "I thought if he truly harmed you, even if it was just a single hair, I would immediately snap his neck, even in front of Grandpa and everyone else." Fu Jingting raised his head, his deep phoenix eyes appearing exceptionally stubborn and frenzied under the dim light. "You, I realize I am getting sicker and sicker. In the past, my world was only about slaughter and control. Oh, I thought I was invincible. But now you have become my only weakness. I can hardly imagine what I would become if one day you left me." He spoke as if to himself, or perhaps engaged in some form of pathological confession. Suyu's heart suddenly ached. She looked at the man's extraordinarily handsome, yet fragile face, her eyes slightly stinging. She understood that although this man appeared powerful enough to be revered, his heart was actually more insecure than anyone else's. The shadows of his childhood and the coldness of his family made him like a hedgehog with bristling spines. And now he had unreservedly revealed his softest underbelly to her. "Fool." Suyu took the initiative to lean forward and gently pressed a kiss on his lips. "Since I promised to be your wife, I won't leave easily. Not only will I not leave, but if anyone tries to harm you, I will also stand in front of you like today to protect." This was Suyu's promise, as well as her pride as a top-tier figure. Fu Jingting's pupils constricted sharply, the madness in his eyes instantly replaced by immense shock and ecstasy. "This is what you said, Madame Fu." Fu Jingting suddenly flipped over, pinning her firmly beneath him, his voice terrifyingly hoarse. "Since you have provoked me and said such words, then for the rest of your life, even if you die, you can only die in my arms." The next morning, the upper class of the entire capital was completely awakened by a bombshell announcement. The Fu Corporation officially released the highest-level announcement. First, Fu Tingyao and his son, due to their involvement in multiple business crimes, have been formally arrested by the police and stripped of all rights within the Fu family. Second, those socialites who had previously insulted Suyu at the Fu family banquet found their family businesses facing devastating strikes overnight. Stocks plummeted, funding chains broke, and partners terminated contracts, facing bankruptcy liquidation. Third, and the most shocking news, the Fu Corporation announced to the entire society that Ms. Suyu is the only legal wife of Fu Jingting and the indisputable matriarch of the Fu family. Any disrespectful behavior towards Ms. Suyu will be considered a provocation against the entire Fu Corporation and will face the severest sanctions. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire capital was in an uproar. Those who once looked down upon Suyu due to her status as a rural abandoned girl, and even wished to see her humiliated, now cowered in their homes, trembling in fear, deleting all negative remarks about Suyu overnight. Everyone understood one thing: that rumored cold-blooded Fu Lord was truly capable of overturning the entire capital to protect his wife. The dark web. Fu Jingxin's narrow phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, a glimmer of extreme danger flashing in his gaze. In the international underground world, the dark web is a notorious top hacker organization. They have no bottom line. As long as they're paid, they dare to steal any national secrets or core data from conglomerates. However, the Fu Corporation, as the world's top financial empire, boasts a network security defense system crafted by hundreds of the world's finest ethical hackers known as an indestructible iron wall. How is our firewall breached? What is the defense team doing? Fu Jingxin's voice was laced with icy B-boss, the enemy came prepared. Director Li wiped the cold sweat constantly oozing from his forehead. They not only deployed over a dozen top hackers to launch a DDoS attack, but they also used a variant Trojan virus we've never seen before. This virus is like it's alive, frantically devouring our firewall code. How much time is left for our defense? Fu Jingtian suddenly stood up and strode to the giant monitor behind his desk. On the screen, the security progress bar, representing the Fu Corporation's core database, was being crazily devoured by the red code, representing the virus at a visibly alarming rate. There's less than 30% left. Director Li swallowed hard in despair. Boss, at most we have half an hour before our core database is completely breached. Once the billion-level customer data and base prices are stolen, Fu's stock price will plummet at the moment the market opens tomorrow, resulting in incalculable losses. Half an hour. Fu Jingtian leaned his hands on the desk, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. This was an extremely rare catastrophe he faced since taking over the Fu Corporation. It was evident that this attack was no coincidence. To mobilize the dark web, to act simultaneously, and to accurately find the vulnerabilities in Fu's firewall, there must be someone familiar with Fu's internal operations orchestrating this. Fu Tingyao. Apart from the uncle he had just sent to the psychiatric hospital, he couldn't think of a second person. That old fox must have left the back door before returning home. Even if it meant his own ruin, he would drag the entire Fu Corporation down with him. Immediately activate the level 1 red alert, cut off all physical network connections, and switch to the backup LAN. Fu Jingtian commanded sharply. That's not possible, boss. Director Li was almost in tears. The enemy's virus has already infiltrated our core motherboard. If we forcibly cut the physical network, now the system will automatically initiate the self-destruct program and all data will be erased. This is no different from being stolen. Advancing is death, retreating is death. Quickly invite all the top 10 network security experts in Beijing, even in the whole country, over to me. At any cost. Even if I have to use a private jet. Fu Jingtian roared. They've already been contacted, but the fastest will take 40 minutes to arrive. Moreover, even if they come facing this unknown variant virus, they may not be able to crack it in a short time. The atmosphere in the study reached a breaking point. Cold sweat soaked every executive's back. Time ticked by and the red code on the monitoring screen became increasingly frantic, like a giant poisonous snake tightly coiling around the lifeline of the Fu Corporation. 20%, 15%, 10%. Boss, it's hopeless. Really hopeless. Director Li collapsed on the ground, watching the countdown of red numbers on the screen, his eyes filled with despair. Even if a deity descended now, they could not stop such a level of virus attack. Just when everyone in the study fell into a desperate silence. Click. The door of the study was gently pushed open. So you walked in, dressed in comfortable pure cotton loungewear, holding a steaming cup of milk, moving leisurely. What happened? I heard you all shouting in the study from afar. So you walked over to Fu Jingtian, placing the milk on his desk. Drink the milk first, it helps with sleep. Upon seeing Su Yu enter, Director Li and the others were momentarily stunned. Although they knew this lady had just saved the old man's life and was the rightful mistress of the Fu family. But now, as it concerned the survival of the trillion-dollar conglomerate, was it a bit too inappropriate for the lady to come in and deliver milk at such a critical moment? Madam, please step outside. We are dealing with a matter of utmost urgency. Director Li couldn't help. Fu Jingtian looked at Su Yu, the agitation and murderous intent in his eyes slightly receding. He extended his hand to gently ruffle Su Yu's hair, trying to soften his tone. You be good, go back and sleep for now. There's a tricky situation at the company. I might have to work overnight. A tricky situation. Su Yu ignored Fu Jingxin's reassurances and turned her gaze to the giant monitor. Looking at the crazily dancing red code on the screen, a strange light suddenly flickered in her originally cool and lazy eyes. Is this what you call an urgent confidential matter? Su Yu pointed at the screen, her tone surprisingly carrying a hint of disdain. Yes, madam. This is the latest variant virus developed by the international top hacker organization Dark Web. Currently, there is no antivirus software in the world that can intercept it. Director Li was so anxious, he was stomping his feet. Please don't make things worse, hurry and go out. A new variant virus. Su Yu laughed lightly as if she had heard an extremely funny joke. What new development from the Dark Web? This is clearly a piece of junk I casually wrote 3 years ago on a hacker forum, only slightly modified by those fools by changing a couple of parameters. Su Yu said as she naturally pulled out the chair next to Fu Jingtian and sat down confidently. This kind of garbage code could force the top security team of the Fu Corporation to want to jump off a building. Suyu shook her head looking at Director Lee and the others as if they were a bunch of idiots. Madam, what nonsense are you talking about? Director Lee was almost furious to the point of fainting. How could the madam still be so brazenly making such sarcastic remarks at such a critical moment? This is a virus that even the world's top hackers cannot handle. Shut up. Fu Jingtian, who had been silent, suddenly spat out 2 cold words. Director Lee was startled and quickly shut his mouth. Fu Jingtian looked down at Suyu, who was sitting in his office chair, casually tying her loose hair into a neat ponytail. You just said that you wrote this virus. Fu Jingtian's voice trembled slightly. For some reason, looking at Suyu, who was now sitting in front of the computer, her aura having undergone a dramatic transformation, he suddenly felt an extremely strong, even somewhat absurd premonition. Sort of. Suyu's long fair fingers lightly rested on the keyboard. In that moment, the delicate and lazy demeanor belonging to a wealthy woman's wife vanished without a trace. What replaced it was an aura of absolute dominion overlooking the world. Let me use the keyboard for 3 minutes. Suyu slightly tilted her head, looking at Fu Jingtian, a proud and confident smile curving at the corners of her mouth. I will return you an impregnable Fu empire. In the study, there was a deathly silence. Director Lee and several senior cybersecurity engineers widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the woman sitting imposingly in the CEO's chair, feeling that the situation was absurd to the extreme. Madam, this is a matter of life and death for the billions of assets of the Fu family. This is not a game. Director Lee was so anxious that he was almost kneeling, turning to plead with Fu Jingting. President, please persuade your wife. If this drags on any longer, there won't even be time left for a last-ditch effort. To them, Suyu's earlier words seemed nothing short of madness. How could a country girl who hadn't even graduated from college audaciously claim that the mutated virus used by the international top hacker organization of the dark web was garbage she had written 3 years ago? And she even said she could fix it in just 3 minutes. This was not only an insult to these top network experts, but also a mockery of the entire Fu family. Everyone shut up. Fu Jingting coldly swept his gaze over them. He ignored the executive's pleas and naturally stood behind Suyu, even extending his hands to gently rest on her shoulders. Do you need me to get you a cup of coffee, Mrs.? Fu Jingting's tone held no doubt or impatience. Instead, it was filled with a deeply indulgent affection. Seeing this, Director Lee and the others nearly blacked out from shock. It was over. Completely over. The president was indeed seriously ill, going crazy alongside his wife. Suyu did not respond to Fu Jingting because the moment her fingertips touched the keyboard, her entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Click-clack. A series of keyboard strokes, almost too fast to perceive, suddenly echoed in the spacious. Suyu's 10 fingers became mere afterimages on the keyboard. She didn't even need to look at the screen. Those extremely complex, cryptic, low-level codes seemed to grow in her mind, pouring forth chaotically from her fingertips. Director Lee initially wanted to continue persuading her, but upon seeing the rapidly refreshing green codes on the screen, his voice abruptly ceased. What is this code command? A top-tier red hacker engineer beside him rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, I've never seen such a compilation method. My God, is she forcibly reconstructing the underlying logic of the firewall? Impossible. Even my master wouldn't be able to reconstruct the Fu family's core firewall in such a short time without any schematics. Director Lee stared intently at the screen, breathing rapidly. Yet the reality struck them like a slap in the face. On the screen, the red virus codes that were previously voraciously consuming system data suddenly stopped spreading, as if they had encountered their nemesis in the face of Suyu's rows of green codes. Following that, the green codes surged like an unstoppable army, annihilating the red viruses with ruthless efficiency. 15%, 30%, 50%. One engineer trembled with excitement as he looked at the security progress bar that was soaring. We've intercepted it. The virus attack has been completely halted. The security progress bar is recovering at an unbelievable speed. How is this possible? How did she do it? Director Lee's legs weakened, collapsing to the floor, gazing at Suyu as if she were a monster. However, Suyu's actions did not cease. Since they dare to attack my husband's company, they shouldn't expect to leave unscathed. Suyu scoffed, a sharp glint flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She struck the enter key forcefully. In the next second, all the giant monitoring screens in the study went black at once. Then a massive, arrogant, and cold black letter, Z, accompanied by a raging virtual flame, suddenly appeared in the center of all the screens. Z. God. At the moment they saw this iconic letter, Director Lee and all the network engineers felt as if thunder had struck their minds, collectively letting out a scream. In the international hacking community, there were 2 untouchable beings like deities. One was the elusive leader of the dark web, who thrived on destruction and plunder. The other was the supermyth, Z-God who single-handedly hacked the defense system of a certain major country's Pentagon in 3 minutes and withdrew unscathed. Madam is actually Z-God. Director Lee trembled, pointing at Suyu, feeling his worldview shatter completely in that moment. For these top red hackers, their greatest dream was to catch a glimpse of Z-God from afar, and even a word of guidance from Z-God would be enough for them to cherish for a lifetime. But now the idol they had revered like a deity was actually this country girl they had underestimated before. I've tracked it down. Suyu gazed at an overseas IP address flashing on the screen, a cruel curve forming at the corners of her mouth. The rats of the dark web are hiding pretty deep. Unfortunately, they encountered me. As Suyu's fingers danced across the keyboard, once more the display on the big screen instantly shifted to an extremely complex network topology diagram. She's reverse tracking the main server of the dark web. Director Lee was so excited he was about to go mad. My God. Not only has she defended against the attack, but she's also going to destroy the dark web's lair directly. Bang! Accompanied by Suyu's final keystroke. Far away in an underground base overseas, the dark web headquarters server suddenly set off a piercing alarm, and then all the hard drives and motherboards overloaded and burned out, emitting thick black smoke. Not only that, the tens of billions of dollars in secret accounts of the dark web in Swiss banks were forcibly transferred to an international charity foundation's account at the same time. In just 3 minutes, a crisis that could have destroyed the Fu family's billion-dollar empire was not only perfectly resolved, but even the top hacker organization, Dark Web, which had given governments around the world a headache, was reduced to ashes in an instant. Done. Suyu clapped her hands, lazily leaning back in her chair. She turned her head to look at the man behind her, who still maintained his posture, but whose deep phoenix eyes had darkened to the utmost. Mr. Fu, are you satisfied with my performance just now? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of mischief and flirtation. Fu Jingting said nothing. He gazed at the enormous glaring letter Z on the screen, then looked at his smiling wife before him. At that moment, the shock within him was beyond words. The top designer in the courtroom, the miraculous doctor in the hospital, and now she had transformed into the myth of the international hacking world. Z-God. What else in this world could this woman not do? However, just as Fu Jingting's pride and possessiveness were about to reach their peak, a dialog box suddenly popped up next to the black letter Z on the screen. This was a message from the highest level private encrypted channel of the Global Hacker Alliance. Why, Z-God, you have finally appeared. Why, my dear Z-God, I fell in love with you at first sight in New York 3 years ago. When will you agree to my proposal? At the end of this message was an extremely flirtatious red heart emoji. The air in the study froze completely in that moment. Director Lee and the others looked at the proposal message on the screen, then at the president's face, which had turned as dark as a pot bottom, exuding endless killing intent, and they hurriedly fled the study. Suyu looked at the message on the screen, awkwardly clearing her throat, and feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man behind her, instinctively wanting to stand up and escape from the chair. Why? Fu Jingting firmly pressed her shoulder, forcing her back into the chair. His hands rested on the armrests, firmly trapping her in his embrace. He leaned slightly closer, his hot breath cascading against Suyu's ear, his voice low and husky, carrying an unsettling aura of danger. Mrs. Fu, don't you plan to explain to me who this Mr. Y is who fell in love with you at first sight in New York, and even went so far as to attack the Fu family to lure you out? Fu Jingting's interrogation was imminent, the masculine hormones laced with extreme danger and wild jealousy enveloping Suyu like an impenetrable net, trapping her completely. Fu Jingting, calm down. First, let me explain. Suyu swallowed, feeling the scorching hand pressed against her lower back, her body involuntarily tensing. I am calm. Fu Jingting stared at the glaring red heart on the screen, the violence in his eyes nearly solidifying into substance. His slender fingers gently gripped Suyu's delicate chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Fell in love with you at first sight in New York 3 years ago. Even hired an attack on the dark web against the Fu Corporation just to force you to show yourself. The man's voice grew deeper and hoarser, every word squeezed through gritted teeth. Mrs. Fu, this suitor of yours has gone to great lengths. He's not a suitor, at best a defeated rival. So you quickly clarified, fearing the jealous man might truly explode. 3 years ago, I went to New York for the Global Top Hacker Challenge. He was the favorite to win, but in the finals I utterly crushed him. Since then he's been like a persistent pest, messaging me every day. Suyu rolled her eyes helplessly. I've blocked hundreds of his accounts. Who knows what madness drove him this time to trace the Fu Corporation. Hearing defeated rival and persistent pest, the murderous aura around Fu Jingting slightly dissipated, though his phoenix eyes remained dangerously narrowed. If he's a defeated rival, why does he have your private encrypted channel? Well, Suyu was momentarily speechless, because he annoyed me so much that I casually sent him a tracking code to hack his computer. But that kid's skills weren't bad. He decompiled my code and found this abandoned channel in trance. So you've known each other for 3 years and have been engaging in technical exchanges? Absolutely not. I've never responded to him. Suyu was on the verge of tears. She finally understood what it meant to be unable to clear herself. Before this man with his pathological possessiveness, any explanation seemed like a cover-up. Is that so? Fu Jingting let out a cold laugh. Suddenly he released her chin and instead took her hand resting on the mouse. His large warm palm firmly enveloped her soft little hand with an irresistible force. Since you've never replied to him today, let me, as your husband, properly respond to this, mister. Why? Fu Jingting guided Suyu's hand to move the mouse and open the dialog box. Suyu was startled. What are you doing? That channel connects to the deep port of the international dark web. Once the real IP is exposed. In this world, there's nowhere Fu Jingting dare not expose. Fu Jingting's tone exuded an arrogance and dominance that defied all. He typed a line on the keyboard, I am ZS husband. Those 6 simple words exploded like a bombshell on the other's screen. The recipient was clearly stunned, and after a full 10 seconds a string of exclamation marks appeared. Why impossible? How could Godzi be married? She's the cold-blooded hacker queen. Who the hell are you? Fu Jingting looked at the screen, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Again he guided Suyu's hand to type a reply, you're not worthy of knowing who I am. But I can tell you your so-called hacker skills are nothing but child's play compared to my wife. Also, as punishment for harassing my wife, I've already emptied the 3 private accounts you have hidden in a Swiss. You're welcome. After typing the last word, Fu Jingting pressed the enter key without hesitation. Then his fingers flew across the keyboard, entering a complex set of commands that permanently sealed the encrypted channel and severed all physical trace paths. The series of actions was fluid, swift, and ruthless, leaving no chance for the opponent to counterattack. Suyu sat in her chair, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle. You? Where did you learn that defensive command set? Suyu looked at Fu Jingting as if he were a monster. The commands Fu Jingting had just used to seal the channel involved extremely profound underlying logic of hacking, not something an ordinary person could master. Who do you think established the highest network security authority of the Fu Corporation? Fu Jingting turned around, looking at his astonished wife. A faint smile finally appeared in his eyes. Though I can't compare to the renowned Godzi, dealing with such clowns is more than enough. Suyu gasped. Good heavens, so this tyrant helmsman of the billion-dollar conglomerate wasn't just decisive in business. He was also a hidden master in the shadows. No wonder he hadn't been surprised watching her display her prowess earlier, even standing calmly behind her to enjoy the show. Fu Jingting, you've been hiding your talents well. Suyu pouted. Likewise, Mrs. Fu. Fu Jingting suddenly lowered his head, his deep phoenix eyes locking onto Suyu with dangerous intensity. I've already dealt with the trouble of Mr. Why? Now shouldn't we settle the score of you hiding your identity and attracting romantic entanglements outside? The man's low, hoarse voice carried a tangible, scorching heat that brushed against Suyu's neck. Her heart pounded, and a sense of extreme danger surged within her. I suddenly remembered I need to check on Grandpa's rounds. Ill. Suyu tried to stand and escape, but Fu Jingting wrapped an arm around her slender waist, lifting her from the office chair and carrying her toward the spacious restroom inside the study. Lu Chun will handle the rounds. Fu Jingting pressed her against the cool door of the restroom, his burning body tightly against hers. Now all you need to do is accept your husband's punishment. The light in the lounge was dim and ambiguous. On the wide leather sofa, Suyu was forcibly pinned down by the man with no way to escape. Fu Jingting's long fingers provocatively undid the top 2 buttons of her loungewear, revealing large areas of skin, as white as jade, along with faint red marks left from last night that had not yet completely faded. Fu Jingtian, this is the study. There are other people outside. Suyu's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, her hands pressed against his hard chest as she attempted a final struggle. Director Li and the others were scared away just now. On this floor, not even a fly can get in. Fu Jingtian chuckled lowly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge of triumph. So Mrs. Fu, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to save you. These words, reminiscent of a twisted villain coming from the mouth of this powerful tycoon, bore an incredibly lethal charm. What? What do you want? Suyu looked into the man's eyes, which revealed an unmasked possessiveness, and couldn't help but swallow hard. She was a renowned divine doctor with 1,000 faces and a top hacker known as Z, commanding respect outside. Who would have thought she would be so thoroughly dominated by this man at home? What do I want? Fu Jingtian lowered his head, his sharp nose almost punishingly rubbing against Suyu's sensitive neck. Mrs. Fu has concealed so many identities from me and still flirts with others outside. Shouldn't she be punished? I said that Y is just a defeated foe. I don't know him at all. But he has been thinking about you for 3 whole years. And you still have the encrypted channel he can contact you through. Fu Jingxin's tone was as melancholic as a jilted lover. Do you know how jealous I was just now? Jealous enough to want to kill. He was genuinely jealous. Although he ruled the business world with an iron fist in that realm of top hackers, he felt a sense of powerlessness at not being able to fully control her. She was like a gust of wind, too dazzling, too free, as if she could slip away from his fingertips at any moment. This feeling of losing control stirred symptoms of his anxiety disorder. Only by firmly pinning her down at this moment, feeling her warmth and heartbeat, could he confirm that she belonged. Sensing the unease and obsession emanating from the man, Su Yu's struggles gradually ceased. She sighed voluntarily, reaching out her arms to wrap around his neck. Fu Jingtian, are you foolish? Su Yu looked directly into his eyes. No matter how many identities I have, whether I am a divine doctor or a hacker, my only identity now is that I am Fu Jingxin's wife. Since I have put on the bracelet you gave me, I am yours for this lifetime. No one can take me away. This statement was like the most potent tranquilizer in the world, instantly calming all of Fu Jingxin's inner turmoil and unease. Yu? Fu Jingxin's eyes turned slightly red. He could no longer contain the love within him that erupted like a volcano, and he suddenly lowered his head, fiercely kissing the girl's delicate red lips. Unlike last night's kiss, which was driven by a sense of plunder and release, this kiss was exceedingly gentle and prolonged, carrying an almost reverential worship. He patiently traced the shape of her lips, carefully exploring, savoring her sweetness. Su Yu felt herself weaken under his kiss, unable to suppress a soft whimper. That whimper seemed to flip a dangerous switch, causing Fu Jingxin's breathing to become heavier, and the kiss gradually grew more fervent and aggressive. His large hand roamed over her slender waist, igniting flames that could not be extinguished. Fu Jingtian. Su Yu gasped, trying to push him away. No. We already. Chill. Fu Jingtian pressed his finger against her lips, mischief sparkling in his eyes. Today it is Mrs. Fu who has done wrong and must be punished, and you have no right to refuse. Then you must make it clear how this punishment will end. Su Yu gritted her teeth, attempting to negotiate. Very simple. Fu Jingtian pulled out a pen from the side and shamelessly whispered in her ear. Earlier, didn't you sign a bunch of base-level codes on the computer? Now I want you to sign an exclusive, unequal treaty for me here. What treaty? First, no matter how many identities you have outside, when you come home, you can only be my delicate Mrs. Fu. Second, you are not allowed to engage in this so-called technical exchange with any male creatures, including those. Third, Fu Jingxin's gaze became exceedingly profound. Whenever I am sick or jealous, you must comfort me like this until I am satisfied. Fu Jingtian, this is an unreasonable demand. Su Yu laughed in anger. The first 2 clauses could be overlooked, but the third, until he is satisfied with this beast's stamina, would she still have the strength to live? What? Not signing. Fu Jingtian raised an eyebrow, suddenly pinching a sensitive spot on her waist. Su Yu trembled all over, almost crying out. You actually used my medical skills against me. Just. Fu Jingtian smiled like a mischievous trickster. Will you sign or not? Fine. I will sign. Su Yu, unable to resist his grip, could only humiliate herself by paying the price. Good. Fu Jingxin's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and then he tossed the pen aside. Since the treaty is signed, it is now time for us to proceed to the final step of the punishment. Wait. All of Su Yu's protests were completely swallowed by the man's overwhelming kisses. The temperature in the lounge rose sharply, the ambiguous gasps and blush-inducing moans intertwining to create a wildly intense symphony. This punishment continued until deep into the night. Only when Su Yu could no longer lift a finger, crying out for mercy, did Fu Jingtian finally let her go satisfied. He carried his sweat-soaked, delicate wife into the bathroom to clean her up, then tightly embraced her, as if holding the world's most precious treasure, sinking into a deep sleep. The next day, news of the Fu Corporation facing a top hacker attack, only to be resolved in just 3 minutes by a mysterious big shot, was firmly suppressed by the higher-ups, yet it still circulated among a select few in the upper echelons. Everyone knew that behind Fu Jingtian, besides the divine doctor with 1,000 faces, stood a super hacker with extraordinary skills. This made the already formidable Fu Corporation even more unfathomable. However, just as the capital was abuzz with the undercurrents caused by Su Yu's various identities, a sensational news story that would shake the entire entertainment industry suddenly topped the hot search across major social platforms. International film queen Song Qingyao returns to the country quietly today. Song Qingyao appears at the capital airport, suspected to be welcoming Fu Jingtian, the power holder of the Fu Corporation. The century-long love story of childhood sweethearts, the past of Song Qingyao and Fu Jingtian. The accompanying pictures are several extremely clear street photos taken at the airport. In the photos, a woman wearing sunglasses and exuding an exceptionally elegant aura walks out of the airport, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. In her hand, she prominently holds a globally limited edition of a handcrafted men's tie. Those in the know could tell at a glance that the brand's tie had always been Fu Jingxin's exclusive item for import. In an instant, the entire internet erupted. In the Fu mansion within the sunlit flower room, Su Yu languidly leaned against the soft rattan chair, holding a cup of red tea. Her exquisite face, untouched by makeup, yet breathtakingly beautiful, radiated an aura of delicate charm, as if she had been thoroughly pampered. However, when her gaze fell upon the flood of trending news on her tablet, her cold peach blossom eyes narrowed. Song Qingya, the eldest daughter of the Song family, one of the 4 prominent families of the capital, was recognized as the first socialite of the capital circle. 3 years ago, she ventured into Hollywood, quickly establishing herself in the international film industry, with her face imbued with Eastern charm and the vast capital operations of the Song family, winning several international awards as the best actress. However, Su Yu did not care about these titles. What truly concerned her was the overwhelming, almost brainwashing phrases of childhood sweethearts and century love story in the news release. The woman in the photo, wearing sunglasses with her red lips slightly curved, held a distinctive limited edition men's tie in her hand, as if she were openly declaring war on the world and on her, the legitimate Mrs. Fu. What are you looking at so intently? A deep male voice sounded beside her. Fu Jingting, dressed in a high-end home outfit, walked naturally to Su Yu's side while holding a plate of washed strawberries. He picked up the largest, reddest strawberry and offered it to Su Yu's lips. Su Yu did not open her mouth, but instead pushed the tablet in front of him. Mr. Fu, your childhood sweetheart has returned to the country. The trending news is explosive, and not only does the entire internet know, but she also flaunted your exclusive tie at the airport. Su Yu's tone was calm, revealing no hint of jealousy, but her gaze was icy. Fu Jingting casually glanced at the screen, his brows furrowing immediately, with a glimmer of undisguised disgust flashing in his eyes. What childhood sweetheart? The media writes nonsense for clicks. Fu Jingting stuffed the strawberry into his mouth, his tone filled with disdain. The Song family back, then shamelessly tried to push her onto me, who I didn't even look at her. As for that tie, she probably bought it at a high price from some agent to make a show. This tyrant, ruthless in business, displayed a strong survival instinct in front of his wife, immediately distancing himself from the situation. Oh, you didn't even look at her? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. But I see this news claims you were recognized as a golden couple in the capital's socialite circle back then. Moreover, she just happened to choose this moment to return and has bought a large number of online commenters to hype this up. I see she's not here with good intentions. In Su Yu's eyes, a green tea like Su one was merely a light skirmish. But this Song Qingya was evidently a high-level green tea. She could endure 3 years of gilding abroad, and upon returning she utilized her aura as an international actress and media influence to subtly suppress Su Yu, the country bumpkin newlywed of the Fu family. Such tactics were truly lethal without shedding blood. Whether she comes with good or bad intentions is none of my business. Oh. Fu Jingting extended his long arm, pulling Su Yu into his embrace, rubbing his chin against her neck like a large dog seeking affection. Wife, you're not going to feel jealous over such boring news, are you? He looked at Su Yu with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Every time it was him getting jealous over the men approaching her, he was quite curious to see how his cool and aloof wife would react to feeling jealous. Jealous? You're overthinking it. Su Yu chuckled softly, her finger gently swiping across the tablet. I'm just thinking, since they've thrown down the gauntlet in front of me as the head matriarch of the Fu family, wouldn't it be rude if I didn't respond? Seeing the sly and cunning glint in Su Yu's eyes, Fu Jingting not only didn't stop her, but couldn't help. How do you plan to respond? Do you need me to buy Xingyao Media outright to give it to her as a gift? Fu Jingting said domineeringly. Xingyao Media was the largest agency that Song Qingya had signed with in the country. No need. There's no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Su Yu shook her head, a playful smile curling her lips. To deal with a high-level green tea, the most ruthless method is to use magic to defeat magic, and in the very field they take pride in to rub their face in the dirt. Just then Lu Chen walked into the flower room with several documents. President, madam. Lu Chen respectfully bowed. The Song family just sent over an invitation. Tomorrow night at the Song family estate, a grand welcome dinner will be held to celebrate Miss Song Qingya's return. The invitation specifically states that both the president and madam are invited to attend. When Lu Chen said the word madam, his tone was somewhat subtle. The whole capital knew that Song Qingya had feelings for Fu Jingting. Now, with the Song family publicly hosting a welcome banquet, and specifically inviting Su Yu, it was practically a live Huangmin banquet. Throw it away. Fu Jingting didn't even glance at the golden invitation, his voice cold. Tell the Song family, I have no time to attend such boring gatherings. Wait. Su Yu suddenly interjected, stopping Lu Chen. She extended her fair hand, and took the invitation, which emanated a faint scent of perfume from Lu Chen's hand. Upon opening it, she noticed a line of delicate handwritten words in fine golden script at the bottom right. I have long heard of Miss Su's great name and look forward to discussing piano techniques with you tomorrow night. Song Qingya. Looking at those words, Suyu not only didn't feel angry, but couldn't help but laugh. So she wants to slap me in the face with her talent. Suyu casually tossed the invitation onto the table, lazily leaning back into the rattan chair. Everyone in the capital believed she was a bumpkin raised in the countryside, barely able to read, let alone appreciate the elegant art of the piano. Yet Song Qingya had been immersed in top-tier artistic training since childhood and was an award-winning piano prodigy at the Golden Hall in Vienna. In a gathering like the welcome banquet, she publicly proposed to exchange skills on the piano. This was no exchange, it was clearly an attempt to drag Suyu, the newlywed Mrs. Fu, through the mud and humiliate her in front of the entire capital. This tactic was undeniably vicious. What? Do you want to go? Fu Jingting looked at the cold smile on Suyu's lips and instantly understood her intentions. Since the actress has personally thrown down the gauntlet, if I don't go, wouldn't it seem like I'm afraid of her? Suyu took a sip of her red tea, her gaze extremely profound. All right then, I'll accompany you tomorrow night. A glimmer of extreme danger flickered in Fu Jingting's eyes. If she dares to make you uncomfortable, I'll make the entire Song family disappear from the capital. Don't shout about violence right away. Suyu reproached him with a glance. To deal with such a woman, resorting to violence is far too crude. I want her to understand what a true dimensionality reduction strike means. Compared to the piano, a trace of mockery flashed in Suyu's eyes. Back when she was bored in Vienna, she casually composed a forbidden piano piece under the codename Z, which remains an untouchable masterpiece in the global piano community. This Song Qingya had truly kicked the iron plate. The next night at the Song family estate, as one of the four prominent families of the capital, the Song family's financial strength and background were naturally not to be underestimated. Tonight's welcome dinner had nearly invited half of the upper-class society of the capital. Various limited edition luxury cars filled the estate's exterior, and the atmosphere was lively. Everyone's focus of discussion, aside from the evening's star Song Qingya, was whether Fu Jingting and the rumored village girl Mrs. Fu, who had made a remarkable comeback, would actually show up. I bet Fu Yi will definitely not bring that Suyu along. Song Qingya is an international actress, and whether in temperament or talent, she can outshine that village girl by a mile. A few wealthy young ladies whispered together. Just then a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. Oh my! It's Fu Yi's car. With an exclamation, a pure black Rolls-Royce Phantom, of which only 3 were made globally, glided into the estate like a ghost in the dark. The car door opened. A long straight leg stepped out first. Fu Jingting, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, appeared in the crowd like an emperor. However, what took everyone's breath away was his next action. This tyrant, who was usually indifferent to women and cold-hearted, actually gentlemanly walked around to the other side of the car, personally bent down, and extended a hand to welcome the girl inside. As Suyu stepped out of the car, the previously lively atmosphere of the Song family estate instantly froze. All the lights and gazes in that moment were entirely captured by her alone. The moment Suyu stepped out of the pure black Rolls-Royce Phantom, the air in the Song family mansion seemed to be. Today she did not choose an extravagant gown to flaunt her status, but rather wore an exceedingly simple black haute couture velvet gown. The minimalist cut perfectly accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Her long wavy hair, reminiscent of seaweed, was casually tied up, revealing her elegant swan-like neck. There was no heavy makeup nor any extravagant jewelry, except for the exquisite imperial green jade bracelet on her wrist, which glimmered softly under the light. That was the token of the matriarch of the Fu family. All the dignitaries present gasped upon sight of the bracelet. The rumors were indeed true. This country girl not only married Fu Jingtian, but also received the absolute recognition of the old Master Fu. However, what shocked them even more was the innate powerful aura of coldness emanating from Suyu. She stood quietly beside Fu Jingtian, showing no signs of embarrassment or inferiority due to her rural background. Instead, she exuded a regal composure, as if she could trample everyone beneath her feet. Even beside the intimidating Fu Jingtian, she was not overshadowed by his brilliance. Rather, there was a faint sense of breathtaking rivalry. Is this the country bumpkin? This aura makes me believe she could be a princess from some hidden European tycoon. Whispers of disbelief spread through the crowd. Fu Jingtian naturally wrapped his arm around Suyu's slim waist, his deep phoenix eyes scanning the entire room dangerously. Those wealthy young ladies who had mocked Suyu just moments ago felt an icy sweat break out as they encountered Fu Jingtian's murderous gaze, quickly lowering their heads. Jingtian, you're here. Just then an extremely elegant and gentle voice broke the silence. The star of the evening, international film queen Song Qingya, approached gracefully in a custom-made white swan gown from a top French designer, holding 2 glasses of champagne. Her face bore a perfect, flawless smile, but as her gaze swept over Fu Jingtian's hand resting on Suyu's waist, a fleeting flash of jealousy crossed her eyes, although she maintained an extreme elegance on the surface. I thought you would be busy with the consortium tonight and couldn't attend my welcoming banquet. Song Qingyan naturally offered one of the champagne glasses to Fu Jingtian, her tone, carrying a familiarity only childhood sweethearts possess. However, Fu Jingtian did not even glance at the glass of champagne. "I'm not interested in your welcoming banquet," he said coldly, like a block of ice. "I came today simply because my wife wanted to join in the fun." This statement was like an invisible slap, striking Song Qingya hard across the face. In front of all the high society of the capital, Fu Jingtian not only ruthlessly rejected her goodwill, but also belittled her meticulously prepared top-tier dinner as just a pastime for Su Yu to join in the fun. Song Qingjia's hand holding the champagne froze in midair, her perfect smile nearly faltering. Yet after all, she was a fierce character who had risen to the level of a film queen in the international entertainment industry, far beyond what Su Wan could compare. She naturally retracted her hand, turning her gaze to Su Yu, as if just noticing her eyes revealing a hint of surprise and admiration. "So you must be Miss Su? Truly a beauty, no wonder Jingtian protects you so well." Song Qingya smiled slightly. "I heard Miss Su lived in the countryside before, so you might not be too familiar with these banquets in the capital. It's alright, just think of it as being at home, no need to feel constrained." This seemed caring, yet every word poked at Su Yu's pain of being a country girl and unworldly. The surrounding dignitaries exchanged glances, all sensing a strong smell of gunpowder. The clash between the high-end green tea and the new mistress was definitely the highlight of the evening. "Miss Song, you worry too much." Su Yu curved her red lips slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over Song Qingya. "Miss Song, this swan haute couture gown, if I'm not mistaken, should be last year's off-season collection from the famous French designer Laurent Wright. It seems Miss Song hasn't been doing too well abroad these past few years, unable to borrow even the latest seasonal haute couture." As these words fell, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Su Yu as if she were a monster. Not only had she seen through the truth of Song Qingjia's gown at a glance, but she also dared to publicly mock the international film queen for not doing well. This was no country bumpkin. Oh, she was clearly a fierce character with a sharper tongue than even Master Fu. Song Qingjia's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She had indeed gone to great lengths to borrow this last year's top haute couture for tonight's banquet. She had thought she could dazzle the crowd, but unexpectedly, she was publicly exposed by a country girl. How could she understand haute couture? Miss Su is joking. Clothes, after all, are most important when they suit oneself. Song Qingya took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her eyes flashing with a cunning light. "Since you want to gain the upper hand in words, I will make you lose face in true artistic accomplishment. By the way, Miss Su." Song Qingya elegantly walked towards the priceless Steinway piano in the center of the hall. "I heard Jingtian used to love listening to piano pieces. In the past few years abroad, I occasionally performed a few pieces at the Golden Hall in Vienna. Why not take this opportunity tonight while everyone is here, and I will play a piece also to learn from Miss Su." "Learn?" The whole audience snickered inwardly. Who didn't know that Su Yu was a country girl who hadn't even gone to college? Let alone play the piano, she probably couldn't even recognize a staff. Song Qingya was clearly trying to put Su Yu on the spot, making her publicly humiliate herself. If Miss Su can't play, it's alright. After all, the educational conditions in the countryside are limited, everyone can understand. Song Qingya covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes glinting with malice. "Oh, a piano duel." Su Yu, instead of showing any panic, lazily tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She looked at Song Qingya, who sat at the piano like a proud peacock, her lips curling into a devilishly, "Alright, since Miss Song is so interested, I shall enlighten you a bit." Enlighten? The entire audience gasped. A country girl brazenly claiming she would enlighten a piano prodigy who had won awards in Vienna? Song Qingya laughed out of anger. "Good. Then I shall experience Miss Su's skills." With that, Song Qingya turned around, her 10 fingers fluttering across the black and white keys like butterflies. She played a world-renowned piece, The Bells, which is extremely difficult and showcases great skill. I must admit, Song Qingya indeed had some talent. She played the piece flawlessly, the bright and crisp sound echoing throughout the hall. As the piece ended, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. No wonder Miss Song is the eldest daughter of the Song family. Her piano skills are truly unparalleled in the capital's socialite scene. Indeed, the difficulty of this piece is extremely high. Being able to play it so smoothly requires at least 10 years of practice. Amidst the praises, Song Qingya stood up proudly, provocatively looking at Su Yu. "Miss Su, it's your turn." Everyone looked at Su Yu with ill intent, waiting to see this ignorant country girl make a fool of herself. Fu Jingtian frowned slightly, just about to speak up to defend Su Yu. However, Su Yu gently patted his hand, giving him a just watch the show look. Then, under the astonished, disdainful, and expectant gazes of everyone, Su Yu calmly walked towards the stein. She did not adopt the extremely graceful playing posture like Song Qingya, but casually seated herself on the piano bench. Suyu lowered her head slightly, her long fair fingers gently caressing the black and white keys. At that moment the lazy aura around her vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, terrifying, and oppressive dominance, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Dong. Suyu's fingertips struck the keys, producing a dull, soul-chilling sound akin to a death knell. Immediately after, a torrent of terrifying melodies fast enough to almost suffocate, resembling a torrential storm or the clash of thousands in a battlefield, poured forth from her fingers like a flood breaking through a dam. This piece. Several influential figures present who understood music turned pale as they heard the melody. They almost dropped their wine glasses. This is, oh my God. This is the forbidden piece of the Golden Hall in Vienna, a hellish masterpiece composed by the mysterious genius Z, known as the Grim Reaper of the piano world. Abyss Rhapsody. Impossible. This piece requires extremely insane technical skill and emotional range like madness. Since its creation, no pianist has been able to play it completely. How could she possibly play it? Yet the reality was right before their eyes. Suyu's hands became two phantoms on the keys. Her performance was devoid of any deliberate showiness. It was sheer suffocating madness that forcibly dragged the soul into the abyss. This was true art, a miracle that would drive one to madness at first glance. The smugness and mockery that had adorned Song Kinjia's face shattered into pieces in that moment. She stared at the figure sitting at the piano, akin to a queen of the dark night, trembling violently from overwhelming shock and fear. Compared to Suyu's Abyss Rhapsody, her earlier performance of the bells seemed laughable, like a 3-year-old banging on rotten wood. Bang! With the last extremely violent chord, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. No one clapped or spoke. Everyone was so stunned by the piece that they lost their ability to speak, even forgetting to breathe. Suyu slowly stood up, elegantly tidying her skirt. She turned her head, looking at Song Qingya, whose face was ashen and seemed to have had her soul drained, a hint of disdainful mockery flashing in her cold peach blossom eyes. Miss Song, after spending so many years in Vienna, is this all you learned? This soulless mechanical drumming? Suyu's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Song Kinjia's pride. Your performance of the bells just now had the third note of the seventh measure delayed by half a beat, and the fingering in the climax was utterly erroneous. With this level of skill, how dare you present yourself to embarrass others? This is a dimensionality reduction strike. This is the real dimensionality reduction strike. The capital you pride yourself on is nothing but a pile of ridiculous garbage in the face of absolute strength. You're talking nonsense. Song Qingya clenched her fists tightly, her meticulously manicured nails almost digging into the flesh of her palms. Her once flawless and elegant mask had now completely shattered. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, those in the know here can tell. Suyu casually picked up the champagne she had set aside, gently swirling it. Miss Song, if this is all you've got, I suggest you stop trying to show off in front of an expert. If you want to learn this piece, Abyss Rhapsody, I don't mind teaching you, for a fee. But Suyu's gaze swept over Song Qingya, her tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Given your talent, even after 10 more years of practice, you wouldn't even scratch the surface of this piece. Boom. If Suyu's performance had been a brutal physical blow to Song Qingya, then these words were a merciless trampling on her already shattered pride. The entire hall gasped. This newly minted Mrs. Fu was not only a musical prodigy, but also possessed a tongue sharp enough to draw blood. Watching Song Kinjia's pale, wavering expression as if she might collapse at any moment, the socialites who had been flattering her just moments ago now awkwardly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Fu Jingting, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, saw his wife in full force like a queen dominating the battlefield. The gloom and irritation in his eyes vanished, replaced by an intensely obsessive pride and fascination. This was the woman Fu Jingting had set his heart on. Jingting. Song Qingya, seeing the tenderness and pride in his eyes, was almost driven mad by jealousy. She refused to accept it. She was the premier socialite of the capital and international film star. How could she be utterly defeated by a country girl cast out by her own family? Fine, very well. Song Qingya took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage boiling within her, her gaze turning venomous. If she couldn't win at the piano, she would reclaim her ground elsewhere. The Song family had deep roots. How could it compare to this country girl who hadn't even attended university? Miss Su's piano skills have truly opened my eyes. Song Qingya forced a smile, but the gnashing of teeth in her voice was unmistakable. However, as members of the capital's elite, knowing a few tunes isn't enough. True refinement lies in an appreciation of art and history. With that, Song Qingya turned and pointed to a massive ink painting hanging on the central wall of the banquet hall. This painting, fishing alone on the cold river, is an authentic masterpiece by the renowned Southern song artist Ma Yuan. My father purchased it at a Sotheby's auction last month for a full 80 million. Song Qingya lifted her chin, reclaiming her sense of haughty superiority. As many of the esteemed elders here know, Jingting has always had a passion for collecting antiques and calligraphy. I recall we used to often discuss the authenticity of famous paintings from various dynasties. Since Miss Su is now the lady of the Fu household, surely you are well versed in antique appraisal as well. A malicious cold smile curled at the corner of Song Qingjia's lips. A wild girl raised in the countryside who couldn't even afford a proper meal. What could she possibly know about Ma Yuan of the Southern Song? Could she possibly understand how to appraise an 8 million yuan antique painting? She intended to tear off Su Yu's disguise in front of the entire capital's elite, exposing this crude, ignorant country girl for everyone to see, proving she was unworthy of Fu Jingting and even more unworthy of the position as the matriarch of the Fu family. Miss Song, you're being unreasonable. Exactly, Miss Su probably hasn't even seen many paintings back in the countryside. Asking her to appraise an 8 million yuan masterpiece is just deliberately making things difficult. Several young ladies from families friendly with the Song family immediately chimed in, understanding the cue. Fu Jingting's face darkened instantly, and he was about to intervene. An 8 million yuan authentic piece. Su Yu let out a soft laugh. Holding her champagne, she walked gracefully in her high heels to stand before the painting, fishing alone on the cold river. Without even a careful examination, she merely cast a casual glance, and a deeply mocking cold light flickered in her clear peach blossom eyes. Miss Song, I truly wonder where you get the confidence to boast about refinement while brandishing a copied forgery. A forgery? The moment these two words were uttered, the hall erupted again. What? A forgery? How is that possible? This was personally bought by Patriarch Song from Sotheby's. How could it be fake? Song Qingya shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Yu, stop spouting nonsense here. This painting has undergone joint authentication by 7 top experts from home and abroad. What gives you, an ignorant country girl, the right to call it a fake? Song Jiaming, the head of the Song family, also stepped forward with a dark expression. Master Fu, although Miss Su is your wife, spreading such wild lies and slandering the Song family's reputation at our banquet is far too presumptuous. Faced with the fury of the Song father and daughter and the skepticism of the entire hall, Su Yu showed not a trace of panic. Instead, she turned around with an air of extreme laziness. Since you won't be convinced until you see the proof, let me give you a lesson. Su Yu pointed to a blank space in the upper right corner of the painting. Ma Yuan's paintings are most renowned for their remnant mountains and leftover waters, with an exceptionally vigorous. Look at the texture strokes of the rocks in this painting. Although they imitate the original closely, the transitions in ink density are extremely forced and stiff, completely lacking the natural fluid grace of Ma Yuan's work. Su Yu spoke eloquently, throwing out professional terms with ease, leaving several seasoned antique collectors in the audience utterly stunned. Of course, relying on this alone makes it hard to determine authenticity. The real fatal flaw is here. Su Yu approached the painting, extending her pale finger to point at a highly concealed corner beneath the scroll. Patriarch Song, if I'm not mistaken, the paper used for this painting should be Song Dynasty Qingxin Hall paper. But take a close look at the paper fibers in this corner. Su Yu picked up a lighter from a nearby waiter's tray, activated the flashlight function, and shone it on that corner. Under the intense light, the internal texture of the paper was clearly visible. Song Dynasty Qingxin Hall paper was made from mulberry bark mixed with a small amount of paper mulberry bark, resulting in long, evenly distributed fibers. But the paper of your painting contains bamboo fibers, which only began to be used on a large scale during the Ming Dynasty. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, delivering a domineering verdict. Using Ming Dynasty paper to paint a Southern Song Dynasty piece. Miss Song, are you trying to tell me that Ma Yuan traveled through time to the Ming Dynasty? Silence. An eerie, awkward silence fell over the entire Song family estate. Song Qingya, who had been so confidently vowing to teach Su Yu a lesson just moments ago, now had a face as pale as paper. Her body swayed twice, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Song Jiaming was drenched in sweat. He personally leaned in to examine the painting closely, his face growing whiter with every passing second. The 8 million yuan family heirloom he had bought was indeed a fake, and it had been exposed mercilessly and without mercy by the very country girl they had been ridiculing in front of the entire capital's elite. So who was the one making a fool of themselves now? Su Yu tossed the lighter back onto the tray, wiping her hands with extreme disgust, as if she had touched something filthy. She walked over to Fu Jingting and naturally linked her arm through his. Honey, the air here is too polluted, and there's a terrible stench of forgery. Let's go home. All right, whatever you say. Fu Jingting gazed at Su Yu, his eyes overflowing with a suffocating tenderness. He cast a frigid glance at the ashen-faced father and daughter, his voice laced with terrifying, killing intent. From today onward, the Fu Consortium will terminate all cooperation with the Song family. From now on, anyone who dares to use my name for hype will face the same fate as the Song family. A domineering defense of his wife, decisive and ruthless. Under the utterly shocked and awed gazes of the entire hall, Fu Jingting with his arm around Suyu walked out of the Song family estate, without looking back like a true emperor and empress. Leaving Song Qingya collapsed on the floor staring at their receding figures, her eyes filled with extreme venom and madness. Everything that happened at the Song family welcoming banquet, although forcefully suppressed by Fu Jingting and not widely exposed in mainstream media, had already made the Song father and daughter a complete laughingstock among the elite circles of the capital. Song Qingya not only failed to embarrass Suyu, but instead suffered a double downgrade in piano and antique appraisal, losing all dignity. In the Song family manor within Song Qingya's exclusive suite, bang! A set of million-dollar bone china teaware was violently smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Song Qingya sat on the carpet with disheveled hair, her originally delicate and elegant features twisted in extreme jealousy and rage, resembling a madwoman. Suyu, you wretched girl, a country bumpkin. How dare you receive Jingting's protection? How dare you make me humiliate myself in public? Song Qingya screamed frantically, her eyes filled with venomous red veins. She originally thought that this time, returning to the country, as long as she used a few tricks, she could easily drive that backgroundless country girl out of the Fu family and naturally take her place as the matriarch. As a result, not only did she suffer a complete defeat, but even the Song family's business was implicated. Sister Qingya, please don't be angry for now. Her top manager Lisa stood beside her, terrified. Master Fu is currently furious. We should keep a low profile. Keep a low profile? As an international movie queen, why should I bow to a country bumpkin? Song Qingya suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with extremely malicious light. Since I can't defeat you in reality, I will completely ruin you online. Lisa, immediately contact those marketing accounts and water army companies we usually maintain. Song Qingya gritted her teeth and commanded, publish a statement across the internet. Just say that the wife of the president of the Fu Corporation is a scheming woman who didn't even get into college, using despicable means to force Fu Jingting into marriage. Also find someone to dig up her dirt regardless of whether it's true or false. Smear her completely. I want her to be utterly disgraced online, drowned in the spit of countless netizens. I want to see if Fu Jingting still wants a disgraced woman as his wife. As an international movie queen, Song Qingya was well versed in the ruthless tactics of public opinion warfare in the entertainment industry. In her eyes, no matter how capable Suyu was, she would undoubtedly be torn to shreds in the face of overwhelming online violence. But Sister Qingya, what if Master Fu finds out? Lisa hesitated. What are you afraid of? The law doesn't punish the majority. With millions of keyboard warriors online, can Fu Jingting really catch them all? Song Qingya sneered. Moreover, we post using a secret IP registered abroad. He won't find us. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. That afternoon, a trending topic titled Exposing the Wife of the Fu Corporation President, the Rise of a Scheming Woman, rapidly shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. The topic was filled with a lot of fabricated dirt claiming that Suyu was an uneducated little hoodlum in the countryside, that she was pregnant out of wedlock and had an abortion, and that she climbed into Fu Jingting's bed for the Fu family's billions. There were even so-called insiders revealing that Song Qingya was the true white moonlight in Fu Jingting's life, and that Suyu was merely a homewrecker. Suddenly, the internet was in an uproar. Countless confused netizens and Song Qingya's crazed fans swarmed the official Weibo account of the Fu Corporation, demanding that Fu Jingting open his eyes and divorce the poisonous woman. Some even crazily doxed Suyu online, threatening to send her razor blades. At the Fu mansion in the study, bang! Fu Jingting slammed his fist on the Zeton wood desk, the immense force directly cracking the hard surface. He looked at the despicable insults on the screen, a deep crimson, killing intent swirling in his majestic eyes. Immediately retract all these trending topics. Contact Weibo's upper management. If all the accounts spreading rumors are not banned within 10 minutes, I'll have Weibo delisted tomorrow. Fu Jingting roared like an enraged lion at the public relations manager on the other end of the line. See, corporate president, we are doing our best to retract the trending topics. But the other side clearly came prepared, hiring a large number of water armies, and even using hacking techniques to lock the topics in the back end. Our tech department can't delete them now. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Fu Jingting angrily threw his phone. He immediately turned around, ready to call Lu Chun to directly deal with the Song family. He knew without thinking that this matter was definitely the work of that malicious woman Song Qingya behind the scenes. Wait! A pale soft hand suddenly grabbed him. Suyu, dressed in loose loungewear, held a cup of red tea, lazily leaning against the door frame of the study. Wife, don't look at that garbage online. Fu Jingting immediately retracted his killing aura, walking over to hold her tightly in his arms, his tone filled with deep concern and guilt. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting you well. Leave this matter to me, I will ensure that Song Qingya pays a heavy price. Why shouldn't I look? I think their story is quite imaginative. So you not only showed no anger, but found it somewhat amusing. Aren't you angry? Fu Jingting looked at her extremely calm face, somewhat astonished. Angry? Why should I be angry at a clown on the verge of bankruptcy and disgrace? Su Yu gently pushed Fu Jingting away and naturally walked over to sit at the computer. Song Xingya thinks that hiding behind a secret IP registered abroad means I can't find her. Su Yu sneered, a dangerous glint flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She probably forgot that no one can play with network technology in front of the Z-God in this world. As she spoke, Su Yu's hands began to fly over the keyboard. In less than half a minute, all the back-end IPs of the Water Army companies manipulating this online violence, the transaction records of Song Qingjia's team purchasing the Water Army, and the complete chat records of Song Qingya and Lisa planning the online violence were brutally uncovered by Su Yu and packaged into an indisputable document. Wife, what do you want to do? Fu Jingting looked at Su Yu's commanding demeanor, and the agitation in his eyes miraculously calmed down, even revealing a hint of expectation. Didn't she want to use the capital and public opinion of the entertainment industry to ruin me? Su Yu pressed the enter key, sending that document to a mysterious email. Then I will use the entertainment industry capital she is most proud of to completely blacklist her. Su Yu stood up, stretched lazily, and pronounced Song Qingjia's death sentence with great authority. It's time for Starshine Media to change its master. Just as Fu Jingting was somewhat puzzled by Su Yu's statement, just 5 minutes later, the direction of the entire online discourse underwent a terrifying and dramatic reversal. The fabricated trending topic that had originally topped the list instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by several even more scandalous and explosive topics. Starshine International officially issues a nationwide blacklist, indefinitely blacklisting Song Qingya. Song Qingya hires water armies to spread rumors, and chat records are shocking. Shocking reversal. The mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Starshine International turns out to be. If the Fu Corporation is the uncrowned king of the business world, then Starshine International is the unique ruler of the global entertainment industry. 70% of the top entertainment resources and cinemas in the world are in the hands of Starshine International. And the Starshine Media, where Song Qingya worked, is merely a subsidiary of Starshine International. When Song Qingya saw the nationwide blacklist issued by Starshine International's official Weibo in her luxurious suite, along with the accompanying chat records that were not fit to be seen, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her phone dropped to the ground with a thud. How is this possible? How could Starshine International suddenly intervene for that country bumpkin? Song Qingya trembled all over, her eyes filled with extreme fear and despair. At that moment, Starshine International's official Weibo released another pinned post. It contained only a short sentence, yet it directly shook the entire entertainment industry and the high society of the capital. Starshine International official V, let me introduce you to our only absolute shareholder and behind-the-scenes boss, Ms. Su Yu, wife of the president of the Fu Corporation. Introducing our sole absolute shareholder and the hidden mastermind of Xingshan International, Ms. Su Yu. As soon as this tweet was posted, the entire Weibo server crashed due to overwhelming traffic. After a full 5 minutes, the programmer, drenched in sweat, urgently expanded the server capacity before the network finally restored. Upon recovery, the internet unleashed an unprecedented tsunami. What the hell? What am I seeing? The hidden boss of Xingshan International is actually Su Yu. Where are those haters who called her a country bumpkin? Come out and take your beating. If she's a bumpkin, then we're worse than the mud in the fields. Mrs. Fu, president of the Fu Consortium, boss of Xingshan International. What a thrilling story turned reality. So did Song Qingya just provoke the ancestral spirit of her direct superior? Ha ha ha, this is the real dimensionality reduction strike. Netizens were frantically gossiping, while Song Qingjia's fans, who had been shouting and cursing Su Yu, suddenly fell silent, as if collectively rendered mute. They knew that in the face of an absolute giant like Xingshan International, Song Qingya, the so-called international film queen, was merely a wage slave that could be crushed at any moment. Song Family Manor. Ding ding ding. The phones of Song Qingya and her manager Lisa rang like, hello? What? Termination. We signed a contract. Hello? Hello? Lisa's face turned pale as she hung up the phone, trembling like a leaf. Sister Qingya. It's over. It's all over. Lisa's voice was filled with a desperate sob. That was a call from the president of Dior Asia Pacific. They announced a unilateral termination of all cooperation with you and demanded double compensation for breach of contract. Not only that, but in the last 2 minutes, all your dozens of high-end endorsements and those 3 Hollywood S-level productions that had signed intentions have sent urgent termination letters. They said they received a death order from Xingshan International headquarters. Anyone who dares to work with you is going against the entire Xingshan International. Thud. Song Qingjia's legs gave way, and she fell heavily onto the cold marble floor. Total ban across the internet. The international honors and resources she had painstakingly earned over 3 years abroad, even selling her body, were completely obliterated by a single word from Suyu in less than 10 minutes. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Song Qingya, in a fit of madness, grabbed Lisa's shoulders and shook her violently. This must be that bitch Suyu hiring hackers to forge this announcement. How could she possibly be the boss of Xingchen? She's just a wild girl raised in the countryside. Just as Song Qingya was still in self-deception, the suite door was suddenly kicked open. Song Jiaming, the head of the Song family, entered with several police officers, his face ashen. Dad, please help me. Go tell the media that Xingchen International's announcement is fake. Please help me with public relations. Song Qingya, clinging to Song Jiaming's leg like a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Slap. In response, Song Jiaming delivered a harsh and resounding slap to her face. This slap caused Song Qingya's lip to bleed, and she fell to the ground. You foolish girl. Do you even know who you've offended? Song Jiaming was trembling with anger, pointing at Song Qingya and cursing her. If he once thought his daughter had some skill to match Fu Jingtong, now he wished he had never given birth to this fool. Mr. Song. The lead officer, expressionless, pulled out an arrest warrant. We have just received a signed report from the legal department of Xingchen International alleging that Ms. Song Qingya has over the past 3 years used shadow contracts to evade taxes amounting to 3 billion, and is also suspected of money laundering and organizing illegal transactions, among other serious crimes. The officer's cold voice was like a death sentence. Now please come with us, Ms. Song. Tax evasion, money laundering. Once these charges were solidified, not only would Song Qingya's acting career be utterly over, but her entire future would be spent behind bars sewing uniforms. No, I didn't. This is slander. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Song Qingya completely broke down, seeing the cold handcuffs about to clasp her wrists. She struggled frantically. Comrade police, this is a misunderstanding. It's absolutely a misunderstanding. Song Jiaming hurriedly approached with a smiling face. My daughter would never do such a thing. Someone must be framing her. Please give us some time. Head of the Song family, don't waste your efforts. Just then a cold voice, tinged with mockery, came from outside. Everyone turned to look. There stood Suyu, dressed in casual home attire, casually playing with a USB drive, surrounded by Fu Jingtong and several bodyguards in black, strolling and nonchalantly. Suyu, you shameless woman, how dare you come here? Song Qingya's eyes were bloodshot. If she weren't being held by the police, she would have lunged at Suyu to bite her. Why would I not dare to come? I'm here to comfort my former employee at the company. Suyu approached Song Qingya, looking down at the once arrogant, but now pathetic international film queen, her eyes devoid of any compassion. Didn't you say I was a country bumpkin? Didn't you want to ruin me with public opinion? Suyu gently tossed the USB drive at Song Qingya's feet. This contains all of your shady transactions in Hollywood over the past 3 years. Not only your shadow contracts, but also the exciting videos of you holding undisclosed meetings with investors and directors to climb the ranks. Song, the great film queen, are you satisfied with this gift? Gazing at the black USB drive on the floor, Song Qingya's pupils constricted violently, as if all strength had been drained from her body, and she collapsed to the ground in utter despair. The videos, the filthy transactions she thought she had executed flawlessly and discreetly abroad, had all been unearthed by Suyu. If these things were exposed, it wouldn't just be a matter of imprisonment, she would become a global laughingstock, and might even be assassinated in prison by the wives of those Hollywood moguls. No, don't expose them. Please, Suyu, Miss Su, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Song Qingya, no longer caring about her dignity as an international film queen, crawled frantically towards Suyu like a broken-back bitch, trying to grab her pant leg and beg for forgiveness. Get lost. Fu Jingting, who had been silently standing behind Suyu, flashed a look of extreme disgust and coldness in his eyes. He didn't even deign to touch Song Qingya. He merely lifted his long straight leg with casual indifference and kicked her flying away. Bang! Song Qingya slammed heavily into the wall, letting out a shrill scream as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qingyak! Song Jiaming, seeing his daughter beaten like this, was furious inside, but she was still his own flesh and blood. He hurried over to help Song Qingya up, then turned to Fu Jingting, his tone laced with a mix of pleading and reluctance. Master Fu, Qingya may have done wrong, but she grew up under your watch. At the old master's birthday banquet back, then she even handed you a handkerchief. Song Jiaming tried to appeal to their past bond to move Fu Jingting, even if it just meant sparing Song Qingya's life. However, the moment he mentioned that incident, Fu Jingting's murderous aura surged instantly, and the temperature in the entire suite seemed to plummet to freezing point. Song Jiaming. Fu Jingting looked down at the father and daughter, who appeared as grief-stricken, as if they had lost their parents, his voice as bitingly cold, as if it came from the depths of the 9 hells. If you hadn't brought up that matter, I would have only let your daughter spend the rest of her life in prison. But since you did, don't blame me for uprooting the entire Song family. Back then she handed me a handkerchief laced with sedatives, trying to climb into my bed. If my willpower hadn't been strong enough, I would have been ensnared by your Song family. I haven't settled that score with you yet, and now you dare to set your sights on my wife. At these words, Song Jianming was thunderstruck. So Fu Jingting had known about that incident all along. He hadn't acted back then only because the Song family still had some use to him. My wife is my forbidden territory. Whoever touches her dies. Fu Jingting wrapped his arm around Su Yu's waist, pulling her into his embrace, his oppressive gaze sweeping over Song Jianming. Lu Chun. Yes, President. Lu Chun, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately stepped in. Notify all core departments of the consortium. Starting from this second, fully activate the plan to target the Song group. I want to see the Song family completely erased from the capital within 24 hours. Bankrupting the Song family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, within 24 hours. If anyone else had said this, they would have been dismissed as a madman. But coming from Fu Jingting, the tycoon of a 100 billion conglomerate, it was an irrevocable death sentence. Master Fu. No, I was wrong. The Song family is willing to hand over all its shares. Please show mercy. Song Jianming completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing frantically. But Fu Jingting didn't even glance at him. He bent down with utmost tenderness, kissed Su Yu's forehead, and the world-shattering ferocity instantly melted into a gentle caress. Honey, the show is over. The air here is too dirty, let's go home. All right. Su Yu nodded with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the police, the madly reckless couple who had stirred up a storm in the capital walked out of the suite arm in arm. Behind them, only the desperate screams of Song Qingya and the devastated sobs of Song Jianming remained. In the following 24 hours, the entire business world of the capital witnessed an extremely terrifying. The Fu Consortium, like a fully operational war machine, launched a frenzied assault on the Song Group's industries with brutal cost-object efficiency. The stock market crashed, banks cut off loans, and partners defaulted and filed claims one after another. The once mighty Song Group crumbled like a sandcastle under the blaze of Fu Jingting's wrath. As for Song Qingya, the spark that ignited this storm, she was not only formally prosecuted for tax evasion, but her scandalous videos were also leaked onto the dark web by mysterious hackers. A once renowned international film queen was not only disgraced and facing imprisonment, but had also become a reviled rat hunted by netizens worldwide. With that, the wealthy elites who had been watching from the shadows, some still harboring contempt for the country bumpkin, Su Yu, were utterly broken. They finally understood a bloody reality. It is better to offend the king of hell than to offend Mrs. Fu. Offending the king of hell only brings death to yourself. But offending Mrs. Fu means not only your death, but your entire family will be uprooted by that wife-protecting madman. However, just as the entire capital's elite circle was shuddering at Fu Jingting's iron-fisted methods, a far greater deadly crisis, one that could even determine Fu Jingting's fate, was silently approaching. In the basement of an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city, several burly mercenaries exuding a thick scent of blood sat around a table. On the table lay a photo. Chief, the target has been locked, said a scar-faced mercenary in a hoarse voice. Fu Jingting has her well protected. The mansion is surrounded by top-tier bodyguards. But tomorrow afternoon, she's giving a closed lecture at the Capital University Medical School. That's our only chance to make a move. The bald man at the head of the table grinned, cruelly licking the blade of his dagger with savage relish. The client paid $1 billion to take this woman's life. Brothers, after this job we can retire. Remember, it's best to take her alive. If we can't, the bald man's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Then blow up the medical school building and let her be buried with it. The next afternoon at the Kyoto University Medical School, as the nation's premier medical institution, the lecture hall was filled to capacity. The finest professors and top medical students from all over the school sat here with excitement, awaiting a legendary medical lecture. The speaker at the podium was none other than Su Yu. Although her multifaceted identity remained undisclosed to the public, it had become an open secret among the highest echelons of the medical community. During the 2-hour lecture, Su Yu explained the potential integration of ancient Chinese acupuncture with modern neurosurgery in a way that was both profound and accessible. The previously deemed insurmountable challenges of neuron repair in medical texts became remarkably clear under her elucidation. As the lecture concluded, thunderous applause erupted, and several elderly professors, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement, felt compelled to kneel and pay their respects. Professor Su, here is the latest research data on brain neuron damage that you requested. The dean of Kyoto University Medical School personally handed Su Yu a confidential document, his demeanor respectful. Thank you, Dean, Su Yu replied, taking the document. She had been researching ways to completely cure Fu Jingting's bipolar disorder, and this data was crucial for her. Declining the dinner arranged by the school, Su Yu left the medical school building alone. To maintain a low profile, she did not have Fu Jingting's extravagant convoy accompany her today. Instead, she was accompanied by two plainclothes guards arranged by Lu Chun driving an inconspicuous black armored Mercedes. Madam, the president just called saying he is already on the way and will meet us at the Jiang Crossing Bridge in about 10 minutes, the driver Lao Wang said respectfully. Suyu leaned back in the rear seat, rubbing her slightly aching brow. The car smoothly exited the campus and turned onto the winding road leading to the Jiang Crossing Bridge. On one side of the road were steep cliffs, and on the other side, turbulent river waters. As it was a weekday afternoon, there were not many vehicles on the road. Suyu closed her eyes, mentally simulating Fu Jingting's condition. Suddenly, bang! A muffled sound akin to a tire blowing out came from the rear of the car. Immediately following, the armored Mercedes shook violently, the entire vehicle losing balance as it veered uncontrollably towards the guardrail by the river. Madam, watch out. It's a sniper. Lao Wang, a retired elite special forces soldier, reacted swiftly at this critical moment, sharply turning the steering wheel and slamming on the brakes. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt just half a meter from the guardrail. Suyu's eyes shot open, and a palpable murderous intent flashed in her cold peach blossom eyes. At that moment, boom, 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 three heavily modified black SUVs resembling steel monsters rushed in from both directions, trapping Suyu's Mercedes tightly in the middle of the winding road. The doors swung open. A dozen fully armed mercenaries wearing black masks and wielding heavy firearms jumped out of the vehicles like hungry wolves, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at the Mercedes. Boss, the tires are already blown. But this vehicle is the highest level of armored car. Conventional weapons can't penetrate it, a mercenary reported via radio. Can't penetrate. Then blow the door open with micro-explosives. The employer said, no matter if they live or died. The bald leader grinned wickedly, pulling out a powerful explosive pack from his waist and striding toward the Mercedes. Inside the car, the two plainclothes guards had drawn their pistols, their expressions extremely grave. Madam, they are professional international mercenaries, and their firepower is overwhelming. We will cover you. You find a chance to jump out the other door and escape down the hillside, the guard captain said through gritted teeth. In such absolute firepower suppression, staying in the car meant certain death. Yet Suyu remained surprisingly. She didn't even glance at the guns aimed at her. Instead, she calmly stuffed the confidential medical data into her bag and took off her obstructive high heels. Escape, eh? Suyu sneered, a bloodthirsty smile curving her lips. Once a formidable figure in the dark web, instilling fear in countless international terrorists, the word escape had never existed in her dictionary. Bang! Just as the bald leader was about to press the explosive pack against the car window, Suyu suddenly kicked open the armored car door. The heavy armored door flew open like a cannonball under tremendous force, slamming into the bald leader's face, instantly shattering his nasal bones as blood sprayed, sending him flying backward. Seeking death. Open fire. Seeing this, the other mercenaries shouted angrily and squeezed the triggers. Da-da-da-da. A barrage of bullets rained down on the armored car, sparking brilliant flashes. However, just as they opened fire, Suyu had already rolled like an extremely agile Black Panther, evading to the visual blind spot at the rear of the vehicle. Snap! Suyu skillfully seized a pistol from one of the guards. Without even looking, she fired 2 shots in quick succession. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. 2 mercenaries attempting to flank from higher ground collapsed with blood bursts blooming from their foreheads. Perfectly accurate. Every shot hit. The remaining mercenaries gasped in shock. Was this really just a pampered wife with no fighting skills? Clearly this was a top-tier assassin, even more cold-blooded than they were. Cover her. Throw in stun grenades. The mercenary vice captain roared, tossing 2 stun grenades towards Suyu's position. Boom. A massive flash of white light and deafening noise erupted. Just as the mercenaries thought Suyu had been momentarily blinded and prepared to rush in. Vroom. A terrifying roar of an engine akin to a beast's growl suddenly echoed from around the bend of the winding road. A black lightning-like Koenigsegg hypercar moving at a speed that defied the laws of physics drifted around a corner that seemed impossible, crashing like a mad bullet into the modified SUVs blocking the road. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the several-ton modified SUV was sent airborne, crashing heavily against the cliff wall, instantly igniting into a raging fire. The door of the Koenigsegg was kicked open. Fu Jingting, dressed in black, resembled a Shura demon emerging from the depths of hell. His deep phoenix eyes had turned a chilling shade of crimson, surrounded by an aura of terrifying murderous intent capable of annihilating the world. Dare to touch my woman. Fu Jingting fixed his gaze on the panicked mercenaries, his voice rough, as if 2 rusty steel plates were grinding against each other. You all shall descend into hell. On the winding mountain road, thick smoke billowed and flames roared skyward. In the eyes of those vicious international mercenaries, Fu Jingting, descending from the heavens, was even more terrifying than a true demon. Without a moment's pause, Fu Jingting, like a black bolt of lightning, instantly plunged into the enemy ranks. Open fire. Kill him. The mercenary vice captain howled in despair. Yet ordinary bullets could not capture Fu Jingting's extreme afterimages. A crackling sound echoed, accompanied by a bone-splitting noise that sent chills down the spine. Fu Jingting, with his bare hands, brutally twisted and snapped a mercenary's neck. After seizing the submachine gun from the enemy, he didn't even need to aim. Holding it with one hand, he pulled the trigger. A rapid burst of gunfire followed as bullets precisely reaped the lives of the mercenaries. At this moment, Fu Jingting had completely lost all semblance of human reason. The manic depressive demon that had lurked within him for years, suppressed by his terrifying self-control, erupted fully, and without restraint the moment he witnessed Su Yu being attacked. In his eyes there were no enemies, only prey that had to be torn apart. Monster. He's a monster. The remaining mercenaries collapsed completely. They had roamed the international underworld for years and had seen all kinds of ruthless characters. But a mad killing machine like Fu Jingting, who tore enemies apart with his bare hands and completely disregarded his own defense, was something they had never encountered before. Yet just as Fu Jingting was about to tear the last mercenary in two, a single extremely concealed sniper rifle shot suddenly rang out from the opposite hilltop. A large caliber sniper bullet, breaking the sound barrier, hurtled straight towards Su Yu, who was reloading a magazine behind the cover of a car. Yu. Fu Jingting's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. Without a second thought, driven by an instinct etched into his very bones, he hurled aside his enemy, and like a mad wolf protecting its cub, threw himself bodily on his Su Yu. A dull thud of a bullet-piercing flesh rang out. The armor-piercing sniper round, originally meant to blow her head off, buried itself deep into Fu Jingting's left rear shoulder, sending up a spray of blinding blood. The immense impact sent both of them crashing heavily to the ground. Fu Jingting. Su Yu felt her heart skip a beat in that instant. She stared at the blood hole on his back, so deep the bone was visible, and the blood that gushed out endlessly. A crimson sheen flooded her cold, peach blossom eyes. "I'm fine." Fu Jingting shielded Su Yu tightly beneath him. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, but his eyes held only the wild joy of having her back and an extreme obsession. "I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Never." The man's hoarse roar echoed in her ears. In the next second, Fu Jingting's already bloodshot phoenix eyes were completely overtaken by a terrifying, vacant, and frenzied bloodlust. The stimulation of his severe wound, coupled with extreme fear, shattered the final shackles of his mania, which had already been teetering on the brink of a rampage. Fu Jingting let out a miserable, agonized roar like a trapped beast. He violently pushed Su Yu away and staggered to his feet. At this moment, he was no longer the lofty master of $100 billion conglomerate, but a monster completely lost in slaughter and madness. Kill. Kill you all. A bizarre, hair-raising smile curled at the corner of Fu Jingting's mouth. He didn't even bother with the bullet embedded in his shoulder, letting blood soak half his shirt as he walked step by step toward the sniper who had fired the cowardly shot. Master Fu. No. Lu Chun, who had just arrived with a large group of shadow guards, was terrified at the sight. The CEO had completely gone berserk. Once he entered this state, Fu Jingting would show no mercy to anyone, tearing apart every living thing in his path. Moreover, his body couldn't withstand such extreme overexertion, and he would eventually die from heart failure. Several top-tier shadow guards, usually responsible for his close protection, tried to stop him. "Get out of my way." With a casual wave of his hand, Fu Jingting sent those terrifyingly powerful guards flying like broken sacks. They slammed heavily into the cars, coughing up blood. "It's over. The CEO has completely lost his mind." Lu Chen closed his eyes in despair. In this world, no one could stop a fully raged Master Fu unless a deity descended from heaven. Just as everyone was in utter despair, a slender but incredibly determined figure suddenly rushed out from behind. Without even wearing shoes, her fair bare feet stepping on the asphalt littered with broken glass and blood, Su Yu charged unhesitatingly toward the man who was like an Azura. "Madam, it's dangerous. Come back. The CEO will kill you too in this state." Lu Chun shouted in terror. But Su Yu acted as if she hadn't heard. She walked straight up to Fu Jingting. Looking at the man whose eyes were bloodshot, who had raised his fist like a demon ready to tear her apart at any moment, Su Yu did not retreat a single step, nor did she show any fear. She only looked at him with immense heartache, then spread her arms. Ignoring the nauseating smell of blood on him and the terrifying strength that could snap her neck at any moment, Su Yu hugged him with all her might, holding him tight. "Fu Jingting, it's okay. I'm here." The girl's extremely gentle voice, carrying a unique herbal fragrance, blew like a spring breeze, abruptly piercing into that hellscape of slaughter and madness. Fu Jingting's fist, raised high in the air and capable of dealing a fatal blow, froze instantly. On the winding mountain road, thick smoke intertwined with the scent of blood. Lu Chun and all the shadow guards felt their hearts rise to their throats. They stared intently at Su Yu, who was tightly shrouded in the shadow of the rampaging demon, their breaths seemingly suspended. In their eyes, Madame was undoubtedly courting death. With Mr. Fu having completely lost his rationality, he would not hesitate to kill not just his wife, but even if his elderly father stood here, he would not spare him. However, the scene that unfolded next left everyone stunned, nearly causing their eyes to pop out. Fu Jingtian, look at me. Su Yu stood on tiptoe, cupping the man's blood-soaked and fearsome face with her hands, forcing his unfocused crimson eyes to meet hers. Kill! Kill! Fu Jingtian let out a low growl like a beast from his throat, brutally reaching out with his large hand to tightly grip Su Yu's slender and fair neck. The force was so great that Su Yu felt a wave of suffocation in an instant. Madam! Lu Chen's eyes widened in horror as he was about to rush forward desperately. Don't come over. Su Yu strained to squeeze out these 3 words from her throat, yet her gaze remained resolutely fixed on Fu Jingtian. She did not struggle, nor did she cry for help. She gently stroked the blood on the man's face with her thumb, speaking softly. Jingtian, I'm here. I am not hurt, I am fine. Su Yu endured the intense pain in her neck, her voice sounding somewhat ethereal from lack of oxygen, yet carrying an extraordinary penetrating power. You have already protected me very well. Now it's time to rest. This sentence acted like an extremely precise key, clicking into the depths of Fu Jingtian's subconscious, which had been completely locked away by madness and slaughter. His crimson eyes, reminiscent of a death god, trembled violently. He looked at the beautiful face close to him, inhaling the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from her that could instantly soothe him. That fragrance was the only redemption in his long and dark nights of insomnia over the past 25 years. You. The beast within the man roared, struggling to transform into a hoarse and fragmented whisper. The large hand that had been gripping Su Yu's neck like a vice suddenly released its strength, recoiling, as if electrocuted, trembling slightly. He looked at the shocking bruise on Su Yu's neck with the terror of a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry. I couldn't control it. Fu Jingtian's towering body swayed unsteadily, the madness in his eyes receding like a tide replaced by extreme pain and guilt. I know everything. Seizing the moment when he regained his rationality, Su Yu decisively pulled out a silver needle she had prepared earlier from her pocket. Whooshed! The silver needle, like a flash of lightning, accurately pierced the Shunmen acupoint on the back of Fu Jingtian's neck. Fu Jingtian grunted softly, and the body that had been on the verge of collapse finally relaxed completely under the needle of the miraculous Dr. Qianmian. The tall man, resembling a deity, crashed down like a fallen mountain onto Su Yu. She tightly embraced him, and even though she was pushed back 2 steps by his immense weight, she still managed to catch him securely. Sleep with me here, no one can hurt you. Under Su Yu's extremely gentle, soothing voice, this tyrant who instilled fear throughout the capital finally closed his eyes in exhaustion, resting in his wife's embrace. Silence. The entire winding mountain road fell into an eerie silence. Lu Chun and the shadow guards, even the mercenary leader who had just had his nose broken by Su Yu and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, all looked at Su Yu as if she were a deity. This woman, could it be that she truly single-handedly turned a completely uncontrollable, ruthless tyrant into a docile little lamb? This was even more shocking than her tearing apart an off-road vehicle with her bare hands. What are you still dawdling for? Su Yu, holding the unconscious Fu Jingtian, turned her head, her cold peach blossom eyes regaining absolute rationality and decisiveness. Immediately clean up the scene. Leave no survivors. I want to know who hired them. Yes, madam. Lu Chun, as if awakening from a dream, immediately directed the shadow guards to systematically clean up the aftermath. At this moment in his heart, Su Yu's status had risen to be on par with Fu Jingtian, even subtly surpassing him. Lu Chun helped me carry him to the nanny van in the back. Su Yu looked at the bullet hole on Fu Jingtian's shoulder, which was still bleeding, her brows furrowing tightly. Notify the nearest hospital, clear out the highest level operating room, and prepare all surgical instruments. I want to personally remove the bullet for him. Half an hour later, at the best private hospital in the capital, in the highest level VIP operating room. Outside the operating room, the entire hospital's director and the top surgeons from various departments stood in a row, trembling. They had received the urgent order from the Fu Corporation to spare no effort in saving Mr. Fu. However, when they arrived at the operating room door, they were firmly blocked by Lu Chun. Sorry, experts, madam has ordered that the surgery for the president will be conducted solely by her. No one is allowed to enter and disturb. Lu Chun stood guard at the door like a gatekeeper. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. The director of cardiothoracic surgery was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Mr. Fu was shot with armor-piercing rounds, and the location is extremely close to the aorta. Even if all the experts of the hospital come together, the success rate for such a surgery is less than 30%. How can a young girl like her dare to perform the surgery alone? Exactly, Assistant Lu. This is a matter of life and death. Just when a group of experts were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, an elderly director seemed to suddenly remember something, his expression changing drastically. Wait. You just said that, madam. Is she the Professor Sue who gave a lecture at the Capital Medical University a few days ago? Yes. Luchin nodded. The old director gasped in surprise, instantly becoming so excited that his entire body trembled, and he turned to the still shouting experts and shouted, "Shut up. Director, but what? You bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well." The old director's eyes reddened with excitement. That person inside is the legendary miraculous Dr. Qian Mian, who can bring the dead back to life. If she can't save Mr. Fu, then even if you go and it's just a death wish. Upon these words, the previously noisy corridor fell into an instant silence. All the experts looked as if they had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at the tightly closed operating room door, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. The miraculous Dr. Qian Mian. That woman who exists like a myth in the medical field was actually personally performing the surgery inside. Inside the operating room, under the shadowless lamp, Su Yu wore a sterile surgical gown, her gaze terrifyingly focused. The scalpel in her hand moved with an incredibly terrifying speed and precision, nearly defying the physiological limits of humanity, swiftly traversing Fu Jingxin's wound. Cauterizing, separating, nerves extracting, bullets suturing. If the experts outside could see this scene, they would undoubtedly kneel down collectively in worship. Because this kind of terrifying surgical technique, which requires no advanced instruments and can avoid all major arteries and fatal nerves by relying solely on sight and touch, is something only the miraculous Dr. Qian Mian could achieve in this world. Ding! As the last bloodstained bullet fragment was thrown into the tray, Su Yu skillfully tied the final. She let out a long breath, removed the bloodstained sterile gloves, and reached out to touch Fu Jingxin's pale, yet still handsome face. Fool! A hint of deep pain flashed in Su Yu's eyes. The wound was less than a centimeter away. If he had been just a fraction of a second slower when he lunged at her, or if the angle had been slightly off, he would already— This man, in order to protect her truly, put his life on the line. Since you are willing to give me your life. Su Yu leaned down and gently kissed the man's cold, thin lips. Then I will return you a Fu Jingtian completely healthy and without a trace of shadow. Within the VIP advanced care ward, the silence was broken only by the faint hum of various precision instruments. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a delicate golden hue over the sleeping man on the pure white bed. Fu Jingtian slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Su Yu's pale little face, showing signs of exhaustion. She was leaning against the bed, tightly holding his hand, sleeping restlessly. Sensing the movement in his palm, Su Yu woke up with acute sensitivity. Jingtian, you're awake. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? Su Yu immediately sat up, nervously checking his vital signs. It doesn't hurt. Fu Jingtian looked at the heavy dark circles under her eyes, feeling an immense heartache. He grasped Su Yu's hand in return, his voice hoarse. Wife, I've scared you. I'm sorry. You risked your life to save me, and you still say sorry. Su Yu glared at him with irritation, but her eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. Do you know that the bullet was less than a centimeter away from your carotid artery? If I hadn't been the one to operate, you would already be in the morgue. Because I know my missus. Fu is a divine doctor with 1,000 faces. As long as you are here, even the king of hell cannot take me away. Fu Jingxin's lips curled into a weak but extremely indulgent smile. He tried to reach out to touch her face, but the pain from his shoulder wound made him involuntarily gasp. Don't move around. Su Yu immediately pressed down on his hand, her expression turning extremely serious. Fu Jingtian, external injuries are easy to treat. But today I need to treat your inner demons. Upon hearing the words, inner demons, Fu Jingxin's deep phoenix eyes constricted violently. That was the deepest, most painful, and most untouchable scar within him. My mania cannot be cured. Fu Jingtian turned his face away, his tone filled with an extremely suppressed despair. This curse has been imprinted on my soul since that plane crash 20 years ago. 20 years ago, at the age of 5, Fu Jingtian witnessed the private plane his parents were on explode and disintegrate in midair, turning into an incredibly terrifying fireball as it fell. And that so-called plane accident was not an accident at all, but a grand murder orchestrated by the side branches of the Fu family who vied for power. From that moment on, the innocent 5-year-old child died. What survived was a monster completely consumed by nightmares and hatred, who could only numb himself through frenzied killings. He dared not sleep, for once he closed his eyes, he heard his parents' cries in the inferno. There are no incurable diseases, only inner demons that we dare not face. Su Yu solemnly took out a row of gleaming silver needles from the medicine box beside her. Jingtian, look at— Su Yu forcefully turned Fu Jingxin's face towards her, her cold peach blossom eyes radiating an incredibly powerful, irresistible calming force. In the past you fought alone in the darkness. But now you have me. I will accompany you back into that most terrifying nightmare, and together we will tear it apart. Su Yu's voice was like some ancient and mysterious incantation carrying a powerful psychological. Fu Jingtian gazed into her clear eyes akin to stars, and the intense resistance and fear within him miraculously began to subside. Okay. He closed his eyes, choosing to trust unconditionally. Su Yu took a deep breath, her hands moving like lightning as she accurately inserted several 10-centimeter-long silver needles into the vital points of Fu Jingtian's head and neck. The 13 ghost needles, 7th needle, soul guiding. As the silver needles pierced Fu Jingtian's body, suddenly tensed beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. His breathing became extremely rapid, and the terrifying memories he had forcibly sealed for 20 years surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The blazing flames. The piercing sound of explosions. The ground strewn with severed limbs. And the 5-year-old boy standing amidst the fire, trembling in fear, crying out loud. No, Dad, Mom. On the hospital bed, Fu Jingtian let out an excruciating and sorrowful scream, his body convulsing violently from extreme fear, as if he had returned to that hellish place that made him wish for death. Fu Jingtian, I'm here. I'm right here. Su Yu desperately held down his thrashing body, her eyes red. Without hesitation, she offered her wrist to Fu Jingtian's mouth. Bite down. Don't hurt yourself. Fu Jingtian had completely lost his sanity, and he bit down fiercely on Su Yu's wrist. His sharp teeth instantly pierced her delicate skin, causing blood to flow freely. But Su Yu didn't even frown. She gently but firmly whispered in Fu Jingtian's ear repeatedly. The 5-year-old Fu Jingtian has grown up. He has become stronger than anyone else. He avenged his parents and sent all those bad people to hell. Now he has his own family and a wife. Jingtian, wake up from the nightmare. I'll take you home. Accompanied by Su Yu's voice akin to a tranquilizer and the warm, bloody scent from her wrist. Deep within his subconscious, the 5-year-old boy standing in the fire, crying out loudly, suddenly stopped his tears. He looked up and saw a girl in a white dress as beautiful as an angel standing at the edge of the flames. The girl reached out her hand to him. Come, let's go home. The little boy wiped his tears and firmly grasped that hand. In an instant, the blazing inferno and endless darkness collapsed like shattered glass. On the hospital bed, Fu Jingtian's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. In his deep phoenix eyes there was no longer chaos, no longer bloodlust, and no longer the pain and despair that had been suppressed for 20 years. Instead, there was an incredibly clear, calm, and deep starry sky, like a fresh rain. He released the bite on Su Yu's wrist, looking at the glaring 2 rows of blood marks, his heart aching so much that he trembled even while breathing. He gently took Su Yu's injured wrist, placing it by his lips, and kissed it devoutly. Wife, thank you. A warm tear, extremely rare, slipped from the corner of this billionaire tyrant's eye and landed on Su Yu's hand. I finally walked out from that hell. Su Yu smiled, radiating a bright and liberating light. She knew that the mania that had plagued Fu Jingtian for 20 years, which countless top psychologists in the world had been powerless against, was at this moment completely and forever healed by her. 3 months later, in the South Pacific, on a private island that glimmers like a sapphire amidst the azure waves, the sun shines brightly and the sea breeze is gentle. This deserted island, which once didn't even have a name on the map, has been transformed into a dreamlike paradise resembling a celestial realm by the Fu Corporation, with terrifying financial power and efficiency over the past 3 months. On the island, not only has a world-class 7-star resort been built along with a several-kilometer-long private white sand beach, but a grand cathedral has also been constructed, meticulously designed to replicate the European medieval style at a wanton scale. Today, this private island, named Pomelo Island, welcomes its most distinguished guests. Hundreds of private jets from around the globe land at the island's private airport in a queue. Descending from the planes are none other than top magnates, whose mere presence can shake the international political and business circles. Ancient European nobility, financial tycoons from Wall Street, oil magnates from the Middle East, even members of royal families from several countries. They have gathered here today solely to attend a wedding of historical significance. Fu Corporation's leader Fu Jingtian is set to host the ultimate feast with the mastermind behind Xingqian International, the legendary healer Qian Mian, and hacker Zishan Su Yu. Inside the cathedral, countless top-quality Ecuadorian white roses airlifted and adorn the entire dome, creating a dreamlike purity. Accompanied by a solemn and sacred wedding march, the doors slowly open. Old Master Fu, dressed in an exceptionally smart red tang suit with tears of joy in his eyes, proudly holds Su Yu's hand as they walk slowly down the rose-petal-strewn red carpet. Today, Su Yu is so beautiful that it is almost blinding. The wedding gown, painstakingly handcrafted over 3 months by 10 of the world's top designers, is encrusted with a total of 9,999 genuine South African diamonds. Under the sun's refraction, it radiates a dazzling brilliance as resplendent as the Milky Way. Yet the most striking feature remains her naturally beautiful face, unadorned, yet captivating. At the end of the red carpet, Fu Jingtian stands tall in a perfectly tailored pure white tuxedo, resembling a prince from a fairy tale, exuding an aura of absolute majesty. His injuries have completely healed, and the manic disorder that had troubled him for 20 years has not recurred. He is now a man with a complete soul who has learned how to love. As he gazes at his bride approaching step by step, deep love and intense obsession surge within his profound phoenix eyes like an endless ocean. He solemnly takes Su Yu's hand from old Master Fu. Mr. Fu Jingtian, do you take this lady before you as your wife, to love her, cherish her, and respect her in sickness, and in health and poverty, and in wealth until death do you part? The pastor's divine voice echoed within the cathedral. I do, Fu Jingtian replied to Su Yu, his voice deep and resolute. Not even death can separate us. She is the only one for me, Fu Jingtian, for all eternity. His powerful and heartfelt vow moved countless young ladies present to tears of jealousy. Ms. Su Yu, do you take this man before you as your husband? The pastor turned to Su Yu. Su Yu looked into the deep, affectionate eyes of the man, and memories flooded her mind from their accidental encounter in the clubhouse to the moments they stood shoulder to shoulder facing adversities even through life and death. She smiled gently, her smile as refreshing as a spring breeze caressing blooming flowers. As these three words fell, Fu Jingtian could no longer contain his overwhelming joy, abruptly pulling Su Yu into his arms, kissing her lips with an intensity and passion that was utterly possessive. Outside the cathedral, dozens of helicopters took off simultaneously. Millions of bright red rose petals rained down from the sky, like a grand floral celebration, painting the entire island in romantic red. Furthermore, at this moment, the giant LED screens on iconic buildings in all major cities around the world, including the massive screen in Times Square, New York, simultaneously switched to the same image. Mrs. Fu, happy wedding. Fu Jingtian. A simple phrase, yet it declared to billions around the world his unparalleled and extreme affection for her. Her inheritance includes his trillion-yuan fortune. He belongs to her as well. The sea breeze gently lifted Su Yu's white veil. Leaning against Fu Jingtian's broad and warm chest, she watched the rose petals dancing in the air, her lips curling into a blissful smile. This absurd beginning of entangling with a trillionaire ultimately culminated in a breathtaking, century-long affection, perfectly concluding this extraordinary tale. Volume 2: The Fall of the Great One, provoking the unbearable fiery wife end. In the South Pacific, on Grapefruit Island. It has been exactly half a month since the globally shocking century. The top aristocrats who attended the wedding had long since taken their private jets and left, leaving the once vibrant private island turned into a tranquil paradise solely for Su Yu and Fu Jingting. In the presidential suite of the 7-star overwater villa, sunlight poured through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, lavishly spilling onto the wide waterbed covered in pure white velvet. Su Yu let out a hoarse, heavily fatigued groan. She felt as though her entire body had been run over countless times by a heavy truck, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. A pair of solid arms exuding a strong masculine pheromone held her tightly in a scalding embrace. Fu Jingting pressed his chin dominantly against her neck, greedily inhaling the faint medicinal scent on her body, his deep phoenix eyes gleaming with a satisfied, yet dangerous light. Wife, are you awake? The man's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of post-coital sensuality. Fu Jingting, are you crazy? Su Yu struggled to turn over, her originally cold peach blossom eyes now filled with accusation, the corners tinged with an alluring crimson. How many days has it been? Are you ever going to stop? Do you really think you're a pile driver? Since that time on the winding mountain road, when Fu Jingting's manic condition was completely cured, not only has his body regained absolute health, but also a certain terrifying stamina that had been suppressed for 20 years was horrifyingly unleashed. Especially on this secluded island during their honeymoon, free from family complexities and corporate meetings, this usually cold-blooded ascetic billionaire tyrant had torn off all pretenses and transformed into an utterly tireless beast. On the beach, on the yacht, even in the underwater observation cabin, Su Yu felt that as a renowned doctor she had not perished under the guns of her enemies, but was instead about to die in this man's bed. Wife, you can't blame me for this. Fu Jingting innocently blinked, his deceptively charming eyes, his large hands skillfully roaming over her slender waist, sending shivers through her. What can I do if my wife is so enchanting? Moreover, the doctor said that my previous condition was suppressed for too long, and now that I'm cured, I need a lot of exercise to release the excess energy within me. As my attending physician, shouldn't you be responsible for me? You are just making excuses. Su Yu was infuriated. How could she not know of such a ridiculous theory in medicine? Be good, let's do it one more time. I promise this is Fu Jingting shamelessly flipped over and pinned her down, his scorching kiss falling like a torrential storm, instantly silencing all of Su Yu's protests. It wasn't until evening that Su Yu, clad in an oversized men's shirt, tremblingly walked out of the villa's. The island's private chef had long prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner laid out on the open-air viewing platform. Fu Jingting wore a casual white shirt, casually unbuttoning the top 3 buttons to reveal his strong, sexy chest. He attentively peeled a top-tier king crab for Su Yu, his gaze filled with a sweetness that could be deadly. Eat more, replenish your strength. Fu Jingting fed a piece of succulent crab meat into Su Yu's mouth, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Shut up. Su Yu glared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Fu Jingting would have been executed by now. Just as the two were sweetly one-sidedly exploited, enjoying the sea breeze and dinner, the encrypted satellite phone placed aside suddenly rang. Fu Jingting's smile slightly faded as he picked up the phone. President, it's me. A serious voice came from the other end. I'm sorry to interrupt your honeymoon with your wife. However, something has happened in the capital. Speak. Fu Jingting's tone instantly regained its cold and imposing superiority. We just received urgent information from the Dark Web Intelligence Department that 3 globally wanted level assassins secretly infiltrated the waters surrounding Grapefruit Island 2 hours ago. Their target is your wife. Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of extreme urgency. Level. Fu Jingting's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, the temperature around him instantly dropping to freezing point. Is the island's defense system just for show? Why weren't they intercepted in advance? President, these 3 are not ordinary mercenaries. They carry a rare jamming device that can completely evade radar and thermal imaging tracking. Moreover, their methods are strange. They don't resemble modern assassins, but rather seem like death warriors trained by some ancient family. I understand. Fu Jingting calmly hung up the phone. He turned his head to look at Su Yu, who was still sipping seafood soup, a glint of extreme, killing intent flashing in his eyes. No matter what ancient family it was daring to seek death during their honeymoon, he would definitely ensure they would come and not return. What's wrong? Su Yu keenly sensed the change in the man's emotions. It's nothing, just a few clueless flies. Fu Jingting casually grabbed a napkin and wiped the corner of Su Yu's mouth. You eat for a while, I'll go handle it, and be back soon. Oh, flies. Su Yu, instead of showing any fear, set down her spoon, and a strange excitement flickered in her cold peach blossom eyes. Just right, I've been lying in bed for half a month, my bones are almost rusting. Since there are free punching bags delivered to my doorstep, mister. Fu, would you mind if I joined you to stretch my muscles? Seeing his eager wife, Fu Jingting couldn't help but chuckle. All right, but you must promise me not to get your hands dirty, how it pains my heart. The night on Yu Island is exceptionally beautiful, with countless stars reflecting on the sapphire-like surface of the sea, serene and peaceful. However, beneath this tranquility, 3 shadowy figures like phantoms are stealthily evading all infrared detectors and patrolling guards on the island, silently approaching the central area of the waterfront villa. Target confirmed. Male Fu Jingtian, the head of the Fu Consortium, female suspected to be the lost bloodline Su Yu. The leading shadow lowered his voice as he reported into an invisible microphone at his throat. The Elder Council has issued an order. We must confirm the identity of the female target. If confirmed as a true bloodline, bring her back to the family, if met with resistance. A cold, emotionless voice came through the communicator. Eliminate on the spot. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let the Shao family's bloodline fall into the outside world. Understood. The 3 assassins dispersed in unison like 3 poisonous spiders lurking in the night, advancing towards the observation platform from 3 different angles. At this moment, the observation platform only had a dim floor lamp. Fu Jingtian and Su Yu were seated at the dining table, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the 3 were less than 10 meters from their target, 3 faint, nearly imperceptible sounds of projectiles slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Those were 3 poisoned darts sharpened to lethality, aimed mercilessly at Fu Jingtian's forehead, heart, and throat. These darts were ancient, fired without any gunpowder noise, making them nearly impossible to defend against in the dark. If it were ordinary bodyguards, even top-tier special forces would undoubtedly perish under such a sudden ambush. However, Fu Jingtian, seated at the dining chair, didn't even turn his head. He simply raised the pure silver seafood knife in his hand and casually waved it 3 times in the air. Clink, clink, clink. 3 crisp metallic clinks echoed. Those 3 lethal poison darts were deftly deflected to the ground by his small dining knife. What a... The 3 assassins were taken aback. Although the intel indicated Fu Jingtian was a fierce character, this was simply absurd. Was that bare-handed interception of hidden weapons? With such meager skills, you dare to disturb my wife and me during our honeymoon. Fu Jingtian elegantly set down the dining knife, pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands, and then slowly stood up, turning his head. In his deep phoenix eyes there was no warmth left, only a chilling and bloodthirsty abyss. The leading assassin realized they had been exposed, and with a roar he drew two short blades shimmering with a ghostly blue light from his waist, pouncing towards Fu Jingtian like a leopard. The other two assassins showed no hesitation, flanking from both sides in unison, attempting to subdue Fu Jingtian in one fell swoop. However, they had greatly underestimated the terrifying might of this trillionaire tyrant. After completely healing from his mania, Fu Jingtian's physical capabilities had not only not diminished, but had actually reached the peak of his 25-year life, free from the drain of disease. Facing the assault of three class assassins, Fu Jingtian didn't even move his feet. Boom! He casually threw a punch. That seemingly aimless punch carried a terrifying sonic boom and struck the leading assassin's chest directly. Crack! The sound of bones shattering resonated clearly in the night sky. The leading assassin didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body flew back, like a ragged sack, crashing heavily into a coconut tree over a dozen meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Instant kill of an class assassin. The remaining two assassins were terrified, their souls fleeing. This was no mere human, it was clearly a Trex disguised in human skin. Retreat. The two realized they had struck a hard rock and decisively abandoned the mission, turning to jump into the sea to escape. Trying to run. Suyu, who had been watching from the side, let out a cold laugh. She lazily picked up two leftover crab claws from the table and casually threw them at the backs of the two assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two crab claws, which should have been kitchen waste under Suyu's terrifying skill, pierced through the shoulder blades of the two assassins like armor-piercing projectiles. Up! The two assassins screamed in agony, nailed to the wooden floor by the terrifying force, unable. The battle began abruptly and ended even more abruptly. In less than 30 seconds, the three class assassins that had troubled intelligence agencies worldwide were easily dealt with by this perverse couple, as if they were mere chickens. Boring. Suyu pouted disdainfully, clapping her hands. I thought they were some formidable characters, yet at this level, they could barely handle a class task on the dark web. Fu Jingtian walked up to the leading assassin, looking down at him. Tell me who sent you. His voice was as cold as ice. Though the assassin's chest was shattered, he still gritted his teeth defiantly, even managing a strange cold smile at the corner of his mouth. You have no idea what kind of existence you are dealing with. Miss, the family will definitely find you. With that, the assassin fiercely bit down on a poison pouch hidden in his molars. Thud! The assassin's head tilted, and he instantly ceased to breathe. The other two assassins, nailed to the ground witnessing this, also decisively bit through their poison and committed suicide on the spot. Death warriors. Fu Jingtian's brow furrowed. In this world, a family capable of cultivating such loyal, fearless, and possessing such strange skills as death warriors was definitely not an ordinary wealthy clan. Suyu approached and squatted beside the corpse of the leading assassin. Her gaze suddenly fell upon a concealed tattoo on the assassin's neck. It was a complex, deep purple design resembling some ancient totem. A blooming bauhinia with eerie thorny vines entwined around the petals. Upon seeing this totem, Suyu's previously calm and lazy eyes sharply constricted. Do you recognize it? Fu Jingtian keenly sensed the shift in Suyu's emotions. This totem. Suyu slowly extended her hand, gently tracing the bauhinia tattoo, her voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Jingtian, I may know who sent them. Suyu raised her head to look at Fu Jingtian. Do you remember I told you I was the abandoned daughter brought back from the countryside by the Su family? I remember. I've made that old bastard Su Jinghua rot in prison. Fu Jingtian coldly replied. In fact, I am not the biological daughter of the Su family. Suyu calmly threw out a shocking revelation. When I was 6 years old, my adoptive mother told me on her deathbed that I was an abandoned baby left at the orphanage door. The only thing I had to prove my identity at the time was a rare warm jade pendant. Suyu's gaze was fixated on the totem on the assassin's neck. And the carving on that jade pendant is identical to this bauhinia totem. Not my biological daughter. Fu Jingtian looked at Suyu, a glimmer of shock flickering in his deep phoenix eyes, quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of heartache. He had always thought that Suyu was sent to the countryside because Su Jinghua favored the illegitimate daughter Su Wan. Little did he know the truth was such. The girl he had cherished in his palm had never received true parental love since childhood. Where is that? Fu Jingtian gently embraced Suyu, asking softly. A hint of cold mockery flashed in Suyu's eyes. That old fox Su Jinghua discovered the jade pendant on me at the orphanage. Although he did not recognize the totem on it, he immediately saw that the warm jade was a rare treasure of immeasurable value. To seize that jade pendant, he feigned kindness by adopting me and bringing me back to the Su family. Suyu let out a cold laugh. Later, seeing that I was just a clueless child, he snatched the pendant away and tossed me to the countryside to fend for myself. If I'm not mistaken, that jade pendant should be hidden in the safe of the old Su residence. Upon hearing this, the temperature around Fu Jingtian instantly dropped to absolute zero. Lu Chun. Fu Jingtian directly dialed the satellite phone, his tone like that of a hellish demon. Immediately send someone to the old Su residence and smash open Su Zhengwo's safe. If there is a jade pendant with the totem of the Bauhinia flower inside, send it to the island at the fastest speed. He added, also send someone to the prison to take good care of that old beast Su Zhenghua. Let him know the consequences of stealing my wife's belongings. Yes, CEO. After hanging up the phone, Fu Jingtian looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, his gaze deepening. Wife, if these people are truly sent by your biological family side, why did they want to kill you? Even a tiger does not eat its own offspring, let alone considering the quality of the jade pendant and the level of these assassins. That unknown family must possess terrifying power. If they were really searching for a long-lost bloodline, why would they resort to killing upon first meeting? Su slightly squinted her eyes. The assassin just now said before dying, if there is an obstruction, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let the bloodline fall outside. Su keenly sees the flaw in his words. This indicates that the one who issued the kill order is not my biological parents, but rather a power holder within that family who does not wish for me to survive and inherit the family fortune. The depth of the aristocracy is a truth that has existed since ancient times. If Su truly is the legitimate bloodline of an ancient family, then during her 20 years of disappearance, the power dynamics within that family must have shifted. Now suddenly saying she is not dead and must be brought back, how could those vested interests possibly let her go? Fu Jingtian let out a cold laugh, fiercely holding Su in his embrace. No matter who they are, as long as they dare to touch a single hair on you, I, Fu Jingtian, will uproot them entirely, even if it means toppling the entire Fu Corporation. In this world, Mrs. Fu is his reverse scale. Whoever touches her dies. Even if it's the European royal family or the world's top hidden financial magnates, he would not hesitate to kill. The next morning, a private supersonic jet emblazoned with the Fu Corporation logo arrogantly landed at the private airport on Yu Island. Lu Chun personally carried an ancient Zeton wood box, hurriedly walking into the water villa. CEO, madam. This was found in a hidden underground safe at the old Su residence. That old fox, Su Zhenghua, hid it very well. We only managed to blast it open using directional explosives. Su calmly took the box and gently opened it. Inside the box lay a rare piece of exquisite warm jade. The jade was smooth and warm like sheep fat, exuding a tranquil and calming aura even in the sweltering South Pacific. At the center of the jade pendant, a lifelike Bauhinia flower was intricately carved, surrounded by eerie thorny vines, identical to the totem on the assassin's neck from last night. Even more shocking was that on the back of this Bauhinia flower, an ancient seal character, Shao, was inscribed. Shao. Fu Jingtian gazed at this character, his brow furrowing deeply. With the global intelligence network of the Fu Corporation, they had no inkling of the power represented by this Shao character. Lu Chun immediately activated the highest levels class intelligence network. Fu Jingtian's expression turned serious. I need to find out the background of the Shao family, which bears the totem of the Bauhinia flower, in the shortest possible time. Yes. Lu Chun had just turned to go attend to the matter when Su Yu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly leaned lazily on the sofa. No need to investigate. I already know who they are. Su Yu toyed with the invaluable warm jade in her hand, a complex, yet dangerously glinting light flashing in her cool peach blossom eyes. Wife, do you know this family? Fu Jingtian asked, somewhat surprised. Su Yu nodded. In this world, there is only one family that can combine the Bauhinia flower and thorny vines as their family totem. Su Yu took a deep breath and calmly uttered a name that could shake the global financial industry to its core. The first hidden financial magnate, the ancient royal family that controls the entire underground financial lifeline of the West, the Shao family. The first hidden financial conglomerate, the Shao family. Upon hearing that name, even Lu Chun, who was used to encountering great storms, couldn't help but gasp in shock, his expression suddenly turning serious. In this world, the so-called Forbes billionaire list that is widely known is merely a joke in the eyes of the true top-tier elites. Those who truly control the lifeblood of the global economy, capable of influencing the regime of even a small nation, have never appeared in the public eye. Though the Fu Corporation is already a global behemoth on the surface in terms of family heritage and the terrifying forces hidden in the shadows, it still lags behind those ancient hidden families that have been passed down for centuries. The Shao family, on the other hand, is the absolute overlord among these hidden families, akin to an unassailable divine being. It is said that the Shao family rose to prominence during the European age of exploration. They control 30% of the global gold reserves and secretly manipulate several multinational banks and military enterprises. Even the oldest royal families in Europe must maintain a respectful demeanor when facing the head of the Shao family. This is a true behemoth. One sneeze could trigger a tsunami in the global stock market. Fu Jingtian gazed at the jade pendant in Su Yu's hand, his eyes becoming profound. No wonder the equipment on those assassins is so advanced, no wonder they would rather die than reveal any information. Only the hidden Shao family could cultivate such elite assassins. Yu, if you truly are the lost bloodline of the Shao family, then this matter is likely far more complex than we imagined. Fu Jingtian looked at Su Yu earnestly. As a tyrant in the business world, he understood too well how bloody the internal power struggles of such superfamilies could be. The sudden appearance of a long-lost direct descendant after 20 years is absolutely a lethal threat to those side branches who have already divided the family interests. Last night's assassination was the best proof. Of course I know. Su Yu casually tossed the invaluable jade pendant onto the table as if discarding an ordinary stone. So I have no intention of acknowledging them. Su Yu leaned lazily on the sofa, a hint of disdain and dominance flashing in her cold peach blossom eyes. My current identity is Mrs. Fu, the owner of Xingshan International and the divine Dr. Chimyan. I have earned enough money that could last me several lifetimes. Why would I want to wade into the murky waters of the Shao family? If they know what's good for them, we can coexist peacefully. If they dare to send flies to bother me. Su Yu's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile reminiscent of a demon. I wouldn't mind using the identity of Hacker God Z to take a stroll around their Swiss bank vault and inject their executives with some newly developed neurotoxins. Upon hearing his fierce wife's bold statement, Fu Jingtian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. He affectionately ruffled Su Yu's hair, his eyes filled with wild love and pride. This is his woman. What nonsense about being the daughter of the hidden first family. In his wife's eyes they are worth. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Fu Jingtian confidently embraced Su Yu. Since my wife doesn't want to acknowledge them, let's treat them like flies and swat them dead. Lu Chen, issue an order immediately. Fu Jingtian turned his head, his killing intent surging instantly. Notify the dark web in my personal name to place a bounty of $100 billion. Anyone bearing the magnolia flower totem, if they dare to step into Huagua, shall be killed without mercy. $100 billion. Just to buy a family's no-enter order. This is undoubtedly the most insane and domineering act ever recorded on the international wanted list. Yes, President. Lu Chen was so excited that his blood boiled, and he immediately turned to make arrangements. However, just as Fu Jingshan's global kill order stirred up a tremendous wave on the dark web. Far away in a luxurious medieval castle in Europe, a conspiracy concerning Su Yu's fate was secretly unfolding. Deep within the castle, in a dark secret chamber, several elderly men clad in black cloaks were gathered around a long table, the atmosphere oppressive. The assassination team has gone silent. They infiltrated that island in the South Pacific last night, and their vital signs completely disappeared, one of the elderly men said hoarsely. Useless. You can't even take care of a wild girl raised in the countryside. Another elderly man seated at the head of the table slammed his hand on the table in anger. Elder, please calm down. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses looking shrewd stood up. That girl named Su Yu is now the wife of Fu Jingtian, the head of the Fu Corporation in Huagua. Fu Jingtian is a troublesome madman, and his defensive systems are absolutely world-class. I don't care who Fu Jingtian is. Even if he is the emperor of Huagua, he cannot stop us. The elder gritted his teeth viciously. The family head's health has been declining. He has been desperately searching for the lost daughter from back then. Once he learns that Su Yu is still alive, he will undoubtedly hand over the entire inheritance of the Shao family to her. The power we have painstakingly controlled over the years must not be handed over to an outsider. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. However, since direct assassination is not feasible, why not change our approach? Just now I received an interesting piece of information. The girl Su Yu was adopted by a businessman named Su Zhenghua. And Su Zhenghua has a biological daughter named Su Wan. Coincidentally, Su Wan is currently imprisoned in the capital for offending Su Yu. What you mean is? The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. The family head only recognizes the jade pendant with the magnolia flower totem. As long as we find a way to rescue Su Wan, let her bring the pendant to meet the family head, we can execute a switcheroo. The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses, his smile cruel. A greedy woman raised in the countryside yearning for power and money will definitely be easier for us to control than that clever Su Yu. Once the family head passes away, we can justifiably eliminate her and take over the entire Shao family. What a good plan. A hint of greed flashed in the elder's eyes. Immediately arrange for an envoy to go to Huagua. Spare no effort to fetch that woman named Su Wan. In the capital city within the women's prison, a heavy iron door emanates a chilling dampness and the smell of mildew untouched by sunlight for years. Su Wan, dressed in an oversized prison uniform, has a sallow complexion, and her once exquisitely maintained long hair now lies in a dry, tangled mess at the back of her head. She mechanically sweeps the corridor with a broken broom, her eyes filled with intense resentment and despair. In less than half a month, she had fallen from heaven to hell. Once she was the esteemed young lady of the Su family in the capital, a celebrated designer adored by many. But now the Su family has declared bankruptcy. Her father Su Zhenghua is imprisoned, and she herself has been sentenced to a full 10 years for plagiarism and intentional harm. The root cause of all this is that village girl Su Yu, who should have been rotting away in the countryside. Su Yu, you wretched woman. If I get the chance to go out, I will make sure to tear you into pieces. Su Wan gritted her teeth, cursing viciously. At that moment, two prison guards hurried over, their expressions tense, as if they had encountered some terrifying figure. Number 0927, Su Wan, someone is here to visit, come out immediately. Visit. Su Wan was taken aback. The Su family had already fallen, and her so-called socialite friends had long since blacklisted her. How could anyone possibly come to visit her now? With a hint of confusion, Su Wan was led into the highest-level confidential visiting room. Inside, there were no ordinary glass partitions, but four burly foreign bodyguards clad in black suits. Sitting on the central leather sofa was a middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored British vintage suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His every gesture exuded an air of arrogance and rigid nobility reminiscent of ancient European royalty. This was the envoy sent by the reclusive Xiao family, Xiao Han. Who are you? Su Wan looked at this extravagant scene, swallowing hard and asking nervously. Xiao Han disdainfully covered his nose with a pure white silk handkerchief, as if the very air of the place would taint his breath. He scrutinized Su Wan from head to toe, a glint of extreme contempt flashing in his eyes. What a coarse and wretched woman. If it weren't for the elder's order, I wouldn't want to stay in this filthy place for even. Xiao Han arrogantly spoke in fluent Chinese, then waved his hand at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard respectfully presented a tablet. On the screen appeared a photograph, an exquisite warm jade pendant engraved with a bauhinia flower totem. Miss Su, I am here to ask you one question. If you can answer honestly, I can not only get you out of this hellhole immediately, but also grant you wealth and power beyond your wildest dreams. Xiao Han pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharply fixed on Su Wan. Where is this jade pendant now? Upon seeing the photograph, Su Wan's pupils contracted violently. Of course she recognized that jade pendant. When Su Zhenghua drove Su Yu back to the countryside, he secretly hid the pendant in the old house's safe. Once when she sneaked into the study to find something, she accidentally discovered the pendant. Finding it beautiful, she secretly made a fake to replace it, and hid the real one, planning to sell it for a good price in the black market when she ran out of money. Who are you really? Why are you looking for this jade pendant? Although Su Wan was foolish in such a strange situation, she still retained a hint of vigilance. You are not qualified to know who I am. Xiao Han sneered coldly. You only need to know that this jade pendant represents the most ancient and powerful hidden force in the world, the reclusive Xiao family. We, the Xiao family, are searching for the owner of this jade pendant, who is our lost direct heiress. Xiao Han deliberately raised his voice, observing Su Wan's expression. Once her identity is confirmed, she will immediately become the first heir to control trillions in assets. Trillions in assets. First heir. Upon hearing these words, Su Wan's breath quickened, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her mind. Her eyes fixated on the photograph, her heart racing so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat. A hidden family. Trillions in assets. This was simply a windfall from the heavens. That abandoned wild child, Su Yu, was actually the daughter of such a super wealthy family. No wonder that old fox, Su Zhenghua, wanted to seize her pendant back then. A wave of insane jealousy and greed instantly gnawed at Su Wan's heart like a venomous snake. Why? Why does that wretched Su Yu get to marry Master Fu, and now she is also the heir to a trillion-dollar conglomerate? While I have to toil here on a sewing machine. No, this is unfair. Since heaven has sent this Xiao family envoy to me, and since I am hiding the real pendant, why can't that lofty heiress be me? After all, the Su family is already bankrupt, and no one knows the truth from back then. As long as I insist that this jade pendant is mine, I can instantly turn my fortunes around and crush Su Yu beneath my feet. With this thought, a hint of a madman's aura flashed in Su Wan's eyes. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her excitement, and feigned a shocked and wronged expression. Are you really here to find me? Su Wan's eyes were red, her voice trembling. That jade pendant has been my talisman since I was a child. Later, when my family went bankrupt and I was imprisoned, I secretly hid it. Are you truly my family? Upon hearing Su Wan's clumsy act, Xiao Han sneered inwardly. The elder's plan was indeed correct. A greedy and foolish woman like her was their perfect puppet. Of course, our esteemed young lady. Xiao Han pretended to stand up, dramatically bowing to Su Wan. Please forgive us for arriving late and allowing you to endure so much injustice here. Rest assured, from now on you are the unmatched young lady of the Xiao family. In this world, no one dares to. Xiao Han straightened up arrogantly, adjusting the collar of his suit, his gaze icy. Someone go help the young lady with her release procedures. I want to see who in Huagua dares to stop the Xiao family from taking people. Just half an hour later, a grand convoy consisting of 30 bulletproof Rolls-Royces arrogantly stopped at the entrance of the women's prison. Soo-won changed into an expensive haute couture gown wearing sunglasses and walked out of the prison door, surrounded by a group of bodyguards resembling a queen. She turned back, glancing at the heavy iron door, a sinister and venomous smile curving her lips. Suyu Fu Jingting, just wait for me. I Soo-won have returned. With the terrifying power of $1 trillion conglomerate, this time I will repay you the pain you inflicted on me 1,000-fold. I will make you kneel before me like dogs begging for mercy. A few days later at the capital's airport, a luxurious Boeing 747 private jet adorned with the emblem of the Bohemia flower slowly landed on the runway. The cabin door opened and Soo-won, dressed in a high-fashion outfit custom-made overnight by the chief designer of Chanel, stepped down the stairs in 10-centimeter high heels, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Breathing in the free air of the capital and looking at the group of top bodyguards behind her who had once treated her with utmost respect and would not even glance at her, Soo-won felt as if she was in the most unreal dream. Miss, we have booked the top-floor suite at the most luxurious 7-star hotel in the capital for you to rest. The elder has already arranged everything regarding your return to the European headquarters. The envoy Xiaohan followed closely behind, Soo-won bowing respectfully. Though he was filled with disdain for this crude woman, he still had to maintain the proper etiquette for the heir of the Xiao family, until he had completely exhausted her usefulness. Rest. I have no time for that right now. Soo-won arrogantly took off her sunglasses, her eyes gleaming with a venomous and frenzied light, like that of a viper. Go to the Fu Corporation. After enduring so much suffering in prison, she had been dreaming of tearing Suyu to pieces. Now that she held the invincible trump card of the hidden Xiao family, how could she possibly hold back? She wanted that wretched Suyu to watch helplessly as she took everything from her, crushing her underfoot like an ant. Miss, the Fu Corporation is deeply rooted in Huagua, and Fu Jingtong is a dangerous man. We only brought a small escort this time. If we go rashly, it might be. Xiaohan frowned slightly, attempting to dissuade her. Smack. Before Xiaohan could finish his sentence, Soo-won abruptly turned around and boldly slapped him across the face. What do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Soo-won shook her stinging palm and arrogantly pointed her finger at Xiaohan, cursing loudly. You are nothing but a dog raised by the Xiao family. I am the future head of the Xiao family. Wherever I say you go, you go. Speak another word, and I will have someone chop you up to feed the dogs. This slap left Xiaohan dumbfounded. He was a trusted aide of the elder of the Xiao family, and even the leaders of those small countries in Europe treated him with courtesy. Today he had been publicly slapped by a pretender. A flash of terrifying killing intent flickered in Xiaohan's eyes. Yet he ultimately suppressed it, bowing his head in humiliation. Yes, miss. I will follow your orders. That's more like it. Let's go to the Fu Corporation. I want that Fu to know that in front of a true financial magnate his pathetic company is nothing but a joke. Soo-won confidently sat in the bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom. Watching the convoy slowly leave the airport, Xiaohan touched his swollen cheek, a cruel smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Foolish woman. Just go provoke that madman Fu Jingtong. Once you offend the Fu family and completely lose your foothold in Huagua, the elder will naturally confine you in Europe, turning you into a puppet that will obey forever. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fu Corporation, in the top-floor CEO's office, Fu Jingtong and Suyu, back from their honeymoon, were sitting on the sofa reviewing recent documents. CEO Lu Chen knocked and entered looking somewhat odd. The security department downstairs called. They said an arrogant convoy is blocking our building's main entrance. They said. What did they say? Fu Jingtong did not lift his head as he signed a contract worth hundreds of billions. They said they are people from the hidden Xiao family. And they also said. They said that you should take your wife and immediately roll down to kneel at the entrance to welcome their young lady. Lu Chen's voice trembled slightly as he spoke the last part. Having followed Fu for so many years, he had never heard anyone dare to say such things to Fu on Huagua's soul. This is not just asking for death. This is rushing to reincarnate. Xiao family. Suyu's cold peach blossom eyes flashed with confusion upon hearing the name, their young lady. Could it be that the Xiao family has other bloodlines wandering outside? The warm jade engraved with the Bohemia flower was clearly in her hand. How could a young lady from the Xiao family suddenly appear? Who cares who she is? Fu Jingtong casually tossed the pen he was using onto the table. A terrifying killing intent surged in his deep phoenix eyes. How dare they come to my territory to act wildly, and even demand my wife to kneel and welcome them? Fu Jingtong sneered, standing up assertively and wrapping his arm around Suyu's waist. Let's go, my wife. I want to see how many heads this so-called young lady from a hidden family has enough for me to In the lobby of the Fu Corporation building, it was peak office hours, bustling with people. However, over 30 foreign bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses brazenly blocked all exits, roughly shoving aside the Fu employees who were preparing to start their work. Several security guards who attempted to negotiate were directly kicked away by these specially trained bodyguards groaning in pain on the ground. In an instant, the entire lobby was plunged into extreme chaos and panic. Everyone open your eyes wide and see clearly. Suwon arrogantly walked to the center of the lobby, her high heels clicking on the floor. She arrogantly surveyed the trembling employees around her, a surge of unprecedented perverse pleasure rising in her heart. The Fu Corporation, a trillion-dollar empire. In the face of the hidden Shao family's power, it was no different from a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Immediately go call Fu Jingtian and that worthless Su Yu down to see me. Tell them that their aunt, whom they can't afford to offend, has come to collect debts. Suwon pointed at the receptionist, shouting imperiously. The receptionist, terrified and pale, dared not say a word, and could only frantically press the intercom for the security department. Ding! At that moment, a crisp, prompt sound came from the exclusive elevator for the president at the end of the lobby. The previously noisy and chaotic lobby miraculously fell silent at the sound. All Fu employees parted like the Red Sea, as if they had seen a savior. The elevator doors slowly slid open. Fu Jingtian, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, casually wrapped his arm around Su Yu's waist and stepped out of the elevator. He didn't even glance at the arrogant foreign bodyguards. His deep phoenix eyes calmly swept across the entire area, carrying an oppressive aura that felt as heavy as Mount Tai. I thought someone was boasting, but it turns out to be a barking drowned dog. Su Yu's cold voice rang out in the lobby. She looked at Suwon, who was standing in the center of the crowd dressed like a flamboyant peacock, and instead of being shocked, she couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong? Did you escape from prison? Or did the sewing machine overheat inside, and the warden thought you were too much of a power drain, and released you? Suyu, you shameless wretch. How dare you talk back when death is at your door? Suwon's jealousy surged like poisonous weeds as she saw Su Yu's breathtaking face and the godlike man beside her. Why? Why was it that every time she saw Su Yu, that shameless girl always had a high and mighty attitude, treating her like a monkey? Death is at your door. Fu Jingtian narrowed his phoenix eyes dangerously. Suwon, who gave you the guts to speak to my wife like that on my Fu family's territory? The man's voice was not loud, but it carried a strong aura of murderous intent. The previously arrogant foreign bodyguards, upon meeting Fu Jingtian's gaze, unconsciously took half a step back, as if being targeted by a primal beast. Fu Jingtian, stop pretending to be grand here. Suwon, now feeling backed by the hidden Shao family, was unusually confident. She arrogantly lifted her chin and announced loudly, I tell you, I am now the direct heiress of the global first hidden conglomerate, the Shao family. With one word from me, I can make your Fu Corporation go bankrupt by tomorrow. Fu Jingtian, if you kneel down and apologize right now and hand over that shameless Su Yu to me, I might show mercy and spare your Fu family a way out. Otherwise, before Suwon could finish her sentence, a burst of harsh laughter erupted in the lobby. Not only did Su Yu laugh, but even Lu Chuan and the senior executives of the Fu Corporation standing behind could not help but chuckle. If they had any concerns about this so-called hidden family before seeing that the person was Suwon, a well-known fool, their apprehension immediately vanished. The heiress of a hidden family. With Suwon's petty, crude demeanor, it would be an insult to call her a bastard child of a nouveau riche. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Suwon shouted in exasperation. Su Yu lazily leaned against Fu Jingtian's embrace, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Suwon, did you step on your brain while in prison? Do you think you can swagger around here fabricating the identity of the Shao family's heiress just by finding a few foreign? You'll find out soon enough whether I'm impersonating or not. Suwon gritted her teeth and turned her head, shouting at Xiao Han, who had been standing by Xiao Han. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you see how they insulted me? Get your men to act immediately and smash this building. Break these two shameless girls' legs. Hearing Suwon's orders, Xiao Han cursed inwardly, calling her a fool. This woman simply had no brains. This was the capital of Huagua, Fu Jingtian's absolute domain. To act here and break Fu Jingtian's legs. Was she trying to get the Shao family killed in Huagua? But he was the envoy of the Shao family and had to obey this heiress for now. Xiao Han took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and stepped out from behind the bodyguards. He looked arrogantly at Fu Jingtian and spoke in fluent yet condescending Chinese. Mr. Fu, I think you may have some misunderstandings. Our heiress is not lying, as she is indeed the long-lost direct descendant of our hidden Shao family. We are here today merely to seek redress for the grievances the heiress suffered here before. The moment Xiao Han's words fell silent, the grand hall once again descended into a deathly stillness. Yet this time the silence was not born of fear, but of sheer incredulity. A comprehensive economic blockade against the Fu Consortium. Even if the Shao family wielded unparalleled influence overseas, this was Hua country. The Fu Consortium was deeply entrenched here, controlling the lifeblood of more than half the nation's economy. Did he truly believe a mere declaration could seal them off? Mr. Fu, I believe my words were sufficiently clear just now. Xiao Han watched the silent Fu Jingting and assumed the other party was cowed by the Xiao family's reputation, his tone growing even more arrogant. He arrogantly stepped forward. In Europe, those so-called royal families bow and pay respects to our grand elder. You are but a local enterprise in Hua country, unworthy even to tie our shoes in the eyes of the Xiao family. Now kneel and apologize to our young lady. This is your final chance. Su Wan felt as if she was soaring with delight at these words. Yes, exactly like this. This was the haughty feeling she craved. Did you hear me? Fu Jingting, kneel immediately with that wretched Su Yu. Su Wan crossed her arms and laughed arrogantly. Yet in the next moment, a heavy boom suddenly exploded. No one even caught a glimpse of how Fu Jingting struck. The once overbearing and arrogant envoy of the Xiao family, Xiao Han, was blasted backward like a cannonball with terrifying force. He crashed heavily into a marble pillar several meters away, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones fracturing, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Han let out a piercing, agonized scream, clutching the ribs that had completely shattered, his face filled with terror as he looked at the man who slowly retracted his long leg like the Grim Reaper. The hall erupted in shock. Foreign bodyguards were stunned. Instinctively they reached for their guns, but fussed covert guards acted faster, pressing gun barrels against each of their heads in an instant. Kneel before Fu Jingting in my presence. Fu Jingting leisurely adjusted his suit cuffs, his deep phoenix-like eyes lacking anger, but filled with a chilling contempt for life. He strode step by step to where Xiao Han lay collapsed like a dead dog, gracefully lifted his $1 million bespoke leather shoe, then cruelly stomped on Xiao Han's right knee. With a chilling sound of shattering bone, Xiao Han screamed, a cry tenfold more agonizing than before. His once proud, noble demeanor utterly transformed into the wails of a hunted dog at that moment. You've gone mad. I am the envoy of the Xiao family's grand elder. Dare to harm me. The Xiao family will ensure you have no grave to rest in. Xiao Han spat blood and shouted venomously. What is the Xiao family? Fu Jingting mercilessly crushed his foot on Xiao Han's shattered knee, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of the nine hells. Go back and tell that so-called grand elder of yours in Hua country, I, Fu Jingting, am heaven itself. Don't say you're just a dog of the Xiao family. Even if your patriarch himself came, if he dared to upset my wife, I would break his legs just the same. Leave. With Fu Jingting's domineering cold shout, those foreign bodyguards no longer dared to show any arrogance. Hastily they scrambled to lift the ruined Xiao Han, and even the once haughty young lady, Su Wan, had to abandon pretense, fleeing the Fu building in utter disgrace. Only after those people scattered like beaten dogs did the hall erupt in enthusiastic cheers. This was the true president of the Fu Consortium. This was the genuine aura of a king and tyrant. What nonsense about secretive families. Dare to show off in front of Master Fu, their ashes would be scattered. Meanwhile, Su Wan, left alone in the center of the hall, was utterly stunned. She never imagined that confidently bringing the Xiao family's expert would not only fail to force Su Yu to kneel, but that even the Xiao family's envoy would be publicly crippled by Fu Jingting. Was Fu Jingting insane? Was he truly unafraid of the Xiao family's retaliation? Miss Su, it seems your backing has forgotten you. Su Yu lazily approached Su Wan, looking down at the trembling impostor with dangerous mockery flashing in her peach blossom eyes. What do you want? Su Wan retreated in fear, accidentally stepping on her own skirt and falling clumsily. Don't be nervous. Since you are now the Xiao family's young lady, how could the Fu family dare harm you? Su Yu chuckled lightly, her tone icy to the bone. However, I am curious. How did you steal that jade pendant from the safe in the old Su family mansion? Surely you don't really believe that clutching a stone whose origin even you don't know can grant you the title of young lady for life. Upon hearing the word stolen, Su Wan's heart jolted violently, panic flashing wildly in her eyes. How could Su Yu know she had stolen the jade pendant? Could she also know about the Xiao family's secrets? No. Impossible. How could that rustic village girl possibly know such earth-shattering secrets? I don't know what you're talking about. That jade pendant was originally mine. Su Wan forced herself to stand, glaring venomously at Su Yu. Su Yu, just wait. The Xiao family will never let you off. Tomorrow the Fu Consortium will vanish completely from Earth. With that, Su Wan fled the building in a sorry state, crawling and stumbling. Watching Su Wan's clownish retreating figure, Fu Jingting walked to Su Yu's side, frowning slightly. Wife, why didn't you let me deal with her directly? Fu Jingting was puzzled. Keeping such a fool around posed no threat, but it was truly distasteful to witness. Because she still holds some use. Su Yu gazed toward the door, a sly fox-like cold smile curling at her lips. Since the Xiao elders can send someone to find me, it means they are surely tearing each other apart internally over succession. That grand elder, fully aware that I possess the true bloodline, deliberately sent the fake Su Wan as a substitute, clearly seeking an obedient puppet to kill with a borrowed knife. If they want to play games, then we shall play along with them. Su turned her head, her icy eyes sparkling with domineering light. The top secretive financial tycoon. Sounds quite wealthy. Just in time, Star International is planning to expand in Europe. If we can swallow the Shao family, it would be a fine choice. To swallow the world's #1 secretive financial tycoon. If anyone else said this, Fu Jingting would surely think them mad. But hearing it from his wife, he only found it alluring. Very well. Fu Jingting tenderly kissed her forehead. No matter whom you want to swallow, I will always back you. That very night, the Shao family's grand elder in Europe was utterly enraged upon learning that the envoy's legs were broken and Su had been disgracefully expelled. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant to the extreme. The grand elder furiously smashed the wine glass in his hand against the wall. A nouveau riche from Hua country dares to so blatantly provoke the dignity of our Shao family. Did they truly believe we could do nothing to him in Hua country? Issue my orders. The grand elder's gaze turned venomous and terrifying. Immediately initiate the highest global economic sanctions response. Mobilize all hidden capital the Shao family holds in Wall Street and major European banks. At tomorrow's market opening, I will see the Fu Consortium's overseas assets evaporate instantly. I will sever the Fu family's capital chain entirely within an hour. I want that madman Fu Jingting kneeling on the ground begging me. The next day at 9:30 in the morning, the major stock markets around the world had just opened. Just as the financial giants of Wall Street were sipping their coffee ready to start a new day of competition, an unprecedented level 10 financial tsunami swept across the global capital market with terrifying speed. My God, look at the market. A trader in the New York Stock Exchange screamed in panic, his coffee cup smashing to the floor. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the giant electronic screen in the center. They saw the stock codes representing the numerous overseas subsidiaries and holdings of the Fu Corporation flash a blinding blood red, as if someone had pressed the jump-off button, plummeting wildly. 10%, 20%, 30%. In less than 5 minutes, the market value of the Fu Corporation overseas evaporated by hundreds of billions of dollars. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre and devastating scene in the history of global finance. What the hell is happening? What on earth is going on? The giants of Wall Street were all going crazy. The Fu Corporation, as the world's top entity and financial behemoth, had its funding chain regarded as the safest fortress in the world. How could it possibly suffer such a catastrophic blow in an instant? Not only in the stock market. Major multinational banks in Europe simultaneously issued a joint statement announcing that due to force majeure factors, they were unilaterally freezing all of the Fu Corporation's overseas accounts and indefinitely suspending all loan credits to the Fu Corporation. Following that, the world's top 10 shipping groups and aviation logistics giants also announced the termination of cooperation with the Fu Corporation, with all of the Fu family's cargo ships and planes being firmly detained at various ports and airports around the world. This was no ordinary commercial competition. It was a global economic blockade aimed at completely strangling the Fu Corporation. News of this returned to the domestic market, causing an instant earthquake in the business community of the capital. Fu Tower top floor conference room. The atmosphere was oppressive, nearly suffocating. Dozens of Fu executives who usually commanded respect in the business world were now sweating profusely, their faces pale as paper as they stared at the data panel on the wall. President, it's over. All our core projects in Europe have been forced to halt and trillions in funds have been completely frozen. The funding chain has already broken. Moreover, those large banks in Huagua that usually have good relations with us have also made excuses to refuse our emergency borrowing requests upon seeing the situation overseas. They are all watching, afraid of being implicated by this terrifying, mysterious force. The finance director was on the verge of tears. He had been in finance for over 30 years and had never seen such a terrifying mountain-like capital strangulation. The opponent was completely disregarding any commercial logic, using a colossal amount of capital, even surpassing national levels, to carry out a one-sided massacre against the Fu family. Sitting in the main seat, Fu Jingxin's face was dark and terrifying. His deep phoenix eyes were fixated on the wildly plunging data on the screen, his knuckles turning white from extreme tension. He had anticipated that the Shao family would retaliate, but he still underestimated the terrifying heritage of the first hidden financial giant that had been passed down for hundreds of years. To mobilize global capital to completely blockade the Fu family within an hour, this godlike power was absolutely beyond what any visible tycoon or corporation could achieve. Have you found the source of the opponent's funds? Fu Jingtian asked coldly. Can't trace it. The technical director wiped his cold sweat. The opponent's funds have been laundered through hundreds of complex offshore accounts, and the source is impossible to track. But one thing is certain, the volume of this capital is at least over $2 trillion. And it is still continuously increasing. $2 trillion. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, all the executives present closed their eyes in despair. Although the Fu Corporation was also a trillion-level empire in the face of this terrifying cash flow of 2 trillion, it was like a wooden ship encountering a level 12 typhoon with no ability to resist. Just as the entire conference room fell into extreme despair, the big screen in the room suddenly flickered. Then Xiao Han's face wrapped in plaster and sitting in a wheelchair, but twisted with a proud smile, appeared. Mr. Fu Jingtian, good morning. Xiao Han arrogantly looked at the pale-faced Fu executives on the screen and let out a piercing laugh. As I mentioned yesterday, the Xiao family will make the Fu Corporation completely disappear today. How do you like the gift we presented to you, Mr. Fu? Xiao Han adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with malice. Now your trillion-dollar empire is about to turn into a pile of waste paper. Where did your arrogance go when you broke my legs yesterday? Fu Jingtian, this is the last chance our elder is giving you. Xiao Han's voice suddenly turned harsh and high-pitched. If you don't want to jump off a building today, then immediately have that wench Su Yu crawl out of Fu Tower on her knees. Then transfer 80% of the Fu Corporation's shares to Miss Su Wan without compensation. Otherwise, I guarantee that within an hour I will make every member of the Fu family worse than a street beggar. Humiliation. A cruel humiliation. All the Fu executives clenched their fists in anger, but in the face of that terrifying capital strangulation of 2 trillion, they felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Fu Jingtian looked at the arrogant Xiao Han on the screen, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to solidify into tangible ice shards. He would rather die in battle than hand over his wife. He suddenly stood up, ready to issue the order to unleash the Fu family's final trump card and perish together with the Xiao family. Just then, bang! The conference room door was pushed open recklessly. Su Yu, dressed in comfortable cotton loungewear, entered with a cup of hot milk in hand, yawning lazily. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Su Yu casually walked to Fu Jingtian's side, handed him the hot milk, and glanced at the screen showing the plunging market data. Oh, it's only down 30%. Su Yu pouted, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. I thought the hidden Xiao family would be able to put forth something substantial, but they only managed 2 trillion. That's hardly enough to warm me up, not even worthy of a warm-up. At her words, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. All the executives, including Xiao Han on the screen, looked at the pajama-clad Mrs. Fu as if she were insane. $2 trillion. Not enough to look at. Is the lattice mind affected by this sudden blow of bankruptcy? Su Yu, you insolent wretch. Xiao Han on the other end of the screen was utterly enraged by Su Yu's arrogant attitude, roaring venomously, at death's door, and you still dare to speak so brazenly. $2 trillion isn't enough. Who do you think you are? Even if you sold your entire Star International, it's only worth a few $100 billion. In the eyes of Xiao Han and the Xiao family's council of elders, Su Yu's most formidable trump card was merely her identity as the hidden boss of the entertainment giant Star International. But before these ancient financial dynasties that controlled the world's gold and energy lifelines, capital in the entertainment industry was nothing more than a child's plaything. Star International is indeed insufficient. Su Yu nodded in agreement, naturally pulling out the president's seat beside Fu Jingtian and sitting down, her slender fair fingers tapping idly on the table. But who told you that Star International was my only card? Su Yu lifted her head. Her usually cool and languid peach blossom eyes instantly erupted with a terrifying, even more awe-inspiring sovereign dominance than Fu Jingtian himself. Honey, lend me the keyboard. Su Yu turned to look at Fu Jingtian, a devilish curve forming at the corner of her lip. Fu Jingtian watched his wife, who looked ready to go on a rampage, and the gloom in his eyes vanished instantly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, pushing his top-tier encrypted computer toward her with affection. Have your fun. I've got your back. No need. Su Yu rolled up her sleeves with a commanding air. In that instant, the fragility of a pampered wife vanished from her, replaced by the absolute dominion of one who held the global financial ledger of life and death. Click-clack. Su Yu's 10 fingers turned into a blur over the keyboard. A stream of complex underlying code, incomprehensible even to the technical director nearby, danced wildly across the screen. Immediately connect to the highest authority encrypted lines of the Swiss Union Bank headquarters, Wall Street's JP Morgan Chase headquarters, and the London Metal Exchange. As she typed, Su Yu issued commands calmly. What a... The executives in the meeting room all exclaimed in shock. These 3 institutions controlled over half of the world's cash flow and hard currency. Their highest authority lines were accessible only to heads of state and a handful of top-tier magnates. What was the madam doing? Ding! As the executives stood stunned, the 3 secondary screens in the meeting room lit up simultaneously. On the screens appeared 3 stern-looking foreigners in gold-rimmed glasses. These were the supreme leaders of the world's top 3 global financial institutions. Ordinarily, even Fu Jingtian would need to schedule an appointment a month in advance to see them. Yet now these 3 titans at the apex of global finance, upon seeing Su Yu on the screen, stood up respectfully, in unison, and even bowed exaggeratedly. "Honorable Sovereigness, it is our great honor to see you again." The three titans spoke in unison, their voices filled with fervent awe and reverence. "Sovereigness." Hearing this code name, the executives in the room, including Xiao Han, who was still sneering arrogantly on the screen, felt their hearts convulse violently. For the past decade, a terrifying legend had circulated in the global financial world. A mysterious genius trader codenamed S had single-handedly shorted the currencies of three small European nations within 3 days, reaping trillions of dollars before vanishing without a trace. Wall Street even had a saying: if Sovereign S wanted to stop the earth from spinning, all it would take was a single tap of the enter key. And now, these three top-tier magnates were addressing Su Yu as Sovereign S. This is impossible. Xiao Han's eyes nearly popped out of his head, pointing at the screen in terror. "You country bumpkin, how could you be Wall Street's myth S?" Silence. Without even glancing at Xiao Han, Su Yu coldly issued orders to the three magnates on the screen. "Starting now, use all your available liquidity pools. Short all of Xiao family's listed companies in Europe and North America indefinitely. Also immediately sell off all the Xiao family bonds you hold. I want their credit rating downgraded to junk within 10 minutes. Finally, open up that secret fund vault hidden in the Cayman Islands." Su Yu curled her lips ruthlessly. Since the Xiao Family Council enjoys playing at capital warfare, it'll show them what a true dimensional strike really. Today I'm going to bury them alive with $5 trillion US. $5 trillion US. The moment this number was uttered, the entire meeting room fell into a terrifying silence. Even the ever-composed Fu Jingting's eyes flickered with profound shock. Just how many world-shattering secret identities did his wife still have? "As you wish, esteemed Sovereigness. To serve you is the honor of all Wall Street." The three magnates accepted the mission with excitement. For them, even following Sovereign SS lead for scraps would sustain them for years. And this was a once-in-a-century opportunity, the epic battle to besiege the world's first hidden financial dynasty. 1 minute later, the global stock market witnessed the most brutal and incredible reversal in financial. The Fu Consortium stocks, which had been plummeting wildly, were buoyed by several terrifying trillion-dollar capital forces, instantly halting their decline and then skyrocketing at a terrifying pace like a rocket. Several glaring red bullish candles shot up. In contrast, the dozens of multinational giants secretly controlled by the hidden Xiao family overseas. Under the brutal short-selling and market-crashing assault of Su Yu's $5 trillion, they collapsed instantly, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. "No, this can't be. This absolutely can't be." On the other end of the screen, Xiao Han watched his family's stocks cascade down like a waterfall, his face ashen, collapsing into his wheelchair like a drained soul, letting out a shrill, desperate scream. He couldn't fathom how a wild girl raised in the countryside could wield trillion-dollar capital, 10 times more terrifying than the Xiao family. This was no switcheroo. This was a sleeping prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, thoroughly awakened by a group of ignorant fools. "Now it's time to settle my accounts." Su Yu leaned lazily back in her chair, watching the broken Xiao Han on the screen, her cool peach blossom eyes shimmering with a radiant queenly light. "Tell that so-called Grand Elder to clean his neck and wait. Anyone who dares to touch my man, I will erase his entire Xiao family from the face of this earth." In the VIP ward of the top private hospital in the capital city. "Oh, it hurts so much. You worthless bunch. Be gentler." Su Wan lay in the hospital bed, clutching her broken leg, angrily shouting at the foreign doctors who were treating her. Earlier, while escaping from the Fu Family Corporation's building, she had been so panicked and was wearing high heels over 10 centimeters tall that she tumbled down the stairs, not only breaking her leg, but also hitting her head and bleeding profusely. Xiao Han sat in his wheelchair, his legs encased in thick plaster, looking darkly at the foolish woman, still shouting and cursing, a glint of undisguised disgust and murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for this imposter having some value, he would have wanted to pull out a gun and blow her head off right now. Just then, an elderly European military doctor in a white coat rushed in. He was the chief private doctor sent by the Xiao family's elder council, responsible for taking care of the young lad's health. "Your Excellency, it's bad." The old military doctor held a newly emerged urgent blood test report, his expression frantic, even his hand holding the report trembling slightly. "While performing the blood type matching for Miss Su Wan before the surgery, I discovered a fatal issue." "What issue?" Xiao Han frowned, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Her blood type is incorrect." The old military doctor swallowed hard, lowering his voice and speaking hurriedly. "You should know that the true bloodline of the Xiao family, especially the lineage of the family head, carries a rare Rh0 golden blood type, which has fewer than 10 cases worldwide. This is also the final rigid standard for confirming the identity of the family heir. But the recent blood test results show that this Miss Su Wan has only ordinary type O blood." Boom. The words of the old military doctor exploded in Xiao Han's mind like a terrifying thunderclap. Ordinary type, oh blood. How is that possible? If she isn't of the golden blood type, it means she isn't the lost young lady of the Xiao family at all. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Absolutely not. I personally tested it 3 times. The old military doctor repeatedly waved his hands in fright. Your Excellency, this is a serious bloodline confusion. If the family head finds out, we will all face the cruel punishment of being sliced to pieces. Xiao Han despondently released his grip, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Su Wan, who was still cursing in the hospital bed, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. This wretched woman. How dare she use a piece of jade pendant of unknown origin to impersonate the heir of the hidden Xiao family? Not only did she deceive him, but she also led him and the entire Xiao family to offend the terrifying Fu Jingting for this impostor, even attracting the legendary Wall Street myth, causing the Xiao family to suffer losses worth hundreds of billions overseas. Su Wan. Xiao Han struggled to maneuver his wheelchair, inching closer to the hospital bed. He slowly drew a silenced pistol from his waist. What? What are you going to do? Su Wan, seeing the dead-eyed gaze of Xiao Han and the dark muzzle of the gun in his hand, felt her earlier arrogance vanish without a trace, trembling in fear. You are not the young lady of the Xiao family at all. Xiao Han gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from hell. You damned imposter. You not only caused me to have my legs broken, but also led to severe losses for the Xiao family. I will tear you to pieces today. No, I didn't. That jade pendant is mine. I am your young lady. Su Wan, scared out of her wits, desperately tried to shrink into the corner of the bed. Just as Xiao Han was about to pull the trigger, bang! The bulletproof door of the ward was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside. Immediately after, 2 rows of top assassins clad in ancient silver armor, resembling medieval knights, took synchronized steps, like grim reapers, swiftly pouring into the ward and instantly taking control of all the high ground. Then an elegantly dressed elderly man in a tang suit, with full silver hair, yet still energetic, slowly walked into the ward under the protection of 4 terrifying elite guards. The moment Xiao Han saw this elderly man, the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He couldn't care less about the intense pain from his broken legs, fearfully throwing himself from the wheelchair to the ground, frantically bowing to the elderly man, trembling all over like a sieve. Elder Council Leader, why have you personally come to Huagua? This elderly man was none other than the terrifying figure ranked just below the family head in the hidden Xiao family's elder council. Council Leader Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen coldly glanced at the kneeling Xiao Han, his sharp gaze seeming to see through all schemes and disguises. Waste. Xiao Zhen coldly uttered 2 words. If I hadn't come personally, the century-old foundation of the Xiao family would have been ruined by you self-righteous fools. Forgive me, Council Leader. Spare me. Xiao Han, terrified, kowtowed, madly, blood streaming down his forehead. Xiao Zhen ignored him and turned his sharp gaze towards Su Wan, who was lying in the hospital bed and had already wet herself from fear due to this terrifying situation. Are you the woman who claimed to be the young lady of the Xiao family with the purple flower jade pendant? Xiao Zhen walked to the bedside, looking at Su Wan with disgust. With such coarse and inferior genes, how dare you impersonate the noble bloodline of our Xiao family? Come here. Xiao Zhen cruelly waved his hand. Find this impostor who dares to tarnish the Xiao family's bloodline. Take her to the Fu Family Corporation. Since our Xiao family has caused such a huge trouble in Huagua and even attracted the legendary S, I will personally go meet them today. I want to see who dares to short the Xiao family's 50 trillion in one. In the top-level president's office of the Fu Corporation, an unprecedented global capital short-selling war has come to a complete end. Under the terrifying orders of Su Yu, the 3 major financial giants, like 3 sharp, surgical knives, brutally and precisely severed half of the Xiao family's cash flow overseas. The 50 trillion short selling has inflicted severe losses on the reclusive Xiao family, leading to a downgrade of their credit rating to junk status by several major agencies, making it impossible for them to stir up trouble in the short term. This is so boring, is that all? Su Yu lazily stretched and casually closed the $1 million top-tier encrypted computer in front of her, as if she had only played a simple game. The executives of the Fu Corporation have collectively fallen into a daze at this moment. They looked at the lady boss, who was dressed in pajamas and sipping milk, casually bringing down the world's #1 financial magnate with eyes filled with extreme fervor and reverence, as if gazing at a deity. What Fu Yi married was not just a wife, she was clearly a walking global money printing machine, coupled with a financial nuclear bomb. Just then a sudden commotion of footsteps came from outside the office. President Lu Chun pushed the door open with a serious expression. The people from the Xiao family are here again. This time it's the leader of the Xiao family's elder council, accompanied by dozens of terrifying armored assassins. And Lu Chun paused, his tone peculiar. They also brought that Su Wan along, claiming they want to personally apologize to you and madam. Oh, the leader personally came. Su Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful cold glint flashing in her clear peach blossom eyes. It seems the foolish Xiao family finally discovered the flaws in that impostor. Let them in. Fu Jingtian sat majestically on the sofa, naturally wrapping his arms around Su Yu, his deep phoenix eyes radiating an air of contempt for everything. Soon the office door was pushed open. Xiaojun walked in surrounded by a group of assassins. Su Wan, on the other hand, was roughly dragged on the ground like a dead dog by two assassins, her leg in a cast, crying streams of tears, and snot completely devoid of the previously arrogant young lady demeanor. Mr. Fu. Xiaojun looked at Fu Jingtian, who was seated in the main position, a rare hint of fear flashing in his sharp gaze. Although he was proud, he had to bow his head in the face of absolute power. The horrifying unilateral massacre that just occurred in the overseas financial market had made him deeply realize that this young couple before him undoubtedly possessed terrifying trump cards. Previously, a traitor emerged from our Xiao family, deceived by this vile woman with a fake jade pendant, leading to those foolish actions against the Fu Corporation. Xiaojun slightly bowed, readily conceding to express our Xiao family's apologies. We've brought this impostor here, allowing Mr. Fu and Madam to deal with her as you wish. Whoa, Su Yu, Fu Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me. Su Wan knelt on the ground, crying pitifully like a desperate dog wagging its tail in plea. However, Su Yu didn't even glance at her, lazily leaning against Fu Jingtian's embrace. Leader Xiao, is this? Su Yu coldly chuckled, mockingly looking at Xiaojun. You Xiao family members came knocking, forcing me, Madam Fu, to kneel and welcome. Now you casually toss some trash over and think you can settle this debt in one stroke. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the leader like that? An angry guard among the assassins behind Xiaojun rebuked. Bang! The moment the guard finished speaking, Fu Jingtian didn't even lift his eyelids, casually raising his hand and firing a shot. The bullet accurately grazed the scalp of that assassin, shattering the expensive vase behind him into pieces. On my territory, if my wife is speaking and you dare to interrupt again, the next bullet will pierce your brow. Fu Jingtian's cold voice was like the Grim Reaper pronouncing a sentence. Xiaojun's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly raised his hand to stop the assassins behind him from drawing their guns. He looked deeply at Su Yu, taking a deep breath. Of course this is not over. In fact, I personally came today not only to apologize, but also to consult with the mysterious S on an important matter. Xiaojun's gaze was sharp. I truly cannot understand how, with the resources of the Xiao family, we could be short-sold 50 trillion in just 10 minutes. Unless this S is familiar with the top-secret financial flows within our Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Su Yu not only showed no signs of panic, but instead let out a devilish laugh. The leader is indeed the leader. Your mind is far sharper than that invoice. Su Yu casually pulled a primitive red string from her neck, at the end of which hung a piece of warm and exquisite jade. When the jade pendant carved with the totem of the Bauhinia flower and inscribed with the character Xiao on its back clearly appeared in everyone's sight, Xiaojun's breath instantly halted. He stared incredulously, fixating on the jade pendant in Su Yu's hand, his entire body beginning to tremble violently. How could this jade pendant be in your hands? Xiaojun exclaimed in shock. Su Yu lazily toyed with the jade pendant, the cold smile on her lips growing more pronounced. What? Just now you were searching high and low for your young lady. Now that the real item is before you, you don't even recognize it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office felt as if a terrifying nuclear bomb had been thrown in. Not only Xiaojun and those assassins, but even Su Wan, who was kneeling on the ground crying, stared at Su Yu in shock, as if struck by lightning. No, impossible. How could you be the Xiao family's young lady? Su Wan screamed in despair. You are nothing but an abandoned wild seed. I stole this jade pendant. You are not worthy of possessing it. Fool. Su Yu disdainfully glanced at Su Wan. Do you think holding a jade pendant makes you the heir of a reclusive financial clan? Do you know that the true core asset password of the Xiao family has never been this jade pendant, but the complex micro-engraved codes inscribed within the pendant? 3 years ago, when I was wandering on the dark web as Hacker Z, I casually cracked this ancient code. Then I was astonished to find that this string of codes was actually a supermaster key to the Xiao family's overseas underground treasury. Su Yu grinned fiercely. So when I short-sold you earlier, I was actually using your Xiao family's own secret reserve. How about it, leader? Using your own money to hit your own market, doesn't that feel pretty good? This was a cruel act of heart-piercing betrayal. Xiaojun felt his heart nearly seize. He was not only shocked by Su Yu's extraordinary hacking prowess, but also stunned by this bizarre bloodline truth. The terrifying S who stirred up storms overseas and played with Wall Street was actually the Xiao family's legitimate young lady they had been desperately searching for over 20 years, whom they had scorned as a country bumpkin. You, who on earth are you? Xiaojun swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Still don't understand. Su Yu stood up with an imposing demeanor, and in that instant the terrifying queenly pressure she exuded made even the cold-blooded armored assassins want to kneel and submit. I am Su Yu, Divine Dr. Chimian Hacker, Z, the big boss of Xingqian International and the South on Wall Street. Su Yu coldly looked down at Xiao Zhan. And I am the only legitimate heir of the reclusive Xiao family with 100% pure bloodline, the true young lady. Silence. The vast CEO office was engulfed in a terrifying stillness. Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze on Su Yu's stunningly beautiful face, memories of the once brilliant matriarch who had mysteriously disappeared during a family conflict flooding his mind. So similar, especially those cold peach blossom eyes seemingly able to see through all worldly conspiracies, which were strikingly reminiscent of the matriarchs from years ago. If they had harbored doubts about the authenticity of the jade pendant before now, after witnessing Su Yu's terrifying power and beauty, Xiao Zhan's heart had already found its answer. You? Since you know your identity, why didn't you return to the family sooner? Xiao Zhan asked with difficulty, his voice tinged with complex awe. Had they known that this formidable financial giant, who had wreaked havoc overseas and brought the Xiao family to its knees, was their own young lady, they wouldn't have dared to trouble the Fu Corporation in Huagua even if they had 10 times more courage. Return? To where? Su Yu sneered mockingly. To that so-called family that cruelly abandoned even a newborn baby in a rural orphanage for the sake of power. This statement struck Xiao Zhan like a resounding slap to the face. The internal power struggles within the Xiao family had been bloody, with the patriarch's faction falling victim to conspiracies from several side branches. The matriarch had fought desperately to send the newborn Su Yu out of the encirclement, and she had ended up in Huagua. This event had always been a taboo scandal for the elder council of the Xiao family. That was the doing of the traitors back then. The patriarch has suffered for years, and he has never given up on searching for you. Xiao Zhan pleaded excitedly. Is that so? Su Yu languidly fiddled with her nails. But I feel that your elder council doesn't seem very eager for me to return, does it? After all, finding an idiot like Su want to be a puppet is much easier than dealing with me, isn't it? Xiao Zhan's face instantly turned pale. The dark schemes of the Grand Elder had already been seen through by this young lady. Please, young lady, do not be. Xiao Zhan decisively knelt on one knee, his tone filled with dread. I swear on my life that the vast majority of the Elder Council is loyal to both the Patriarch and you. I will certainly report the Grand Elder's conspiracy to the Patriarch and ensure he is severely punished. To prove my sincerity, I have brought the most advanced gene testing device from the Xiao family to Huagua. Xiao Zhan respectfully raised his head. Although I have already confirmed your identity to silence those stubborn side branches within the family, I ask you, young lady, to grant me a drop of blood for the final bloodline verification. As he spoke, a death warrior carefully approached, holding a high-tech silver device. Su Wan, kneeling nearby, completely collapsed at the sight. She frantically lunged forward, attempting to seize the device. No. Don't test. She's a fake. I am the young lady. I am. Bang. Without needing Fu Jingting to intervene, Xiao Zhan cruelly kicked Su Wan away. You filthy, despicable commoner. How dare you impersonate the Xiao bloodline, still barking here, even as death approaches. Xiao Zhan disdainfully wiped his shoes. Once the young lad's identity is verified, I will immediately execute you with the torturous punishment of 1,000 cuts. Su Wan lay in despair on the ground, her face pale, as even her last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Blood test. Su Yu casually glanced at the device, showing no sign of refusal. She languidly extended her fair finger, and Lu Chen smartly handed her a sterilized silver needle. Su Yu carelessly pricked her fingertip, letting a drop of bright red blood fall into the device's groove. Beep. The device emitted a crisp alert, and then the indicator lights on the screen began to flash wildly. 1 minute later, a complex gene sequence clearly popped up on the screen, along with a line of striking red letters: match rate 100. Confirmed bloodline perfect ancestral return of the first-generation founder's gene from the Xiao family. Rare Rh null golden blood type. Boom. At the moment they read those words, not only Xiao Zhan, but even the dozens of cold-blooded armored death warriors behind him were all stunned, their eyes wide in shock, as if struck by a terrifying thunderbolt. A perfect 100 match. Not only a direct bloodline, but also a rare and unseen-a-century perfect ancestral return of genes. This meant that Su Yu's genes contained terrifying superhuman intelligence and potential. This perfectly explained why she had managed to possess terrifying and extraordinary identities like the divine Dr. Chimian Hacker Z God and Wall Street Sir S in just a few years. Because she is the true genius. The perfect and supreme heir of the hidden Xiao family throughout history. Thud. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt heavily on both knees, his forehead respectfully touching the cold marble floor. Xiao Zhan, the commander of the Xiao family elder council, welcomes the young lady back to her position. Clatter. The dozens of terrifying armored death warriors behind him knelt in unison, their fervent voices echoing in the office like a terrifying tsunami. Welcome back, young lady. Welcome the eldest daughter home. These dozens of armored death warriors representing the Shao clan's most core and supreme combat strength all knelt humbly at Su Yu's feet. The deafening roar pierced through the soundproofed CEO office, echoing across the top floor of Fu Corporation. The executives of Fu Corporation swallowed their saliva in shock. This was the reclusive financial tycoon that had just arrogantly manipulated $2 trillion in the financial market. Now their supreme commander had brought these terrifying death warriors to kneel and kowtow to their president's wife. This surreal scene was more insane than any Hollywood blockbuster. Eldest daughter. Xiao Zhan raised his head excitedly, his wrinkled face brimming with fervent relief. The family head has been ill from yearning for you. If you could return to the European headquarters and officially take over the Shao clan, his health would surely recover swiftly. Just nod, and tomorrow the Shao clan's tens of thousands of terrifying industries worldwide, the colossal cash flow of trillions of dollars, and this death warrior legion that instills fear in nations will all be at your command. Trillions in assets, global hegemony, absolute power. Such tempting conditions were an irresistible fatal lure to anyone in this world. Su Wan, kneeling in the corner and utterly terrified, heard these words and felt despairing jealousy in her eyes. Why? Why could that bitch Su Yu not only gain Fu Ye's terrifying favor, but also have the reclusive financial clan's leadership fall effortlessly into her hands, while she herself faced a cruel death? This was unfair. Great commander, don't be fooled by her. Su Wan screamed hysterically as if in her last desperate struggle. She doesn't want to return to the Shao clan at all. She just arrogantly shorted the Shao clan by 5 trillion. She intends to destroy the Shao clan cruelly. Hearing this harsh barking, Su Yu frowned in disgust. Too noisy. Su Yu lounged lazily on the sofa, her voice cool. It is this old servant's fault for letting such filthy commoners pollute the eldest daughter's ears. Xiao Zhan's gaze turned icy and bloodthirsty. He waved his hand ruthlessly. Drag this audacious wretch who dares impersonate the eldest daughter away. According to the Shao clan's strictest laws, flay and draw Sinu's slice into 1,000 pieces. If she dies easily, the executioner will answer with his head. Yes. 2 ruthless death warriors stepped forward, grabbing Su Wan's hair like dragging a dead dog. No, don't. Su Yu, I beg you. For the sake of our slight bond growing up in the Su family, spare me. I don't want to die. Accompanied by Su Wan's shrill, despairing, ghost-like screams, she was brutally dragged out of the office. The once arrogant and domineering false heiress had finally paid the most painful price for her greed and malice. The office fell silent again. Xiao Zhan looked at Su Yu expectantly, waiting for this eldest daughter blessed with perfect genes and formidable cunning to agree to return gloriously to the clan. In his view, there was no doubt. No one in this world could refuse the Shao clan's terrifying wealth and power. Yet Su Yu casually picked up the slightly cooled milk on the table and took an elegant sip. The story's over, and you've dealt with the person. Su Yu set down the cup calmly, her cool peach blossom eyes showing no fervor for those trillions in assets, even a hint of clear disdain. Great commander, if there's nothing else, you can take your men and leave. My husband and I have an important company meeting to— What? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief as if hearing an absurd joke. Eldest daughter, what do you mean? Xiao Zhan stammered. Do you not wish to return gloriously to Europe with this old servant? Return for what? Su Yu raised an eyebrow lazily and curled her lip in disdain. To laboriously take over that chaotic infighting clan run amok by you old men bickering over petty— Su Yu naturally linked her arm through Fu Jingting's sturdy one, declaring her claim with dominance. Sorry, great commander. Su Yu curled her lips devilishly, her smile captivating yet filled with infuriating cunning. My husband is rich and I am rich myself. Those troublesome scraps of the Shao clan's assets, I don't care for them. No, not interested. Xiao Zhan felt that the shock he experienced today was greater than that of the past 70 years combined. His old face, lined with wrinkles, was filled with an expression of incredulous astonishment. In this world there truly exists someone capable of facing the vast and terrifying assets of the reclusive Shao family, which could buy dozens of small nations, and casually declare, I'm not interested. Even going so far as to disdainfully refer to it as a pile of broken assets. Miss, you may not yet have a clear understanding of the wealth of our Shao family. Xiao Zhan anxiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying desperately to persuade her again. Although Xingchen International and the Fu Consortium seem large on the surface, they are truly nothing compared to the ancient industries of the Shao family that have been hidden for hundreds of years. As long as you are willing to return, even if you dislike the tedious family affairs, the Elder Council will do their utmost to manage everything for you. You only need to sit in the exalted position of the family head and enjoy absolute power and glory. Xiao Zhan pleaded earnestly. This young lady with her perfect genes returning to the ancestral line was undoubtedly the terrifying hope for the Shao family over the next century. Even if he had to sacrifice his own face, he must bring her back. However, Suyu not only remained unmoved, but also lazily yawned. Are you done? Suyu waved her hand impatiently. I dislike trouble and have no interest in boring absolute power. My only hobby now is happily spending my husband's money every day or playing with short-selling some unknown multinational companies when I'm bored. I have no interest in your Shao family's matters. The door is behind you, no need to escort. A clear and decisive rejection. Xiao Zhen was utterly dumbfounded. He despaired to find that this young lady was not only smart and scheming, but also had an utterly arrogant temperament. She truly looked down upon the Shao family's trillion assets. But the family head, Xiao Zhen, tried hard to invoke familial ties. But sitting quietly beside Suyu like a lazy yet dangerous Black Panther, Fu Jingtian snorted. Did you not hear what my wife said? Fu Jingtian domineeringly pulled Suyu into his embrace, his deep phoenix eyes icy as they locked onto Xiao Zhen, a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanating from him. My wife Suyu, I have the means to support her. Don't bring those filthy broken things from the Shao family and dirty my wife's hands. Lu Chun, show them out. If they dare to pester further, break their legs and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Fu Jingtian coldly issued the eviction order. Yes, CEO. Lu Chun and dozens of elite Fu family bodyguards immediately rushed in, firmly blocking Xiao Zhen and his death warriors. Xiao Zhen sighed helplessly. Although he had dozens of top armored warriors beside him, he clearly understood that engaging in battle here with the terrifying madman Fu Jingtian would be an utterly foolish decision. Moreover, this proud young lady was sitting nearby, protective of her own. If she were to get angry and crazily short-sell the Shao family overseas again, the Shao family would truly suffer a severe blow. Miss, I apologize for the abruptness today. Xiao Zhen respectfully bowed deeply to Suyu. I will take my people and leave Huagua. But I firmly believe that one day you will be willing to return to your family with honor. After saying this, Xiao Zhen led the somber death warriors respectfully out of the office. 10 minutes later, outside the Fu Consortium building, Xiao Zhen sat in the armored Rolls Royce, his face heavy as he dialed a highly confidential international satellite encrypted phone. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. A violent coughing fit, as if the lungs were about to be coughed out, came through. Commander. Cough cough. Weren't you handling the Elder Council's rebellion in Europe? Why are you using this confidential line? The voice on the other end was weak, yet carried a terrifying authority born of long-standing power. The owner of this weak voice was none other than the supreme ruler of the reclusive Shao family, and also Su Yu's biological father, Xiao Zhenqing. Family head. Xiao Zhen tightly gripped the phone, his eyes turning red instantly. I have found her in Huagua. I am lucky to have found the young lady. The missing direct descendant young lady from back, then miraculously, is still alive. Bang! A loud crash of an object falling came from the other end, followed by heavy breathing. What did you say? Yu, my daughter. She is still alive. Xiao Zhenqing's weak voice instantly erupted with terrifying vitality. Quick! Bring her back. I want to see her. Now. Family head, I'm sorry I was unable to bring the young lady back. Xiao Zhen lowered his head in guilt. Why? Is it that someone has the audacity to obstruct? Who is it? I will immediately send 10 fleets to Huagua to eliminate him. Xiao Zhenqing instantly flew into a rage like a terrifying lion protecting its cub. No. It's not someone else obstructing, it's the young lady herself, who does not wish to return. Xiao Zhen swallowed hard, nervously reporting. Moreover, the young lady not only resists the family, but she is quietly married in Huagua. Married. Far away in a European castle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenqing nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. His biological daughter, whom he had searched for 20 years, had just been found, yet she not only refused to acknowledge him as her father, but had also been secretly taken away by some unknown wild man. Who is that damned bastard? How dare he audaciously take my Shao family's precious cabbage? Xiao Zhenqing roared in fury, his earlier weakness vanishing. It's the president of the Fu Consortium in Huagua, Fu Jingtian. Xiao Zhen answered cautiously. What kind of broken consortium is that? A lowly upstart dares to aspire to my Xiao Zhenqing's daughter. Xiao Zhenqing completely lost control. Steward, prepare the plane. Bring out all of Shao family's elite fighter jets. 2 days later, at the edge of Huagua's airspace. Inside the Air Defense Radar Command Center, a piercing high-frequency alarm suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Report, Commander. The radar shows that 10 advanced stealth fighter jets of unknown origin are rapidly approaching our airspace. Among them, there is also a large private passenger plane escorting them. The radar operator nervously reported loudly. What 10 stealth fighter jets. The Air Defense Commander's face changed dramatically, immediately ascertained the identity and intentions of the other party. If they dare to intrude, aggressively activate the highest level of air defense missiles for interception. Report. The other side has sent a highly encrypted identification code. The radar operator typed rapidly, and when he saw the results displayed on the screen, he gasped in disbelief. Commander, the other party is the core guardian unit of the reclusive first financial conglomerate, the Shao family. They have applied for a special flight route stating that the head of the Shao family is personally coming to Huagua to pick up his daughter, accompanied by 10 terrifying stealth fighter jets. The air defense commander swore such an exaggerated and unreasonable display could probably only be executed by the head of the reclusive Shao family, Shao Jinqing, who controls more than half of the world's wealth. Immediately report to the highest authority. 10 minutes later, this audacious and terrifying flight formation capable of initiating a localized war flew into the skies over the capital city with the tacit approval of Huagua's high-level officials, ultimately landing steadily at the top-secret military airport. The airport runway had already cleared all irrelevant personnel. The cabin door opened. A tall and imposing middle-aged man dressed in an elegant black trench coat and exuding a terrifying aura of authority quickly descended the staircase, surrounded by a group of elite guards. Although the man appeared somewhat emaciated due to years of longing, his deep, piercing eyes radiated a fervor and excitement capable of annihilating everything. This was none other than the true uncrowned king of the global financial world, the current head of the reclusive Shao family, Shao Jinqing. Head of the family. The high-ranking leader Shao Zhan, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately stepped forward with respect, kneeling on one knee with tears in his eyes. I am incapable. I could not bring the young lady back. Please punish me. Stop with the nonsense. Where is my daughter? Where is Yu now? Shao Jinqing violently yanked Shao Zhan up from the ground, his voice trembling with agitation. The young lady is currently at the private residence of Fu Jingtian, the president of the Fu Corporation, Shao Zhan cautiously replied. Upon hearing the name, Fu Jingtian, the fatherly love in Shao Zhenqing's eyes instantly transformed into terror filled with intense killing intent. Fu Jingtian, that damned heart-stealer. Shao Jinqing roared in fury like a terrifying lion protecting its cub. My precious daughter, whom I have searched for 20 years, has been secretly deceived away by this unknown brat. He even had the audacity to get married. Send my orders. Surround that rickety Fu family residence immediately. I must personally flay that little brat today. Yes, head of the family. With Shao Zhenqing's command, hundreds of fully armed elite guards from the Shao family, far more terrifying than the bodyguard Shao Han, had brought quickly boarded dozens of armored black SUVs. The convoy resembled a black steel dragon emanating a terrifying killing intent as it surged towards the Fu residence. Inside the Fu residence at that moment, Su Yuyu lounged lazily on a soft sofa, watching the giant television screen on the wall. Husband, it seems your hot-tempered father-in-law is planning to tear you apart. Su Yuyu mischievously turned her head, looking at Fu Jingtian, who was seriously peeling grapes for her, unable to suppress her glee. He wishes. Fu Jingtian calmly fed the peeled grapes into Su Yuyu's mouth, a flash of confident dominance appearing in his deep phoenix eyes. Even if he is the head of the world's foremost reclusive financial conglomerate, even if he has money, he cannot unreasonably take away my legally married wife. Fu Jingtian naturally grabbed a tissue, wiped his hands, and then elegantly stood up. Since my father-in-law has come from afar as a son-in-law, if I do not warmly go out to greet him, wouldn't that imply our Fu family lacks manners? Lu Chun. Fu Jingtian coldly issued his command. Open the main gate of the residence. Have those fully armed brothers outside put away their guns. Today is an important day for me to greet my father-in-law, and no one is allowed to be rude or shed blood. Yes, President. 10 minutes later. Creak. The heavy black iron gate of the Fu residence slowly opened to the sides. Outside, hundreds of terrifying Shao family assassins had tightly surrounded the entire residence, their black muzzles coldly aimed at the main gate. Shao Jinqing, draped in a black trench coat, walked into the Fu residence with terrifying anger, escorted by a group of top experts. Fu Jingtian, you bastard. Hand over my precious daughter immediately. Shao Zhenqing's furious roar echoed like thunder in the courtyard of the entire Fu residence. However, the next second, when his furious gaze landed on the girl elegantly walking out from the hall, his terrifying roar came to an abrupt halt. Su Yuyu stood calmly beside Fu Jingtian, her cool and breathtaking beauty dazzling in the sunlight. It looks like. Shao Jinqing stared blankly at Su Yuyu, his eyes instantly turning red as hot tears uncontrollably rolled down the cheeks of this terrifying overlord. Yuyu, my precious daughter. Shao Jinqing trembled as he reached out a hand, yearning to embrace the flesh and blood he had sought for 20 long years. However, a broad and strong hand decisively blocked his way. Fu Jingtian elegantly protected Su Yuyu behind him, looking politely at the furious Shao Jinqing. Father-in-law, welcome to Huagua. Fu Jingtian asserted his dominance. However, until my wife agrees to meet you, I kindly ask you to maintain a polite distance. What did you call me? Father-in-law. Upon hearing Fu Jingting's glib utterance, Xiao Zhenqi's initial excitement at seeing his daughter was instantly supplanted by a terrifying raging fury. He glared wrathfully at this tall young man who even faintly exuded a kingly aura similar to his own, itching to draw his gun and gun him down on the spot. You insolent, arrogant bastard. Who's your father-in-law? When did my precious esteemed daughter ever agree to marry you? Xiao Zhenqi roared furiously. But father-in-law. Fu Jingting calmly and elegantly pulled 2 vibrant red marriage certificates from his pocket, flaunting them dazzlingly before Xiao Zhenqi's eyes. You and I are legally wedded spouses, strictly protected by the law. Moreover, we have already held a grand century-celebrating wedding. Your forceful intervention now seems rather unreasonable. You. Xiao Zhenqi's eyes stung from the sight of those red booklets, and he coughed violently in fury. To think that he, the patriarch of the reclusive world's foremost financial conglomerate, a terrifying entity that commanded wind and rain across Europe, was today infuriated to the point of nearly vomiting blood by a young parvenu. I don't care about your damn marriage certificates. In the Xiao family, if I don't consent, your marriage is null and void. Xiao Zhenqi roared unreasonably. Guards, escort the eldest miss into the car respectfully. As for this damn scoundrel, break his legs for me. At Xiao Zhenqi's command, hundreds of elite Fu family shadow guards surrounding the Fu mansion instantly drew their guns in unison, their dark hollow muzzles coldly aimed at the Xiao family's death warriors. The atmosphere instantly became tense, swords drawn and bows bent. A terrifying bloody battle was on the verge of erupting. Enough. Just at this critical juncture, Su Yu, who had been standing quietly behind Fu Jingting, finally let out an impatient cold shout. This clear scolding cry, though not loud, carried a terrifying queenly pressure, instantly silencing the enraged Xiao Zhenqi. You? Xiao Zhenqi looked at his daughter aggrievedly, his eyes like a pitiful large dog. Who told you to? Su Yu looked coldly at this strange, yet blood-related man. I already clearly told the Grand Commander I don't care about your Xiao family's paltry assets. Now take your people and get out of my husband's house. Su Yu emphasized the word husband. Hearing this, Fu Jingting's originally icy phoenix eyes instantly overflowed with wild joy. He glanced triumphantly at Xiao Zhenqi, his eyes seeming to say, see, my wife is protecting me. As for Xiao Zhenqi, his heart was utterly shattered. His precious daughter, whom he had painstakingly searched for 20 years upon their first meeting, not only refused to acknowledge him, but even wanted to drive him away for a strange man. You? Father knows he was wrong. The dignified head of a reclusive financial conglomerate was at this moment as humble as a child who had erred. Back then, father failed to protect your mother, causing you to drift away and suffer so much. But this brat is utterly unworthy of you. You are our Xiao family's esteemed sole heiress. He, a mere CEO of a $100 billion conglomerate, isn't even fit to hold your shoes. Xiao Zhenqi pleaded earnestly, trying to make his daughter change her mind. Whether he's worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Su Yu languidly leaned into Fu Jingting's arms. When I was cruelly cast out by the Su family, it was he who married me without hesitation. When I was in danger, it was he who shielded me from bullets, risking his own life. Su Yu looked seriously at Xiao Zhenqi. So in this world, no one but him is worthy of being my Su Yu's husband. Su Yu's protective and heartfelt words struck Xiao Zhenqing's heart like a heavy hammer. At the same time, they flowed into Fu Jingtian's heart, which had long been encased in ice like a warm current. Seeing his daughter's resolute and determined gaze, Xiao Zhenqing knew that forcibly taking her away was absolutely impossible. If she were pushed too hard with her terrifying abilities capable of emptying the Xiao family's 5 trillion, and her character of preferring to be shattered than to be compromised, he would never hear her call him daddy again. All right. The master of the first hidden financial conglomerate actually compromised at this moment like a wronged old man. Daddy won't force you back to Europe. But Daddy hasn't taken good care of you for the past 20 years. You can't deny me even a chance for compensation, can you? Xiao Zhenqing domineeringly pointed to the adjacent European-style villa worth over $1 billion. Starting today, I will live there. Until you are willing to forgive Daddy and come back to the Xiao family with me. After saying this, Xiao Zhenqing snorted coldly, proudly, leading his formidable team of bodyguards forcibly buying the neighboring villa and moving in. Watching Xiao Zhenqing's departing figure, Fu Jingtian narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly. He knew that from today onwards his difficult days as the president of a trillion-dollar financial group were just beginning. As expected, the next morning, just as dawn broke, Fu Jingtian was sleeping soundly with Su Yu on the waterbed. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the Fu mansion was violently knocked on. Fu Jingtian, with a dark expression, put on a robe and went downstairs, only to see Xiao Zhenqing standing in the living room with dozens of bodyguards. Still sleeping so late. Young people have no vitality at all. How could my daughter have a good life with a lazy bum like you? Xiao Zhengqing's words were filled with critical sarcasm. It's 6 in the morning, father-in-law. Fu Jingtian gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to draw his gun. So what if it's 6? By 6 I had already dealt with dozens of billions in multinational mergers and acquisitions. Xiao Zhenqing arrogantly sat on the leather sofa, scrutinizing his surroundings. Go get me a cup of tea. I want this year's top grade to Hong Pao, and the water temperature must be 85 degrees, not a degree less. Fu Jingtian's forehead twitched in anger. How had he, the tyrant of the Fu family, fallen to the point of serving tea? But thinking of his wife still sleeping up, if he turned against this old fox now, Su Yu would definitely have a hard time in the middle. Endure. For the sake of his wife he bore with it. Fu Jingtian begrudgingly turned and walked into the kitchen, seriously boiling water and making tea for the first time in his life. However, this was just the beginning. In the following days, this master of the world's top financial conglomerate completely revealed his abnormal daughter-protecting maniac attributes and his strong rejection response towards Fu Jingtian, his son-in-law. When Fu Jingtian made breakfast for Su Yu, Xiao Zhenqing criticized the fried eggs for being overcooked, unworthy of his daughter's noble palate, and immediately arranged for a private jet to airlift a top Michelin chef from France. When Fu Jingtian bought Su Yu a diamond necklace worth tens of millions, Xiao Zhenqing scoffed derisively and immediately gifted Su Yu a diamond mine in Africa that produced pink diamonds. Even at night, Xiao Zhenqing shamelessly arranged for several snipers to be stationed on the roof of the adjacent villa, using infrared to aim at the bedroom of Fu Mansion. As long as Fu Jingtian dared to make any improper moves towards Su Yu, they would immediately fire a warning shot. Enough. Another frustrating morning arrived. Fu Jingtian watched as his carefully prepared heart-shaped breakfast was mercilessly thrown into the trash by Xiao Zhenqing's Michelin chef, and he finally exploded. He coldly gazed at Xiao Zhenqing, who was leisurely sipping red tea at the dining table. Father-in-law, if you find me unpleasant to the eye, we can go out and have a fight. But in my house, interfering with my normal married life with my wife is a bit too much. A fight? Xiao Zhenqing sneered disdainfully. Do you think I don't know about your terrifying rage disorder? If it weren't for my daughter caring for you and curing you, you would have long been a short-lived madman. With this alone, you are not worthy of my daughter. I may not be worthy, but does that fake Su one who impersonated you deserve to be a part of the Xiao family? Fu Jingtian retorted sharply. If it weren't for my wife's intelligence, your Xiao family's elder council would probably still be foolishly bowing to that fake heiress. You. This statement hit Xiao Zhenqing right where it hurt. Being deceived by a lowly fake by the elder council of the Xiao family was absolutely a disgrace, he felt, as the head of the family. All right. Xiao Zhenqing suddenly stood up, domineeringly pointing at Fu Jingtian. Since you are unconvinced, let's have a fair contest. I won't use the terrifying capital power of the Xiao family, nor the vast connections of the dark web. Tomorrow night, at the perilous underground fight night, we, the father-in-law and son-in-law, will personally compete. If you can defeat me, I will not interfere with anything you do in front of my daughter. If you lose, Xiao Zhenqing looked at him coldly, you will immediately divorce my daughter voluntarily. Let her return to Europe with honor. All right. Fu Jingtian decisively agreed. In his deep phoenix eyes, a fervent battle spirit ignited. To defend his tyrannical right to pamper his wife, he didn't mind bringing this high and mighty father-in-law down. The underground black boxing arena in the capital. Usually this place is a den of gamblers where desperate outlaws and bloodthirsty capitalists risk their lives, but tonight the entire arena has been cleared with all lights focused on the octagonal cage, tightly sealed with barbed wire in the center. The stands are empty, with only Lu Chun and Xiao Zhen, each accompanied by the elite core members of their families, standing on either side. The atmosphere tense to the extreme. Inside the octagonal cage, Fu Jingting had removed his usual fitted suit, donning only a black tactical vest, his muscular lines perfect and explosive like a leopard. Facing him is Xiao Zhenqing, who has taken off his trench coat. Though he has reached middle age, the iron-blooded aura emanating from this hidden financial magnate is not in the least bit weaker than that of Fu Jingting. In those years, he carved a bloody path through the storm of bloodshed, relying on more than just his wits. The two men, separated by the octagonal cage, stared fiercely at each other like two prehistoric beasts about to contend for territorial dominance. You brat, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, now agreeing to divorce you, I might spare your life, Xiao Zhenqing said coldly, wrapping his hands with bandages. You jest, my dear father-in-law. The word divorce has never appeared in my dictionary. There's only widowhood. Fu Jingting retorted without backing down, but rest assured, for Yu Yu's sake, I will show you some respect. Arrogant. Today I must break your legs. Xiao Zhenqing roared, launching himself like a cannonball, unleashing a fierce straight punch aimed directly at Fu Jingting's face. Fu Jingting did not dodge or evade. He also threw a punch, choosing the most direct confrontation. Bang! The two fists, as if forged from steel, collided midair, producing a resounding thud that sent shivers down one's spine. Both men staggered back half a step, a flicker of shock passing through their eyes. Xiao Jinqing was astonished by the terrifying strength of this young man, who could withstand his specially enhanced body. Fu Jingting, on the other hand, was shocked by his father-in-law's incredible physical prowess, which was not inferior to that of the class assassin ranked #1 on the dark web. As the two prepared to clash again, about to engage in a true life-and-death struggle, snap, 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 the floodlights around the arena suddenly went out. The entire space was plunged into absolute darkness. What's going on? Lu Chun and Xiao Jin simultaneously drew their guns, warily scanning their surroundings. It's an ambush. Protect the CEO. Protect the family head. Just then, from the ventilation ducts and hidden passages surrounding the arena, a series of piercing sounds suddenly erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless poison darts glowing with a ghostly blue light poured down like a torrential rain, indiscriminately shooting at the bodyguards in the stands. Following that, dozens of assassins clad in black tactical gear, equipped with advanced night vision goggles and micro-submachine guns, emerged from the darkness like ghosts. This was a meticulously planned assassination trap. Tat-a-tat. A dense barrage of gunfire instantly covered the entire octagonal cage. Fu Jingting and Xiao Jinqing reacted in extreme haste. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, they rolled behind the most solid concrete support pillar of the octagonal cage, evading the initial round of gunfire. Damn it! It's the remnants of the dark web and traitors from our Xiao family elder council. Xiao Jinqing, peering through the barbed wire, recognized several assassins by their purple orchid tattoos, his eyes instantly turning bloodthirsty. That old bastard, the elder, actually took advantage of his absence from Europe to conspire with the remnants of the dark web, intending to wipe him and Fu Jingting out in this underground arena. As long as the two of them die here, Su Yu would lose her protection, and the elder could easily seize control of the entire hidden Xiao family and the Fu Corporation. A good move to kill with a borrowed knife. Fu Jingting chuckled coldly, drawing a sharp military dagger from his waist. Father-in-law, it seems our fight has to be postponed. Why not compare and see who can kill more tonight? Just you. Xiao Jinqing, brimming with bravado, directly pulled out two specially made dogleg knives from his boots. If you kill fewer than me, just obediently roll out of Yu Yu's world. Before the words fell, the two of them had already plunged into the enemy ranks like two streaks of black lightning. In this small and dark environment, the effectiveness of modern firearms was greatly diminished, while their near-maniacal close combat abilities soared to perfection. Fu Jingting struck with lethal precision, with no superfluous movements. Every time he wielded the dagger, a killer's throat was ruthlessly pierced. He was like a precision killing machine, cold, efficient, and terrifying. Xiao Jinqing's fighting style was even more wild and bloody. The two dogleg knives in his hands transformed into a meat grinder. Any enemy within 3 meters of him was instantly and brutally dismembered. Lu Chun and Xiao Zhan in the stands also reacted quickly, immediately leading their subordinates to launch a fierce counterattack. The battle lasted only 10 minutes. When the arena's backup power was restored, the entire venue had turned into a bloody hell on earth. Dozens of heavily armed top assassins lay dead, sprawled in pools of blood. Fu Jingting elegantly wiped the blood from his face with a tissue and sheathed the dagger at his waist. He turned to see Xiao Jinqing, equally bloodied, but with an excited gleam in his eyes. Father-in-law, I concede. I killed 23 and you killed 21, Fu Jingting reported calmly. Xiao Jinqing surveyed the corpses scattered on the ground, and then glanced at this young man who maintained absolute elegance and strength even in a slaughterhouse. The prejudice in his heart was finally shattered on this bloody night. He had to admit that among his peers, and even worldwide, finding someone with such terrifying strength, a calm mind, and excellent judgment aside from Fu Jingting was impossible. You indeed have some skill, he huffed reluctantly, putting away his dogleg knives. His tone no longer carried the previous hostility. However, don't think that killing a few small fish will earn my recognition. If you want to be my son-in-law, you still have a long... Upon hearing this, Fu Jingting smiled slightly. He knew that this proud father-in-law had already mentally accepted his existence as a son-in-law. Thank you for your praise, father-in-law. I will continue to work hard, Fu Jingting said, bowing respectfully. Let's go home. Yu Yu is still waiting for us to have supper. Xiao Jinqing naturally uttered the words go home. In this bloody purge of powerful alliances, this untouchable hidden family had finally reached a subtle reconciliation with this domineering CEO. The black boxing match that shocked the underground world of the capital ultimately ended with a bloodbath orchestrated by the alliance of father-in-law and son-in-law. That night, Xiao Jinqing utilized the highest authority of the head of the Xiao family to mobilize 12 elite mercenary teams stationed around the globe, launching a brutal purge against the Elder Council at the European headquarters. The Elder who attempted to usurp power didn't even have the chance to escape. He was shot to pieces in his own capital. All collateral members suspected of involvement in the murder of the young lady were uprooted, leading to a bloody purge within the Shao family that lasted half a month. Half a month later, the Shao family held a grand ceremony in Huagua that even attracted the attention of the highest echelons of various countries to confer titles to the heirs. After confirming Fu Jingxian's absolute loyalty and formidable strength towards his daughter, Shao Zhengqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. And Su Yu, feeling this deep paternal love that came 20 years too late, eventually nodded in agreement and officially took over the family seal of the hidden Shao family. Of course, her agreement came with the premise that she would never reside long-term in Europe, and all the daily family affairs would be managed entirely by Commander Xiao Zhen, who she would only be responsible for holding the highest decision-making power and spending money. Regarding his daughter's blatant laziness, the doting Xiao Zhenqing had no objections. Instead, he happily stated, "My daughter should enjoy life like this. Those trivial matters should be handled by the servants." On the night after the ceremony on the rooftop garden of the Fu mansion, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the evening breeze carried a faint scent of roses. Su Yu, dressed in a lazy and sexy silk nightgown, leaned back in a lounge chair, holding a cup of priceless romanticante. "Wife, congratulations on officially becoming the richest person in the world." Fu Jingtian approached from behind, gently draping a cashmere shawl over her shoulders, his deep phoenix eyes filled with affectionate amusement. As Su Yu officially took over the terrifying trillion-level hidden assets of the Shao family, combined with her original identity as the boss of Xingqian International, her worth had reached a staggering astronomical figure that made everyone look up in awe. In comparison, Fu Jingtian, the once dominant billionaire tycoon, suddenly became a poor man in what? Su Yu turned her head, her cool peach blossom eyes glimmering with mischievousness. "Does Master Fu now feel an overwhelming pressure? After all, you are currently worth less than 1/10 of my worth. The media outside has already started writing articles saying that you, the dignified figure of the Fu family, are actually a soft rice man relying on your wife to rise to power." These past few days, as Su Yu's true identity was exposed, the headlines of the global financial world were almost completely monopolized. Everyone was shattered by this earth-shattering twist. Those who once mocked Su Yu for climbing too high to the Fu family are now all slapping their faces in disbelief, enviously marveling at how Fu Jingtian struck gold by marrying such an unrivaled fortune. Pressure. What pressure? Fu Jingtian not only showed no anger, but instead naturally leaned down, burying his head in Su Yu's neck, deeply inhaling her enchanting cool fragrance. A cheeky, self-satisfied smile appeared on his usually cold and stoic face. "Wife, you have no idea how relaxed I am right now. I have worked so hard for so many years just to find a rich woman to support me, and now my dream has finally." The dignified trillion-dollar queen, the divine healer with 1,000 faces, the hacker Z god, and the big, "May I ask this esteemed lady, do you still need a charming young man who can cook, warm your bed, is handsome, has excellent physical strength, and is available at your beck and call?" Hearing this once mighty business tycoon speak such shameless lines in such a serious manner, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Aren't you ashamed?" Su Yu teasingly pinched his high nose. "Master Fu, is it so reasonable to be a soft rice man? Aren't you afraid your subordinates will laugh at you? They're just jealous." Fu Jingtian arrogantly raised an eyebrow. "How many people in the world can enjoy the soft rice from the hidden Shao family's young lady? I earned my position with my own ability." "Wife." Fu Jingtian rested his chin on her head, his voice suddenly soft and affectionate. "Actually, whether you are a penniless country girl or a trillion-dollar queen, in my heart, you will always be my Yu. Everything I possess, including my life, belongs to you." A warm rush of emotion flowed through Su. She turned around, wrapping her arms around the man's neck, her clear eyes reflecting the vast starry sky. "Since Mr. Fu is so sincere." Su Yu slightly tiptoed, her red lips gently pressed against the man's thin lips, her voice tinged with alluring laziness. "Then this queen will reluctantly support you for a lifetime." "At your service, my queen." Fu Jingtian dominated the kiss, deepening it passionately. Beneath the starlight, the two figures embraced tightly. From a discarded girl in the countryside to the true heiress of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, from wrongly provoking the devil to being spoiled to the heavens. "In this world, there is nothing more beautiful than you are strong enough, and I just happen to stand beside you." Volume 3, The True Heiress of the Hidden Financial Giant. End. 5 years later. The Fu Manor, located in the prime area of the capital, has long become the most highly secured and feared forbidden ground by the powerful elite worldwide. Not only because the billionaire tycoon Fu Jingting resides here, but also because the lady of the house is Su Yu, the current head of the Shao family, the first hidden financial powerhouse that controls the financial lifeline of the world. However, for these two, wealth and power are nothing compared to the two little ancestors at home, who are about to lift. Suddenly, a blaring electronic alarm rang out across the manor's lawn. "Report. The infrared sensor in Area 3 has been breached." "Report. The surveillance camera in Area 5 has gone down." "Not good." It's the young master and young miss starting their prison break drill again. Quick, stop them. Dozens of fully armed and battle-hardened dark guards from the Fu family at this moment were like cats with their tails stepped on, sweating profusely as they scurried madly around the vast manor. At the end of the lawn, on an ancient banyan tree, a little boy about 4 or 5 years old dressed in a custom black suit was tapping on a mini tablet computer hanging from his arm with one hand. He bore an almost identical face to Fu Jingting, a miniature version of a chiseled ice mountain. Especially those deep-set narrow phoenix eyes which, despite his youthful innocence, exuded a chilling coldness and cunning that was even more spine-chilling than his father's. This is Fu family's eldest son, Fu Mohan. Brother, your system hack is too slow. Uncle Lu and the others are already coming after us. Next to Fu Mohan, hanging from a branch, was a little girl in a pink princess dress with 2 little buns on her. The little girl was exquisitely beautiful, with big watery peach blossom eyes that perfectly inherited Su Yu's stunning beauty, looking like a harmless human cub. However, anyone who dares to be deceived by her cute and innocent appearance would certainly face a fate worse than death. This is Xiao family's future princess, Su Nino. Shut up, or I will stuff the itchy powder you made into your mouth. Fu Mohan did not look up, his slender fingers moving across the screen like a blur. Ding! The manor's main control system has been rewritten. The door is now open. Hearing the mechanical female voice from the tablet, Fu Mohan's lips curled into a cold smile, just like his father's. Done. He put the tablet into his pocket and leapt down from the tumter-high branch with the grace of a black panther. Yay! Brother is the best. Su Nino cheered and let go of her legs, falling straight down. Just as she was about to hit the ground, the little girl skillfully flipped in the air and landed steadily, brushing off the dust from her dress. This terrifying physical ability would make even Olympic gymnastics champions question their lives if they saw it. Let's go. While Daddy and Mommy are off to Europe for their 4th honeymoon, we should explore the capital. I heard a few fun nightclubs have opened recently. Fu Mohan spoke with a tone so mature it was hard to believe he was only 5. Yay! I want to eat sugar-coated hawthorns, and I want to beat up bad guys. Su Nino excitedly waved her chubby little fists, just as the 2 little rascals were about to swagger out of the manor entrance. Cough, cough. A deliberately loud cough came from behind them. Lu Chun, drenched in sweat and accompanied by dozens of dark guards, blocked the entrance, looking helplessly at these 2 little ancestors. Young master, young miss, please don't make things difficult for us. The president and madam left strict orders that you must not step outside the manor. If anything happens to you, the president will definitely tear me apart. Lu Chun felt like he was going bald after 5 years of this. Although the president was previously cold, he at least had some reason. But these 2 little monsters were simply incarnations of demons. Brother Fu Mohan hacked into the Pentagon system at the age of 3 and is now ranked in the top 5 on the dark web as a super hacker with the codename Little Z. Sister Su Nino perfectly inherited her mother's divine medical talents and terrifying strength, capable of concocting various torturous poisons and shattering a piece of marble with a single slap. If these 2 were to escape the manor, it would surely spell disaster for the capital. Uncle Lu, do you look down on us? Fu Mohan stopped in his tracks, turning his head, his deep phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously. Do you think anyone in this world can cause us any mishap? This. Lu Chun was speechless. Indeed, with the strength of these 2 little monsters, even if they encountered top mercenaries, it would likely be the mercenaries who would be unfortunate. Uncle Lu, let us go out to play for a while, okay? We promise to come back before dark. Su Nino immediately put on a very obedient and pitiful expression, her big eyes even squeezing out 2 crocodile tears. No way. Absolutely no way. Lu Chun was determined to stop them this time. Since Uncle Lu won't give us face, don't blame me for being rude. Fu Mohan snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. Su Nino immediately understood, her little hand rummaging in her pocket and pulling out a pink spray bottle, spraying it wildly at Lu Chun and the dark guards. Not good. It's the young Mrs. Special Poison. Cover your mouth and nose. Lu Chun was horrified. However, it was already too late. After a cloud of pink mist, dozens of burly dark guards, including Lu Chun, all fell to the ground. Though they were not in life-threatening danger, they were all utterly weak, unable to lift a finger. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. We'll bring you delicious food. Su Nino happily waved her hand. Fu Mohan adjusted his bow tie and with an extremely elegant and domineering stride swaggered out of the Fu manor with his sister. The little demons have been unleashed. Capital City, are you ready for the storm? Far away in Europe, within a private vineyard surrounded by a medieval castle, the warm sunlight spilled over the terrace adorned with blooming violets. Su Yu wore an exquisitely fitted silk gown, lazily leaning in Fu Jingxin's embrace, enjoying the rare moment of togetherness. Nearly a year had passed since the last bloodbath at the Eden Branch, and the world was rarely this peaceful. With the 2 little troublemakers recently left in the capital under the watch of Lu Chun and Xiaozhen, Fu Jingtian finally realized his wish and embarked on their 4th honeymoon trip. Wife, try this vintage law fight. Fu Jingtian brought the wine glass to Su Yu's lips, his deep phoenix eyes filled with unspoken tenderness. Su Yu took a sip, slightly furrowing her brow. What's wrong? Not to your taste. Fu Jingtian immediately became anxious. It's not the wine that's the problem. Su Yu set down the wine glass, a hint of worry flashing across her cool gaze. I just feel like my eyelid is twitching. Those two little ancestors, I hope they're not causing any trouble in the capital. Can Lu Chun and Grandpa really keep an eye on them? Fu Jingtian chuckled lightly, holding her a bit tighter. Don't worry, Lu Chun has been with me for so many years, he's very reliable. Besides, I personally upgraded the security system of the estate. Not even a fly can escape. Those two little devils may be clever, but they are only 5 years old and won't cause any major disturbances. Fu Jingtian had absolute confidence in his security system. However, he could never have imagined that his son, renowned as a dark web genius, had already deciphered the estate's security system's fundamental logic half a month ago and had completely disabled it that very morning. But Su Yu still felt uneasy. This was a woman's sixth sense. No buts. Fu Jingtian domineeringly held her chin, sealing her upcoming words with a deep kiss. Our most important task right now is to thoroughly enjoy our honeymoon. As for those two little brats, we can deal with them when we get back. Meanwhile, in the most bustling CBD commercial center of the capital, the SKP Luxury Mall, Fu Mohan, dressed in a custom black suit with one hand in his pocket, walked with an exceptionally arrogant and imposing stride. His cold little face, resembling Fu Jingtian, drew the attention of the surrounding socialites and heiresses. Wow, whose child is that? He's so handsome. He looks like a miniature domineering president. Oh my, that suit looks like it's from Seville Row with no tag at all. He must be the son of a top-tier aristocrat. Behind him, Su Nino, clad in a pink princess dress, held a candied hawthorn skewer larger than her face, happily munching away, looking just like a gluttonous little girl who had never seen the world. Brother, this candied hawthorn isn't as tasty as the one Uncle Lu bought. Su Nino pouted in disdain, but continued to crunch away. Shut up, if you keep eating your teeth will fall out. Mommy said you can only have one skewer a day. Fu Mohan coldly huffed without looking back. Puffed, Mommy is in Europe cuddling with Daddy, so she can't scold me now. Su Nino stuck out her tongue. These two 5-year-old kids appeared abruptly in the most luxurious mall in the capital without even At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of a top-tier jewelry store. Get out of my way. Are you You ruined my limited edition Hermes. Even selling you won't cover the cost. An overly adorned nouveau riche woman, dressed extravagantly, pushed her way through the line with 7 or 8 fierce-looking bodyguards. Though the customers being pushed aside felt angry, they could see the bulging outlines of weapons at the waist of the bodyguards and could only retreat in silence. The woman arrogantly entered the jewelry store, pointing at the exquisite pink diamond necklace priced at 80 million, and shouted at the trembling sales assistant, "Wrap that necklace for me." I'm very sorry, madam. That Tears of Angels pink diamond necklace has already been reserved by a very distinguished guest, and someone will be here to pick it up shortly. The sales assistant explained, her face pale with fear. Reserved? What does that matter? In this capital, whoever wants to take what I fancy, who dares to snatch from... The woman slapped the counter arrogantly, spitting her words at the assistant. Do you know who I am? My husband is the newly risen energy tycoon of the capital. Wrap it up quickly, or he'll make sure this store closes its doors tomorrow. But the sales assistant was nearly in tears, knowing it was a reservation from the Fu family. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare to sell it to someone else. But what? Get this blind fool out of here and give her a beating. The woman arrogantly issued the command. 2 ferocious bodyguards stepped forward, ready to attack the poor sales assistant. At that critical moment, bang! A dull thud. An unfinished candied hawthorn stick flew out, like a precisely aimed sniper bullet, hitting one of the bodyguards squarely on the forehead. The towering bodyguard, nearly 2 meters tall, didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, crashing down like a steel tower, completely unconscious. The entire place fell silent. Everyone turned in shock towards the direction the projectile had come from. There stood a little girl in a pink princess dress, still holding half a candied hawthorn at the front of the crowd. Auntie, you disturbed my brother while he was looking at his watch. Su Nino disdainfully clapped her small hands, her sparkling eyes flashing a coldness unbefitting her age. Fu Mohan, standing beside her, didn't even glance over, completely absorbed in playing with his globally limited edition microhacker watch, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. A storm was about to erupt in the capital's top-tier mall. Oh, someone is being killed. After a few seconds of silence, the wealthy woman finally reacted, staring at the bodyguard lying on the ground unconscious, and let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The other bodyguards behind her also drew out their batons, glaring fiercely at the 2 small children standing at the front of the crowd. Although they were just 2 5-year-old kids, the earlier display of the flying signature attack was simply too bizarre. Did you 2 little bastards do this? The wealthy woman, infuriated, pointed at Su Nino and Fu Mohan, shouting, Do you know who I am? Anyone who dares to hit me, haven't your parents taught you how to write the word death? Being called little bastards, a chilling glint flashed in Fu Mohan's deep cold phoenix eyes. In the Fu and Xiao families, who would dare to speak harshly to the two siblings? This foolish woman, unaware of her own mortality, was simply challenging the limits of death. Annie, not only are you ugly, but your mouth also stinks. Su Nino pinched her small nose in disgust, her pink face full of displeasure, saying, my mommy said that when encountering a barking mad dog like this, the best solution is to pull out all her teeth. You uncultured wild girl. Tear her mouth apart. The wealthy woman was completely enraged, shouting angrily at her bodyguards. Although the several burly bodyguards felt that bullying two children was a bit beneath them, they still steeled themselves and rushed forward to do their job. The onlookers gasped in shock, some even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutal scene. However, the anticipated sight of the children crying in pain did not occur. Seeking death. As the bodyguards drew near, Su Nino snorted coldly. Her seemingly fragile little fist carried a terrifying force capable of shattering rocks, smashing directly into the abdomen of the bodyguard charging at the front. Bang! Another dull thud echoed, and the nearly 200-pound burly man was sent flying off the ground, crashing into a display case of valuable jewelry several meters away. The remaining bodyguards were left dumbfounded. Is this really a 5-year-old child? This is clearly a titan in human skin. Before they could react, Su Nino darted into the crowd like a pink butterfly, her little hands swinging left, accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds and screams. Within 10 seconds, the remaining bodyguards lay on the ground, howling and rolling, unable to get back up. This is impossible. The wealthy woman stared at the bodyguards scattered across the ground, terrified, collapsing onto the ground, her body shaking. Now it's your turn. Su Nino clapped her hands and walked towards the wealthy woman, her big watery eyes filled with cunning. You? Don't come over. My husband is Wang Dafu, the chairman of the Capital New Energy Group, worth tens of billions. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, my husband will definitely turn your entire family into ashes. The wealthy woman shouted, full of bluster, trying to intimidate with money. New Energy Group. Wang Dafu. Fu Mohan, who had been silent, smirked mockingly at the mention of the name. Brother, is tens of billions a lot? Su Nino turned her head, asking with some confusion. After all, in her usual concept, her mommy casually gave her New Year's money in the hundreds of billions. This tens of billions sounded rather unimpressive. That's just enough to buy mommy a private jet, Fu Mohan replied lightly. He elegantly raised his wrist and tapped a few times on his miniature hacker watch. In less than a minute, a series of codes danced wildly on the virtual screen. Wang Dafu, chairman of the Capital New Energy Group. The company currently has a debt ratio of 60, and last month just borrowed 500 million euros from the Swiss bank to cover funding gaps. Fu Mohan recited the information in a childish yet cold voice. How do you know? The wealthy woman was taken aback. This was the company's top secret. Because in the last 30 seconds, Fu Mohan raised his head, looking at her as if she were an ant. I hacked into your group's internal financial system, and using the super privileges of the Swiss bank, froze all your company's corporate and private accounts. Not only that, but I also bundled the evidence of your company's tax evasion and sent it to the Capital Taxation Bureau. Fu Mohan pressed the confirmation button on his watch, his tone chilling, as if one had fallen into an ice cave. Auntie, your tens of billions are gone. From now on, you and your husband will be worthless paupers, and you'll spend the rest of your lives in prison. You're talking nonsense. How could a 5-year-old brat like you possibly? Before the wealthy woman could finish her sentence, her limited edition Hermes phone in her pocket suddenly rang wildly. In a fluster, she answered the call, and immediately her husband Wang Dafu could be heard roaring in despair. You filthy woman. What god did you offend outside? All our accounts have been frozen by Interpol. The tax bureau people have already surrounded the company building. We're bankrupt. Completely bankrupt. Clatter. The phone fell to the ground, the screen shattering. The wealthy woman turned ashen, staring in horror at the 5-year-old boy before her, resembling a demon, and completely collapsed. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, a 5-year-old child effortlessly brought down a group worth tens of billions. This was no ordinary child. This was clearly a reaper wielding the power of life and death. No, this can't be true. You must be up to something. You little beast. The madam, having completely lost her sanity, screamed like a lunatic. Assets worth billions vanished in an instant. No adult could bear such a blow, let alone someone like her who was used to extravagance and flaunting her wealth. She stared fiercely at Fu Mohan, her eyes filled with resentment. Although she didn't understand hacking, she firmly believed that a mere 5-year-old child could never bring down a large corporation. There must be an adult backing this. Fine. You all wait for me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? In this city, having money and skills alone won't cut it. The madam trembled as she picked up the shattered phone from the ground and dialed a number. Hello. Is this brother? I am Wang Dafu's wife. I was bullied by some blind fools at the SKP mall, and even my bodyguards were beaten up. You need to bring your brothers over immediately and help me deal with them. Once this is done, I will give you 5 million. It seemed like the person on the other end agreed to something, and after hanging up the phone, the fear on the madam's face was replaced by a sinister sneer. You are all doomed. The one I just called is the leader of the underground forces in the western district of this city, One-Eyed Dragon Brother Long. He has hundreds of brothers who dare to fight. Once he arrives, I will have your skins flayed. The madam threatened viciously. Upon hearing the name One-Eyed Dragon, the crowd around them gasped in shock. In this city, although there are top conglomerates like the Fu Corporation in the darker, less visible areas, these local bullies remain a nightmare ordinary people cannot provoke. It is said that this One-Eyed Dragon is exceptionally brutal and has even had blood on his hands. Little children, you should run quickly. It will be too late once those gangsters arrive. A kind passerby couldn't help but advise. Run. Fu Mohan, with his hands in his pockets and a cold face similar to Fu Jingtong's, showed no signs of panic, instead exuding a sense of pity from a higher position. In this city, no one can make me Fu Mohan run away. Brother, is that Long brother really fun? Su Nino took a big bite of her candied hawthorn, her big watery eyes filled with excitement. She felt that taking down those bodyguards was hardly even warm-up and thought it was boring. He's probably just a useless waste. Fu Mohan commented indifferently. In less than 10 minutes, a screeching sound of brakes echoed from outside the mall. A dozen black vans came to a screeching halt in front of the mall entrance. The doors swung open and 50 to 60 muscular men wielding steel pipes and machetes with tattoos of dragons and tigers stormed into the mall with an air of menace. At the forefront was a burly man wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, his face filled with harsh features. He was indeed the Western District's overlord, One-Eyed Dragon. Seeing this scene, the onlookers screamed and fled in panic, instantly clearing the entrance of the jewelry store. Brother Long, you finally arrived. The madam rushed over as if she had seen a lifeline, pointing at the 2 little kids standing in the middle of the venue, and shouted hysterically, "It's these 2 little bastards. Break their legs for me. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Brother Long had initially thought he was dealing with some formidable character, but following the direction of the madam's finger, he realized the targets were merely 2 5-year-old children. Madam Long, are you toying with me? You want me to bring dozens of brothers to deal with 2 infants? Brother Long frowned in displeasure. Brother Long, don't underestimate them. They're incredibly sinister. My elite bodyguards were all knocked down by that little girl. The madam hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Brother Long finally noticed the several bodyguards lying on the ground, unaware of their own demise. He was slightly startled. Could these 2 children be monsters from some ancient martial arts family? Brother Long pushed the madam aside, cigar in mouth, swaggering over to Fu Mohan and Su Nino. Little brats, which way are you from? Do you know that anyone who provokes me, One-Eyed Dragon, in this city will end up in a terrible state? Brother Long tried to intimidate the 2 children with his fierce gaze. However, Fu Mohan merely raised his head slightly, his deep and cold phoenix eyes calmly gazing at him. At the moment Fu Mohan looked up, Brother Long saw the boy's face. This face, that chilling gaze, and that innate aura of supremacy. Brother Long's hand holding the cigar suddenly trembled violently. As a small leader of the underground forces in this city, he had the fortune to see the man at the top of the power pyramid in this city, Fu Corporation's president Fu Jingtong. And this boy before him was simply a miniature version of that billion-dollar tyrant. Moreover, Brother Long's gaze fell on the left chest of the boy's black suit. There a complex totem was subtly embroidered with gold thread, a majestic eagle preparing to take flight. That was the family crest of the Fu family in this city. And on the collar of the girl's pink princess dress, there was an embroidered purple thorn flower. That was the highest totem of the Shao family, the world's #1 financial giant. Boom. Brother Long felt as if an atomic bomb had exploded in his mind. These 2 children, one is the young master of the Fu family, and the other is the future princess of the Shao family. What? These are no mere children. They are living embodiments of death. Brother Long, what are you waiting for? The madam continued to urge recklessly from the side. I'll beat your mother's head in. Brother Long was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly turning around and slapping the madam hard, sending her spinning 3 times in place with 2 of her teeth flying out. In the eyes of the utterly astonished and shocked madam, this normally arrogant overlord of the Western District suddenly softened, collapsing to his knees before Fu Mohan and Su Nino. He didn't even dare to lift his head, trembling all over like a leaf, his voice filled with despair. Young master. Young miss. I, a lowly person, had no idea 2 living ancestors had graced us with their presence. I begged the 2 living ancestors to spare my life. This kneel not only left the madam dumbfounded, but also shocked the 50 to 60 gang members behind him, all of whom were left stunned. Who are these divine children that could make Brother Long act like this? Watching the usually tyrannical one-eyed dragon kneeling on the ground, desperately banging his head to the floor until blood marks appeared on his forehead, the surrounding crowd fell into a deathly silence. The noblewoman who had lost 2 teeth was so frightened that her eyes rolled back, and she urinated her pants. Fu Mohan glanced coldly at the one-eyed dragon, clearly bored by this waste that showed not even a hint of resistance. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can we go have French cuisine?" Su Nino threw the bamboo stick, which only had a hawthorn left, into the trash can and patted her flat little belly. "All right, but we need to hurry. Although the modified manner defense system can fool Lu Chuan and the others, it won't last long. Dad is very perceptive. If he finds out we sneaked out, we will face severe consequences." Fu Mohan said he was afraid, but his face bore an expression of cold indifference. The two held hands, ignoring the trembling gang members kneeling on the ground as they prepared to leave the mall. At that moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted from the sky outside the mall. Boom! It was the violent sound of armed helicopters' rotors tearing through the air. Before anyone could react, 6 heavy armed helicopters painted entirely black and emblazoned with the dual emblems of the Fu and Shao families hovered ominously over the SKP Mall like a dark cloud. Following that, dozens of special forces ropes descended from the sky. Over 100 fully armed elite dark guards wearing tactical goggles and emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent descended like divine soldiers instantly, surrounding every exit of the mall. The dark muzzles of the guns ruthlessly locked onto the gang members on the ground. These thugs, who usually bullied ordinary people, had never encountered such a formidable array of top-tier mercenaries that had emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that moment, more than 10 people were so frightened that they dropped their machetes and knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. The one-eyed dragon, upon seeing the armed helicopters, rolled his eyes back and fainted in terror. "We're done for." Fu Mohan's cool face, which had remained calm until now, finally showed a hint of rage. Su Nino was so frightened that she hid behind her brother, her fingers nervously twisting together. "Brother, why did Dad and Mommy come back so quickly?" The helicopter doors opened. A long straight leg stepped out. Fu Jingtian, dressed in a pure black custom trench coat, descended like a tyrant from heaven, marching down the steps with a terrifying aura that crushed everything in its path. Walking beside him was Suyu, clad in a silk gown whose cold, ethereal beauty resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The expressions on the faces of this couple, standing at the pinnacle of global power and wealth, were all grim. Fu Mohan, Su Nino. Fu Jingtian gritted his teeth as he pronounced these names. His deep, cold phoenix eyes were ablaze with furious flames. God knows how much he wanted to send his 5-year-old rogue son back into his mother's womb to be reborn when he received the high-risk intrusion alert from the Manor's control system in a European vineyard and discovered that the intruder was his own son. In order to return to the capital as quickly as possible, he even pushed the private jet's engine to its limits, nearly causing it to break apart in midair. "Dad, Mom." Knowing she was in deep trouble, Su Nino immediately brought out her trump card. She ran towards Su Yu like a pink cannonball, hugging her mother's leg tightly, raising her delicate, aggrieved little face, with tears shimmering in her big eyes. "Mommy, Nyen missed you so much. I ran into bad guys just now, and they wanted to break my and brother's legs. I'm so scared." The little girl cried, as if she were not the same little girl who had just knocked a 200-pound man away with a single punch. Seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state, Su Yu's anger dissipated by more than half in an instant. She sighed, squatted down, and pinched her daughter's soft cheek with a hint of annoyance. "Stop pretending to be pitiful, kid. Do you think I don't know who knocked down those bodyguards on the ground? Is the strength of the princess of the Shao family meant for fighting in malls? Who told them to call me and brother little bastards?" Su Nino retorted angrily. Hearing the words little bastards, Su Yu, who had been scolding her daughter, was momentarily overtaken by a flash of terrifying, killing intent in her cold eyes. Meanwhile, the temperature around Fu Jingtian dropped to freezing point. "Drag all these useless trash on the ground along with that fainted foolish woman to the mining area in South Africa to dig coal. Tell the people there that without my permission they are not allowed to die in this lifetime." Fu Jingtian coldly issued the decree condemning these people to an extremely tragic fate. After dealing with the minions, Fu Jingtian turned his gaze to his son, who still stood with his hands in his pockets pretending to be calm. "As for you, Fu Mohan." Fu Jingtian strode up to his son, looking down at him. "Hacking the Manor's security system and secretly taking your sister out to escape. After returning, go to the Dark Guard camp to receive punishment, confinement for 3 days and confiscation of all electronic devices." Although Fu Mohan felt a bit anxious inside, he still defiantly raised his head, his phoenix eyes reminiscent of Fu Jingtian's brimming with determination. "I can accept confinement, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Protecting my sister is my responsibility." Seeing his son displaying the same cunning and arrogance he had in his youth, Fu Jingxian's mouth twitched slightly. This kid is truly a prodigy. All right, stop scaring the child. So you stood up, picked up Su Nianyo, and ruffled Fu Mohan's hair. Since we're out, let's go eat first. Did Nian Nian want to eat French cuisine? Let's go mommy treats. Yay? Mommy is the best. The family of four, surrounded by hundreds of dark guards, majestically left the mall, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Although this uproar had settled, Su Yu and Fu Jingtian both knew very well that these two exceptionally gifted, even somewhat monstrous little devils, if not properly disciplined, would eventually create a disaster. It seems time to find a place that can keep them in check. After the upheaval at the SKP Mall, Su Yu and Fu Jingtian came to a profound realization. These two genetically extraordinary children, if kept locked away in the Fu family manor all day dealing with those assassins and hackers, would undoubtedly grow into super terrorists with antisocial personalities. In order to provide the children with a relatively normal childhood and teach them how to interact with their peers, Su Yu made a decision to send them to kindergarten. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo reacted as if they had lost their closest family member. Mommy, you want me, the legendary's god of the dark web, to go to kindergarten and play in the mud with a bunch of snotty little kids who can't even count 1 + 1 without taking forever? This is an ultimate insult to my intelligence. Fu Mohan's cold little face was filled with resistance. Yes, mommy, those little kids are too weak. Nian Nian is afraid she might accidentally blow them away. Su Nianyo also pouted, clinging to Su Yu's arm. Protests are futile. Su Yu mercilessly dismissed their appeal. You not only have to go, but you must also hide your identities. No bodyguards, no hacking, and absolutely no using poison or brute strength. I want you to attend school like ordinary children. In order to fully implement the principle of keeping a low profile, Su Yu used an extremely ordinary pseudonym when enrolling them: Lin Han and Lin Nian. Their clothes were also replaced with custom-made garments made of pure handmade cotton and linen without any brand logos, even though the cost of the fabric and tailoring far exceeded that of luxury children's clothing on the market. Ordinary people would never notice. The next morning, outside the gates of the most prestigious bilingual noble school in the capital, St. Mary International Kindergarten. This place can be seen as a microcosm of the capital's wealthy elite, with the convoy of cars delivering children each morning resembling an international luxury car exhibition. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs were everywhere. However, Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo were dropped off by an ordinary-looking Volkswagen Phaeton worth merely a few $100,000. This was a clunker that Fu Jingtian had painstakingly retrieved from the corner of the company garage. Remember what mommy said: keep a low profile and be friendly with your classmates. Su Yu, wearing sunglasses and a mask, earnestly instructed the two children with small backpacks in the car. The two replied weakly. Watching the two small figures walk through the kindergarten gates, Lu Chun, acting as the temporary driver in the driver's seat, couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. President, madam, is it really okay to leave the young master and young miss in a place like this? What if someone tries to bully them? Who would dare to bully them? Fu Jingtian snorted coldly. I'm not worried about others bullying them. I'm only worried they might demolish the kindergarten. Let's go to the company. Inside the kindergarten, in the Sunshine class. This was the most prestigious class in St. Mary Kindergarten, gathering the direct descendants of various prominent families in the capital. As Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo walked hand in hand into the classroom, many little friends were already playing inside. Upon seeing two unfamiliar faces dressed in clothes without any logos, a chubby little boy sitting in the middle of the classroom immediately showed a look of disdain. This chubby boy, named Wang Tianxi, was the nephew of Wang Dafu, who had gone bankrupt that day in the mall due to Fu Mohan. Although Wang Dafu went bankrupt, the Wang family still held some influence in the capital, and Wang Tianxi's parents were typical nouveau riche snobs. Hey, where did you two country bumpkins come from? This is the Sunshine class, and only those whose families are worth billions can enter. You're dressed so poorly, did you come to the wrong place? Wang Tianxi yelled arrogantly, pointing a finger at. Though the other children were young, they were influenced by their surroundings from a young age, and knew how to recognize clothing brands, casting mocking glances at the twins. Fu Mohan's eyes turned cold, but just as he was about to explode, he suddenly remembered mommy's warning against using violence. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and pulled his sister to an empty seat in the corner of the classroom, directly ignoring Wang Tianxi, who looked like a clown. You broke bum dare to ignore me. Seeing Fu Mohan disregarding him, Wang Tianxi felt humiliated and angrily rushed over, snatching the pink water bottle from Su Nianyo's desk and smashing it onto the floor. Crash! The water bottle shattered, spilling water everywhere. You are not allowed to sit here. Get out of our classroom. Wang Tianxi shouted rudely. Su Nianyo looked at the broken water bottle on the ground, which mommy had personally chosen for her. The once obedient and lovely little girl's eyes were instantly clouded with a layer of cold gloom. Su Nianya's delicate little hands had already quietly clenched into fists, and the joints even made slight cracking sounds. Once she unleashed that punch, this arrogant little chubby boy in front of her would definitely fly out the window, experiencing the sensation of soaring through the air. At that critical moment, a sharp and piercing female voice suddenly echoed from the classroom door. "Oh dear. My precious son, what happened? Who bullied you?" Immediately after, a woman who was wearing sky-high heels reeking of strong perfume and carrying the latest limited edition LV bag rushed in like a flamboyant peacock, embracing the chubby Wang Tianxi. This was Wang Tianxi's mother Li Hong, a notorious shrew and green tea in the business circles of the capital. Following Li Hong was the principal of St. Mary Kindergarten, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses who appeared to be quite respectable. "Mommy, it's them." Seeing her reinforcements arrive, Wang Tianxi immediately switched to the mode of a villain, reporting, first squeezing out a couple of tears and pointing at the broken water bottle on the floor, shouting, "These two ragged country bumpkins came in and stole my seat. When I refused, they even tried to hit me. That little girl even broke the water bottle on the ground to scare me." Upon hearing her son's suffering, Li Hong's expression instantly changed. Her sharp gaze swept over to Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo sitting in the corner. Looking at the plain cotton and linen clothes of these two children, which bore no brand logos, a strong sense of disdain flashed in Li Hong's eyes. Principal St. Mary is the most prestigious elite kindergarten in the capital. The Sunshine class is filled with the offspring of the top families in the city. Li Hong turned to the principal, her tone filled with arrogance and threat. "My husband just donated a library worth 50 million to the kindergarten. How can you allow any Tom, Dick, or Harry into the Sunshine class? If these violent lower-class peasants harm my Tianxi, can you bear the responsibility?" The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. These two children had just been admitted this morning, and the procedures were handled very discreetly. Although they arrived in a Volkswagen Phaeton, it indeed looked shabby in front of a kindergarten where Rolls-Royces were everywhere. More critically, on the enrollment forms of these two children, the parents section simply stated Lin couple, with no company title or illustrious background described. In this society that values parental connections, such a background was equivalent to no record found. To secure the 50 million library donation, the snobbish principal immediately weighed his options. "Mrs. Lee, please calm down. This is definitely a misunderstanding. These two children might have come in through some charity spot and do not understand our rules here." The principal immediately put on a fawning smile, then turned to Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo, his expression instantly turning severe. "Lin Han, Lin Yen, what is going on with you two? On your first day here, you bully classmates and damage property. Hurry and apologize to classmate Wang Tianxi." The principal scolded loudly with the authority of an elder. Su Nianya's face turned red with anger. "You're talking nonsense. He clearly stole our seat first and broke the water bottle that mommy bought for me. Why should we apologize? You little brat still dare to talk back." Li Hong, furious, took a step forward, raising her palm to slap Su Nianyo's delicate face. "You wild child who has no one to teach you today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your impoverished parents. Try to touch her if you dare." A cold and chilling voice suddenly rang out. Fu Mohan instantly stood in front of his sister. The boy's deep phoenix eyes erupted with a terrifying, murderous intent that could stop one's heart. At that moment, Li Hong even felt an illusion, as if the one standing before her was not a 5-year-old child, but a decisive ruler. Her raised arm unexpectedly froze in midair, unable to come down no matter what. This is rebellion. Absolutely rebellion. The principal saw the atmosphere freeze and immediately stepped forward to mediate. "Mrs. Lee, don't argue with kids from such lowly families. It's normal for them to be uncultured. I will handle it seriously right away." Pointing at Fu Mohan and Su Nianyo, the principal coldly announced the verdict. "Lin Han, Lin Yen, due to your extremely bad behavior, I am now officially notifying you that you are expelled from the Sunshine class. Immediately follow me to the office for detention, and then have your parents come to pick you up. You're going to detain us." Fu Mohan, upon hearing this, did not feel scared. Instead, a cold curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Very well. I hope you won't regret it later." Inside the cramped confinement room of the Academic Affairs office, the door was heavily locked from the outside. This was actually a small dark room used by the kindergarten to store miscellaneous items typically reserved for punishing disobedient children without family backing. It was dark and damp inside, with only a worn-out table. Brother, that wicked woman was so arrogant, I almost couldn't help but knock her silicone fake nose crooked just now. Su Nianyo sat on the table, swinging her short legs, pouting in annoyance. "Mommy said we can't use violence. To deal with such brainless fools, we must resolve it in a civilized manner." Fu Mohan pulled over a chair and sat down, sliding out a tiny hacker watch from his sleeve, his deep phoenix eyes sparkling with a cold light in the darkness. "Civilized manner?" Su Nianyo tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. "For example, by letting them play themselves to death." Fu Mohan's fingers flew across the miniature keyboard, which was barely larger than a fingernail. As the hacker known as Little Z ranked in the top 5 on the dark web, cracking this civilian-level kindergarten smart control system was simpler for him than drinking water. In less than 10 seconds. Ding St. Mary kindergarten smart system has been fully taken over. Fu Mohan looked at the alert flashing on the virtual screen, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment outside the academic affairs office, Li Hong was proudly holding her son Wang Tianxi, lecturing the principal with an air of superiority. Principal, I was very satisfied with your handling just now. When those two little bastards' poor parents arrive, you must make them kneel down and apologize to my son in public, otherwise my husband will reconsider his sponsorship of the library. Yes, Mrs. Li, please rest assured I guarantee they will. Before the principal could finish, an unexpected change occurred. Originally obediently staying in Wang Tianxi's arms, a singing smart dinosaur toy suddenly flashed its eyes with glaring red light. Roar! The robotic dinosaur emitted a remarkably realistic roar and unexpectedly bit down on Wang Tianxi's chubby finger. Ah! Mommy, help! The Tyrannosaurus is eating people. Wang Tianxi cried out in pain, flailing his hand. Oh my dear son! What is happening? Why has this toy gone out of control? Li Hong was horrified, frantically trying to pull the robotic dinosaur off. Just as she got closer, the fire sprinkler head on the corridor ceiling suddenly made a soft click sound. Splash! A high-pressure water jet poured down accurately, drenching Li Hong and the principal, turning them into wet chickens. Li Hong's precious silk dress was instantly soaked, her meticulously styled hair stuck to her scalp, and she looked utterly disheveled like a drowned rat. Heavens! What on earth is happening? Where's security? Someone turn off the water. The principal shouted in despair while wiping the water from her face. But that was not the end. A faint, almost imperceptible pink mist silently wafted out from beneath the crack of the confinement room door. This was a special itch powder that Su Niño had concocted out of boredom, using the medical knowledge her mommy taught her, synthesizing it from trace amounts of plant pollen in the air. The pink mist quickly contacted Li Hong's skin along with the water flow. Oh no! So itchy. What's happening? Suddenly it's so itchy. Li Hong, still cursing, suddenly felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over her body. Unable to resist, she scratched at herself only to find it getting itchier. Even worse, this itch powder had a slight nerve-stimulating effect. Ha ha ha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, it's killing me with itch. Ha ha ha. Li Hong uncontrollably burst into wild laughter, rolling around on the corridor floor, tearing her designer clothes to shreds, half of her expensive false eyelashes scratched off. Mrs. Li, please calm down. What's wrong with you, Mrs. Li? The principal was terrified, wanting to help her only to accidentally inhale some of the powder herself, tumbling to the ground, scratching and laughing like a madwoman. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. In the corridor, a wealthy lady and a formally dressed principal rolled around in the water like two frenzied caterpillars, laughing uncontrollably. The scene was simply bizarre to the extreme. Inside the confinement room, Fu Mohan coldly watched the farce outside through the surveillance screen of his watch, shutting off the fire sprinkler system. Brother, how's the effect of the half-step to madness I configured? Su Niño proudly lifted her chin. But I've seen enough of the show, it's time to get down to business. Fu Mohan pressed a button, unlocking the electronic lock of the confinement room. Let's go see how this farce will conclude. And by the way, let's call their parents. A soft click echoed as the door of the confinement room swung open. Fu Mohan, holding Su Niño's hand, looked down at the two individuals laughing uncontrollably in the puddle in the corridor. 10 minutes later, the effects of the itch powder in the air gradually dissipated. Li Hong and the principal collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had just crawled out of hell. As Li Hong climbed up from the waterlogged ground and caught sight of her reflection in the corridor's glass, her makeup smeared, resembling a ghost with her bra straps showing, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, my face. My Chanel haute couture. Li Hong was nearly going insane. As a newly affluent lady from the capital, when had she ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? She suddenly turned her head, glaring at the two little brats standing aside watching the show. Though she had no evidence, her instincts told her that this bizarre incident was undoubtedly connected to these two little monsters. It was you who caused this, wasn't it? You two damned little bastards. Li Hong charged at the principal like a madwoman, shaking his collar frantically. Principal, what are you waiting for? Call their impoverished parents immediately. I want them to compensate for my mental anguish. I want them to be unable to survive in the capital. The principal was equally furious. As the principal of St. Mary's, he had made such a huge fool of himself in front of a parent. Rest assured, Mrs. Li, he'll call their parents right away. The principal rushed back to his office in a frenzy, pulling up Lin Han and Lin Yan's emergency contact numbers from the computer system and dialing without hesitation. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Fu Corporation located in the heart of the capital, In the top-level CEO's office, Fu Jingting sat in a large leather office chair listening to several executives report on the global merger plans for the second half of the year. Su sat on the sofa beside him, flipping through a magazine out of boredom. Ding-ling-ling. The special confidential phone placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. This was a number accessible only to a select few. Su glanced at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, frowned slightly, and pressed the answer button. Before she could speak, a furious roar erupted from the other end of the line. You must be the parent of Lin Yin, and I am the principal of St. Mary's Kindergarten. Your two children not only maliciously assaulted a classmate, but also damaged the school's smart fire safety system, causing noble parents to suffer extreme shock and harm. The principal's voice reverberated through the phone speaker, clearly echoing throughout the otherwise quiet CEO office. The executives reporting instantly broke out in cold sweat. My goodness, who is so reckless as to shout at the wife of the merciless CEO? Moreover, Lin Yin, Lin Han. Although these names were aliases, the core executives had heard about Fu and his wife sending a pair of twins to kindergarten that very morning. Su Yu's eyes instantly turned cold, her voice carrying a chilling air that felt like falling into an ice cave. Are they hurt? Hurt? How dare you even ask about injuries? Your children beat up Wang Dafa's son. Do you know what kind of background the Wang family has? The principal, thinking the other party was frightened, became even more arrogant, shouting, I give you half an hour to immediately come to the kindergarten, kneel down, and apologize to Mrs. Lee and compensate for all damages. Otherwise your entire family can just wait to beg for food. Bang. So you hung up the phone directly. The temperature in the office seemed to drop by several degrees instantly. Fu Jingting stood up with a dark expression of fierce, murderous intent flickering in his deep phoenix eyes. He had clearly heard that someone dared to demand his wife kneel and apologize. Lu Chun. Fu Jingting coldly uttered 2 words. At your service. Lu Chun, who had been waiting outside, immediately pushed the door in his body tense. Prepare the car, we're going to St. Mary's Kindergarten. As Fu Jingting put on his suit jacket, he coldly adjusted his cuffs and notified the legal and acquisition departments. In 10 minutes, I want to see all the acquisition documents for St. Mary's Kindergarten on my desk. Yes, CEO. Lu Chen silently lit a candle for the oblivious principal in his heart. Why provoke anyone, especially those 2 little ancestors? Now not only had he angered the little ones, but he had also directly drawn the wrath of 2 world-destroying Buddhas. Su Yu in 10-centimeter red-bottomed high heels walked to Fu Jingting's side, a dangerous and charming cold smile gracing her stunning face. Let's go, Mr. Fu. Someone wants to make our entire family beg for food. Haha, then I'll let them see if they can stomach this meal. Fu Jingting domineeringly wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist and strode out of the office. The sky over the capital was about to change again. Half an hour later, outside the entrance of St. Mary Kindergarten, the street, which had just quieted down after the rush of drop-offs, was suddenly pierced by a deep rumble of engines. A row of exactly 10 pure black Rolls-Royce Phantoms surged in like a torrent of black steel, ruthlessly occupying all the parking spaces in the kindergarten playground. This exaggerated display instantly attracted the attention of all the teachers and parents inside In the academic office, the principal, who had just changed into a fresh outfit, was startled to see the series of identical license plates through the window, causing her to shiver. Oh my goodness, it's Jing 888888. That's the exclusive vehicle of the CEO of the Fu Group. The principal, nearly dropping her glasses in excitement, turned to Li Hong and exclaimed, Mrs. Li, it must be Mr. Fu coming to inspect our kindergarten today. If we can climb this big tree of the Fu family, your husband's new energy group will surely reach new heights. Li Hong's eyes instantly brightened at the thought. Though she had just been made a mess by 2 little rascals, the chance to show her face in front of Mr. Fu felt like a stroke of good fortune. Quick, principal, let's go greet Mr. Fu. Li Hong hurriedly tidied her hair, touched up her makeup, and rushed out in her high heels. Meanwhile, sitting in a corner of the academic office, Fu Mo Han and Su Nian Yu exchanged knowing glances as they looked at the familiar scene outside. Brother, it seems Dad is angry. He even brought out the bulletproof Phantom that he only uses when there's trouble. Su Nian Yu shrank her neck. What's there to fear? We didn't start the trouble. Fu Mo Han tried to appear calm, but secretly hid his hacking watch in his sleeve. On the playground, the door of the central Rolls-Royce was respectfully opened by Lu Chun. Amidst a group of bodyguards in black, Fu Jingting, dressed in a custom black suit like a king, and Su Yu in a stunning red dress, descended slowly. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, your presence truly graces our St. Mary. The principal rushed forward like a dog, seeing a bone, her face filled with sycophantic smiles, as she even bowed at a 90-degree angle. Li Hong quickly twisted her waist and approached, her voice high-pitched and coy. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, hello. I am Mrs. Wang, the wife of Wang Dafu from the capital's new energy group. I've long heard that Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu are a match made in heaven, and seeing you today it truly lives up to the reputation. However, Fu Jingting and Suyu didn't even spare a glance at the two clowns. Fu Jingting's cold gaze bypassed them and directly locked onto two small figures standing at the door of the academic office. Come here, Dad, Mommy. The two called out in unison, their voices as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Boom. That Dad, Mommy sounded like two nuclear bombs exploding in the principal's and Li Hong's minds. The principal's sycophantic smile instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down her forehead like a waterfall. She looked in disbelief at the two children she had just scolded as lower-class peasants and poor wildlings. They called Mr. Fu what? No, it can't be. Li Hong stepped back in fear, falling to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Aren't they surnamed Lin? Lin is my mother's surname. To allow them to attend school discreetly, I specially changed their surname to hers. So you looked down at the crumpled Li Hong with mockery and malice in her cold eyes, Mrs. Wang, was it? Was it you who just demanded our family come over to kneel and apologize on the phone? No, it wasn't me. I didn't. Mrs. Fu, I didn't know they were your children. If I had known, even with 1,000 boldness, I wouldn't dare. Li Hong begged, frantically bowing so hard, she crooked her prosthetic nose. Her husband's company had just gone bankrupt due to offending a mysterious hacker, and if she offended the Fu family and the Xiao family again, her whole family would truly be doomed. Just because you didn't know doesn't mean you can bully others at will. Fu Jingting approached Li Hong, looking down at her, as if she were a piece of trash. Lu Chun. Yes. Notify all businesses, banks, and schools in the capital that from today on the Wang family is to be completely banned. I want their family to leave the capital and never set foot in Huaguo again. Fu Jingting's voice was cold and emotionless. Understood, CEO. Hearing this, Li Hong's vision darkened, and she fainted from despair. After dealing with Li Hong, Fu Jingting turned his gaze to the drenched principal. Principal, I heard you expelled my son and daughter just now. Mr. Fu, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. The principal, terrified, knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears. It's too late. Lu Chen stepped forward and slammed a thick document onto the principal's face. 10 minutes ago, the Fu Group fully acquired St. Mary Kindergarten and the educational group behind it. Now you're fired. Moreover, the Fu legal team will sue you for abuse of power and accepting bribes. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. A farce under the crushing weight of a billionaire tyrant instantly came to a close. After handling all the trash, Suyu turned around and squatted down to look at the two children with their heads bowed. Do you understand your mistake? Suyu asked sternly. I understand. I shouldn't have hacked the kindergarten system, Fu Mohan said sullenly. And I shouldn't have used itching powder. Su Nian, you said, feeling wronged as she rubbed the hem of her clothes. Suyu suddenly reached out, ruffling the two children's small heads, a proud smile appearing on her beautiful face. What Mommy means is it's too gentle to deal with such trash with itching powder. Next time, just break their legs. If anything happens, Daddy and Mommy will take care of you. Hearing this, Fu Jingting, standing beside them, couldn't help but smile with a hint of indulgence. No wonder she's Fu Jingting's woman. Even her method of educating children is so domineering. After the kindergarten incident, the Fu Corporation fully acquired St. Mary's Kindergarten and directly renamed it Xingqian International Bilingual Academy. The originally opportunistic principal was sent to prison, and the arrogant Li Hong's family was completely driven out of the capital. The newly appointed educational team consists entirely of top educational experts hired at great expense by Xingqian International, and the atmosphere of the entire school has been rejuvenated. Finally, Fu Mohan and Su Nino were able to enjoy a relatively peaceful campus life. Though occasionally using hacking skills to help teachers modify lesson plans, or using specially formulated powders to cure classmates' various ailments, they had finally stopped causing havoc at the school. The children settled down, but the storm brewing among the adults was quietly gathering. That night, at the top banquet hall of the capital's most prestigious 7-star hotel, the Dihao Grand Hotel, an international underground charity auction was being held every 3 years. This auction was different from ordinary commercial auctions. Anyone who received an invitation was undoubtedly a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the global black and white markets. The items up for auction were not merely antiques and paintings, they even included mining rights to resources from small nations, top-secret advanced military technology, and some unspeakable classified information. In VIP room No. 1A, Fu Jingtong wore a well-tailored, deep black custom suit, the collar slightly open, exuding a lazy, yet dangerous aura of restraint. Suyu, dressed in a deep purple mermaid evening gown, perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, her cold, stunning beauty appearing even more enchanting under the dim lights. Honey, you specifically canceled $2 billion multinational meetings to come here. Are you after something good? Suyu gently swirled the red wine in her goblet, curiously asking. With Fu Jingtong's current worth, there were very few things in the world that could compel him to personally step in to make a purchase. He set down the tablet in his hand, a chilling glint flashing in his deep phoenix eyes. 3 days ago, a message suddenly surfaced on the dark web's black market. Someone plans to auction a relic from 20 years ago at this auction. A relic? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. It's a piece of debris from a black box that was specially encrypted and damaged by high temperatures. Fu Jingtong's voice turned exceptionally deep, as if repressing a terrifying storm. And the black box's serial number belongs to the private plane that my parents were on when it crashed. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, her fingers tightening around the wine glass. She had long known that the plane crash involving Fu Jingtong's parents was the deepest scar in his heart and the root of his severe mania in his early years. The official investigation concluded that the crash was due to engine failure, but Fu Jingtong had always believed it was a meticulously planned murder. However, at that time Fu Jingtong was still young, and the perpetrators had covered their tracks extremely well. Even after he took control of the Fu Corporation and used countless resources, he had never been able to uncover the true culprit. Now 20 years later, the wreckage of the black box from the crashed plane had appeared at an underground auction in some. This is definitely not a coincidence. Suyu set down her wine glass, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. Someone is deliberately using this item as bait. If it was indeed a murder, the true culprit would never be foolish enough to sell evidence. The only explanation is that the masterminds want to use this to test your limits or draw you out. No matter what their purpose is, Fu Jingtong said, looking at the auction stage, his gaze as cold as ice. Today, I must obtain that black box debris. Whoever dares to obstruct my pursuit of the truth from that year will suffer a fate worse than death. The auction officially began. Despite the first 10 items being worth a fortune, Fu Jingtong and Suyu didn't even raise their eyelids. Until the auction reached the latter half, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed. The auctioneer, looking serious, walked onto the stage, followed by 2 fully armed mercenaries carrying a bulletproof glass showcase. Inside the showcase lay a piece of metal debris, burned black and somewhat twisted. Dear esteemed guests, the next item for auction is quite special. It is a piece of wreckage from the black box of a mysterious plane that crashed 20 years ago, and it is said that it may contain some earth-shattering secrets. This piece of wreckage has no starting bid. The highest bidder will win, and each bid must increase by no less than $10 million. Now the bidding begins. As soon as the words fell, the venue fell into dead silence. Many people were hesitant. After all, spending tens of millions on a piece of unknown metal was indeed risky. Moreover, those who could sit here were all sharp minds, sensing the dangerous aura behind this item. $100 million. Just as everyone hesitated, a deep, cold voice with absolute pressure came from VIP room No. 1 on the second floor. The entire hall was in an uproar. To directly raise the starting price to $100 million. This was too crazy. Many people looked up toward room No. 1A, and upon seeing the Fu Corporation shadow guard standing outside, everyone instantly gasped, immediately dispelling any thoughts of bidding. That was the exclusive box of Fu Jingtong, the ruler of the capital and a multi-billionaire. Who would dare to snatch something Fu Yi had set his sights on? Were they tired of living? The auctioneer was also momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Fu Jingtong to make such a high bid. He excitedly raised the gavel. $100 million. The esteemed guest from room No. 1 bids $100 million. Is there any higher bid? $100 million once. $100 million twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the third gavel to finalize the item for Fu Jingtong, ding, a red bidding number suddenly popped up on the big screen. $300 million. An electronically modulated voice processed by a voice changer came from a dark, unlit box in the corner of the hall. The entire venue fell silent again. Everyone turned their heads in disbelief. Someone actually dared to openly challenge Fu Yi and snatch something in the capital. $300 million. This emotionless electronic voice struck the silent auction hall like a heavy bomb dropped onto a still lake. Instantly, every gaze in the room snapped from box 1 to the shadowed corner, box 7. The lights there remained off. Even the curtains were drawn tightly shut, revealing only a vague, dark. Fu Jingting sat on the sofa, his phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed, their murderous intent so palpable it seemed poised to tear box 7 apart molecule by molecule. $500 million. Fu Jingting did not even reach for the bidding button. He spoke coldly, directly. The voice from box 7 responded almost the instant Fu Jingting's words faded, without pause, without hesitation, as if $1 billion were merely an arbitrary string of digits devoid of meaning. The atmosphere in the hall tightened, instantly razor-sharp and volatile. This was no longer an auction. It was naked provocation. Every tycoon present held their breath. Not a single sound dared escape, who all feared being caught in the crossfire of these two titanic forces of capital. 2 billion. Fu Jingting's expression had darkened to an abyssal severity. The glacial aura radiating from him made Lu Chun, standing just outside the door, shiver involuntarily. 3 billion. The synthetic voice remained utterly unruffled. 5 billion. Fu Jingting tapped once on the armrest, a telltale sign he was moments away from detonation. 10 billion. Box 7 unleashed a staggering nation-buying sum, a price so grotesquely inflated it drew collective gasps across the hall. $10 billion for a charred, mangled piece of metal. Had they lost their minds? A flash of crimson flared in Fu Jingting's eyes as he opened his mouth to raise the bid once more. Husband, wait. Suyu suddenly reached out and pressed her palm over Fu Jingting's hand, halting it just before it struck the bidding button. Her icy, lucid gaze shimmered with razor-sharp intelligence. Stop pursuing them. They're clearly not here to buy. They're here to provoke you. Suyu analyzed, calm and incisive. $10 billion, even for you, would trigger seismic ripples across global financial systems if liquidated instantly. This wreckage is bait. So we simply let them walk away with the evidence. Fu Jingting gripped Suyu's hand tightly, his voice rough with restrained fury. Absolutely not. A dangerous predatory smile curved Suyu's flawless lips. From her evening clutch, she withdrew a custom-built palm-sized computer, no larger than a compact powder case, its surface studded with a dense array of miniature keys. In this world, anything connected to a network yields its secrets to me, Z. If they wish to play, then this queen shall oblige them, with full lethal grace. Lu Chun, seal every exit and entrance of this hotel. Not even a fly may leave. I intend to see precisely what kind of demon hides inside Box 7. Fu Jingting issued the order without delay. Meanwhile, Suyu's fingers already blurred across the her gaze hardened into absolute focus, cold, ruthless, transforming her in an instant from a pampered trillionaire sovereign into Z, the legendary sovereign of the dark web, whose name alone sent tremors through the world's elite hacker circles. Their bidding funds originated from an anonymous offshore account at a Swiss bank. Suyu reported while typing rapidly. The account is masked through 18 layers of encryption. Its IP address jumps ceaselessly. Russia, Brazil, South Africa. Their anti-tracing capabilities are formidable. They came prepared. Can you trace it to its true origin? Fu Jingting stared intently at the screen. Give me 3 minutes. Suyu scoffed, then activated her self-coded top-tier Trojan virus Eye of the Abyss. Like an unbreakable blade, it sliced violently through the first 15 layers of the adversary's firewall. Yet as she attempted to breach the final 3 core defenses, the screen erupted in blinding red light. Warning: encountering unknown high-intensity firewall resistance. Reverse tracing intercepted. Suyu's brow furrowed faintly. This defense system bore no resemblance to any known cybersecurity architecture on the market. It resembled instead a military-grade self-contained encryption network, one laced with potent counter-strike protocols. Forcing entry risked exposing her physical location. How intriguing. It appears our opponent isn't merely wealthy, but a spectral genius wielding cutting-edge classified technology. A spark of fierce, exhilarated combativeness ignited in Suyu's eyes, just as she prepared to channel the colossal computational power of the Starlight International supercomputer to shatter the final barrier. Her palm computer screen flashed with an unmistakably familiar cartoon avatar, a tiny, grinning, "Little Z, mommy need help. I just hijacked the hotel's land signal using the household vacuum robot as a..." At the sight of that icon, Suyu's icy composure shattered, replaced by stunned disbelief, before she instinctively covered her face with one hand. That incorrigible boy, staying up past midnight, not sleeping, and somehow infiltrating her private air-gapped local network without detection, without permission. Zifu Mohan, have you forgotten how it feels to be spanked? Back to bed now? Suyu typed swiftly. Little Z, but mommy. Their matrix firewall is built on a decommissioned military architecture from 20. Without the decryption module I just wrote, even you'd need at least 30 minutes to brute force it. By then they'll... On the other end, Fu Mohan exuded smug confidence, topping his message with an arrogant emoji, a sunglasses-wearing, cigarette-puffing avatar. Fu Jingting snorted beside her. That boy. I'll smash his computer the moment we get home. But you, this isn't the time to discipline him. Let him try. Suyu sighed helplessly. These two prodigies, her own children, were equal parts adored and exasperating. Z, 1 minute. Fail and you're banned from touching any device for 2 weeks. Little Z understood. Watch the master perform. The next second, data streams on Suyu's screen exploded in frenzied, unprecedented velocity. A new wave of code, ferocious, destructive, black as a storm dragon, merged seamlessly with Suyu's surgical precision-engineered algorithm. Mother and son, two deities united. Boom. As if echoing across the digital realm, the adversary's supposedly impregnable final 3 military firewalls crumbled instantly under the dual assault, shattered into chaotic, unreadable fragments. Done. Light blazed fiercely in Suyu's eyes. What did you find? Fu Jingting leaned in immediately. Suyu's fingers flew, pulling up the decrypted account details and back-end communication logs. When her gaze locked onto the blood-red totem buried deep beneath layers of code, her cool pupils contracted sharply. It was a venomous serpent coiled around a skull, oozing malevolence so profound it chilled the marrow. Husband. Suyu's voice lowered heavier than ever before. She lifted her eyes to meet Fu Jingting's. I believe I now know who orchestrated that air disaster 20 years ago. Who? Fu Jingting's fists clenched, knuckles bleaching white. An organization declared eradicated 2 decades ago by United Nations peacekeeping forces. The most feared, most lethal assassination syndicate on Earth. Suyu enunciated each syllable with chilling finality. Eden. Eden. Upon hearing these 3 words, a muscle in Fu Jingxin's typically cold and unfeeling face twitched violently. In his deep phoenix eyes, a violent killing intent ignited, capable of burning everything. Even when faced with the top hackers of the dark web or the death threats from the European Shao clan elders, this billionaire tyrant had never displayed such a terrifying expression. Honey, are you okay? Suyu keenly sensed Fu Jingxin's emotional breakdown and immediately reached out to grasp his cold and slightly trembling hand. I'm fine. Fu Jingtian held his wife's hand in return, taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the turmoil within him that threatened to shatter his reason. It has been 20 years. I have searched for them for a full 20 years. His voice was hoarse as if it had been scraped against sandpaper back. Then I witnessed that plane explode in midair, turning into a massive fireball that fell into the depths of the sea. The officials claimed it was an accident, but I know that before the flight my father had secretly met with a man who bore a totem of a venomous snake skull on his arm. That totem is the symbol of Eden. So you looked at the red and black pattern on the screen, her tone grave. Eden, a name that existed only in legends within the underground world. It is said that this organization existed during World War I, formed by a group of extremely mad top scientists, retired special forces, and outlaws. They did not belong to any nation, acting solely for endless money and a fanatical pursuit of some ultimate power. They orchestrated countless assassinations and upheavals that shocked the world. It was not until over 20 years ago that a multinational joint operation codenamed Holy War was conducted to completely dismantle this terror organization, making them vanish without a trace. No wonder. So you gazed at the data flashing on the screen, an organization capable of evading captures globally, hiding in the shadows for 20 years, while still possessing such immense funds and military-grade defense systems. Other than Eden, I can't think of another. Bang! The box's door was abruptly pushed open and Lu Chen rushed in, radiating a murderous aura. President, all exits of the hotel have been sealed. The secret guards have surrounded Box 7. Please give your orders. Leave no survivors. I want to personally skin them alive. Fu Jingtian strode out of the box like a fully awakened Tyrannosaurus. Suyu followed closely behind. She knew that tonight was destined to see bloodshed. A large number of fully armed Fu's secret guards surged toward Box 7 like a tide of darkness. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the box was violently smashed open by the secret guards using a battering ram. Don't move. Raise your hands. Dozens of silenced submachine guns instantly aimed at every corner of the box. However, when Lu Chun pressed the switch on the wall and the blinding lights illuminated the entire box, everyone froze. It was empty. In the spacious, luxurious box, there was no trace of anyone. Only in the center of the box was a black encrypted server that was still operational. The server's indicator lights flickered with eerie red light in the dimness. President, there's no one here. This is a remote signal relay station. Lu Chun reported with a grim expression. The other side had never intended to show up in person, but had used remote control to transmit the bidding signals and sounds to the server in this box. This was not only a test, but also an extremely arrogant provocation. Fu Jingtian looked at the server, his killing intent almost freezing into ice. How indeed, a group of rats that only dare to hide in the sewers. So you stepped forward and unhesitatingly pulled the server's power supply. Since they don't even dare to show their faces, it means they are extremely wary of us now. Go and bring that black box wreckage here. Fu Jingtian ordered Lu Chun. Since the other party did not appear on site, this auction had lost its suspense. In the capital, whatever Fu Yi wants, even without payment, the auction house would respectfully present it with both hands, let alone he had offered a sky-high price of 10 billion. A few minutes later, the charred wreckage, protected by bulletproof glass, was delivered to Fu Jingxin's hands. He stared at this piece of metal that carried 20 years of nightmares and hatred, his knuckles whitening from the force. Yu, this wreckage must conceal something that Eden desperately wants to cover up or acquire. Fu Jingtian said in a deep voice. What secrets did that private plane carry to provoke such a terror organization as Eden into taking? And now they suddenly threw out this wreckage. Could it be that they discovered the items from back, then had not been completely destroyed? Leave it to me. So you took the wreckage. I will gather the top materials scientists and decryption experts from Xinjiang International. Even if this metal has turned to ash, I will extract the secrets within. Just as the Fu couple left the hotel with the black box wreckage. In a dark underground fortress thousands of miles away from Huagua. Beep. Connection has been terminated. Watching the surveillance footage on the large screen suddenly turned to static. A man hidden in the shadows slowly crushed the wine glass in his hand. Red wine mixed with glass shards flowed through his gloved fingers like blood. And on his wrist was a tattoo of a fierce venomous snake coiled around his skull. This is the true lair of the venomous snake. Beneath a nameless island in the open sea lies a vast air raid shelter, the core base of the international top-tier assassination organization, Eden, hidden for 20 years. In the dimly lit command room at the center of the base, only dozens of massive tactical screens emitted a ghostly blue glow. Leader, our signal relay station in the capital has been destroyed. The Matrix firewall has been forcibly breached. $300 million in overseas accounts have been frozen, and the wreckage of the black box has fallen into Fu Jingting's hands. A nervous intelligence officer dressed in a white lab coat like a mad scientist reported to the man standing in the shadows. The man turned around. He wore a silver metal mask that revealed only the lower half of his face, and a mechanical eye emitting a strange red glow was embedded in the position of his left eye. The menacing snake totem on his neck and wrist was the symbol of the highest power in Eden, code name Viper. Z. The legendary hacker god who dominates the dark web. Viper's voice was as grating as metal scraping laced with a chilling air. I should have guessed that a woman capable of stealthily hacking into the Shao family's assets worth tens of billions could never be just a pretty vase. Leader, what should we do now? The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That wreckage contains the last coordinates of the X-energy vein. Years ago, we orchestrated that plane crash to seize that map, killing Fu Jingting's parents in the process. Yet that old man would rather swallow the coordinate chip and sink to the depths of the sea with the plane than hand it over to us. 20 years ago, Eden scientists discovered a super mineral capable of changing the global energy landscape. The only coordinates for this mineral were inadvertently obtained by the Fu family. To monopolize this treasure, which could buy half the Earth, Eden orchestrated a world-shocking plane crash. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. For the past 20 years, they have secretly salvaged the depths of the sea, and only recently did they finally find the charred wreckage of the black box. They intended to launder this item through the underground black market and conduct data recovery openly, but unexpectedly they attracted the attention of the more terrifying mad dog Fu Jingting. What's there to panic about? Viper sneered, the red mechanical eye flickering with a cruel light. Although Fu Jingting has obtained a wreckage, that ship has undergone an explosion and high temperature of that magnitude, plus 20 years of immersion in seawater. Extracting the data inside would require at least half a month, even for the top laboratory of Xingchen International. Moreover, Viper walked to the main screen and pressed a button. Several sets of photos instantly appeared. Those were relationship diagrams of Fu Jingting and Suyu along with the vast forces surrounding them. From the Fu Group, which controls the economic lifeline of the capital, to the hidden Shao family that dominates the world, and finally, to Xingchen International, which monopolizes the entertainment and pharmaceutical sectors. The terrifying power formed by the marriage of these two giants was something even Eden in its prime dared not provoke lightly. Going head-to-head would be a dead end. Yet Viper's gaze passed over these lofty figures and finally landed on two somewhat blurry candid photos in the corner of the screen. In the photos were a cold little boy in a black suit and a cute little girl in a pink dress. Viper's lips curled into a cold smile like that of a serpent, extending a gloved finger to gently tap on the faces of the two children on the screen. No matter how impenetrable a fortress is, once it has a soft spot, it will crumble without assault. Leader, do you mean? The intelligence officer's eyes lit up. Investigate the whereabouts of these two little brats. Viper turned around, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirst. As long as we have these two little bastards in our hands, I don't believe Fu Jingting and that young lady of the Shao family would dare not hand over the black box willingly. At that time, not only the coordinates of the vein, but I want the entire Fu family and Shao family to pay for our 20 years of dormancy in Eden with their lives. But Leader Fu Jingting's protection for these two children is very tight. The security level of the Fu Manor even surpasses that of some presidential residences in certain countries. We can't get close at all, the intelligence officer said, feeling troubled. Then we wait for them to come out. Viper let out a chilling laugh. Notify the 7 angels. Upon hearing this name, the intelligence officer's body trembled violently. The 7 angels, the 7 most elite and ruthless perverse assassins within Eden. Each of them excels in various assassination, disguise, and demolition techniques, true killing machines. For the past 20 years, they have been frozen in hibernation and can only be awakened in critical moments when the organization faces life and death challenges. Wake them up. Tell them there's a new toy. Viper gazed at Su Nianya's exquisite smiling face on the screen, his tone icy. Target Huagua, capital city. At all costs, bring these two little brats back alive. A deadly plot targeting the 5-year-old dragon and phoenix twins officially commenced in the dark depths of the sea far away. In the capital city, a top-secret laboratory lies 300 meters underground at the headquarters of Xinjiang. Under the blinding lights, a dozen material scientists and cryptography experts clad in radiation-proof suits and representing the pinnacle of global expertise are gathered around a high-precision laser scanning, cutting machine, sweating profusely as they work. Su Yu and Fu Jingting stand outside the thick, bulletproof glass wall, their eyes fixed intently on the charred remains being gradually uncovered. President, Madam. The chief scientist of Xinjiang International removed his mask and approached the intercom by the glass wall, his tone a mix of excitement and fatigue. The preliminary cutting of the remains has been completed. Although the exterior is severely damaged, we have indeed discovered an intact microquantum chip within the core pressure-resistant chamber. A flash of brilliance ignited in Fu Jingting's eyes. After 20 years, the truth is finally about to be revealed. How long until we can decrypt the data inside? Su Yu immediately inquired. This chip employs a very ancient, yet extremely complex physical encryption method. To prevent triggering the self-destruction program during the decryption process, we must employ supercomputers for reverse engineering. Conservatively, it will take at least 3 days. The scientist replied cautiously. All right. During these 3 days, the entire laboratory will be on the highest alert level. Apart from me and Master Fu, no one is allowed to approach this place. Su Yu coldly issued the command. Yes. Exiting the underground laboratory, Fu Jingting rubbed his temples. The continuous mental strain had caused blood vessels to faintly appear in his eyes. Honey, the data from the chip will be available soon. Eden must have guessed our progress, and they will surely retaliate like rabid dogs in the coming days. Su Yu draped a coat over him, her expression filled with concern. I've already instructed Lu Chun to mobilize 3,000 of the Fu family shadow guards, and the Xiao family's death warriors fortifying the entire defense of the capital. As long as they dare to come, I will ensure they have no way back. Fu Jingting sneered, then seemingly remembered something. By the way, what about those two little troublemakers? It's best to keep them in the manor these days, forbidding them from going anywhere. But, Su Yu sighed helplessly, did you forget? Today, the Xinjiang International Bilingual Academy has organized a field trip to the Yunwu Mountain Private Nature Reserve. Those two little ones have been pestering me for days about this trip and were so excited that they hardly slept last night. If we don't let them go now, they'll probably tear the house down. Yunwu Mountain. Fu Jingting frowned slightly. That area is owned by the Fu family, so security shouldn't be an issue. Since they want to go, let them have some fun. Oh, it's better than causing trouble at home. Have Lu Qin personally take 100 top shadow guards to protect them discreetly. Oh, we must not allow any mistakes. All right, I'll arrange it right away. At this moment, in the Yunwu Mountain Private Nature Reserve on the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by mountains and dense vegetation, this place is usually only accessible to the upper echelons of the Fu family consortium. For this autumn outing, the Fu family not only cleared the entire reserve, but also set up luxurious camping facilities in advance. Dozens of luxury buses drove grandly into the campsite. Wow, this place is beautiful. Brother, look over there, there's a waterfall. Su Nino, dressed in a custom camouflage outfit for children, jumped off the bus with a small water bottle filled with various special powders, like a happy little sparrow. Fu Mohan, wearing the same camouflage outfit, casually followed behind with one hand in his pocket, a miniature hacking watch on his wrist glowing faintly. Childish. The little boys scoffed disdainfully at the excited classmates around them, who were shouting in delight. 100 top shadow guards disguised as forest rangers led by Lu Chun were a few dozen meters away in the dense forest, intently observing every movement around them. All teams pay attention. Activate full-spectrum radar scanning and deploy drones for aerial surveillance. Not a single suspicious mosquito is allowed to enter. Lu Chun commanded through his earpiece. Team 1 receive. Team 2 receive. Hearing the synchronized replies in his earpiece, Lu Chun let out a slight sigh of relief. On this territory completely controlled by the Fu family with 100 elite shadow guards, it would be impossible for even a winged creature to harm these two little ancestors. However, Lu Chun was unaware. 2 kilometers away on a cliff's edge, 7 eerie figures seemingly blending into the surrounding environment were overlooking the entire Yunwu Mountain campsite. They wore the latest nano-optical stealth combat suits, equipment that even the special forces of various countries have yet to deploy. The leader, a man with striking blonde hair, held a specially modified heavy sniper rifle. A sinister snake totem was tattooed on the left side of his neck. He is the head of Eden's elite assassination team, known as the Seven Angels, codenamed Lucifer. Boss, the security system of the Fu family is indeed interesting. Even the drones are equipped with thermal imaging radar. If we forcefully assault, it may cause trouble. A small, wiry man operating a tactical computer licked his lips. Trouble. In front of us 7 angels, these so-called elite bodyguards are nothing but a bunch of scarecrows standing guard. Lucifer sneered, his crosshair locked onto the innocent and cheerful Su Niño, standing in front of the bus along with the cold little boy beside her. What adorable little ones, it's truly hard to bear to harm them. However, the order from the Snake Lord is to capture them alive. Lucifer lowered the sniper rifle, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Commence the operation. Activate the signal jamming matrix to cut off all communication with the outside world. Within 5 minutes, eliminate all shadow guards on the periphery. Remember, leave no trace. Understood. The 7 ghostly figures instantly vanished from the cliff, transforming into 7 deadly shadows silently approaching the Yunwu mountain campsite. A terrifying web woven by death is quietly descending upon the unsuspecting dragon and phoenix twins. Black clouds loom over the city and the atmosphere is thick with danger. In the Yunwu mountain nature reserve, the last rays of the setting sun are gradually swallowed by the night of the deep mountains. The children, under the guidance of their teacher, have already lit a campfire in the center of the campsite, joyfully preparing for a barbecue in the wild. The air is filled with the aroma of grilled meat and the cheerful laughter of children. However, a few hundred meters away in a hidden grove, the atmosphere is eerily silent. The dozen or so outer sentries under Lu Chen's command have now silently collapsed in the bushes. Each of them has a needle as fine as a cow's hair embedded in their necks, having fallen into a deep coma before even sending out a warning signal. Target 1 confirmed southeast corner of the campsite's tent area. Target 2 confirmed currently with Target 1. A cold voice from the earpiece belongs to Lucifer. With the aid of nano-optical cloaking suits, 7 of Eden's top assassins like true phantoms swaggered through the so-called copper wall and iron bastion set up by Lu Chun, entering the campsite. In their eyes, the bodyguards of these financial magnates from Huagua are laughably weak, akin to infants. If it weren't for the mission to capture these 2 little devils, they could even wipe out everyone in the campsite within 5 minutes. By the luxurious tent in the southeast corner of the campsite, Fu Mohan sits on a large rock, idly fiddling with the tablet in his hands. Meanwhile, Su Niño squats on the ground, seemingly poking at some insects with a twig. Brother, I think I just heard something strange in the grass. Su Niño suddenly looks up, her big watery eyes gazing into the empty darkness ahead. There are a total of 7 of them. Their heart rates are half that of ordinary people, their body temperature is very low, and they are wearing optical cloaking suits that can shield against thermal imaging and radar scans. Fu Mohan states, not even lifting his head as his fingers swiftly glide over the tablet. Wow, cloaking suits. They look so fun. Su Niño's eyes instantly light up like a kitten spotting a new toy. If someone were to overhear this conversation between the 5-year-old twins, they would probably be terrified to the point of insanity. Just 5 minutes earlier, when the assassins from Eden first infiltrated the outer perimeter of the campsite, Fu Mohan had already locked onto the positions of these invisible figures using the ultrasonic detector in his hacker watch. Although the optical cloaking suits could deceive visual perception and radar, they were utterly ineffective against the ultrasonic matrix personally crafted by the descendant of God Z. At this moment, Lucifer and his team, hiding a few meters away, were completely unaware that they had already been exposed. Go. Strike swiftly. Lucifer issued the command with a gesture. 2 burly assassins suddenly materialized from thin air, like 2 leopards lunging at Fu Mohan, who was sitting on the rock, and Su Niño, who was squatting on the ground. Their movements were as fast as lightning, with towels soaked in strong anesthetics ready to subdue their targets. To them, capturing 2 5-year-old children was easier than squashing 2 ants. However, just as one of the assassins' hands was about to touch Su Niño's shoulder, the little girl, originally squatting on the ground, suddenly turned her head, revealing an incredibly sweet and adorable smile towards the assassin wearing a skull mask. Uncle, are you playing hide and seek with me? In the next moment, the nearly 6-foot-tall, 200-pound top assassin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Su Niño's seemingly frail little fist had actually punched through the specially designed bulletproof vest that could withstand armor-piercing rounds. The assassin's massive body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding high-speed train, tracing a parabolic arc in midair before crashing down heavily onto a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, then spitting out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. What a... The other assassin, who was preparing to seize Fu Mohan, was dumbfounded upon seeing his comrade being knocked away by a single punch from a 5-year-old girl, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, forgetting his next move. Being distracted during a fight is a major taboo, a cold yet youthful voice whispered in his ear. Fu Mohan had somehow stood up without him noticing, and the screen of the tablet in his hand was flashing red warning codes. Magnetic storm activate. As Fu Mohan pressed the enter key, the high-tech optical cloaking suit worn by the assassin suddenly erupted with blinding blue electric sparks. Opt. A pulse of current at over 100,000 volts ravaged the surface of the assassin's body. He convulsed on the ground, his hair standing on end, even foaming at the mouth. In less than 5 seconds, 2 members of Eden's top assassin group, the 7 Archangels, were taken out, and the ones who eliminated them were 2 kindergarten children. Hiding in the shadows, Lucifer, looking through his night vision goggles, was rendered speechless for 2 seconds. What the hell is going on? The intelligence clearly stated that these were just 2 ordinary scions of financial magnates. But whose child can break a tree with a punch at 5 years old and casually unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse? These are not prey. They are 2 ancient ferocious beasts clad in human skin. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The intelligence is wrong. Lucifer reacted swiftly, knowing that this mission had utterly failed. If he didn't leave now, he might end up trying to escape. Fu Mohan coldly gazed towards a direction in the darkness, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Sister, close the door and unleash the dogs. Yay? It's Nian Yan's turn to show her power. Su Nino cheered, pulling out a pink glass ball the size of a fist from a pocket in her camouflage outfit, and hurled it towards the direction where Lucifer and the others were fleeing. A pink glass ball exploded on the path where Lucifer and the 5 assassins retreated. A faint peach-scented pink smoke instantaneously spread through the air. Hold your breath. It's toxic. Lucifer's instincts as a top assassin kicked in. He immediately shouted and quickly donned a gas mask. The other 4 assassins also reacted swiftly, taking precautions against the poison. However, they had underestimated the abnormal talent of Su Nino, the little poison doctor. Hee uncles are really silly. Nian Yan's peach blossom miasma can be absorbed through the skin's pores, so wearing masks is useless. Su Nino stood not far away, covering her mouth and stifling a laugh. As soon as her words fell, Lucifer suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. The towering trees around him began to twist and transform into countless giant clawing tentacles. Damn it, it's a hallucinogen. Lucifer's heart sank in horror, but he realized it too late. The other 4 assassins had already fallen completely into the illusion. The cold-blooded demons who usually kill without blinking were now seen hugging a tree and crying, shouting, "Mommy, I was wrong." Some were rolling on the ground screaming, "Don't burn me." And even more exaggerated was a bomb-expert assassin who stripped off his clothes and began to perform an extremely eye-bleeding pole dance on the grass. Thud. Lucifer finally could no longer hold on. The powerful neurotoxin had impaired his motor nerves, causing his legs to weaken as he knelt heavily on the ground. He watched helplessly as 2 5-year-old little devils approached them with light steps, chattering and laughing. Brother, the effect of my newly developed dreamland is really great. Look at how well that uncle dances. Su Nino pointed at the assassin doing the pole dance and giggled. Fu Mohan glanced disdainfully, unfastening a large bundle of military tactical ropes from Lucifer, and said, "Come help me tie them up. When Daddy arrives, this will be our contribution. Perhaps we can avoid the punishment of confinement." All right. The siblings skillfully picked up the ropes. In the dark web, there is a complicated binding method known as the death's grip that tightens the more one struggles. Fu Mohan had mastered this advanced skill at the age of 3 during training with the Fu family's dark guards. In less than 10 minutes, the prestigious 7 Great Angels assassin team of Eden, which once instilled fear in many national leaders, was now securely tied to a large tree by 2 5-year-old children like they were pigs. Adding to their humiliation, Su Nino found them too boring and took out a black marker from her backpack, drawing large turtles and Wang Ba on the faces of all 7. Although Lucifer's body could not move, a trace of consciousness remained. Feeling the cold tip of the marker on his face, the proud leader of the assassins was so humiliated that tears almost flowed down. He swore that if he could survive and return, he would chop that idiot responsible for gathering intelligence into 1,000 pieces and feed him to the dogs. Were these little rich kids really powerless to even tie a chicken? These were simply 2 monsters that crawled out of hell wearing human skin. Brother, they are so boring. This isn't fun at all. Su Nino capped the marker and sighed with a hint of disappointment. Don't worry, more fun awaits ahead. Fu Mohan snickered coldly, pulling a specially encrypted satellite communicator from Lucifer's pocket. While I was hacking into their cloaking system, I conveniently intercepted their communication frequency. Now it was time to deliver a grand gift to the masters behind this group of mice. The boy sat cross-legged on the grass, connecting the communicator to his tablet. In his deep phoenix eyes, a chilling madness flashed with code. For the heir of God, Z reverse tracking was simply a one-sided slaughter game. 1,000 miles away within the depths of the sea's air defense tunnel, the originally orderly atmosphere in the command room of the Eden base was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent red alarm sounds. Chief, something's happened. The intelligence officer, drenched in sweat, stood up from the control panel, his voice trembling with extreme terror. The life signs of the 7 Great Angels have all disappeared. Moreover, their communication frequencies have been forcibly hijacked by an incredibly terrifying data stream. What a... The Viper spun around abruptly, his mechanical red eyes flashing with disbelief. This is impossible. Lucifer and his team are the world's top assassins equipped with the latest optical cloaking suits. How could they fail to capture two 5-year-old children? Could it be that the signal was blocked by the magnetic field of Cloud Mist Mountain? No, it wasn't blocked. Their life monitoring devices transmitted the last data. 2 individuals suffered severe electric shocks, and 5 inhaled an unknown high-intensity neurotoxin. The intelligence officer swallowed hard, feeling as if he were recounting a fantastical tale. They were annihilated in under 3 minutes. The command room instantly fell into a dead silence. Annihilated? By whom? Was it the bodyguards Fu Jingtong arranged around the camp? This is absolutely impossible. Even if there were 100 top bodyguards, it would be impossible to quietly eliminate the 7 great angels in 3 minutes. Just as the Viper was perplexed, even doubting if the Chinese military had intervened, the massive main screen in the center of the command room suddenly crackled, transforming into a screen full of static. Then the static receded, revealing a high-definition video image. In the image, beside a pile of burning bonfires, 7 men bound hand and foot, their faces painted with tortoise and turtle designs, were tossed onto the grass like zongzi. In front of these human zongzi, a 5-year-old boy dressed in camouflage resembling Fu Jingtong stood with one hand in his pocket, coldly looking at the camera. Are you the leader of this group of useless trash? Fu Mohan's tender yet absolutely icy voice echoed clearly throughout the entire Eden base via the hijacked communication channel. The Viper fixed his gaze on the boy on the screen, his mind momentarily blank. It was you. You did this. The Viper nearly gritted his teeth as he asked this question. Too weak. Fu Mohan shook his head, his deep phoenix eyes filled with disdain. If Eden is only at this level of trash, I suggest you find a coffin and bury yourself soon. Lest when my daddy and mommy find your location, there won't even be a complete corpse left. Arrogant little brat. The Viper trembled with rage at being humiliated by a 5-year-old child. Do you think that defeating a few assassins allows you to provoke the entire Eden? I will make you pay the price. Oh, is that so? Fu Mohan's lips curled into a chilling smile reminiscent of his mother. Actually, I didn't want to trouble you, but you insisted on sending someone to disturb my sister while she was catching bugs. The boy raised his wrist and pressed the enter key on his miniature watch. As a return gift, hey Race, a little toy for you. Bye-bye, old monster. As Fu Mohan's voice fell, the video image was instantly cut off. Quick. Immediately cut off all external network connections. He's implanting a virus into our main server. The intelligence officer seemed to realize something, shouting frantically. However, it was all too late. Boom. Suddenly, one of the secondary servers within the base let out a loud explosion, billowing thick smoke. Immediately, all the screens in the command room transformed into a blinding blood-red color, and a huge pink skull face danced wildly on the screen. Warning. Core database has been breached by a Trojan. Warning. The internal defense system of the base is being tampered with. Warning. Self-destruct sequence for Armory No. 3 has been initiated. Countdown 60 seconds. The entire Eden base plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. The Viper stared at the screen full of red warnings, his mechanical eye spinning wildly. He finally realized what a foolish and deadly mistake he had made. He thought that the weakest link of the Fu family and the Xiao family were those 2 5-year-old children. But he never expected. This pair of dragon and phoenix twins were not at all a soft spot to be slaughtered. They were 2 ultimate little monsters, even more terrifying and unreasonable than Fu Jingtong. Outside the camp of Yunwu Mountain, Lu Chun, accompanied by 100 elite dark guards, firmly held the defensive line like an iron fortress. The radar showed a brief anomaly in the electromagnetic waves to the northwest, but it quickly returned to normal. A dark guard responsible for monitoring reported. Let's go take a few people to investigate. We must not be careless in these deep mountains and forests. Lu Chen frowned, personally leading the team towards the woods in the northwest. However, when they passed through the dense thicket and reached the edge of the tent area in the southeast corner of the camp, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. In the flickering firelight, 7 burly men dressed in strange tight combat suits were tied up in a tangle by an extremely complex tactical knot. Some were foaming at the mouth and convulsing, while others were closed-eyed, blissfully writhing on the grass, uttering some unspeakable vulgarities. What made Lu Chen's eyes twitch the most was that the faces of these 7 men were all adorned with various sizes of turtles and tortoises. Next to this pile of human dumplings, young Master Fu Mohan was calmly playing a sophisticated hacking defense game on a tablet. Young Lady Su Nino squatted on the ground, holding a twig, poking at one of the assassins' noses with boredom. Young Master. Young Lady. What is going on here? Lu Chun was horrified and rushed forward to protect the 2 children while drawing his pistol at the 7 men on the ground. Uncle Lu, you're too slow. Su Nino tossed aside the twig, clapped her little hands, and pouted in complaint. These uncles came here to play magic tricks, and suddenly became invisible. But they were too foolish, defeated by my and my brother's toys. Toys? Lu Chun gulped, bending down to carefully inspect the equipment of these 7 men. When he saw a high-precision sniper rifle that had fallen to the ground, and the faintly visible snake totem on their necks, Lu Chun felt his scalp tingle, and cold sweat poured down his back. Assassins from Eden. Lu Chun gasped. As a trusted aide of Fu Jingting, he certainly knew what this totem represented. This was the world's top assassin organization. They had quietly infiltrated the camp under the noses of 100 dark guards. If it weren't for these 2 little ancestors being monsters themselves, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hurry! Immediately seal off the scene. Notify the president and madam at once. Lu Chun yelled into the intercom. Just then a howling wind suddenly swept through the sky. A black heavy-armed helicopter, like a black predator rushing out of hell, rapidly descended, almost touching the treetops. Before the helicopter had completely stabilized, the door was kicked open. Fu Jingting and Su Yu leapt down from over 3 meters in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Daddy! Mommy! The 2 little ones rushed towards their parents joyfully upon seeing them. Su Yu tightly embraced the 2 children, checking them over and over, finally feeling relieved when she confirmed they had not sustained even a single hair's worth of injury. Heaven knows that when she received Fu Mohan's battle report in the laboratory, her heart nearly stopped beating. The ultimate terror organization that caused the tragedy of the Fu family dared to reach for her children. Fu Jingting said nothing, striding directly to the 7 bound assassins. Looking at these 7 disheveled top assassins, there was no sense of ease in Fu Jingting's deep phoenix eyes due to his children's great achievement. Instead, they burned with an anger capable of destroying the entire world. You have such audacity. Fu Jingting looked down at the only one still somewhat conscious, Lucifer. His voice was extremely cold, as if it came from a death decree from the depths of hell. Dare to touch my children, I will have you and all of Eden buried with you. The Yunwu mountain camp was urgently evacuated. 7 top assassins from Eden, tightly bound, were dragged like dead dogs by the Fu family's dark guards onto an armed helicopter, directly escorted to the most secret interrogation room of the Xingshan International Underground. There they would be greeted by an enhanced version of the truth serum provided by Su Nino, along with the 18-layer hellish interrogation designed personally by Fu Jingtian. For this group of demons who attempted to harm his child, Fu Jingtian had no mercy whatsoever. In less than 2 hours, Lucifer's once impregnable psychological defense completely collapsed under Fu Jingshan's extremely cruel and efficient methods. He not only disclosed the exact coordinates of Eden's deep-sea base, but even revealed the internal defense layout of the base in its entirety. At the headquarters of Xingshan International, in the CEO's office on the top floor, a massive holographic projection map lit up in the center of the office, locking onto an island deep in the high seas, perpetually shrouded by storms and undercurrents, with a red circle marking it. Fu Jingtian stood in front of the projector like an emperor commanding countless armies, his cold gaze seeming to pierce through the ocean, staring directly at that deep-sea abyss. Lu Chun, at your service. Relay my highest command. Fu Jingshan's voice was deep and filled with a murderous intent. Mobilize all hidden armed forces of the Fu family worldwide. Notify the Shao family in Europe and have the Supreme Commander Shao Jun immediately awaken the 12 overseas mercenary corps of the Shao family. I want to see an invincible fleet capable of winning any localized war surrounding this island within 24 hours. Yes, CEO. Lu Chun, filled with passion, accepted the order. It had been 20 years. The blood feud of the Fu family was finally due for complete settlement. At that moment, the password door of the office opened, and Su Yu walked in calmly, carrying an encrypted top-secret document. A sharp light flickered in her eyes as if she could see through everything. Darling, the quantum chip from the black box wreckage has been completely cracked. Su Yu handed the document to Fu Jingtian, a cold smile rising on her stunning face. What it contains is a detailed deep-sea coordinate map. Furthermore, I have used all the privileges of God Z to excavate the ultimate secret hidden by Eden for 20 years from the deepest database of the global dark web. 20 years ago, your father inadvertently obtained a mining map of a substance called Element X. Once extracted, this element can produce a super clean energy that subverts existing technology. Its value is immeasurable. Eden plotted that plane crash to monopolize this treasure. However, for the past 20 years, without this coordinate map, they could only blindly salvage in that vast deep sea. After hearing Su Yu's explanation, the fury in Fu Jingshan's eyes seemed as if it would ignite the entire world. Simply for greed and wealth, they ruthlessly took his parents' lives, forcing him to endure a childhood filled with blood and frenzy. Now it is time for them to pay their blood debts. Su Yu walked to Fu Jingshan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She reached out her hand, intertwining her fingers with his. In the name of Xingshan International, I have cut off all communications and supply lines between that island and the outside world using the global satellite system. At the same time, I have issued a top-level bounty order to the global hacking community, paralyzing all branches of Eden worldwide. This time I want to ensure they have no way to heaven or door to earth. Fu Jingtian turned his head, looking at the strong, beautiful woman beside him who was willing to go to war with the whole world to protect her family. The violence in his eyes instantly transformed into boundless tenderness. He suddenly pulled Su Yu into his embrace and lowered his head to fiercely kiss her lips. This kiss was filled with the weight of a vow and the resolution of heading towards the battlefield. Thank you, my wife. Fu Jingtian released her, and the deep phoenix-like gaze reignited with the dominance of a king over all. He turned his head, staring at the red circle on the holographic map. Let's go, let us flatten this altar. With a command from Fu Jingtian. In this seemingly calm midnight, the terrifying capital and armed forces hidden around the globe roared like awakened dragons, sending out earth-shattering roars. Countless fighter jets took off from secret airports, and massive ocean fleets tore through the waves, racing towards the same coordinates deep in the high seas. A joint extermination by the billionaire tyrant and trillionaire queen officially commenced. Volume 4 Genius Twin Treasures, All Powerful Parents, Unaffordable completed. Before dawn breaks, the night is at its most intense and suffocating moment. Yet for the top military and intelligence agencies around the world, this night is destined to be a sleepless one. In a radar monitoring room at a secret base in the Atlantic, a chilling alarm echoed frantically. Commander, large-scale unidentified fleet activity detected. The radar operator's face turned pale as he pointed at the densely packed red dots on the screen, his voice trembling. On the surveillance screen, dozens of heavily armed cruisers and nuclear submarines devoid of any national insignia cut through the sea like phantoms. Above the sky, a swarm of stealth fighters roared past, blocking out the sun. Which country's joint military exercise is this? Why have we received no notifications? The base commander bellowed sharply. Report. All communication channels of these fleets are encrypted, but we have captured a symbol on their flagship. The radar operator zoomed in, and on the massive screen, a black flagship resembling a giant steel beast surged through the waves. On the side of the hull, a dark golden bauhinia flower and a pair of crossed silver swords were prominently displayed. The base commander stared fixedly at the symbol, feeling his blood run cold in an instant. The dark golden bauhinia flower was the family crest of the reclusive Shao family. The silver swords represented the most secretive and terrifying underground armed force of the Fu family conglomerate, Azura. My God! The commander collapsed helplessly into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Immediately order all defense systems to unlock and all patrol vessels to retreat. No one is allowed to obstruct them. He knew this was far from a military exercise. This was a declaration of war from the two gods who controlled the global economic lifeline against an oblivious enemy. In the same second, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and even the long-frozen Arctic Ocean stirred. The massive armed forces sleeping beneath the sea seemed to hear the supreme call, tearing off their disguises and revealing their ferocious fangs, racing towards the open sea at the same coordinates. This was the complete eruption of the Fu family and Shao family's heritage. This was the celebration of global hegemony. On the deck of the black flagship, the sea wind howled, carrying a biting chill. Fu Jingting, dressed in a sharply tailored black combat suit, stood at the bow like the Azura king who wielded the power of life and death, exuding an air of authority. In his deep phoenix eyes surged a fury and murderous intent capable of destroying heaven and earth. 20 years had passed. The images of his parents' tragic deaths replayed countless times in his nightmares, and that blood-stained sea was an everlasting wound in his heart. And now he could finally tear apart those beasts with his own hands. Are you cold? Fu Jingting slightly turned his head, draping a large black windbreaker over the shoulders of the woman beside him, his touch gentle, contrasting sharply with his current Azura-like ferocity. Su Yu, also clad in a sleek combat suit that accentuated her graceful yet explosive curves, adjusted the coat and leaned into Fu Jingting's broad and warm embrace. Not cold. She tilted her head slightly, looking up at the man's stern jawline, her stunning eyes shimmering with a brilliant yet dangerous light akin to stars. The Z-God is in position, and all virus programs targeting Eden have been activated. Su Yu's long fingers swiftly glided over the micro-tactical computer on her wrist. According to real-time feedback from the micro-satellite, the island has been completely surrounded by our fleet. Not even a fly can escape. Well done, Mrs. Fu. Fu Jingting lowered his head, placing a gentle yet powerful kiss on. Turning around, he gazed at the black island, gradually revealing its contours on the horizon. The tenderness in his eyes instantly replaced by a ruthless killing intent. Lu Chun, here. Lu Chen stepped forward responding loudly. Relay the order to the entire army. Fu Jingting's voice boomed through the ship's loudspeakers like rolling thunder resonating throughout the fleet. Upon landing, kill without mercy. I want this island devoid of any living creature. Yes. A thunderous roar erupted from every battleship, filled with murderous intent. With 1,000 ships unleashed, they were poised at the gates. The altar of Eden shall surely topple today. The black island loomed like a primordial beast lying in wait in the depths of the ocean, gradually revealing its menacing form as the fleet drew closer. A perpetual storm surrounded the island like a natural barrier, enveloping it entirely. The howling winds and rolling waves seemed to warn all living beings attempting to approach. Warning. Intense high-frequency electromagnetic wave interference detected. The shrill alarm abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere in the flagship's command room. On the large screen, the once clear radar image began to display large patches of static, and the communication channel was filled with a series of jarring electric sounds. President, there are abnormal magnetic fields around the island. Our lead destroyer has lost satellite connection with headquarters. Lu Chen's face paled as he reported urgently. Fu Jingtong pressed his hands against the tactical table, his deep gaze fixed on the blinking red dots on the screen, and he sneered coldly. A dying struggle. Switch to the backup communication channel and let the lead units continue advancing. However, just as the lead units crossed the 5 nautical mile warning line from the island, an unexpected change occurred. From beneath the rolling black sea, countless eerie blue lights suddenly illuminated the depths. What is that? An assassin standing on the deck of the destroyer stared wide-eyed in shock. Before he could react, the eerie blue lights shot toward the fleet at a terrifying speed, like arrows released from a bow. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions erupted on the sea surface. Columns of water mixed with shards of steel splashed everywhere, and the intense shockwave made the several thousand-ton destroyer shake violently. Under attack. Underwater attack. It's high-explosive micro-unmanned submersibles. There are too many of them. The communication channel relayed the slightly anxious reports from the lead units. In the command room, Suyu looked at the data flashing back on the screen, and her stunning face was suddenly shrouded. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, and moments later a complex 3D model was projected onto the screen. Honey, this is Eden's trump card, the Siren Defense System. She pointed at the holographic projection of the densely packed underwater drones and said coldly, they have deployed tens of thousands of self-destructing submersibles in the depths of the sea within 5 nautical miles of the island. Combined with high-frequency electromagnetic interference, if we forcefully break through, we might succeed, but our fleet will pay an extremely painful price. Fu Jingtong watched the endless waves of ghosts surging toward the lead units, an aura of hostility around him that seemed to freeze the air. He could certainly order a firepower coverage without regard for cost, but those were his subordinates, the elite of the Fu and Shao families. He would never allow them to make unnecessary sacrifices. Can it be cracked? Fu Jingtong turned to Suyu, his deep eyes filled with absolute trust in her. Suyu frowned slightly, her expression growing serious. The core code of the Siren system is very old and complex. It is physically isolated. I must find its underwater signal relay station to conduct close-range hardware hacking, she said, turning without hesitation towards the equipment room. Give me 3 minutes, it'll take someone into the water. No. Fu Jingtong grabbed her wrist, pulling her back into his embrace with force. His eyes burned with fury and concern. The water temperature is near freezing. There are high-explosive underwater mines below. Do you want to go to your death? But honey, if we don't disable the siren, our ships won't be able to approach the shore. Suyu stubbornly raised her head, refusing to back down as she met his gaze. She was the Z deity and omnipotent queen, she could not bear to watch her man's subordinates die in vain. The tension in the command room reached its peak as the two stood at an impasse. At that moment, a brazen black skull icon suddenly popped up on the large screen. Following that, a chilling voice processed through a voice changer echoed in the command room. Fu Jingtong Suyu. Welcome to my altar. It was the Viper, the leader of Eden. The voice seemed to crawl out from the depths of hell, dripping with a nauseating stickiness. It's been 20 years. Young Master Fu has grown up, and even brought such a large fleet to pay me New Year's respects. What a pity this sea area is a grave I meticulously prepared for you. Turtle hiding his head. Fu Jingtong's thin lips parted, exhaling 4 frosty words. Once I break this turtle shell, I will personally smash your bones one by one. Ha! Arrogant. The Viper laughed wildly. The siren system is unsolvable. Unless you have divine assistance, you might as well obediently feed the fish at sea. As soon as the words fell, the communication was unilaterally cut off. Suyu gritted her teeth and held Fu Jingtong's large hand. Honey, let me try. Before she could finish her sentence, the main screen in the command room suddenly flickered without warning. Moments later, the radar image, once filled with static, instantly regained clarity. Moreover, those eerie blue lights that had been wildly darting beneath the surface of the sea seemed to be frozen in place, as if under some immobilizing spell. "What's going on?" Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. The next second, an extremely childish yet arrogantly proud little voice echoed through the encrypted channel in the command room. "Daddy, Mommy, have you encountered some trouble? You dare to show off that old-fashioned defense system in front of me?" Hearing this voice, Fu Jingtong and Su Yu froze simultaneously. Xiaohan. Far away in the capital city at the top floor of the Star International headquarters, inside a secret blast-proof safe room. Two little dumplings who should have been sound asleep were now wide awake, sitting in front of a massive supercomputer. Xiaohan Fu Mohan wore a pair of black-framed blue light-blocking glasses on his cold little face that closely resembled Fu Jingtian. His chubby little hands transformed into a blur over the specially customized miniature keyboard, the keystrokes sounding as dense as a torrential rain hitting banana leaves. Next to him, Yuzi Su Nino, dressed in pink bear pajamas, sat cross-legged on the carpet. In front of her lay dozens of sheets of draft paper filled with complex calculus formulas, a lollipop in her hand, occasionally jotting down data so intricate that even university professors would feel their scalps tingle. "Brother, I figured it out." Yuzi took the lollipop out of her mouth, pointing at the real-time deep-sea current map displayed on the holographic screen, excitement sparkling in her big eyes. "Based on the current speed of this area, the density of the underwater reefs, and the power parameters of those ugly drones, I have found the blind spot of the sea demon system." "Well done, Yuzi." Xiaohan didn't even look up, but a trace of a sly smirk reminiscent of his father's curved at the corners of his mouth. "Since Mommy won't let us go to the scene, let's send a big gift to Daddy and Mommy." Back in the flagship command room on the high seas, Fu Jingtian and Su Yu listened to the voices of the two little ones coming through the communication channel, exchanging glances filled with a complex mix of helplessness and pride. These two unruly little devils. They had clearly been warned not to touch the computer before leaving. "Fu Moan, Su Nino." Su Yu's beautiful face turned serious as she exerted her maternal authority. "You two actually dared to secretly crack military satellite signals. You will get a spanking when we get back." "Mommy, don't be mad." Yuzi's sweet voice immediately began to whine. "We just wanted to help. Those bad guys bully Mommy and Daddy, and Yuzi wants to give them a good beating." "Exactly," Xiaohan replied coldly. "It's just a physically isolated system. Do they really think they can stop me, a genius hacker?" "You little rascal, you've got some nerve." Fu Jingxian's tone was stern, but his deep eyes were filled with pride. "What did you just do?" "It's quite simple," Xiaohan replied nonchalantly, as if discussing dinner plans. "Since the sea demon system is physically isolated, I just turned it into a network connection." Everyone in the command room gasped in shock. Lu Chen's eyes nearly popped out. "Young master, do you know what you're saying? Forcefully connecting a physically isolated system? Is that even possible? I just intercepted a decommissioned military satellite passing over this sea area." Xiaohan continued to explain. "Then I used the satellite's powerful microwaves to forcibly melt the physical defense layer of the sea demon system's underwater signal transmitter and implanted a tiny Trojan. Now half of the control rights of the entire system are already in my hands." He paused, his tone suddenly becoming immensely domineering. "Daddy, Mommy, I have already sent the safe coordinates of the blind spot to the flagship's navigation system. Now go ahead." And as Xiaohan's words fell, a safe route instantly refreshed on the main screen, perfectly avoiding all minefields and the dense areas of unmanned submersibles. Those once arrogant blue light dots now resembled a group of headless flies that had lost their leader, spinning helplessly in place. So you looked at the data on the screen, a hint of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although she was also the top hacker known as Z, to achieve such an astonishing feat across half the globe in such a short time was something she would not dare claim to be certain of. Her son was exhibiting a talent in hacking that was subtly beginning to surpass her own. "Honey." So you looked at Fu Jingtian. Fu Jingtian gazed at the golden safe route on the screen, a cold, bloodthirsty smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "My son, you have indeed not disappointed me." He suddenly turned around, striding to the tactical table, pressing down hard with both hands. "Lu Chun, yes. All fleets advance at full speed along the coordinates given by the young master." Fu Jingtian's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, like an enraged lion issuing the final ultimatum of a tyrant worth billions. "Target Eden's main base. I want these rats hiding in the sewers to never see the sun again." "Yes." Boom. The deafening roar of engines tore through the storm. The massive black fleet surged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel, charging through the last line of the sea demon system with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of Eden, the Viper stared at the suddenly malfunctioning defense system on the screen and the enormous fleet approaching like divine soldiers. His once arrogant smile completely froze. How is this possible? The sea demon system is absolutely unsolvable. Who cracked my system? He frantically smashed the control panel in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He thought he had accounted for everything. Yet he had never considered that the couple he regarded as ants had given birth to two heaven-defying prodigies that even God would envy. The flagship's massive ice-breaking ram violently crushed the last wave-breaking dam at the edge of the island, and the heavy anchor was dropped, stirring up monstrous waves. Without the protection of the sea, which system this island, shrouded in storms year-round, was completely exposed to the heavy firepower of the Fu and Xiao families' joint forces. Fire! With a roar from Lu Chun, the main cannons of dozens of warships erupted in a deafening roar simultaneously. The concentrated cannon fire rained down on the defensive fortifications surrounding the island like a meteor shower. Flames shot into the sky, and the ground shook. The entire island seemed to tremble under the cover of this apocalyptic firepower. Cover! Before the smoke even cleared, 10 specially modified heavy hovercraft charged towards the beach like arrows released from a bow. The hatch of the first landing craft crashed open. The first to emerge was a tall and cold figure like a god of death descending, Fu Jingtian. He wielded a specially made black heavy assault rifle, his deep gaze resembling a hawk locking onto its prey, devoid of any warmth. Kill! Fu Jingtian growled, lowly charging into the thick smoke like a lion driven to mad. Stop him! Quickly stop him! Open fire! The commander of the Eden mercenaries, hiding in a sturdy bunker, shouted hoarsely. Countless tongues of fire spewed from hidden bunkers, weaving into an impenetrable net of deadly firepower. These mercenaries were outlaws gathered by the serpent from all over the world with exceptionally high combat skills. However, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance appeared laughable. Fu Jingtian moved like a specter, executing various tactical evasion maneuvers at unbelievable angles amidst the hail of bullets. Bang! 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 The assault rifle in his hands emitted a dull roar. With each gunshot, a machine gunner hiding behind a shooting hole in the bunker was shot in the head, as precise as if the Grim Reaper was calling names. Monster! He's a monster! A mercenary watching his fallen comrades finally broke down and turned to flee, dropping his gun. But he had barely taken 2 steps when Fu Jingtian appeared behind him like a ghost, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying against the hard rock wall, killing him instantly. Follow the president. Lu Chun led the elite Shura Dark Guards closely behind. They surged like a black tide, ruthlessly reaping the lives of their enemies, leaving only corpses in their wake. This was the true Fang of the Fu Corporation, hidden for 20 years. Each of these Dark Guards was a king of soldiers risen from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and Fu Jingtian was their king. In just 10 minutes, the outer marsh defenses, once seen as an impregnable fortress by Eden, collapsed completely under Fu Jingtian's brutal advance. Report to the president. The marsh position has been cleared. We've found the main entrance to the underground base. Lu Chun, bloodied, rushed over to report. Fu Jingtian coldly glanced at the massive explosion-proof door made of heavy titanium alloy not far away, casually tossing the emptied assault rifle onto the ground. He took the wet towel handed to him by a subordinate, elegantly wiping the blood from his hands, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial warm-up exercise. Demolition team, blow it open for me. Fu Jingtian's tone was icy. Yes. Just as the demolition team prepared to place the C4 explosives, a small hole suddenly opened above the tightly shut titanium alloy door. Be careful. Suyu, who had been providing tactical support from the rear via drone, keenly detected the anomaly. Easy. Accompanied by an extremely faint sound of airflow, a faint pink smoke sprayed out from the hole, quickly spreading in the air. Toxic gas. Everyone put on gas masks. Lu Chen's face changed drastically as he shouted loudly. The Dark Guards reacted swiftly, instantly pulling down the gas masks from their helmets. However, a shocking scene unfolded. A Dark Guard nearest to the source, despite wearing the most advanced gas mask, twitched violently upon contact with the pink smoke. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Useless. A mocking voice, nauseatingly taunting, emanated from the speaker behind the explosion-proof. This is my latest developed Elysium nerve poison. It doesn't need to enter through the respiratory system. Just contact with the skin can penetrate your ridiculous protective gear, utterly destroying your central nervous system within 3 seconds. Fu Jingtian, how does it feel to watch your most loyal dog die before your eyes? Ha! Seeing the Dark Guard collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted in Fu Jingtian's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order for a strong assault, a soft hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Honey, don't rush. So you had somehow arrived at the front lines. She was not wearing a gas mask, and on her stunning face rested a smile colder and more mocking than the serpent's. Playing with poison in front of this ancestor. Suyu raised an eyebrow, her tone incredibly arrogant. He probably doesn't even know how to write divine, Dr. Ch. The pink mist, like a living venomous serpent, rapidly advanced toward the area where Fu Jingting and Suyu were located. Watching the deadly poison fog draw closer, Lu Chun and the other shadow guards felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet Su Yu, at the epicenter of the toxic haze, did not even furrow her brow. "Darling, step back." Fu Jingting's towering figure stepped forward, shielding her tightly behind him. Even knowing her formidable capabilities, protecting her in the face of danger was an instinct etched into his very bones. Su Yu gazed at the man's broad back, a flicker of sweetness gleaming in her eyes. She retrieved a futuristic-looking silver metallic spray can from the specialized tactical pouch at her waist and tossed it to Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, have everyone inject this immediately. This is a universal blocker I developed for all types of neurotoxins." Su Yu's cool voice rang out like a stabilizing anchor on the tense battlefield. "For the one who was poisoned, inject the entire dose directly into the heart. He won't die." Lu Chun caught it without a moment's hesitation and immediately administered an intracardiac injection to the fallen shadow guard. Just 5 seconds later, the guard, who had been foaming at the mouth and on the verge of death, suddenly convulsed violently, gasped for air, and opened his eyes. Though weak, the cyanosis on his face visibly receded before their eyes. "Incredible. The young madam's medicine is like a divine elixir." The shadow guards murmured in awe, their gazes towards Su Yu filled with reverence. Inside the monitoring room behind the blast door, the Viper's manic grin froze, replaced by stunned disbelief. "Impossible. This is a perfect poison I spent 5 years developing. She hasn't even seen a sample. How could she have an antidote so quickly?" On the surveillance screen, Su Yu stood unscathed in the pink toxic mist, not even wearing protective gear. A perfect poison. Su Yu looked up at the surveillance camera above the door, a lazy, mocking smile gracing her stunning face. "This low-grade neurotoxin isn't even worth my apprentice's time." She was the thousand-faced miracle doctor, with healing arts that could snatch lives from the Grim Reaper's grasp, and more terrifyingly, she was also the world's top underground toxicologist. "Playing with poison, are you? Let me teach you what real biochemical warfare means." Su Yu flipped her wrist, and between her fingers appeared 2 small, emerald-green, translucent spheres. She raised an eyebrow at Fu Jingting, who immediately understood. He drew his large-caliber Desert Eagle from his waist, aimed at the edge of the hole, emitting the poison gas above the door, and fired. Bang! A notch was blasted into the hard titanium alloy, revealing the duct connected to the ventilation system. Su Yu flicked her wrist. The 2 emerald spheres shot like lightning into the ventilation duct. Bang! Bang! 2 soft pops, and the spheres burst inside the duct. "What did you do, eh?" The Viper roared through the speaker. "Nothing much, just sent you a modified version of muscle." Su Yu clapped her hands, her tone as casual as discussing the weather. "It will spread through your ventilation system and cover the entire underground base in 3 minutes. This agent won't be lethal." She paused, her smile turning demonic. "It will only dissolve your muscles, leaving you without even the strength to pull a trigger, collapsing like a pile of mud, helpless." "You madwoman. Shut down the ventilation system immediately." "Now!" The Viper screamed hysterically. But it was already too late. Su Yu's agent volatilized extremely quickly. Just 2 minutes later, the guards on the 1st and 2nd underground levels suddenly felt a wave of weakness in their limbs, their weapons clattering to the ground. Thud! Thud! Hundreds of fully armed mercenaries collapsed in droves like boneless creatures, their eyes filled with terror and despair. "Done." Su Yu snapped her fingers. "Honey, you can open the door now." Fu Jingting looked at this formidable, cunning, and breathtakingly beautiful woman, his eyes blazing with possessiveness and pride. This was his wife, his queen. "Breaching team." Fu Jingting ordered coldly. Boom! A violent explosion tore apart the thick titanium alloy door. As the smoke cleared, the underground passage, once deemed a death zone, now lay open like a palace welcome. Inside the passage, the mercenaries who had been prepared to fight to the death now lay scattered on the ground, helplessly watching as the ferocious shadow guards stormed in and trampled them underfoot like dead dogs. Fu Jingting took Su Yu's hand, stepping over the rubble and the bodies of their enemies, striding into the underground lair of Eden with the composure of a monarch surveying his domain. "Let's go, Mrs. Fu." The man's deep, seductive voice echoed through the passage, laced with chilling, murderous intent. "Let's drag that old Viper out of his hole." The underground base is far more massive than one could imagine, resembling a giant wasp nest turned upside down within the deep-sea rock layers. Intricate metallic corridors intertwine with one another, surrounded by cold alloy walls, while the red alarm lights above flash frantically, illuminating the entire maze as if it were a hellish realm. "Report to the President. All remaining armed personnel on the 1st to 3rd floors have been completely eliminated, but the path to the core control room has structurally changed below the 3rd floor." Lu Chun looked at the miniature tactical radar in his hand, his brows furrowed. "The terrain data here is inconsistent with what Lucifer provided, and the communication signals have been severely jammed." Fu Jingxin's expression was cold as he casually wiped the bloody dagger on the clothes of a fallen mercenary. "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Since the Viper dared to build its nest here, it was impossible for them to hand over the actual core blueprints to Lucifer. So you held a modified mini-computer, the code on the screen scrolling rapidly like a waterfall. The metallic walls here are embedded with high-density lead plates. Even the Trojan virus that Shao Han implanted earlier cannot penetrate. So you calmly analyzed, we are currently trapped in a giant signal jamming box. Then let's smash the... Fu Jingxin's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent radiating. Lu Chun, divide into 3 teams, use carpet bombing to advance. Even if we have to sink this island, we must find a way to the lower levels. Yes. Just as the dark guards prepared to disperse, an extremely eerie sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the silent corridor. The sound resembled the heavy breathing of a beast mixed with the chilling sound of bones grinding together. Several dark guards immediately raised their assault rifles, directing the beams of their flashlights toward the dim end of the corridor. In the halo of light, several tall, somewhat deformed figures slowly emerged. Their height exceeded 2 meters, and their muscles exhibited an abnormal purplish-black hue, bulging like rocks, nearly bursting through their combat suits. Even more nauseatingly, their eyes were devoid of whites, completely a shade of crimson, with green slime dripping from the corners of their mouths. Open fire. A dark guard unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The dense armor-piercing round struck fiercely against the chest of the foremost monster. However, the bullets, capable of penetrating 5 millimeters of steel, only left shallow white marks on the monster's skin without causing any blood to flow. Roar. The monster let out a roar that was not human, charging forward through the hail of bullets, like a bang. The monster swung its fist as large as a sandbag, directly smashing the dark guard, who had fired, sending him and his rifle flying, crashing heavily against the metal wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Fall back. Spread out. Lu Chun shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. The corridor's broadcast once again echoed with the Viper's piercing laughter. Fu Jingtian Suyu, do you like the surprise I prepared for you? These are super death soldiers cultivated from the remnants of Element X, combined with mutated gene agents. They feel no pain, and their bone density is 10 times that of normal humans. Even with armor-piercing rounds, it is impossible to penetrate their muscle armor. Today, all of you will become food for these treasures. With the Viper's arrogant laughter, dozens more similarly enormous mutated death soldiers emerged from the darkness of the corridor. They stared at Fu Jingtian and Suyu like hungry wolves, emitting bloodthirsty growls from their throats. Faced with this group of invulnerable monsters, even the battle-hardened dark guards could not help but show a hint of trepidation in their eyes. However, Fu Jingtian and Suyu, standing at the forefront, did not even blink. Why were you scared? Fu Jingtian tilted his head slightly, a cold and chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suyu tossed the mini-computer to the dark guard behind her, a smile more arrogant than his gracing her stunning face. I'm afraid they won't be enough to fight. Suyu quickly drew 2 specially modified silver large-caliber revolvers from the tactical holster on her thigh. The gun bodies glimmered with a deathly light under the illumination of the red alarm lights. Honey, let's see who kills more. Fu Jingtian chuckled, his laughter carrying absolute dominance. He directly discarded his rifle, drawing a beautifully styled tang knife that emanated a cold, sharp light from his lower back. The loser will be on the top tonight. His deep, sexy voice brushed against Suyu's ear. In the next second, the 2 of them shot forward like 2 unstoppable bolts of black lightning, one on the left and one on the right, charging into the group of death soldiers like a meat grinder. In the narrow and dim underground passage, it instantly transformed into a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Roar. The leading mutated death warrior roared, swinging its heavy fist capable of shattering granite, striking fiercely towards Fu Jingting's face. Fu Jingting stood firm, his phoenix eyes filled with a cold disdain for all living beings. His body moved like a specter, slightly sidestepping to evade the thunderous blow, while his ancient tang sword drew a cold and piercing silver crescent in midair. The dull sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed. The mutated muscle capable of resisting armor-piercing bullets was sliced apart like fragile tofu in front of Fu Jingting's tang sword, infused with terrifying inner strength. A massive head soared into the air, crimson blood splattering like a fountain against the cold metallic wall. 1. Fu Jingting coldly announced a number, turning the blade to swiftly sever another death warrior that lunged at him. On the other side, Suyu's fighting style was filled with a visually stunning aesthetic of violence. She moved gracefully like a swallow, weaving through a group of hulking monsters resembling a deadly butterfly dancing on the tip of a blade. Bang! Bang! The 2 silver revolvers in her hands spat fire. The muscle armor that the poisonous snake took pride in could indeed withstand ordinary bullets, but what Suyu had in her guns were her specially made dum-dum bullets with warheads encased in concentrated high-energy explosives. The bullet accurately struck the knee joint of a death warrior. Boom! The mini-explosive detonated between the bones, directly blowing off the monster's lower leg. The monster lost its balance and fell heavily to its knees. Suyu leapt, using the momentum to step onto the monster's shoulder. Her exquisite face was filled with coldness as the gun's muzzle pressed directly against the monster's temple, the spot where the muscle protection was thinnest. Bang! The entire head exploded like a watermelon. "Too, darling, you're falling behind." Suyu rolled in midair and landed casually, flicking the brain matter off her gun barrel, her tone bold and provocative. Heh! Fu Jingting chuckled softly, his laughter laced with a strong scent of blood. He stomped his foot fiercely, causing the hard metal floor to cave in under the force. His entire being shot out like a cannonball, the Tang sword transforming into an impenetrable web of light, instantly shredding 3 death warriors into pieces. 4. Mrs. Fu, it seems you're ahead tonight. Even in the midst of this bloody carnage, the man did not forget to make a colorful tease. Suyu's pretty face flushed slightly as she glared at him fiercely. Dream on. The two stood back to back in perfect sync, as if they were one person. The overwhelming close combat prowess of the domineering CEO, combined with the Queen's deadly precision. In front of this couple, who could be considered the pinnacle of global combat power, the group of super death warriors regarded as trump cards by the poisonous snake seemed like pigs and dogs being slaughtered indiscriminately. The dark guards standing behind had no chance to intervene, merely standing frozen as they watched their masters clear the battlefield as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. So abnormal. Lu Chun swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that the CEO had extraordinary combat skills, but he did not expect that the seemingly delicate young mistress would be even more efficient in killing than the CEO. In just 5 minutes, the remains of dozens of mutated death warriors piled up in the passage. The air was thick with the acrid smell of blood and burning. Fu Jingting flicked the last drop of blood off his Tang sword, sheathing it with a clang. He walked over to Suyu, took out a pristine handkerchief, and gently wiped away a drop of blood that had accidentally splattered on her cheek. "Are you tired?" The fierce rage in his eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by tenderness. "Just warming up," Suyu said briskly as she reloaded her revolver. "Let's go see what other trump cards that old poisonous snake has up his sleeve." With the last death warrior falling, the heavy blast door that had been blocking the passage suddenly began to open slowly to the sides. Behind the door was a vast space resembling a gigantic dome. In this place, the cold and darkness from outside had vanished, replaced by bright lights and futuristic signs. Countless large cylindrical glass containers were neatly arranged in the center of the space, each filled with green nutrient solution, soaking various horrifying human tissues and deformed mutated organisms. This was the core biochemical laboratory of Eden. The moment Fu Jingting stepped into this space, his deep phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. A previously unseen violent aura erupted from within him, chilling the surrounding air to frost. In the very center of the laboratory, there was a massive holographic projection screen. The screen was looping a video with somewhat rough image quality. In the video, a private jet adorned with the Fu family crest suddenly erupted in violent explosions at 10,000 meters in the sky. The plane split in two, plummeting into the bottomless sea amidst thick smoke. In one corner of the frame, the coordinates and commands for the ground-to-air missile launch site were clearly recorded. 20 years. Fu Jingting stared intensely at the video, his eyes reddening to the point of almost bleeding, each word squeezing out between his teeth. "I have finally found you." The vast laboratory was as silent as death, with only the sound of an airplane explosion looping on the holographic projection screen. This piercing explosion echoed like a poisoned blade, cutting deeper into Fu Jingting's heart. The plane crash 20 years ago not only took away his beloved parents, but also completely destroyed all the light and warmth of his childhood. From that day on, the little master of the Fu family who used to smile was gone. What remained was a tyrant, cold-blooded and ruthless, who had crawled through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fu Jingting stood before the projector, trembling uncontrollably. A powerful malevolence transformed into an icy chill, causing the dark guards around him to not even dare to breathe. "Husband." A soft and warm little hand tightly grasped his cold, vein-stricken hand. Suyu walked to his side, saying nothing, merely embracing him silently, using her body heat to dispel the coldness in his bones. Feeling the genuine warmth in her embrace, Fu Jingting closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the vulnerability in his gaze was completely replaced by an all-consuming fury. "Search." Fu Jingting's voice was hoarse like a worn-out bellows. "Bring me all the documents and data. Here, not a single hard drive can be left behind. Take them all." "Yes." Lu Chun immediately led the dark guards to conduct a thorough search of the laboratory. Suyu walked straight to the main control console in the center of the lab, her fingers flying over the keyboard. In less than a minute, she hacked into the lab's main server. When she opened a top-secret file titled X Element Human Adaptability Test No. 01999, Even Suyu, who was accustomed to the bloody cruelty of the underworld, felt a chill run down her back. This is simply insane. Fury ignited in Suyu's beautiful eyes. The file documented extremely cruel live experiments. Eden had kidnapped thousands of innocent civilians, orphans, and even pregnant women from around the world. They injected the extracted trace amounts of the X element into these individuals, attempting to create a new human capable of controlling this terrifying energy. However, the energy of the X element was incredibly violent, far beyond what an ordinary human body could. In the video, those who had been injected with the serum either died from their blood vessels bursting or had their bones severely twisted, turning into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Some even spontaneously combusted in extreme heat, turning to ash. They even used infants for antibody testing. Suyu bit her lip hard, a trickle of blood seeping out. No wonder the serpent was able to cultivate so many pain-resistant super soldiers in a short time. All of this was built upon countless innocent lives. Found it. Lu Chen suddenly pulled out a yellowed sheepskin notebook from a hidden safe beneath the main control. He respectfully handed the notebook to Fu Jingting. President, this is the manuscript of the old master from back in the day. The people from Eden are after this. Fu Jingting took the notebook with trembling hands. As he opened the first page, the familiar, vigorous handwriting belonging to his father came into view. The notebook detailed how his father had accidentally discovered the vein of the X element during an extreme polar research expedition and realized that if this element were weaponized, it would cause devastating destruction to the entire world. To protect this secret, his father encrypted the coordinates of the vein and tried to hand over the sample of the X element to the National Security Bureau. However, the spies from Eden had already infiltrated the research team. The serpent learned of this news and plotted the plane crash to monopolize this ultimate power capable of controlling the world. But he did not expect that the coordinate map had been hidden by Fu's father in a special quantum chip, which sank to the bottom of the sea along with the plane. The truth was revealed. A blood feud spanning over 20 years, all the causes and effects were completely closed in this moment. Fu Jingting closed the notebook, his sharply defined fingers turning pale from the exertion. Where is the serpent? He turned to look at Suyu, his voice surprisingly calm, like the eerie stillness before a storm. Suyu looked at the radar scan on the screen, pointing towards a closed black door at the end of the laboratory. The control room is behind that door. All the energy lines here converge there. Let's go. Fu Jingting, holding the still dripping tang knife, strode towards the door that symbolized the final battle. Just as they approached the door, the originally closed black door emitted a dull mechanical sound and slid open to both sides. Behind the door was a vast circular hall reminiscent of an arena. In the center of the hall stood a massive throne made of pure gold. A middle-aged man dressed in a pure white tailcoat and wearing a half-silver mask sat on the throne. He swirled a glass of crimson red wine in his hand, watching Fu Jingting, and Suyu burst in without a hint of panic. In his snake-like cold eyes there was instead a glimmer of extreme madness and excitement. You are 5 minutes later than I expected. The serpent took a small sip of red wine, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But that's all right. As the stars of this grand performance, you have arrived just in time for the most thrilling finale. The air pressure in the control room was suffocatingly low. Viper sat high upon a throne of pure gold, his immaculate white tuxedo forming a stark, jarring contrast with the battlefield of corpses outside. Bang! Without a word, Fu Jingting raised his hand and fired. The bullet from the large-caliber Desert Eagle tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling straight toward Viper's brow. Yet a startling scene unfolded. Just 10 centimeters from Viper's forehead, a layer of azure barrier rippling like water materialized in the air. Ding! The bullet, powerful enough to pierce an armored vehicle, lost all momentum upon touching the barrier, as if sinking into quicksand, and fell weakly to the ground. What is this? Lu Chun and the other shadow guards were horrified, raising their guns to aim. Don't waste your energy. Viper laughed heartily as he stood spreading his arms, as if showcasing a perfect work of art. See this beautiful shield around me. It's a high-energy electromagnetic field I forged by exhausting all the X-element remnants I salvaged from the sea over the past 20 years. Even a full salvo from your fleet's main cannons couldn't harm me. He stared fixedly at Fu Jingting, his eyes filled with twisted jealousy and madness. Fu Jingting, do you truly believe you've won? You think that by bringing these scum into my lair you can avenge your short-lived parents? Shut up. Fu Jingting let out a lion-like roar and shot toward the throne like lightning. His Tang Dao, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, slammed fiercely into the azure barrier. Boom! The violent recoil sent Fu Jingting staggering back several steps. His tiger's mouth split open and blood dripped from the hilt onto the ground. Yet the barrier merely rippled with a faint wave. Huh! Useless. Viper laughed arrogantly. Before the power of a god you are but a slightly stronger ant. He slowly descended from the throne, looking at Su Yu through the barrier, a nauseating greed flashing in his eyes. Su Yu, the divine thousand-faced miracle healer. Truly an impressive resume. But unfortunately, you married the wrong man. If you kneel and beg me now and swear allegiance to me, I might consider sparing your worthless life in the coming purge. Spare my life. Su Yu laughed in fury. She holstered her twin guns at her thighs, and a breathtakingly beautiful, yet supremely cold smile graced her face. Old fool, have you been underwater so long that your brain is waterlogged, eh? Su Yu stepped forward, meeting Viper's gaze with unrestrained arrogance. In all my life, I have never known how to write the word beg. Your turtle shell here, I think it's nothing special. A stiff mouth until the end. Viper's face darkened. Since you're so eager to reunite with your family in hell, I'll grant your wish. He slammed a red button on the armrest of his throne. Rumble. The entire floor of the control room began to tremble violently. The metal wall behind the throne slowly parted to reveal a colossal, transparent, hollow glass pillar. Inside the pillar floated a fist-sized crystal ball emitting a piercing azure light. The energy contained within that light was so violent that even a single glance sent a chill through one's heart. The complete X-element. Su Yu's face turned grim at the sight. According to Old Master Fuss Notes, even a needle-tip amount of X-element could unleash an explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb. If this fist-sized complete form were detonated, not only this island, but the surrounding 100 miles of sea, including Fuss' entire fleet, would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Exactly. Viper laughed maniacally, his face twisted with morbid insanity. This is my true trump card. The divine wrath that can destroy everything. He produced a black remote control, his thumb hovering over the detonation button. Fu Jingting, aren't you here for revenge? Come on, kill me. Viper taunted without restraint. The moment my heart stops, or I press this button, this X-element bomb will detonate immediately. At worst, we all go down together, dragging the mighty Tycoon and the trillion-dollar queen to hell with me. My life is worth it. Ha ha. A dead end. A true dead end had arrived. Faced with a madman who could detonate a super bomb at any moment, even Fu Jingting and Su Yu, with their heaven-defying combat prowess, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Lu Chun immediately notified the fleet to evacuate these waters at full speed. Fu Jingting made a swift decision, his voice cold. President, we're not leaving. We'd rather die with you. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot, refusing to retreat. That's an order. Get out. Fu Jingting roared. At this critical moment, the microcommunicator on Su Yu's wrist suddenly lit up. Mommy, Daddy, can you hear me? Xiaohan's anxious yet eerily calm voice came through the communicator. Xiaohan, why are you still connected? Cut the signal immediately. Su Yu's face changed drastically. If the bomb detonated, the intense electromagnetic pulse could trace the network back to burn out the supercomputer in the capital, potentially harming the children. Mommy, don't hang up. Xiaohan's childish voice carried an undeniable authority. That old monster's shield. I found a way to break it. Xiaohan, what did you say? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her son's words through the communicator. Mommy, although that old monster's shield is a physical energy field, any energy must control the output frequency through the core central system. Xiaohan's youthful face was now filled with an intensity and focus beyond his years, his fingers flying wildly over the keyboard. Yuzu and I just analyzed the wave data of his shield's oscillation. Although the X-element is extremely stable, the mechanical core controlling it is written in extremely ancient base code. Just give me 3 minutes. I can write a logic bomb targeting his main control chip, forcing an energy overload that will cause his shield to experience at least 1 second of downtime. 1 second. For an ordinary person, 1 second is barely enough to blink. But for top-tier assassins like Fu Jingtian and Su Yu, 1 second is enough to kill a venomous snake 10 times. But the prerequisite is that they must hold on through these long 3 minutes. 3 minutes, right? Good son, Daddy will buy you some time. Fu Jingxin's eyes erupted with astonishing battle intent as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gripped the tang knife tightly again. The venomous snake on the throne did not hear the voice from the communicator. He looked at Fu Jingtian, who had stood up again, with a face full of contempt and mockery. What? Still not giving up? Even if your knife breaks, it can't harm a single hair on me. Old dog, you talk too much. Fu Jingtian shouted coldly, his body leaping out like a leopard. This time he did not blindly slash, but executed continuous evasive attacks around the venomous snake's shield at an incredibly terrifying speed. Bang, clang, boom. The tang knife, heavy fists, and whipping legs. Fu Jingtian pushed his physical potential to the limit. Though each attack was blocked by the shield, his frenzied attack frequency forced the venomous snake into passive defense, unable to divert attention to press the detonation button on the remote. Seeking death, the venomous snake was infuriated by Fu Jingxin's frenzied attacks. He abruptly raised his right hand, and the high-energy electromagnetic field on the shield transformed into a dark blue electric whip, striking fiercely at Fu Jingtian. Fu Jingtian narrowly dodged, but the electric whip grazed his shoulder, tearing apart his bulletproof combat uniform, charring his flesh in an instant, filling the air with the smell of burnt skin. "Husband!" Su Yu exclaimed, a flicker of pain passing through her eyes. "I'm fine." Fu Jingtian gritted his teeth, suppressing a grunt of pain, and charged forward again. He knew very well that he must tightly entangle the venomous snake, and absolutely could not allow the other party any chance to press the detonator, nor could he let the electric whip harm Su Yu. Damn bug. The venomous snake was utterly enraged. He realized that although he was in an absolutely invincible state, he was being pushed into a position where he had no chance to counter by a mere mortal. "Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish." The venomous snake suddenly stuffed the remote control into his bosom, simultaneously raising both hands, as the electromagnetic energy on the shield surged violently, condensing into dozens of arms-thick bolts of thunder in midair, crashing down upon Fu Jingtian like a torrential storm. No way to avoid. Retreat. In this critical moment, Su Yu flickered and dashed directly in front of Fu Jingtian. "Wife, what are you doing?" Fu Jingtian's face changed abruptly as he tried to pull her behind him. But he saw Su Yu suddenly throw out several specially made silver shurikens. The shurikens did not shoot toward the venomous snake in midair, but precisely hit the path of those high-energy currents. Zzz. The shurikens exploded instantly, turning into a fine silver powder. This was an extremely rare superconducting metal powder. The lethal current that was originally crashing toward Fu Jingtian upon contact with the superconducting powder astonishingly changed direction, as if attracted by a magnet, striking entirely against the surrounding metal walls. Boom. The thick metal walls were instantly melted through, creating several large holes, and the entire control room shook violently under this terrifying force. "Well done, Mrs. Fu." Fu Jingtian seized the opportunity to catch his breath, holding Su Yu tightly in his arms. "You're not bad either, Mr. Fu." Su Yu's face was somewhat pale, but her gaze remained sharp as a blade. The venomous snake, seeing his lethal strike easily neutralized, had his expression darkened to the extreme. "A dying struggle. Let's see how much of that broken powder you have left." He summoned an even more massive electromagnetic energy, preparing to unleash a fatal second strike. Just then a melodious voice finally came through Su Yu's communicator. "Daddy, Mommy, it's done. Logic bomb detonate." With Xiao Han's command to detonate, the once impregnable azure electromagnetic shield suddenly emitted a piercing screech of electrical short-circuiting. Viper's manic grin froze instantly. He watched in horror as the absolute defense around him, capable of withstanding missiles, flickered violently like a faulty light bulb. "What's happening? My shield? Who's interfering with my central system?" He frantically slapped the control panel on his wrist, but the screen only displayed rows of jumbled characters. A smug black skull icon accompanied by a winking tongue sticking out face. "Old fiend, like the gift I sent you." Xiao Han's arrogant voice echoed through the entire control room via the hacked broadcast system. "1 second. Honey now." Su Yu's cold, ruthless voice rang out in the same instant. She had been waiting for this moment far too long. In that 0.1 second, when the shield dimmed to its weakest and teetered on the brink of collapse, Su Yu shot forward like a sniper bullet from its chamber. Her speed was so extreme it left an afterimage in the air. Though his shield was disrupted, Viper himself was immensely powerful. Sensing the lethal danger, he instinctively reached for the detonator of the bomb in his hand. "Want to die together? Did you ask, my blade?" A roar like thunder from the deepest abyss exploded above his head. Fu Jingting was faster than Su Yu. He descended like a god of slaughter, both hands gripping the blood-stained Tang saber high above. He poured every ounce of his inner strength, his fury, and the hatred suppressed for 20 years into that single strike. "Break, now." Clang, boom. The ancient Tang saber, carrying a terrifying momentum as if to cleave heaven and earth, crashed down onto the faltering shield. This time there was no rebound. Under the interference of the logic bomb and Fu Jingting's devastating blow, the supposedly unbreakable high-energy electromagnetic shield let out a brittle crack like shattering glass. Crack. Fine fissures instantly spiderwebbed across the entire shield, then in a blinding flash of light, it exploded into a storm of drifting azure sparks. "No. This can't be." Viper screamed in terror, watching helplessly as his greatest asset turned to dust. Without his shield's protection, he was finally exposed to the blades of these two killers. Yet he was still the master. In his extreme fear, his survival instinct flared, and his thumb pressed hard toward the detonator. But how could Su Yu give him that chance? 3 streaks of silver light, nearly merging into one, flew from Su Yu's hand. These were her custom Soul Chaser darts, each coated with a venom potent enough to instantly paralyze an elephant's heart. Thud. Thud. The first 2 darts pierced Viper's wrists with deadly precision. "Oh. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as the nerves in his hands were instantly numbed by the poison, sapping all his strength. The black detonator slipped from his fingers. But his modified mechanical left eye suddenly glowed red, and from its depths a minuscule gun barrel extended, aiming directly at Fu Jingting in midair. Die. At this critical moment, Suyu's third dart arrived. It wasn't aimed at his heart or throat. The dart, with an extremely tricky arc as if it had eyes, flew true and, thud, buried itself deep into Viper's flashing mechanical eye. Boom. The micro-explosives inside the mechanical eye were triggered by the dart's high-temperature friction, detonating directly in his eye socket. Half his head was blown into a bloody mess. Viper collapsed to his knees like an invertebrate stripped of its spine. He coughed up mouthfuls of black blood, his one remaining eye filled with disbelief and despair. He had lost. Lost to a man in his 20s, lost to a woman, and even lost to 2 5-year-old children he had never even seen. Fu Jingting landed steadily, his Tang saber still dripping blood. He looked down at Viper, who was like a beaten cur, his phoenix eyes devoid of pity, holding only endless coldness and satisfaction. I told you I would break every one of your bones one by one. Fu Jingting slowly raised his Tang saber, its sharp blade pressed against Viper's throat. This strike for my father. Thwack. One slash severed the tendons in Viper's right hand and foot. This strike for my mother. Thwack. Another slash severing the tendons in his left leg. And this final strike. Fu Jingting's eyes turned icy, his killing intent soaring. For the 20 years you destroyed. Swoosh. A silver blade flashed, and a head eyes wide in death flew up and rolled to a stop beneath the pure gold throne. The leader of Eden, the nemesis that had plagued the Fu family for 2 decades, was finally at this moment utterly annihilated. The thrill of vengeance lasted barely a second. Alarm! Alarm! The ultimate self-destruct sequence has been initiated. The nuclear reactor will melt down in 3 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. A cold mechanical female voice echoed frantically in the control room, while red alarm lights flickered like blood, and the entire underground space began to tremble violently. What's happening? Lu Chen's face turned pale. Suyu rushed to the control panel, her hands flying across the keyboard. Yet the screen only displayed a series of red error messages. All commands were denied access. It's useless. Suyu gritted her teeth, a rare seriousness showing on her stunning face. This is a low-level physical program automatically triggered at the moment the Viper's heartbeat stops. He connected that complete element to the base's underwater nuclear reactor. Once it explodes, not only will this island be blasted into the sky, but the underwater volcano will also be triggered. At that time, within 100 miles, no living creature will survive. 3 minutes. Even if they were gods, they couldn't escape from this intricate deep-sea maze in 3 minutes. Xiaohan, can you hack in to stop the program? Suyu asked urgently into the communicator. Mommy, I can't. On the other end of the communicator, Xiaohan's voice was tinged with urgency. This self-destruct program is purely mechanically transmitted. It's not connected to the network. My code can't get in. Despair surged like a tide in the hearts of every dark guard. Were they to fight valiantly only to be buried with these repulsive rats? Bang! At that moment, Fu Jingting kicked and shattered the reinforced glass beside the control panel, pulling out a thick red cable. He turned his head, a wild determination flickering in his deep phoenix eyes like a fierce beast driven into a corner. Since we can't escape, then we want. Fu Jingting pulled Suyu into his arms and lowered his head, fiercely kissing her lips. This kiss was filled with the taste of blood, yet carried a heart-stopping passion. Are you scared, Mrs. Fu? He released her, their foreheads touching. With you here, I'll walk the road to the underworld as if it were a red carpet. Suyu smiled, her beauty captivating with not a hint of fear of death in her eyes. Lu Chun. Fu Jingting turned and roared. Here. Immediately take everyone and climb up the ventilation shaft. Run as far as you can. Tell the fleet to evacuate immediately and don't look back. President, we want leave. Lu Chen's knees buckled as he knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as a man of 7 feet. Get out. Do you want me to die with my eyes open? Fu Jingting kicked him away and raised the Tang knife in his hand, pressing it against his own neck. One more word and I'll die right here. Go. Suyu coldly commanded. I am the Z god. If I can't crack this thing, then you staying behind is just accompanying me to the grave. Lu Chen bit his lip until it bled. He deeply looked at this couple resembling deities, then suddenly bowed 3 times and turned to rush toward the ventilation shaft with the dark guards. Only Fu Jingting and Suyu remained in the control room. The violent tremors grew more frequent, and the metal ceiling above began to crack, huge stones mixed with seawater crashing down. Wife, how much time do we have left? Fu Jingting shielded Suyu beneath him, allowing a stone to crash onto it. 2 minutes. Suyu glanced at the red numbers counting down frantically on the tactical computer. That's enough. Suddenly, Fu Jingting dropped the knife in his hand and grasped the thick red cable with all his might. What are you doing? Suyu gasped. Xiaohan said this is a physical transmission, so we'll break it in the most physical way possible. Fu Jingting's muscles tensed to their limits. In an instant the veins on his arms bulging like dragons. He was attempting to use sheer brute force to tear apart the superconducting cable connecting the underground nuclear reactor and the detonation device. The man let out a wild scream like a beast. Zzz. The high-voltage current surged through his body in an instant, and Fu Jingting spat out a mouthful of blood, but his iron-like grip did not slacken in the slightest. Husband. Tears instantly filled Su Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, she rushed over, grasping Fu Jingting's hand, continuously channeling her limited ancient martial inner strength into him. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Crack. Finally, under the nearly frenzied combined effort of this couple, the superconducting cable capable of withstanding tons of tension emitted a painful snap. Cut. With Fu Jingting's final roar, the cable was completely torn in two. The countdown stopped abruptly at the last second. Boom. Although the detonation sequence was forcibly interrupted, the energy overload of the reactor was irreversible. A violent explosion occurred at the base's lower level and torrents of seawater surged in like a flood bursting through a dam. A thunderous rumble shook the entire island violently, as if an ancient behemoth was thrashing wildly beneath the earth. The raging sea surged like a colossal black python, flooding through the shattered passage and devouring everything in its path. With a crash, Fu Jingting kicked open the heavy metal door jammed by fallen rocks, holding Su Yu tightly. Both drenched to the bone, Fu Jingting's once expensive custom shirt was now tattered, revealing his muscular torso marked by countless scars of varying sizes. Su Yu clung tightly around his neck, her tactical suit stained with mud and unknown blood. Hurry, President, young madam. At the end of the ventilation duct, Lu Chun and the surviving covert guards anxiously awaited their arrival. Several high-strength tactical ropes were thrown down. Hold on tight. Fu Jingting embraced Su Yu's slender waist with one hand, while gripping the rope with the other. Lu Chun roared fiercely, and dozens of guards above exerted their strength simultaneously. The moment their feet left the ground, a terrifying underground surge violently struck the spot where they had just stood, dragging everything into an abyssal chasm. With a splash, the two burst through the water and finally climbed onto the island's surface helipad. The island had now become a living hell. Massive cracks spread across the earth, molten lava erupting from beneath, painting the night sky in a fiery crimson glow. Boom. Not far away, an artificial mountain used to conceal the base collapsed, instantly crushing two armed helicopters preparing for takeoff. Last one. President, board quickly. Lu Chun shouted hoarsely, pointing at the only remaining Black Hawk helicopter still operational at the edge of the helipad. Fu Jingting sprinted through the fierce wind and falling rocks, holding Su Yu tightly. A boulder nearly half a man's height whizzed past Fu Jingting's shoulder, but he did not hesitate for a moment. Like a cannonball, he leapt steadily into the helicopter cabin, with Su Yu cradled in his arms just as the landing gear lifted off the ground. Take off. Full throttle ascent. The pilot pushed the control stick fiercely, and the Black Hawk shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Just as the helicopter flew less than 2 kilometers from the island, an earth-shattering explosion erupted behind them, an indescribable roar, as if an underwater volcano had been ignited completely. The towering flames rose like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear blast, instantly engulfing the entire island. Waves hundreds of meters high spread frantically in all directions. Even soaring high, the helicopter was violently shaken by the terrifying shockwave, trembling as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Fu Jingting shielded Su Yu beneath him, using his back to block all flying debris. Su Yu lifted her head from his embrace and gazed down through the helicopter's window. The Eden that once concealed countless evils and plagued the Fu family with nightmares for 20 years, the abyssal den that sought to ascend through technology. At this moment, amid endless flames and roaring seas, it utterly collapsed into fragments, sinking forever into the dark depths of the ocean. Everything had come to an end. The cabin was deathly silent except for the deafening roar of the helicopters. Lu Chun and the surviving covert guards, drained of strength, collapsed onto the cabin floor, many unable to hold back their tears, covering their faces in sorrow. This was not merely a narrow escape from death, but a complete cleansing of the Fu covert guards' disgrace from 20 years ago. Fu Jingting bowed his head, his profound phoenix-like eyes reflecting the towering flames below. 20 years. Over 7,300 days and nights. The blood and screams that haunted his nightmares, the hatred and guilt buried deep within that almost drove him mad. Finally, at this moment, with the sinking of the island of Sin, all vanished like smoke and clouds. Father, mother, did you see it? The man's back, harder than steel, trembled slightly. A burning tear slid down his scarred and smoke-stained. A gentle hand softly caressed his face, wiping away the tear. Su Yu's eyes were slightly red, yet the corner of her lips bore the gentlest and most radiant smile in the world. They surely saw it. She lifted her head, and pressed a tender sacred kiss upon his lips. Husband, Fu Jingtian suddenly embraced her tightly, as if wanting to fuse her into his very bones and blood. Tightening his arms, his deep hoarse voice carried an unprecedented lightness and an ineffable tenderness. Yes, we will go home. The first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, casting light upon the shimmering sea. The formidable Black Fleet that once struck terror across the globe slowly changed course beneath the morning sun. Like a sovereign surveying his domain adorned with supreme glory and majesty, it embarked on a triumphant return journey. The news of the Eden's downfall spread across the globe like a magnitude 12 earthquake, sweeping through the political and business realms within a mere 24 hours. Those tycoons hidden in the shadows, secret organizations, and even certain high-ranking military officials of some countries fell into a deathly silence upon receiving the satellite images of the explosion deep in international waters. That colossal entity which had dominated the underground world for decades and controlled countless shadowy technologies and wealth was uprooted overnight, leaving not even a trace behind. Who did this? The answer was self-evident. As the undamaged massive fleet of the Fu Corporation and the fearsome 12 oceanic mercenary legions of the reclusive Shao family returned openly from international waters, all global radars and satellites silently cleared a path for them. No country, no faction dared to provoke Fu Jingtian at this moment. He was a madman capable of shattering a superpower through sheer force and wealth. The headquarters of Xing Lu Chen stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching the letters of allegiance fly into his hands like snowflakes, a wild smile creeping onto his lips. Those multinational giants who had secretly colluded with Eden and constantly tried to trip up the Fu family in the international market now resembled frightened quails. Their CEO even took a private jet to the capital overnight just to seek an audience with Fu Jingtian in the hall of Xingchen International, pleading for his forgiveness. Moreover, those capital tycoons who had once expressed skepticism about Su Yu's identity as Z and the mastermind behind Xingchen Capital did not even dare to breathe. Who would dare to provoke? That lady not only was a divine doctor and top hacker, but also had a husband who was the billion-dollar tyrant that just blew Eden to the heavens. The union of this couple transcended a mere powerful alliance, directly forging an invincible empire that spanned both the underworld and the control of the global economy. The reputation of the Fu Corporation and the Shao family has now established an unshakable ironclad brand in the world, Lu Chen remarked to Xiaojun, the European leader of the Shao family, who sat on the sofa sipping coffee. Xiaojun let out a hearty laugh. Ha! In my lifetime I have never bowed to anyone, but I am completely convinced by that kid Jingtian. With him and little Yuzi around, our two families can at least remain at the pinnacle of this world for 100 years. At that moment, the two who were revered like deities in the outside world were sitting on a low-profile private jet flying towards the capital. Fu Jingtian had changed into a pristine custom suit. Apart from his slightly pale complexion and the bandages faintly visible around his neck, one would not guess he had just survived a life-and-death battle the night before. He reclined lazily in the leather seat, his long legs crossed, yet his gaze never strayed from the woman. Su Yu was nestled against his shoulder, sleeping soundly. After such extreme exhaustion, even a god would feel. Though her fair face bore a hint of weariness in Fu Jingtian's embrace, she slept extraordinarily peacefully and unguardedly. The man's rough fingertips gently caressed her delicate cheek, his eyes filled with unending tenderness and gratitude. He had won the world, but what he cherished more was that his world was safely in his arms. Su Yu let out a comfortable murmur, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her brilliant eyes, which sparkled like stars. Are you awake? Fu Jingtian's deep, rich voice resonated above her. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Su Yu snuggled against him like a lazy kitten, shifting to a more comfortable position. Hubby, are we now the most powerful and wealthy people in the world? She asked half-jokingly. Fu Jingtian chuckled softly, pulling her a bit closer. Not only that, Mrs. Fu. After the fall of Eden, their hidden assets and connections worldwide have been fully taken over by our intelligence network. From today onwards, you are not only the queen of the Fu family in Xingchen, but also the uncrowned king of the entire underground world. Wow, that sounds really cool. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, though not overly excited. But compared to being a queen, I just want to hurry home. I wonder if those two unruly little rascals have torn the house apart. At the mention of those two little troublemakers, a dangerous glint flashed in Fu Jingtian's phoenix eyes. Disobeying orders, tampering with computers, and daring to hack into military satellites and physical isolation systems. They truly need to reflect on their actions. Although these two little geniuses had achieved great feats at critical moments, such blatant disregard for discipline and audacity must be strictly disciplined. Otherwise, who knows what kind of enormous trouble they might cause in the future. So you couldn't help but chuckle at the man's feigned sternness. Come on. You are clearly so proud inside. If you really can bear to punish them, I will get mad at you. Mrs. Fu, a lenient mother, often spoils the child. Fu Jingtian declared with righteous conviction. Oh, is that so? So you looked at him with a playful smile. Then let's see who really spoils the child later. The private jet pierced through the clouds and smoothly landed at the private helipad of the Fu estate in the capital. The return of the king. However, waiting for this billion-dollar tyrant was not a crowd welcoming him, but two extremely comical little effects. The roar of the helicopter's rotor gradually faded over the expansive lawn of the Fu Manor. The cabin door opened, and Fu Jingtian held Su Yu's hand as they descended the steps. To greet them, there were no flowers, no applause, only two remarkably striking little figures at the entrance. Little Han and Yuzi were each balancing a pure gold abacus that was larger than their heads, kneeling upright on an invaluable Persian carpet. Both little ones were dressed in fluffy onesies, with little Han as a cool black cat sheriff and Yuzi as a cute pink-eared rabbit. With their pitiful expressions of "I know I was wrong, please be lenient," they were simply adorable enough to make one's heart tremble. "Daddy, Mommy, you finally came back." As soon as Yuzi saw Su Yu, her eyes turned red, instantly tears welling up in her big eyes, as her little mouth pouted ready to leap into Su Yu's arms. But as soon as she moved, the pure gold abacus on her head clanged, startling her to quickly kneel properly again, sniffling as she looked at her parents with a wronged expression. Little Han, on the other hand, sat up straight with a cold expression. Though he was also kneeling, his demeanor exuded a sense of unyielding defiance. Reporting to Daddy and Mommy, Fu Mohan and Su Nino have seriously violated family rule number 4, do not touch highly confidential electronic devices without permission, and rule number 7, unauthorized hacking into national military networks is prohibited. Please punish us, Commander. Little Han shouted loudly, his clear childlike voice causing Lu Chun, standing behind Fu Jingtian, to suppress a laugh. Little ancestors, was that casual hacking? You two stripped the Eden's underpants right off. Fu Jingtian looked at these two quirky little beings before him, recalling the most desperate moments at the deep-sea base. If it weren't for their godlike assistance, he and Su Yu would likely be buried beneath the sea now. His usually cold and icy face could not maintain its sternness at this moment. So you know you violated. Fu Jingtian deliberately straightened his face, crossing his arms and looking down at them. I know I was wrong. Yuzi mumbled softly, but those bad people were trying to bully Daddy and Mommy, and Yuzi and brother couldn't just stand by. Exactly. Little Han chimed in boldly. And if it weren't for us, Daddy, you probably wouldn't have been able to break through that turtle shell of yours. You little rascal, dare you to talk back? Fu Jingtian raised an eyebrow and strode forward. Just as Lu Qin thought the president was about to unleash violence at home, Fu Jingtian suddenly bent down and tossed aside the pure gold abacus atop the two little ones' heads. Next, he extended his strong arms, lifting the two sweet-smelling little dumplings high up. Oh, Daddy! Yuzi let out a surprised squeal. Put me down. In the king of hackers, this is so undignified. Little Han protested verbally, but his little hands honestly clutched Fu Jingtian's collar tightly, unable to suppress the grin creeping at the corners of his mouth. Fu Jingtian looked at the two unharmed children, feeling their vibrant vitality. In his usually cold eyes there was now a deep sense of pride and tenderness as a father. He held the two children tightly in his embrace, his deep voice resonating in their ears. Although you violated family rules, you did well. You truly are my Fu Jingtian's offspring. Su Yu watched this warm scene, her eyes suddenly welling up. She stepped forward and hugged this father-son trio from behind. In this cold and cruel world, their family of 4 served as each other's most indestructible armor. All right, let's call it even. Su Yu smiled as she ruffled the two little ones' heads. However, while you may escape severe punishment, you cannot avoid light punishment. Tonight you are sentenced to copy the fundamentals of coding 100 times. Oh, no way, Mommy. Little Han let out a desperate wail. As the disciple of the great Z god, he had to copy fundamentals. Protests are invalid. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Daddy, save me. Yuzi immediately turned to Fu Jingtian, acting cute. Ahem. Fu Jingtian cleared his throat seriously. In this house, Mommy's words are the highest command. Even Daddy has to listen, so Daddy can't save you. Daddy, you henpecked man. Little Han mocked mercilessly. Ha ha. Cheerful laughter echoed above Fu Manor. The shadows and hatred that once loomed over this family were completely dispelled by this warm laughter at this moment. 3 days later, at Fu Manor, a grand banquet that would shock the world was about to unfold here. This was not only a celebration of victory, but also the pinnacle ceremony for the Fu Consortium, the reclusive Shao family, and the 3 top powers of Star International to announce their reorganization and heritage to the world. The Fu family's manor, ablaze with lights, resembled a palace that never sleeps. This grand event, dubbed the Feast of the Century, gathered the world's most elite political and business figures. Countless moguls who ranked high on the Forbes list were cautiously holding their wine glasses, eagerly awaiting in the manor's grand hall. Tonight marks the significant day when the Fu Consortium, the hidden Shao family, and Xingchen International jointly announced the future heirs. Did you hear, Mr. Fu and Miss Su are set to hand over all their assets to those 5-year-old twins. 5 years old. What a joke. That empire controls half of the global economic lifeline, handing it over to 2 toddlers who can't even recognize all the characters. Chill. Are you crazy? Those are Fu Jingting's offspring. I heard they played a significant role in dismantling that terrorist organization a few days ago. A few oblivious rich heirs whispered in a corner, their tone filled with jealousy and sourness. They in their 20s and 30s, still living off their families. How could 2 5-year-old kids stand atop the world? However, as the main doors of the banquet hall slowly opened, all doubts and ridicule were instantly silenced. Fu Jingting, dressed in a perfectly tailored high-end suit, exuded an imperial aura that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. In his arm, he held Suyu, who wore a deep blue evening gown that sparkled like the starry sky. Her beauty was formidable tonight. It radiated a queenly presence transformed through the baptism of blood. Just a single glance from her made the self-important socialites feel inferior. In front of them, Xiao Han wore a miniature black tailcoat completed with a delicate bow tie, his cold little face resembling Fu Jingting, showing no trace of timidity, his eyes sharp like a hawk. Yuzi, dressed in a custom-made white princess gown, wore a small crown adorned with pink diamonds resembling a delicate doll fallen from the heavens. Yet her large, dark, expressive eyes revealed a wisdom beyond her years. The family of 4 walked slowly onto the central platform of the hall, akin to deities. Thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. Fu Jingting's deep, rich voice resonated throughout the venue through the microphone, instantly silencing everyone, even their breaths slowed. Tonight, on behalf of the Fu Consortium and my wife Ms. Suyu, representing Xingshan International along with the leader of the European Xiao family, I am here to jointly announce a decision. Fu Muhan and Su Nino will officially become the sole legal heirs of the Fu Consortium, Xingshan International, and the hidden assets of the Xiao family. Boom. Although the audience tried hard to maintain silence, shock erupted in everyone's eyes, unable to conceal their astonishment. It was indeed true. Moreover, Fu Jingting's lips curled into a cold arc. I am aware that some present harbor doubts about my children, believing they are too young to be taken seriously. He snapped his fingers. The holographic projection screen above the hall lit up, displaying a series of spine-chilling achievements and data. Fu Muhan, the only direct disciple of the supreme-level counselor Z God of the global darknet hacker. 3 days ago, he independently developed a logic bomb that successfully breached the world's most advanced physical isolation defense system. Su Nino, fluent in 8 languages, possesses a market sensitivity that exceeds 90% of senior analysts on Wall Street. The virtual currency fund under her personal control achieved an astonishing 500% return over the past year. Silence. A deathly silence fell. The rich heirs who had been whispering in the corner moments ago looked as if struck by lightning, their faces pale, their legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. These are 5-year-old children. They are practically prodigies evolving from the womb. Those who once looked down on them or attempted to take advantage of them. Fu Jingting's deep phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent. The fate of Eden serves as a cautionary tale for you all. If anyone dares to harbor ill intentions toward my heirs, I will show them what true hell is. This powerful declaration struck like a hammer in everyone's hearts. No one dared to underestimate the 2 little ones on stage any longer. The elites lowered their heads in unison, offering their respect to the 2 youngest and most fearsome princes in the world, adopting the most humble postures. A month later, a private island previously non-existent on any map has today become the center of global attention. This is Xingyo Island, purchased by Fu Jingting and lavishly remodeled at a cost of hundreds of billions. Today, a century wedding that will astonish the world will be held here. The entire island is adorned with the finest Ecuadorian roses airlifted from all over the globe. The air is filled with an intoxicating floral fragrance. 99,999 white doves circle in the sky, scattering rose petals everywhere. The red carpet leading to the hall is not made of ordinary red cloth, but paved with crushed top-quality rubies, embodying the true essence of a 10-mile bridal procession in the utmost luxury. Are you nervous? In the makeup room, Su Yu is wearing this starlight wedding dress handcrafted over 6 months by 100 top artisans from around the world. The wedding dress is embedded with 999 South African diamonds sparkling under the lights, accentuating her already breathtaking beauty, as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. Her best friend Lin Xiaoxiao acts as the maid of honor, excitedly rubbing her hands together. Oh my gosh, Yuzi, you look absolutely breathtaking today. However, with such a grand affair orchestrated by Master Fu, I fear your few disguises won't hold up today, will they? If they don't hold up, then so be it. Suyu gazes at the beautiful and confident woman in the mirror, her red lips curling into a bold smile. Today is my wedding day. I sense it's time to reveal everything. Let's make it grand. Outside the hall, guests are abundant. Just picking one would be enough to cause a stir in their respective fields. Accompanied by the sacred wedding march, the grand doors of the hall slowly open. Suyu links arms with Xiao Zhan, her adoptive father, as she steps onto the ruby-paved red carpet, slowly walking towards the man standing at the altar radiating brilliance. His gaze is firmly fixed on Suyu as if the entire world has lost its color, leaving only this woman before him, who is about to become his wife. When Xiao Zhen solemnly places Suyu's hand into Fu Jingting's, Fu Jingting gazes at her with deep affection, his low, alluring voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner of the global broadcast. Ms. Suyu, do you wish to become my wife, sharing all the splendor and tribulations of this world together, never to part until the end of life? I do, Suyu replies, her eyes slightly red, her smile bright as the sun. Then before we exchange rings. Fu Jingting suddenly shifts his tone, a hint of mischief and arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth. He turns to face the assembled guests as well as the countless viewers watching the live broadcast. Today, besides announcing to the world that Suyu is my wife, I also want to formally introduce everyone to just how exceptional my Mrs. Fu is. The big screen lights up instantly. The first photo is a shot of a masked figure holding a trophy at a world-class hacker competition. Suyu, the highest council member of the global dark web, codenamed Godz. The audience gasps in shock. The live stream's comments explode. Suyu, a recognized legend in the international medical community, the divine doctor with 1,000 faces. The crowd inhales sharply in disbelief. Those who once sought her aid at exorbitant prices are now green with envy. The third photo is a certificate of the highest equity holder of Xingqian Capital. Suyu, the hidden supreme authority of Xingqian Capital, my arch-nemesis and direct superior. At this point, Fu Jingting chuckles helplessly. The venue falls silent. Everyone feels as if their worldview. The fourth photo. The fifth photo. As each of Suyu's astonishing identities is mercilessly revealed, those who once mocked her as a country girl or climbing the Fu family now have faces that sting from slaps swollen to the point where even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. It turns out it wasn't Suyu climbing up to Fu Jingting, but the billionaire tyrant climbing up to the trillionaire queen. Someone in the live stream posted this comment. In an instant, likes exceed 100 million. The entire internet crashes. It's bad. It's bad. Just as the whole world was stunned and going crazy over Suyu's astonishing array of identities. From the back of the hall, a sharp and discordant scream suddenly pierced the air. Su Wan and Gu Shiyuan, who had been hiding in the corner like rats, now stared at the news alert on their phones, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The Gu family has gone bankrupt. The Su family's company has also been forcibly liquidated. Su Wan screamed, her voice twisted with extreme fear. In that very minute, the think tank of Xingqian Capital, in collaboration with the Fu family consortium, launched an incredibly ruthless strangulation war in the international financial market. In just 60 seconds, all remaining asset stocks and even the hidden overseas trust funds of the Gu family and Su family were completely pierced by an enormous and brutal flow of capital, instantly vanishing into thin air. Not only that, but the police had also received anonymous reports gathering all the irrefutable evidence of years of tax evasion and commercial fraud by the Su family and the Gu family. Arrest warrants were already on their way. Suyu, you vile woman, you will not have a good death. Su-Wan had completely lost her mind. She could not accept that the country bumpkin whom she once looked down upon had not only ascended to a divine status, but had also pushed her completely into the mire. She pulled out a fruit knife from somewhere, charging towards Suyu on the altar like a shrew, her eyes bloodshot. Madam, be careful. Lu Chen's expression changed. However, before the dark guards could act, bang. Fu Jingting, standing next to Suyu, didn't even spare Su-Wan a glance. He simply raised his long leg and delivered a cruel sidekick. Oh. Su-Wan was kicked away like a rag doll, flying more than 10 meters and crashing heavily onto the champagne tower. The sound of shattering glass accompanied her screams, echoing throughout the entire hall. Gu Shiyuan, frightened, felt his legs go weak and knelt on the ground, a suspicious yellow liquid seeping from his pants. He was now filled with regret. If he hadn't chosen Su-Wan out of disdain for Suyu's background back then, if he had treated Suyu a little better, would he not have had a share in standing at the pinnacle of the world today, basking in the worship of all humanity? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Drag them out, don't dirty my wife's red carpet. Fu Jingting pulled out a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the edge of his expensive leather shoes. His tone is cold, as if he were disposing of 2 bags of trash. Several dark guards dragged Su-Wan and Gu Shiyuan out of the hall like dead dogs. Awaiting them would be a long and despairing life behind bars. This little interlude did not affect the progress of the century wedding, rather it served as a trivial sideshow, further deepening the guests' understanding of the couple's terror. Those who go with the flow prosper, while those who resist perish. All right, the pesky garbage has been cleaned up. Fu Jingting turned back, his deep phoenix eyes once again filled with a warmth so intense it could drown one. He took the matriarch's diamond ring, representing the highest power of the Fu family, from the velvet tray, held by the best man Lu Chun. It was an exquisite treasure carved from a world-rare pink diamond. Miss, so you now please allow me to put this ring on your finger. Fu Jingting knelt on one knee, his movements extremely reverent. From now on, the trillion empire of the Fu family is yours. My being is yours. My life is also yours. Do you wish to accompany me down this peak throne forever? So you looked down at the man who had pampered her to the heavens. Reflecting back, she had only flirted with this rumored cold-hearted tyrant to evade pursuers. Who would have thought that the absurdity of that night would become the most beautiful fate of her life? I do. She extended her delicate hand. As the ring was placed on her ring finger, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Fireworks filled the sky. Kiss, kiss. Xiao Han and Yuzi shouted excitedly from the audience. Fu Jingting stood up domineeringly, pulling Su Yu into his embrace, lowering his head and kissing her deeply. Under the shower of petals and the witness of the world, two powerful beings who originally stood at the peaks of their respective worlds finally completed the most perfect union. An all-powerful empire that spanned both the white and black worlds, controlling global economics, technology, and underground forces, was officially born at that moment. 5 years later, in the capital city at the Fu family manor, the afternoon sun warmly bathed the expansive lawn, and the cheerful laughter of children broke the tranquility of the estate. Brother, quickly return my blizzard drone to me. A little girl dressed in a pink princess dress with 2 pigtails was chasing after a cool little boy, her short legs moving swiftly. She was Fu Chuxiao, the Fu family's precious little lady, just 3 years old. Running ahead was Fu Mohan, already 10 years old, his handsome face resembling that of Fu Jingtian, displaying a look of helplessness. Xiaoxiao, your drone is equipped with a mini pulse disruptor. If I don't confiscate it, you'll bring the entire manor's security system to its knees. Little Han felt like crying without tears. He thought he had been quite the prodigy as a child, but he never expected that his younger sister, born 3 years ago, would be an even more extraordinary little sorceress. At just 2 years old, she displayed an astonishing talent for dismantling various intricate machines. Just yesterday, she had disassembled Fu Jingtian's beloved globally limited bulletproof supercar into parts, and today, she was tinkering with such a dangerous toy. I don't care. That was modified for me by Sister Yuzi. If you don't return it, I will tell Mommy that you secretly gave the financial report you were responsible for to Uncle Lu Chun. Little Chu Xiao placed her hands on her hips, her big eyes rolling as she threatened fiercely. You're ruthless. Little Han's mouth twitched slightly. Being the first heir of the Fu Corporation and Xingchen International was too stifling for him. While other 10-year-olds were playing in the mud, he had to sit in conferences every day listening to multinational merger cases. After finally managing to sneak a break, he was caught by this cunning little sorceress. What are you making a fuss about? A lazy yet teasing cold female voice floated in from the terrace. Su Yu wore a silk nightgown, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Time seemed to have left no trace on her stunning face. Instead, it added a unique charm that belonged to a mature woman. Mommy! Little Chu Xiao immediately ran over with her short legs, diving into Su Yu's embrace. Brother is bullying me. He even snatched my toy. The little girl displayed exceptional acting skills, her previous fierce demeanor instantly transforming into a pitiful expression with 2 drops of golden tears brimming in her eyes. Little Han watched in astonishment at her rapid change of expression. It was a shame not to win an Oscar. Fu Mohan. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at her son with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mommy, I'm wrong. Little Han was about to explain. What happened? Who made my wife unhappy? A deep, rich, magnetic voice came from behind Su Yu. Fu Jingtian walked out of the room with a plate of freshly cut fruit. The man remained as handsome as ever, exuding the ultimate charm of a mature man, yet in his once cold-blooded, world-shaking phoenix eyes only boundless affection for the woman before him remained. Honey, your son is bullying your daughter. Su Yu naturally leaned into Fu Jingtian's embrace, opening her mouth contentedly to eat a piece of strawberry he fed her. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingtian immediately turned his head, shooting a commanding gaze towards his eldest son standing on the lawn. Fu Moan, go to the training ground and run 10 kilometers with a weighted vest. You won't get dinner if you can't finish it. Fu Jingtian ordered coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Daddy, you are being unreasonable. It was clearly Xiaoxiao. 15 kilometers, Fu Jingtian added lightly. I'm going. Little Han gritted his teeth, filled with righteous indignation, as he turned and ran towards the training ground. In the Fu family, there was an unbreakable iron law. Mommy was always right. If Mommy is wrong, please refer to the first rule. If there is a conflict between the daughter and son, the one at fault is certainly the son. This is Fu Jingtian, a thorough, double-standard tyrant and doting husband. Watching her son run away in grievance, Su Yu chuckled as she poked Fu Jingshan's solid chest. Hey, don't you think you are being too biased? Little Han is the one who will take over your position in the future. Boys should be trained more. As for succession, Fu Jingtian set the fruit plate aside and suddenly picked up Su Yu in a horizontal position. Honey, what are you doing? It's still daytime, and Chu Xiao is here. Su Yu exclaimed, her pretty face turning slightly red. Chu Xiao has a nanny watching her. Fu Jingtian disregarded Su Yu's struggles, striding towards the bedroom. The man's hot breath brushed against Su Yu's ear, carrying an enticing and dangerously aggressive aura. Mrs. Fu, I've recently felt that 2 heirs are still too few. What if they end up shirking responsibilities from each other in the future? I believe that for the future of the Fu family, we need to have a few more children. Fu Jingtian, you beast. In the bedroom, the heavy blackout curtains were drawn tightly. On the large bed, Su Yu was pinned beneath the man, her fair skin already marked with ambiguous red traces. She gasped softly, pushing against the man's iron-hard chest. Just last night. Aren't you tired? In front of Madame Fu, how could I say I'm tired? Fu Jingtian chuckled lightly, lowering his head to capture her delicate red lips, domineeringly, seizing her breath. His large hands skillfully untied the belt of her robe, igniting a fire within her. The temperature in the room rose steadily, intertwining ambiguous gasps with heart-thumping low cries. Whether as the tyrant who commanded the business world or the queen feared in the underworld, at this moment they shed all their defenses and disguises, completely surrendering themselves to each other. As the rain of passion began to subside, Su Yu leaned lazily against Fu Jingshan's sturdy arm, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Fu Jingtian pulled the thin blanket over them, contentedly placing a kiss on her forehead. His long fingers gently played with Su Yu's smooth long hair, and his deep-set eyes were filled with a tenderness that spoke of tranquil times. Darling, what are you thinking about? He asked softly. Su Yu slightly tilted her head, gazing at the flawless face of the man. I'm thinking. Her red lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. If back then I hadn't accidentally walked into that room, hadn't mistakenly flirted with you, what would we be like now? Hearing this, Fu Jingshan's fingers paused slightly. He recalled that night when they first met. She had burst into his territory like a flustered little wildcat, only to unceremoniously toss him 500 yuan and escape. That was the greatest shame Fu Jingtian had ever experienced, yet it was also the most beautiful accident he had ever encountered. What if that night's flirtation hadn't happened? Fu Jingtian tightened his embrace around her, his tone resolute and commanding. Then Fu Jingtian might still be a cold-blooded monster who only knew how to solve everything with violence and money. He wouldn't know what warmth is, what family means, nor would he know. He lowered his head, his nose touching hers. Listening to his straightforward and slightly embarrassing declarations of love, Su Yu felt her heart swell with sweetness. Then, haven't you thought that maybe you could meet other women? She teased him deliberately. There will be no one else. Fu Jingshan's gaze darkened, his tone revealing an undeniable obsession. Did you forget? I have severe mysophobia and insomnia. In this world, only you can touch me, only you can help me sleep peacefully. Su Yu, you are my medicine and my only salvation. He held her hand tightly, their fingers interlocked. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on their entwined hands. The pink, mistress diamond ring radiated an eternal brilliance. So Madame Fu. Fu Jingtian looked deeply into her eyes, as if wanting to drown her in his affection. Thank you for your mistaken flirtation. It gave me the chance to cherish you for a lifetime. Su Yu smiled. She did not say anything further, but willingly tilted her head, returning him a fervent and lingering kiss. Indeed, who would have thought that a seemingly absurd, mistaken flirtation would ultimately lead to the most beautiful love in the world? From being wanted across the city to a high-profile breakup, from shedding her disguise to joining forces, from a bloody battle in the deep sea to the pinnacle throne. They walked hand in hand through countless storms and finally found their belonging to each other amidst the splendor of the world. Outside the window, a gentle breeze brushed over the manor's lawn. Xiao Han was sweating profusely on the training ground while Chu Xiao was causing mischief with her drone, and at the distant poolside, 11-year-old Su Nianyu, who had grown tall and graceful, was wearing sunglasses, leisurely sipping juice, watching the astonishing returns flashing on her computer. The years are tranquil, and the present world is stable. After mistakenly flirting with a billionaire, she not only avoided disaster, but was also cherished for a lifetime. The end.